Hello guys, if you enjoying, then like this video, you all are my favorite. Chapter 1. Welcome to Myriad Worlds. If you want to survive, please pay attention to the following. 1. Incarnate as the way of heaven, choose and cultivate your own race army, develop and improve the civilization level of your world. 2. After 1 year, the Myriad Worlds assessment will be opened. Those who succeed will advance, and those who fail will be eliminated. 3. Every player can get a lucky wheel draw opportunity every day. The lucky wheel can get any resource. The rarer the resource, the harder it is to get. 4. The strength of the player's world and race army will also affect the strength of the player. 5. Once the world system is established, it cannot be changed. 6. Once the race is established, it cannot be changed. 7. The worlds can communicate, cooperate, invade, annex, and destroy each other. Please treat it with caution. 8. The total number of players on the blue water planet is 1 billion. 9. Good luck. Mom, I want to go home, I'm so scared. Didn't I just do the left and right hand in slow motion? Nowadays, even practicing the unicorn arm will be punished by God. What the hell is this place? I want to go back, let me go back. Woo woo, where is this place, is there anyone who can comfort me? Is this place still on the blue water planet? What the hell is the Myriad Worlds, let me out. No, this is not some damn perfected being show, you wait, when I go out, I want to sue you for the show group. The new year did not give me the ancestral grave. Woohoo, where is this? Everyone must believe in science. Does anyone come out to explain? The translucent system control panel chat with Heavenly World, countless people screamed and sorrowful. Many people could not accept this at all. Most of them were at home before transmigrate. Or work at work or shopping. As a result, a flash of light appeared, and they were rescued. Qin Ming stared at the translucent control panel in front of him, his head still a little dazed. He remembered that he was clearly at home, and then a flash of light flashed, and then he came to this place from the blue water star. Myriad Worlds? Cultivation and strategy games. Perfected being show? Variety show. But soon, Qin Ming reacted and shook his head. If it was just a game, what game could be so real? Moreover, it was a billion people at one time? Any so-called big consortium or big power would not have this ability. Involving such a large population. It is no longer something that a simple consortium or even a country can easily handle. Then it can only be the work of a mysterious force. Knowing that he should have really transmigrated, Qin Ming quickly calmed down. He has a strong ability to accept. Since the facts cannot be changed, he can only accept it. What he has to do now is to survive. The Myriad Worlds system chat Heavenly World side was even more turbulent. Many people with fragile hearts were panicking and sending messages at this moment. Most people have average psychological qualities. When they suddenly encountered such a thing, most people were very panicked. Hey, is it really transmigration? I still have a lot of books at home that I haven't read yet, what a pity. Is my fat house happy life going to be gone forever? My girlfriend is already engaged to me, and I came here before I became the groom. What a loss. I was just telling my girlfriend the secret of life, but now I'm here? Damn pit father. I hope it's really transmigration. If it's that unscrupulous program group, I must beat him to death. Alas, I can't go back. Looking at these useless messages, Qin Ming didn't have much time to read it, and left the Heavenly World chat directly. On the control panel, there are still many grey options, such as trading, mall, lottery, etc., which seem to be some unactivated functions. However, there is an option called Eye of Heaven which is not grey. Qin Ming clicked it gently. You have opened the Eye of Heaven. As heaven, you will be able to overlook the world you live in. The system prompt sounded. Qin Ming felt his vision flashing. The next moment, he seemed to become the supreme god. Through the clouds, he saw a piece of land. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning, dust and dark clouds, birds singing and beasts roaring. Everything is so real. On the land, countless mountains and rivers appeared, and birds and beasts were active, which looked full of vitality. Beside the river, humans appeared, running and hunting. However, human civilization is still very low. It is still in the wild and primitive stage. Compared with the fierce birds and beasts, humans at this stage are too weak. Qin Ming looked at other places. He found that such tribes were scattered on both sides of the river, about dozens of them. Looking further away again, he found that they were all foggy. Even with the eye of heaven, he couldn't see through the fog. Hey? Why can't I see clearly? Qin Ming was a little puzzled. The eye of heaven can only observe the field of vision within the control range of heaven. If you want to observe farther places, you need to break the fog first. There are crises and opportunities hidden in the fog, please treat it with caution. After hearing the system's explanation, Qin Ming roughly understood. Those fogs are equivalent to the fog of war in the game, temporarily covering a part of the area. As you explore, you can continue to break the fog. So, as the heaven of this world, I currently only control the territory near this river. Yes. The player is the heaven, and the stronger the heaven is, the stronger its control over the world. It seems that I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Qin Ming didn't want to be eliminated in the assessment 1 year later. After closing the eye of heaven, Qin Ming's mind returned. The system voice sounded again in the minds of all players. Players, please note, please select your race and world system. Warm reminder, race and world system will affect your overall development. Once established, they cannot be changed. Chapter 2. As the system sounded, in front of each player, a series of options appeared. It was the Starry Sky Myriad Races. What human race, beast human race, undead race, giant human race, elf race, zerg race, blood race, transformer race, monster race, demon race, angel race, ancient clan, corpse race, etc. Then, the world system appeared. What Immortal Cultivation World, Transformer World, Alien World, Marvel World, Pirate World, Technology World, Evil God World, Terror World, Night World, Faith World, Skynet World, Beast Soul World, Ultra World, Flame World, Ice World, Dark World, Biochemical World, Elemental World, Titan World, Mythical World, etc. Secret Mama, all kinds of races and world systems appeared in front of the players. Looking at the options in front of him, Qin Ming fell into deep thought. Since this involves future development, it must be done carefully. Anyway, there is no time limit for no choice, and he has to weigh them one by one. When choosing a world, you must consider the combat power of the world and its potential for future development. Combat power, needless to say, determines whether a world can survive. Potential is very important. It would be best if you can keep growing and improving. FK, is it true? Is it so powerful? Even the Marvel world has it. Then wouldn't it be invincible if I created a Thanos? Who can resist destroying half of the creatures in the universe with a snap of the fingers? The mythical world should be stronger than everything. After all, they are all gods. Tisk tisk, my great pirate world is weaker than you. Dregs, the pirate world is just trash in front of other world systems. Pirates, don't brag too much. Everyone, stop arguing, I just want to say. In front of my great dragon race, are you worthy of bragging? Haha, so awesome. Can't my mythical world beat your dragon race? Race? Stinky brother. Everyone, please believe in technology. No matter what god or demon you are, there is nothing that technology cannot solve. Big Ivan's nuclear weapons will even shift the continental plates. The army of AI robots is overwhelming. I just want to ask you if you are afraid. Who can fight against my biochemical world? The zombie army, infinite infection, as long as you are alive, I can infect you, invincible this wave. Hehe, my Titan beast brother and handsome guy can slap a group of zombies away with a slap. What's the big deal? What are you pretending? Isn't my great evil god enough to shock all the children present? Evil god? Is it the evil god who pretends to be great when everything is indescribable? I, Nordic mythical, have no pressure. Odin will beat you a bunch of scum. Chatting Heavenly World, many players have begun to quarrel. However, each has his own reasons. Qin Ming also wants to choose a powerful world and race. Since the system said that development and improvement are necessary, it should take resources and time. In terms of development potential, which world system can compare with Immortal Cultivation World? In the Immortal Cultivation World of the late stage, one person can destroy countless worlds. But the premise is that it takes a lot of time and resources to create such a good seedling. Otherwise, the early Immortal Cultivation World is not necessarily much stronger than other world systems. Some early lineups and early worlds are very powerful. For example, biochemical zombies can expand almost infinitely. As long as you are a creature, you can be sensed/ran. This is like a MOBA game. You have a late stage lineup, a late stage lineup. It is really awesome to develop. But you tend to be weak in the early stage. Once you encounter a lineup with high burst in the early stage, you are GG. This is also a problem that Qin Ming needs to consider. When it comes to Immortal Cultivation World, which race is more suitable? Of course it is the human race. The human race innate endowment is not stronger than other races. In terms of strength, even ordinary horses, cows, lions, and tigers may not be able to compare. In terms of speed, they are not as good as cheetahs and the like. In terms of defense, how can they compare with turtles? In a single fight with bare hands, humans are really not outstanding. But why can humans become the master of the blue water planet? It is because of wisdom. Human wisdom is higher than other races, and the understanding is strong. And they reproduce very quickly, with a large population base and a high proportion of geniuses. The most suitable path is the technology route, the immortal cultivation route, etc. But how can technology compare to immortal cultivation? For an immortal cultivation master, even a big mushroom falling is just a tickle. The best choice is undoubtedly the human race and the immortal physique system. This combination should be the optimal solution to this multiple choice question. But, cultivating immortals is too time-consuming. A retreat can take several years, decades, or even thousands of years. There is only 1 year left before the assessment. I can't wait that long. Qin Ming hesitated. If you develop well, what if you can't develop well? In the early stage, what about the biochemical flow and the Zerg flow? Isn't it better than the human race cultivation? Aren't Transformers and Titans good? There are many worlds and systems. For example, the mythical and immortal cultivation worlds. Doing something casually is often measured in years. A few years, more than 10 years. This is still the early stage. The middle stage is basically 100 years, hundreds of years, and thousands of years. Late stage is 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1 million years, and 10 million years. Even an era. The later it is, the more terrifying the time consumption will be. Qin Ming is a little worried about this. This is also the main reason for his hesitation. As time goes by, other players gradually choose their favorite races and worlds. I chose Titan and Titan World. Wow, I was so surprised. But Titan is only human-sized. Don't tell me it's a baby. I'm crying. I just chose human race and pirate world. But they are not as strong as the others. They don't seem to have eaten the devil fruit. I chose biochemical world. Why are there only 50,000 zombie soldiers and 3,000 tyrants? That's too few. I'm so disappointed. The above person is too Versailles. I'm lucky. I chose Autobots. I started with Bumblebee. I'm so happy. Why does my Zerg world seem to be some dung beetles? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Are dung beetles still insects? Don't cry. Wow, I chose mythical. Haha. Below mythical, we are all ants. Tremble, little scum. It's like mythical doesn't need to develop. This kind of world consumes the most resources and time. If you can't develop, you'll cry. Good guy, I'm just good guy. My Naruto world is full of genin? Where's the hammer? Ask the upstairs, which village is the genin? Is it the 12 little strong men of Konoha? Ah, my Ultraman has been selected. Tiga, roar. Chatting on the heavenly world, players are constantly communicating. Qin Ming still hasn't made up his mind. Ding! Divine level Xiaoxian critical hit system is binding. 5%, 10%, 30%. Binding completed. Congratulations, you get 10 times the critical hit. A soft female voice sounded. Completely different from the previous mechanical electronic sound. Xiaoxian critical hit system? My gold finger has arrived. Qin Ming immediately became interested. He has read a lot of novels and knows that many transmigrators will have gold finger like the system, so he is not surprised. A reward for a novice gift package, do you want to open it? Open. 1 high grade spirit vein. 2 identification. 10 times critical strike? I wonder if this thing can increase the speed of time. If it can, then there will be no problem choosing Immortal Cultivation World. Qin Ming's eyes lit up and he asked. The critical strike increase of this system is also effective for time-based games. That's good. Qin Ming felt relieved instantly. As long as time can be increased, then the problem of slow development of Immortal Cultivation World can be solved. My late-stage lineup can accelerate development. It will also become stronger in the early stage. In addition, the late-stage development time will be shortened a lot. There will be no big problem against some early burst lineups. In this way, he can make a choice with peace of mind. Among the dense choices in front of him, Qin Ming decisively chose the Human Race and Immortal Cultivation World system. Chapter 3. You have selected the Race and World system, triggering the daily lucky wheel. Say stop to select. First selection, give care to newcomers, you can choose 3 times. The mechanical system electronic sound rang. In front of Qin Ming, a huge rotating wheel like a wall appeared. There are 15 areas on the big wheel. The options in each area are covered in black. There is a pointer pointing directly upward on the big wheel. Qin Ming took a closer look and found that there were rows of small golden words in the black-covered area, which were obviously prompts. Is this the effect of the appraisal technique? Qin Ming was overjoyed. The options covered in black are invisible to ordinary players. But he can see the prompts. This is equivalent to telling him all the answers to the multiple-choice questions. That's easy. He looked at the lucky wheel. Small golden prompts appeared one by one. 1 a Zerg hive. 2 a common gene potion. 3 none. 4 a low-grade magic wand. 5 a common T-virus. 6 a common gun manufacturing template. 7 none. 8 none. 9 a low-grade body tempering pill. 10 none. 11 a smelly sock. 12 profound rank low-grade technique incinerating heaven technique. 13 none. 14 a broken stone. 15 a fragmentary time array diagram. Qin Ming was dumbfounded when he looked at these options. Is there a no-no? What about a smelly sock? A broken stone? These are all terrible options. Fortunately, he has the identification skill, otherwise he might have been tricked. It is conceivable how miserable those players who don't have the identification skill will be. After carefully browsing and making sure there were no mistakes, Qin Ming decisively selected the Incinerating Heaven technique, the Incomplete Time Array, and the Body Tempering Pill. There were also good options, but they were not suitable for his immortal physique. For him, they were useless. He skipped them directly. As soon as he made his choice, he heard a soft female voice. 10 times critical hit amplification triggered. 1 copy of the profound rank low grade technique Incinerating Heaven technique was changed to 1 copy of the earth rank middle grade technique Scorching Sun Burning Heaven technique. 1 ordinary body tempering pill was changed to 1 high grade Pe1 pill. 1 copy of the Incomplete Time Array was changed to 1 copy of the Complete Time Array. After the changes, the quality of all items changed. Qin Ming immediately prepared to practice. Hey, wait. Why do I have to practice myself? He remembered that the system seemed to say that if the player's race, army and world civilization were improved, he could also improve himself. Then why did he practice? Isn't it enough to just train the army under your command? Isn't it nice to improve your strength while lying down? Well, it was decided happily. System, send me to the land of the human tribe. Qin Ming had just finished speaking when he arrived on the land. The natives of the original primitive tribe were busy hunting when they saw a ball of golden light falling from the sky. Ah, golden light from the sky, is that God coming? God really didn't abandon us. We prayed day and night, and God showed His Spirit. With God's blessing, our tribe will surely grow and develop. Long live the God! God is eternal. Greetings to God. Voices spread in the primitive tribe, and more people gathered. Qin Ming was wrapped in golden light and landed on a high mountain. At this moment, he was covered with golden light, transcendent and detached, and really looked like a god. The natives of the tribe who got the news also came from all directions to pay homage to the gods. In just half a day, the foot of the mountain was full of people. These people looked at Qin Ming devoutly. Some knelt, some kowtowed, and some offered wine and food. This time, I will select people with excellent root bones to practice with me. All boys and girls under the age of 18, please stand up and let me see. Qin Ming announced. Qin Ming does not have many resources now, and is in the early stages of development. He must put limited resources on the most suitable seedlings for cultivation. The younger the age, the easier it is to shape. It is the same principle as learning. Under the age of 18, it is the golden period for cultivation. Hearing Qin Ming's words, the whole crowd immediately made way for an area. All the boys and girls in the tribe came forward. Qin Ming's eyes swept across. Everyone he saw would have rows of small golden fonts appear. Apparently, the identification technique is not only useful for the lucky wheel. It is also useful for ordinary people. He first saw a strong boy. Name, Wu Sanlang. Gender, male. Age, 12 years old. Physique, mortal physique. Spirit root, gold, wood, water, earth. Mixed spirit root, too bad. Qin Ming knew that in the path of cultivating immortals, root bone and physique are very important. Just like IQ for those middle school students on the Blue Water Star, if your IQ is low, no matter how hard you try, no matter how much resources you spend, you can't become a top student. 4 spirit roots are very mixed, and the speed of cultivation is slow. Now he doesn't have many resources. He must not pay for the room easily. Turning his eyes, Qin Ming looked at another boy. Name, Wang Panzi. Gender, male. Age, 17 years old. Constitution, ordinary. Spirit root, metal, wood, earth, water. This Panzi is no good either, he has another 4 spirit roots. Qin Ming's goal is to find someone with a strong constitution, or whose spirit root is at least dual spirit root or single spirit root. People with dual spirit root or single spirit root have a closer affinity to the elements. They can practice faster and develop stronger in a short period of time. Then, he looked at the others. Name, Zhao Dazu. Gender, male. Constitution, ordinary. Spirit root, metal, earth, fire. Qin Ming took a closer look at the chubby little guy. This was the first time he had seen a triple spirit root. However, the triple spirit root was still far behind. Since he had the identification technique, he naturally had to use it well and not waste it. At least he had to find a dual spirit root or even a heavenly spirit root. Single spirit root, also known as heavenly spirit root. He continued to look. Name, Li Yaya. Gender, female. Age, 13. Physique, ordinary. Spirit root, earth, water, wood, gold. Another 4 mixed spirit root, no good. Qin Ming skipped it. Name, Zhao Dong. Gender, male. Age, 14. Physique, ordinary. Spirit root, wood, earth, water, gold. Still 4 mixed spirit root, still no good. Qin Ming shook his head helplessly and skipped it directly. His eyes flashed with golden light. The identification technique helped him to quickly screen. He looked at many in a row, but he was not satisfied. They were basically mortal physique or mixed spirit root. The root bone qualification was too poor. A long time passed. He screened a lot of boys and girls. Looking around, there were more than 200 boys and girls in the open space, most of them were mixed spirit roots, and there was not even a good seedling. He felt a little depressed. There are really few good seedlings. Qin Ming sighed. At this moment, Qin Ming saw a dirty child in the corner of the crowd. Because he was blocked by an adult before, he glanced over and didn't see it. Now the adult moved away. The dirty child appeared in front of him. The child saw Qin Ming looking at her, a little timid. She lowered her head and looked at her little feet, but didn't dare to look up at Qin Ming. Qin Ming glanced at it, and his eyes glowed with gold. A line of fine golden small words appeared above the child's head. Name, Yan Qingguo. Gender, female. Age, 15 years old. Physique, heavenly demon body. Spirit root, fire. Chapter 4. This little girl actually swallowed the heavenly demon body? Or the heavenly spirit root that is 1 in a million? Qin Ming looked at it carefully 3 times to make sure he was not mistaken. The only spirit root of the girl named Yan Qingguo in front of him happened to be of fire attribute. This was exactly in line with the skills in Qin Ming's hand. Little girl, are you willing to embark on the practice of great Dao and pursue immortality and strength? Qin Ming's voice sounded in Yan Qingguo's ears. The dirty little girl raised her head, a little bit unbelievable. From childhood to adulthood, she was rejected by the people in the tribe, and even few children played with her. Just because she was born, her parents died in an accident. Many people thought that she killed her parents. Therefore, the people in the tribe avoided her from afar. They regarded her as an ominous nemesis. The child was treated coldly by others from childhood to adulthood. She felt a little humble in her heart. The Lord of Heaven had arrived. Although she had expectations in her heart, she did not dare to imagine that she was chosen. I am just a nemesis who is despised by others. With her head down, she thought no one would notice her, but she didn't expect Qin Ming to choose her. This made her a little unconvinced, as if she was dreaming. Qingguo is willing, but I'm afraid my physique will cause you trouble. Yan Qingguo lowered her head, happy but a little sad. Trouble. Qin Ming was not afraid, swallowing the heavenly demon body, domineering, ordinary people really couldn't suppress it. However, he was a great heavenly Dao, and he had a system added to his body, so even if it was a demon body, he could still suppress it. No trouble. As long as you are willing, you can. Qin Ming comforted immediately. Really? It was the first time that Yan Qingyu saw someone who was not afraid of her physique causing trouble. A bright smile appeared on her originally restrained little face. Although dirty, it can be seen that she is a beauty. I am willing. Yan Qingyu nodded. Qin Ming raised his hand and Yan Qingyu was wrapped in a force and flew to Qin Ming's side. After a few words of comfort, Qin Ming looked at the rest of the people again. However, with a peerless genius like Yan Qingyu, he couldn't stand other people. There was no way, Yan Qingyu was too good. When he saw anyone, he would compare them with Yan Qingyu in his heart. Most people were far behind Yan Qingyu in terms of root bone qualifications. Qin Ming was patient and observed repeatedly. After selecting for a long time, he saw another tall and thin little girl. Name, Zhao Lingur. Gender, female. Age, 16. Physique, innate Dao fetus. Spirit root, water, wood. Innate Dao fetus? Not bad. It's just a pity that it's dual spirit root. If it was heavenly spirit root, it would be perfect. Qin Ming sighed secretly. However, this is also very good. It's slightly worse than Yan Qingyu, but it's better than most people. Special physique, compared to mortal physique. Whether in battle or in cultivation, they have a great advantage. That's why he values physique. This innate Dao fetus has a very strong physique. If he cultivates it well, it will be a good seedling. His future achievements will definitely not be low. Of course he needs subordinates. As for the mismatch of skills, he will find a suitable one later. Are you willing to embark on the practice of great Dao, pursue longevity and infinite power? Qin Ming asked. Zhao Lingur has a free and easy personality and is eccentric. She had this idea in her mind for a long time and was eager to be selected. Hearing Qin Ming's inquiry, she nodded immediately. Qin Ming waved his hand, and Zhao Lingur came to his side. He glanced at the people present again and found that there was no omission, so he let it go. After all, these people are too few. With a small population base, the probability of a genius will be much lower. It's not bad to be able to select 2 good seedlings after careful selection. Qin Ming is quite satisfied. Disperse. Qin Ming waved his hand, and the primitive natives left one after another. Qin Ming looked around and found that there were mountains and rivers flowing here, and the spirit qi was abundant, which was just right for cultivation. System, can this place be transformed into a sect hall? Qin Ming himself doesn't care, as he is the way of heaven. He can live above the clouds, live in the mountains, and disappear. He doesn't need a so-called sect. But these children need a place to practice now. This sect is temporarily established for these human race seedlings. This world is too primitive. These children are too young. He must guide them well. Establishing a sect also allows these cultivators to have a temporary place to live. When the cultivators become stronger in the future, he can let the cultivators establish their own sects, dynasties, and families. He can just be a hands-off shopkeeper. Okay. The voice of the system sounded. A great force descended, and a magnificent palace appeared out of thin air on the top of the mountain. Is this the method of the immortals? So powerful! Yan Qingyu and Zhao Lingur were shocked. They were still in the primitive wilderness, where had they seen such great power and miracles? They were extremely shocked. Let's go in. Qin Ming led the 2 girls into the palace, one holding each other's hand. The palace had everything. The training room, the martial arts arena, the sutra pavilion, the enlightenment room, etc. were all available. However, there was nothing in them, and they were all empty. This is the earth-rank middle-grade Liang burning heaven technique, Qingyu, take it and practice it. Here is a high-grade Pe1 pill, which can strengthen the foundation and nourish the essence, and the effect is very good. Qin Ming handed the technique and the pill to Yan Qingyu. As for Zhao Lingur, there was no technique suitable for her for the time being, so she could only wait. In the training room, Qin Ming took out the time array. The perfected time array was already intact and its power was greatly increased. Putting it on the ground, it instantly turned into runes all over the sky, fell into the earth, and appeared and disappeared from time to time, forming a mysterious pattern. Standing in the big array, the flow rate of time is 10 times that of the outside world. In other words, practicing in the time array for 1 day is equal to 10 days in the outside world. 1 year of cultivation is equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. This is really important for cultivators. The spirit chi near the palace was also extracted and merged into the time array to keep the array running. Not bad, it can absorb energy by itself, and even the spirit stone is saved. Qin Ming didn't expect the divine level critical strike system to be so useful. It's just a pity that this time array has a certain lifespan. When the lifespan is up, it will be automatically scrapped. But it's normal to think about it. If the time acceleration never stops, then this thing is too exaggerated. Qin Ming looked at Yan Qingguo, who started to practice. Yan Qingguo is worthy of being a heavenly spirit root, and her talent is really amazing. She is very sensitive to the spirit chi of heaven and earth. She only felt the spirit chi of heaven and earth in the practice room for a while and began to practice. Even though the immortal cultivation world is still in the primitive and barbaric stage, spirit chi is relatively scarce. Generally speaking, practice is slow. For cultivators, it is a dilemma. But Yan Qingguo, a genius, can still practice quickly in difficult situations. Yan Qingguo, relying on her weak spirit chi, continuously introduces it into her body. The aura on her body gradually grows stronger. The temperature in the surrounding space is getting higher and higher, and the fire elements between heaven and earth are quickly gathering towards Yan Qingguo. Just 1 hour later, the aura on Yan Qingguo's body gradually condenses. Before formal practice, there are 2 stages, namely Qi induction and body tempering. Both realms are very simple and not complicated. It is equivalent to the transition stage from mortals to cultivators. As long as you cross it, you can enter the door of cultivation. Yan Qingguo has already done Qi induction. Body tempering is also in progress. The fire element constantly tempers Yan Qingguo's body, and the impurities in the body are constantly ejected from the body, and then burned clean by the fire element. Half an hour later, boom! The aura on Yan Qingguo's body soars. After a short practice, she breaks through. Chapter 5. Detected that in your human race immortal cultivation world, Yan Qingguo broke through the 2 transitional stages of Qi attracting realm and body tempering realm, entered the foundation building stage first layer, became a formal cultivator, opened the immortal cultivation world's path to cultivation, and became the first person to cultivate immortality. As a heavenly Dao, your cultivation entered the core formation realm first layer. World level increased by 0.1. Unlock the system wall. Reward 100 world points. 10 times critical hit amplification is triggered, changed to 1000 world points. The system mechanical prompt sounded. It seems that the appearance and development of the first cultivator in the first cultivator world has a great milestone role. So are there any rewards? Very good. Qin Ming muttered to himself. He opened the control panel profile and took a look. Name, Qin Ming. Gender, male. Age, 20 years old. Identity, Heavenly Dao. Choose race, human race. World system, cultivation. World level, 0.2/10. Constitution, Heavenly Dao body. Spirit root, all. Cultivation, core formation stage first layer heaven. Skills, identification. Skills, none. Points, 1000/2000. Warehouse, none. Heavenly Dao body. Do all players have this constitution? Qin Ming was a little amused. He released his own power. The powerful aura of core formation stage spread. He could feel that his power had indeed increased a lot. He raised his hand and poked it on the floor. The solid rock ground was broken by the knuckles of his fingers. 2 deep guides appeared. Qin Ming slapped out with one palm. A mountain in the distance was broken by his brute force. The power of core formation is not bad. Qin Ming was very satisfied. Core formation stage first layer, that is to say, my cultivation level must be one more realm on the basis of my disciple. At least that's the case for now. It seems that I can become stronger without practicing. Cool. System announcement, Qin Ming, the world civilization level has increased by 0.1 in the Myriad Worlds chat. An announcement for all players suddenly appeared. The entire interface exploded. Are you kidding me? I chose none on all 3 options on my lucky wheel, but the boss has already started to upgrade his world level. I sympathize with you, upstairs. This boss Qin Ming is really awesome, he upgraded his world level so quickly. Damn, comparing people makes me angry. I chose a stinky sock, 10 low-grade spirit stones, and a magic wand on my lucky wheel, and I chose the blood race. What's the use of giving me these? I worship the boss is awesome. We haven't even left the novice village yet, and the boss has already started to show off? Alas, why is the gap so big? Boss, do you need a pendant for your legs? Boss, do you need a girlfriend? I can do any posture, and those who have tried it all say it's good. Teach me how to upgrade. Qin Ming glanced at these chat messages, which were not very nutritious, and closed them directly. 1000 world points, I should make good use of them. Qin Ming clicked on the system interface. The previously grey system mall has been unlocked. There are many kinds of props on it. Techniques, elixirs, formations, talismans, weapons, etc. But the price is very high. The current techniques are temporarily divided into heavenly rank, yellow rank, heavenly rank is the highest, and yellow rank is the worst. It seems that higher level ones will not be bought for the time being. In general, each level is divided into 3 grades, upper, middle and lower. A profound rank low grade technique requires 100 points. A profound rank middle grade technique requires 200 points. If there is no critical strike system, the 100 points rewarded are too few, and you can only buy a profound rank low grade technique. And to buy a profound rank middle grade technique, you need to upgrade 0.2 world levels to afford it. Recommend me a few earth rank techniques that are suitable for water and wood spirit root cultivation. Zhao Linger is still lacking techniques, and she must get one. Azure Emperor longevity technique, wood earth rank high grade, 2000 points. When practicing to the great accomplishment realm, you can make dead trees come back to life and all trees revive. Shui Long Yin, a water-based earth rank low-grade technique, 1000 points. When practicing to the great accomplishment realm, you can raise your hand to drive the water element and summon an unparalleled water dragon. Qian Yuan Shui Yun Gong, a water-based earth rank middle-grade technique, 1500 points. When practicing to the great accomplishment realm, you can transform the water elements of heaven and earth into Qian Yuan internal energy, which is thick and long-lasting. Bipolar water cold art, a water-based earth rank low-grade technique, 1000 points. When practicing to the accomplishment realm, you can transform the water vapor of heaven and earth into the power of ice and frost, and your attack and defense will be improved. After taking a look, Qin Ming could only choose the cheapest bipolar water cold art. With a flash of light, Qin Ming's 1000 points were all deducted. There was an extra jade slip in his hand. The bipolar water cold art was engraved inside. Just sink your mind into it, and you can explore the content. 10 times critical hit amplification trigger. Earth rank middle grade dual polar water cold art, changed to heavenly rank low grade cold nether god art. A gentle female voice sounded again. Heavenly rank art? Not bad. Qin Ming was delighted, You know, if you upgrade to a higher level, the power will be greatly enhanced. Although Zhao Linger is dual spirit root, which is slightly weaker than Yan King Guo's heavenly spirit root, the cold nether god art has more potential than the burning sun art. So, Qin Ming is also looking forward to Zhao Linger. Call Zhao Linger. This is the art I gave you. Comprehend it well and don't let me down. Qin Ming touched Zhao Linger's little head and handed her the art. Thank you, Lord God. Linger will work very hard and live up to Lord God's expectations. Zhao Linger thanked again and again. Being touched by Qin Ming, her cheeks flushed. Well, go ahead. Qin Ming waved his hand. Zhao Linger took the Hanming divine art and also entered the time array. Soon, Zhao Linger also entered the state of cultivation. Soon, Zhao Linger succeeded in qi condensation and started body tempering. The development along the way was also very rapid. Very good, it is worthy of being a heavenly rank technique, it is really strong enough. Qin Ming praised. At this rate, Zhao Linger will also soon complete foundation building. By then, his cultivation will be further improved. It is certainly comfortable to feel stronger while lying down. Chapter 6. Early the next morning, Qin Ming heard a reminder. Detected that in your Immortal Cultivation World, Zhao Linger broke through the foundation building stage first layer day, Yan King Guo broke through the foundation building stage second layer day. Your cultivation level has been upgraded to the core formation stage third layer day. Why hasn't the world civilization level been upgraded? Qin Ming asked. He remembered that Yan King Guo's breakthrough yesterday led to an increase of 0.1 in the world civilization level. Only the first change can drive the world civilization level to be upgraded, and repeated behavior cannot trigger it. Qin Ming understood. It really takes the first behavior, which has a milestone effect, to trigger the world level upgrade. Zhao Linger and Yan King Guo came to Qin Ming and greeted him. Last night, the two women stayed up all night and practiced continuously. Now, the realm has been consolidated. The aura is getting stronger. It is several times stronger than when they were practicing just now. The two finished washing and came to meet Qin Ming. The body tempering period has the effect of washing the tendons and marrow, and the impurities accumulated in the human body are completely discharged from the body. After washing and changing clothes, Yan King Guo and Zhao Linger, who were already beautiful, looked even more beautiful even without makeup. Qin Ming looked at the two of them carefully. Zhao Linger was originally tall and thin. She looked a bit skinny. But now after the adjustment of the technique, her bones and skin have changed. She is more moist and plump. Her eyes are watery and her black eyes look very attractive. After Yan King Guo's practice, her dirty appearance has faded. Even though she is still childish, the appearance of the little beauty can no longer be hidden. She looks like a lady from a noble family. She has an outstanding temperament. She is no longer a dirty little girl. It seems that the cultivation technique can greatly change a person's appearance, body shape, and temperament. Qin Ming sighed. Today, we are going out to practice, you follow me. Qin Ming took the two women Yu Qi Ling Feng and came to an indigenous tribe. The three people fell from the sky, and the whole tribe was stunned. King Guo and Linger have only been gone for one day, how come they are different? Their auras are so much stronger. Yes, it feels like they are completely different from us. This should be the credit of the Lord God. I, Shenyu, am one of the bravest warriors in the tribe. Why do I feel so scared when I see them? It's only been one day. Everyone whispered, shocked. People who used to exclude and despise Yan King Guo. Now they dare not be disrespectful at all. Cultivators, even if they are just cultivators who have just practiced. They are not comparable to a group of mortals. Qin Ming glanced at everyone, and everyone immediately shut up consciously. I wonder what the Lord God has come for. The tribal leader walked out of the crowd, knelt devoutly in front of Qin Ming and asked. Unify all tribes and sweep the entire land. If Qin Ming wants to significantly improve the level of this world, he must first completely clear the obstacles and unify the human race. He would explore those foggy areas one by one, and then open them up. His goal now is to eliminate all threats from the human race. Then let the human race live and reproduce peacefully. Let the human race grow stronger first. He knows very well that only when the population base is large enough can more good seedlings be born. For the sake of cultivating good seedlings, he must do this. Unify all tribes. The tribal leaders seemed a little surprised. Their ancestors have lived here for so many years, and the tribes have fought for many years, but they have not been able to unify all the tribes. The tribes are not of the same mind, fighting and oppressing each other. Why, you don't want to? Qin Ming's eyes turned cold. No, Lord God, I am very willing. I just think that other tribes may not bow so easily. The tribal leader said. You have to bow your head. Qin Ming had already prepared himself. Those who are willing to surrender can be taken in and reorganized. Those who are unwilling to surrender will be killed without mercy. I am your God, all tribal leaders, come to see me immediately. Qin Ming's mind moved, and a message quickly spread in all directions. Almost at the same time, all tribal leaders received Qin Ming's mind information. Even if it was just a divine thought, it was extremely oppressive. It made the recipient's heart beat wildly. Although they didn't know why Qin Ming was looking for them, they still rushed over as soon as possible. As it was approaching afternoon, most of the tribal leaders came. Many leaders looked at each other, wondering what Qin Ming was going to do. But no one dared to say anything. The previous divine thought transmission was so amazing that they were still frightened. I want to unify all the tribes. What do you think? Qin Ming looked around the room. All the leaders dared not say anything, only one seemed a little dissatisfied. Lord God, you cannot interfere in the affairs of our tribes. A 9-foot-tall beast-skin man who looked like an iron tower stood up and said. How dare you? Do you think you can resist the will of Lord God? The fire element behind Yan Qingguo soared into the sky, turned into a fire snake, and rushed towards the beast-skin man. My Manchi tribe is not easy to bully. The beast-skin man raised his hand and took out a beast tooth from his hand. He said silently, and a majestic fierce power descended. The fire snake collided with the fierce power, and in just a moment, it was directly smashed by the flames. The fire snake flew down from the sky, and the beast-skin man instantly turned into a ball of fire. Amid screams, it soon disappeared and turned into a pile of charcoal. Seeing the fate of the beast-skin man, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Fortunately, they did not go against Qin Ming, and they were glad at this moment. One of Qin Ming's men was so strong, how strong should Qin Ming be? It seems that there are still people who haven't come yet. Since you dare to despise this god, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Ming waved his hand, and Yan Qingguo and Zhao Linger soared into the sky. A quarter of an hour later, the two of them tied up several tribal leaders and fell from the sky. With a wave of his hand, several tribal leaders were instantly engulfed by flames, and they didn't even have time to resist. He said that he would never be soft on such people. Although several people died, they left behind relics. Qin Ming picked it up and saw that in the animal tooth left by the beast-skin man, there was a powerful monster soul roaring and waving its teeth. Qin Ming flicked his fingers, and the beast soul was directly crushed. The relics of the other people were also like the animal teeth, with powerful monsters. So that's it. The human race is the tribe I chose, and they should be loyal to me, but they are infected by the will of the monster, so they are rebellious. It seems that we have to find time to destroy all other races in the world, otherwise it will sooner or later be a hidden danger to development and growth. For the human race, which is still very weak now, the existence of other races is still a great threat. Almost every day, every month, and every year, there are a large number of people who are attacked by monsters. They are too weak and are not monsters' opponents. Qin Ming put away the beast's fangs. Are there still people who are dissatisfied? You can stand up. Qin Ming's eyes were cold, and no one dared to look him in the face wherever his eyes passed. Very good, then, from today, we will gather all the tribes and form a new country, called the Qin dynasty. Qin Ming said loudly. He let the dynasty face it first. With a unified dynasty, at least there can be a certain cohesion. Together to resist the enemy. It's impossible for him to be a nanny for the human race in the future. Help them every day. With a dynasty, he can practice on his own. You can also organize a large army. At least you won't be a lamb to be slaughtered. You also have a certain ability to resist natural disasters and monsters. As soon as I finished speaking, a reminder sound came to my ear. Chapter 7. Unify the tribes, initially establish a country, increase the cohesion of the human race. World Civilization Level plus 0.1. Unlock the trading system. Reward 100 points. Reward a middle grade spirit vein. Reward a profound rank high grade formation, a small Zhou Tianxing formation. 10 times critical hit amplification is triggered, get 1000 points. 10 times critical hit amplification is triggered, get a supreme grade spirit vein. 10 times critical hit amplification is triggered, get an earth rank high grade formation, a great Zhou divine sovereign Tianxing formation. It seems that my idea is not wrong. As long as I give me time, the world level will gradually improve. Listening to the system prompt, Qin Ming's mouth curled up. The establishment of the Qin dynasty was temporarily handed over to one of the tribal leaders for management. Time is precious, he has no time to waste here. Return to the sect. As soon as he raised his hand, the supreme grade spirit vein turned into a crystal clear dragon, circling the mountain, and finally rushed in from the top of the mountain and merged into the mountain completely. Suddenly, a wisp of white mist appeared between the originally clear mountains and forests. This was caused by the liquefaction of spirit qi when it was concentrated to a certain extent, not real mist. With this concentration, a mortal can live longer and live 100 years if he breathes it. Immortal cultivators can practice faster and break through more easily in this environment. It can be said that a supreme grade spirit vein is equivalent to raising the foundation of Qin Ming's Immortal Cultivation World by several times. Qin Ming waved his hand again, and the great Zhou divine sovereign sky star array of earth rank high grade turned into runes all over the sky. The entire sect was guarded and protected in the center. From the outside, the entire mountain, including the sect hall. It was all bare, with nothing. This is an illusion created by the formation, and only powerful people can see through it. If you look carefully from the inside, you will see that even in broad daylight, there are traces of starlight falling from the 9 heavens and merging into the great Zhou divine sovereign heavenly star formation. This formation not only has the power of protection and defense. It can also attract the 9 heavenly stars, which is the strongest point of the great Zhou divine sovereign heavenly star formation. As long as you can't cut off the power of the stars, the formation will continue to operate, endlessly, and the enemy will never break it. With the supreme grade spirit vein, it is equivalent to having a foundation. With the great Zhou divine sovereign heavenly star formation, it is equivalent to having security. From now on, the construction of the Immortal Cultivation World is on the right track. He is now planning to build a city with the Sect Mountain as the center as the core of the Qin dynasty. It will also be easier to take care of the human race in the future. System announcement, Qin Ming's Immortal Cultivation World, civilization level increased by 0.1. This news once again caused a stir in the entire Heavenly World chat room. Really? Don't lie to me? Yesterday, Boss Qin Ming only upgraded to level 0. 1, and today he upgraded again? Is upgrading faster than drinking water? I'm still arguing with these stupid natives, and there's no hope at all. Boss has already upgraded twice, this is too discouraging. Boss Qin Ming, can you tell us how you upgraded so quickly? 10,000 people signed a petition in blood. Boss, please tell me. Boss, do you need a lackey? Woof woof woof. Boss, do you need a girlfriend? If you do you mind having one more? I'm very sensible and can do everything. What's so great about it? Isn't it just giving birth to 2 levels? Is my Marvel world afraid of him? Okay, stop pretending. Boss Qin Ming has upgraded twice, and you haven't even upgraded once. Just wait, when my Marvel rises, you will all kneel down with a snap of my fingers. At the same time, countless people sent private messages to Qin Ming's backstage. Most of them were asking about world upgrade information. Not very nutritious. Qin Ming took a look and skipped it. Theoretically, everyone is a competitor, and they may even fight each other to the death in the future. He is not sick, so why should he tell others such crucial information? Is he going to give the information to others and cultivate a strong opponent? Anyway, he will never tell these news to others. Of course, if he can trade some useful information with other players in the future, it is possible to consider revealing some of his own experience to each other. The premise is that the other party can provide corresponding value. Now these players are penniless. Telling these people is equivalent to giving away information for free. He won't do it. The system prompt sound came. A new day, the lucky roulette starts, please select one. After speaking, Qin Ming saw the options that were originally covered by black, and lines of golden fonts appeared. 1 Zerg egg. 2 a small amount of vibranium. 3 an important Autobot part. 4 an evil god sacrifice altar. 5 none. 6 an ordinary toad. 7 profound rank low grade enlightenment platform. 8 none. 9 a yellow rank low grade luck crystal. 10 a rare knight armor. 11 none. 12 a sect plaque. 13 a drop of titan blood. 14 none. 15 a yellow rank low grade gongfa de wang shenqing ju. Qin Ming took a look. Wow, it was still as bad as before, with many options that were not available. Enlightenment platform is not bad. With this, I can definitely increase my enlightenment speed. Qin Ming knew that although the heaven and earth spirit chi was very important, but in the path of cultivation, the more you go, the more you value enlightenment. Whoever can realize the Dao faster will have a deeper understanding of the Dao and stronger combat power. Luck is also important, but the quality of this luck crystal is too poor. Even with a 10-fold crit amplification, the quality of this luck crystal will not be improved much. Qin Ming waved his hand, feeling a little sorry. If the crystal was of a higher grade, he would definitely take it. He glanced down again, and although he could take the sect plaque and yellow rank low grade exercises, they were too useless and meaningless. Except for the 3 items that can be selected on the first day. Each day thereafter, only one item can be selected from many options, and the most valuable one must be selected. Don't waste the opportunity. Qin Ming decisively chose the Dao Enlightenment platform. 10-fold critical amplification triggered. Profound rank low grade Dao Enlightenment platform promoted to Earth rank middle grade Dao Enlightenment tower. Qin Ming looked at the Dao Enlightenment tower in his hand. The ancient tower exudes a mysterious Dao rhyme. It seems that the rules of heaven and earth are intertwined here. Just a few glances can improve the cultivator's understanding of the Tao. This is the effect of just a few glances. If you stay in the tower for a long time, you will definitely benefit a lot. Qin Ming placed the Enlightenment Tower on the open ground. With a bang, the shrunken Enlightenment Tower rose from the ground and soared into the sky. The entire tower reached a height of 100 feet. Qin Ming simply moved the time array diagram into the Enlightenment Tower. In this way, the speed of people practicing in it will be accelerated again. Qin Ming took Yanqing Guyu and Zhao Linger into it. The space inside the Enlightenment Tower is very large, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people practicing enlightenment at the same time. Yanqing Guyu closed his eyes, bowed his head and said nothing, as if he had some enlightenment. Zhao Linger on the side also seemed to have gained something. The two are making rapid progress. The aura is gradually improving. Qin Ming saw it and was very pleased. These two women are indeed talented. With the help of the Enlightenment Tower, they are progressing even faster. In less than half an hour, Yan Qingguo began to emit strong auras. This aura was not caused by an increase in spiritual power. It was caused by a deeper understanding of the Dao. When Yan Qingguo realized the Dao, she resonated with the Dao platform. The Dao of heaven and earth was drawn by the Dao platform and surrounded Yan Qingguo for her to comprehend. The fire element, which was most friendly to her, condensed into a fire phoenix in an instant. The fire phoenix had a strong aura and was blazing and overbearing. It burned the surrounding space and twisted it continuously. If this fire phoenix fell on the opponent, the consequences would be self-evident. Qin Ming heard a system prompt. Chapter 8. Detected that in your Immortal Cultivation World, human race Yan Qingguo has broken through to foundation building stage 3rd layer. As a heavenly Dao, you have broken through to core formation stage 4th layer. Qin Ming smiled calmly. Yan Qingguo is indeed a heavenly spirit root, and her cultivation is fast. There is a supreme grade spirit vein to supply sufficient spirit qi, a time array to accelerate time, and a Dao enlightenment platform to guide the Dao of heaven and earth. With the blessing of many resources, a better cultivation environment is provided. It is difficult not to break through. Moreover, Yan Qingguo still has no intention of stopping, and it is obvious that she will break through again. Her aura is still improving, and it seems that she will advance again. Seeing Qin Ming's eyes full of praise for Yan Qingguo, Zhao Linger on the side naturally did not want to fall behind. She secretly vowed to catch up with Yan Qingguo. Zhao Linger also quickly entered the state of enlightenment. Qin Ming did not continue to disturb the two girls. Exit the Dao enlightenment platform and let the two practice well. We need to recruit more people. There are too few people. Although Qin Ming has initially established the prototype of the sect for these human race monks. But even if he is included, there are only 3 people. This sect seems too deserted. Moreover, manpower is indispensable for the future Myriad Worlds war. Late-stage monks can indeed resist thousands of troops alone. Sweep across a world with one sword. But that is the late stage. Early-stage monks do not necessarily have much advantage. He must find a few more people to ensure the strength of the early stage. Go and see if there are any seedlings suitable for cultivation. Qin Ming flashed, and the whole person turned into a golden light and came to the sky above the tribe. At this moment, the tribe has been completely gathered together. The tribal leaders who betrayed because of the monsters will have been destroyed, and all obstacles to unification have been removed. After a reorganization, the myriad manifestations were updated. The natives of the tribe are led by the chief. They began to build city walls and build a unified country. Everything was going well. The prototype of a dynasty was taking shape. But, there were still too few people. Qin Ming called the chief of the tribe. Lord God, what do you want? The chief knelt on the ground, extremely respectful. Originally, he was just a tribal chief. But because of his good performance before, he was directly promoted to the chief by Qin Ming, and he was very grateful. Let me ask you, is this the entire human race? Qin Ming asked with a frown. Reply to Lord God, this is all the human race. The chief replied respectfully. Why are there so few people? Qin Ming's divine thoughts covered the entire human race tribe, and he probably knew that the number of Daoists did not exceed 10,000. If there were only so few people, it would be difficult to become a huge world civilization. The population base is too small. Sir, over the years, the tribes have been fighting each other. We also have to fight against the monsters and demons in the jungle, and fight against natural disasters, floods, and plagues. It's good that 8,000 people survived. The chief of the tribe shook his head helplessly. Reality is too cruel. The human race here is almost at the bottom of the food chain. The monsters and demons nearby are almost all stronger than the human race. Qin Ming pondered for a while. Natural disasters, floods, plagues and other factors. They will change with the unification of the human race and the improvement of the world level, which will bring about the improvement of the spirit chi of heaven and earth. But the existence of monsters and demons is indeed a stumbling block to the development and growth of the human race. The chief of the barbarian stone tribe betrayed the human race because he was infected by the monster's will. It seems that these stumbling blocks should be cleared away together. Qin Ming asked the chief to gather everyone together. Soon, 8,000 people stood on a large piece of land. Qin Ming's eyes swept over, and rows of golden characters appeared above all the heads. Name, Wang Dao. Gender, female. Age, 17. Physique, ordinary. Spirit root, gold, wood, earth, fire. 4 mixed spirit roots, no. Qin Ming skipped it. Name, Li Dong. Gender, male. Age, 18. Physique, ordinary. Spirit root, gold, wood, earth, water. 4 mixed spirit roots, no. Qin Ming skipped them again. Name, Wang Dongji. Gender, male. Age, 17. Constitution, ordinary. Spirit root, gold, earth, wood, water. Qin Ming scanned them one by one, but most of them did not meet the requirements of cultivating immortals. An hour later, Qin Ming had screened most of the people. Only a few triple spirit roots were found. Although triple spirit roots are much worse, these people can become outer disciples or menial disciples of the sect, and it is not a big problem to help deal with daily chores. Yan King Guyu, Zhao Linger and others are cultivating, so they definitely cannot deal with trivial matters every day. These people just happen to be useful. Qin Ming recruited a few people. Continue to watch. A quarter of an hour passed, and even triple spirit root could not be seen. Did my luck run out on the first day of selecting people? Qin Ming suspected that his face was too dark. He could not see any good seedlings for a long time. Well, this is it. Qin Ming's eyes stopped on a teenager. The boy's face was tender, but at a young age, his height was almost catching up with that of an adult. In a pair of black eyes, there was a gleam of spirit. The whole person was like a big knife about to be unsheathed, extremely sharp. Name, Chen Yu. Gender, male. Age, 12 years old. Physique, heavenly hegemony physique. Spirit root, water, wind. Heavenly hegemony physique? This physique is extraordinary. It's also dual spirit root, just right to accept it. Qin Ming asked decisively. Young man, would you like to practice with me? Qin Ming's divine thought sounded in Chen Yu's mind. Chen Yu was stunned. He didn't expect that he was chosen. In his joy, he was a little hesitant. Why, don't you want to? Qin Ming asked. God, Chen Yu is willing, but my parents are seriously ill recently and I want to take care of them. Chen Yu's eyes were somewhat helpless. It's rare to be filial, but it doesn't matter. I can help you treat them. This problem is not a problem for Qin Ming at all. Mortal diseases can be easily cured as long as the cultivator is willing. As long as they are not dying and dying immediately. And with the practice, the elixir refined by the cultivator can also bring back the dead. It's not difficult to cure mortal diseases. Thank you, God, God's grace is above, Chen Yu is willing to follow you until death. When Chen Yu heard this, he knew that his parents were saved. Immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Afterwards, Qin Ming continued to select for a while. After searching for another half an hour, he still couldn't find any good seedlings for cultivating immortals. Qin Ming had to give up. Wait until the population increases in the future, and then choose again. You, follow me to practice. Qin Ming raised his hand and rolled it. Chen Yu and others were wrapped in a force, and flew away in the envious eyes of the tribesmen. They fell into the sect. They were so shocked by the grand sect hall that they couldn't even speak. These boys and girls had never seen such a spectacular scene. Qin Ming opened the system wall. He selected a few yellow rank low-grade exercises and spent 100 world points. Yellow rank low-grade exercises are not expensive, so Qin Ming didn't feel bad. 10 times critical hit amplification triggered. Yellow rank low-grade skill collapse mountain palm, promoted to profound rank middle grade skill 8-part collapse fist. Yellow rank low-grade skill wind and cloud sword, promoted to profound rank middle grade skill chaos cloak sword skill. Yellow rank low-grade skill condensation essence technique, promoted to profound rank middle grade skill condensation spirit technique. All skills were greatly improved under the critical hit amplification. Qin Ming exchanged a large number of jade slips and copied all the skills into more than a dozen copies. The previous Liang Burning Heaven skill and Hanming Divine skill were also copied by Qin Ming. He couldn't buy a skill for every disciple he accepted. He put all the profound rank skills into Sutra Pavilion, and kept the earth rank and heavenly rank skills himself. In the future, when you practice, go to Sutra Pavilion to choose by yourself. From now on, you will be the outer disciples of the section. Qin Ming said to the dozen or so boys and girls with triple spirit root in front of him. These people have inferior physique and spirit root, but as ordinary disciples, they are more than enough. After all, heavenly spirit root and strong physique are not cabbages on the street, so easy to pick up. Chen Yu, come here. Qin Ming waved his hand, and Chen Yu walked to him respectfully. This is the Hanming Divine Art, heavenly rank low grade, with infinite power. I hope you don't let me down. Qin Ming handed the jade slip with the Hanming Divine Art printed on it to Chen Yu. Thank you, Lord Heavenly God, Chen Yu is very grateful. Chen Yu's hands trembled, and he was extremely excited. Finally, he can become a cultivator. Of course he is happy. In addition, the spirit qi in the sect is very rich. You can collect some and give it to your parents, and their diseases will naturally get better. Qin Ming pointed to the nearby spirit qi. Because of the spirit vein transformation, the spirit qi is more than 10 times richer than before. This rich spirit qi, it can allow cultivators to practice quickly. It can also relieve mortal diseases immediately. Mortal diseases are nothing in front of the methods of immortal cultivators. Thank you, Lord God. Chen Yu will definitely work hard to cultivate in the future to repay your kindness. Chen Yu knelt again and thanked repeatedly. Qin Ming nodded. This boy is loyal and filial, which is not bad. He didn't make a mistake. If he is well trained in the future, it is not impossible to catch up with Yanqing Guyu and Zhao Linger. Chapter 9. The originally deserted sect is now a little more popular. It is no longer as deserted as before. Although most of them are outer disciples. But it is better than having only 2 or 3 people. The sect has been established, but it seems that it has not been named yet. What name should it be called? Qin Ming touched his chin and thought about it. As the Heavenly Dao of Immortal Cultivation World, this sect should follow my way. Let's just call you Heavenly Dao sect. Qin Ming walked to the front of the mountain gate, raised his hand and split the hill into a smooth cross-section. With his hand as a pen and spirit qi as ink. Swish swish swish. Stone chips flew everywhere. Heavenly Dao sect 3 big characters appeared on the stone wall of the hill. The big characters were vigorous and powerful. A stream of Dao rhyme spread from the stone wall, and anyone who saw these 3 words would be captured. The system prompt sound came again. Detected the establishment of the first sect in Immortal Cultivation World, Heavenly Dao sect. World level plus 0.1. Reward points 100. 10 times critical hit amplification triggered, changed to 1000 points. Official. The first sect. Qin Ming was a little stunned. He had established a sect before, but the reward was not triggered. It turned out that there was no sect name before, so it was not officially established. System announcement: Player Qin Ming, Immortal Cultivation World civilization level increased by 0.1. All of a sudden, all the players were attracted. Is this the boss? So scary. This is just the beginning, the boss is soaring like a rocket? Too scary. Alas, people are so annoying. I am really a rookie. Boss, please share the secret of world level upgrade. +1 for sharing. I second. What's so great about it? My Zerg world has already obtained the Zerg heart. When the time comes, the Zerg will be overwhelming. Let's see how you can stop it. Dregs, my Titan world has successfully produced the first Titan cub. Tremble, you rookies. I think Qin Ming is just average, not that good. Haha, the sky is clear and the rain has stopped, you all think you are good enough. Myriad Worlds chatted on the Heavenly World page, and there was a lot of discussion. Qin Ming directly closed the Heavenly World chat page. There was no nutrition, just some rookie nonsense. System, can you please stop announcing the information about the upgrade of my world civilization level? There is no need to tell others about the news about the world civilization level. That would be equivalent to revealing one's own situation. Those who are interested should pay a little more attention. Once a war breaks out in the future, it will be disadvantageous to oneself. The system has closed the announcement of your world information. The announcement that was just released was also withdrawn. People who were chatting enthusiastically about Heavenly World began to discuss again. Why was it withdrawn? What else could it be? It must be a system error. It was sent to the wrong place. I said that everyone is still groping, how come Qin Ming has made breakthroughs several times? Maybe the previous 2 times were also caused by system errors. It's possible. It turned out to be just like that. I thought he was really capable. It seems that we still have to look at my great evil god world in the future. Many people questioned Qin Ming. Faced with these doubts, Qin Ming was too lazy to refute them. Whether he is powerful or not, we will know when we meet. Qin Ming should be considered a rare leader now. If they really fight in the future. He is not afraid. He opened the system mall and started browsing. Although the sect was established, it still lacked some basic things. For example, law treasure, elixir, talisman, formation, spirit beast, etc. Spent 200 world points to buy some of the scarce items. With the 10-fold crit amplification, the quality has also improved. In the future, in addition to daily repairs, it can also be used to reward disciples. Qin Ming put all the things away. Although the human race in this world are loyal to him under normal circumstances. But rewards and punishments can urge them to make continuous progress. He still knows the truth of carrots in one hand and big bangs in the other. Next, let these disciples practice for a while, and when their strength is slightly improved, they will go to sweep the forces around the human race. Qin Ming not only wants to unify the human race, but also wants to control the entire world. The human race is the race he personally selected. How can he tolerate other races threatening the survival and reproduction of the human race? The human race is too weak now. It is difficult to resist the strong great monster beast. He does not take action. The reproduction of the human race has always been a problem. There are countless fogs thousands of miles away from the human race gathering area where Qin Ming is. Various races are distributed in the fogs. There are countless wild beasts in many deep mountains. There was a peak with a strong aura of fierce beasts, which made people shudder. At this moment, a fierce beast that was 10 feet long slowly woke up from its deep sleep. The beast had a head like a lion, and the scales on its body were as big as a palm. Its huge eyes were like copper bells. Roar, what's going on? Why was my soul destroyed? The beast spoke in human language, and the voice was extremely angry. With a roar, the sound waves rolled, shaking the nearby mountains and rocks. Many wild beasts heard this angry roar, and they clamped their tails and trembled all over. Their king was angry. "My king, please calm down." An equally huge red beast came forward to comfort him. "My soul was destroyed, why should I calm down?" The lion monster became even more angry. "Qi Li, I seem to sense that the soul of the Manchi tribe was destroyed, and the souls of several other tribes loyal to me were also destroyed. Go and find out for me immediately, who is so bold." The lion monster gave an order. The beast named Qi Li nodded and hurried to investigate. After a while, Qi Li returned. "Reporting to my king, the Manchi tribe and other tribes loyal to you have disappeared, or should I say destroyed," Qi Li said carefully. According to his understanding of the lion monster would be furious. Who is it?" The lion monster's huge body stood up immediately. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and he wanted to choose someone to eat. "The Manchi tribe is loyal to me, so they are my slaves. If you dare to kill my slaves, I will peel off their skin and bones and cut them into pieces. Tell me, is it the golden-winged eagle in the east or the damn blood demon tree in the south?" The lion monster spoke word by word, gritting his teeth. He wanted to find the person and torture him to death. The golden-winged eagle and the blood demon book, together with the lion monster, formed a three-legged tripod. They divided this large area and had been his enemy for a long time. So he thought of them first. After a roar, the rolling sound waves carried supreme power. The nearby ground was cracked. The nearby beasts knew that their king was angry, and they all crawled on the ground, not daring to disobey. "My king, none of them." Qi Li shook his huge head. The human race in that area was originally divided into pieces, but now it is suddenly unified. I estimate that it should be the work of a powerful existence. Powerful existence. The weapons held by those tribes are the weapons blessed by my small soul. They are not even legitimate law weapons. Even if the other party destroyed these weapons, it is not necessarily that strong. The lion monster's anger subsided a little, but then he snorted coldly. "Qi Li, you take 3,000 beast soldiers now and go and kill those human races and the mysterious people behind them." "Yes, my king." Qi Li said respectfully and turned away. 3,000 monster soldiers, led by Qi Li's demon general, quickly rushed to the area where the human race was. Chapter 10. The location of the golden-winged monster king in the east. A monster king covered in golden feathers just woke up from his nap, and a little demon came in a panic. "My king, there is news, important news," the little demon said. "Why are you in such a panic? Could it be that the sky has fallen?" The golden-winged monster king snorted coldly, and the powerful monstrous power made the little demon pale. He just had a beautiful dream and was about to savor it. Now his interest was disturbed, and he was very unhappy. "My king! My king, the Iron Arm Lion King in the west has sent troops." The spies reported that the Iron Arm Lion King's demon general Qi Li led thousands of demon soldiers to leave the Lion King Ridge. The little demon knelt on the ground and stuttered. "Send troops? Who is that stupid lion going to fight this time?" The golden-winged monster king kept thinking in his mind. Although the three monster kings have been fighting openly and secretly for many years, they rarely send troops on a large scale. Most of the time, they just fight with words. Could it be that the blood demon tree offended this stupid lion? In the memory of the golden wing monster king, there was only one blood demon monster king in the south nearby. Report. "My king, the chilly demon general led thousands of demon soldiers to the north." When the golden wing monster king was struggling whether to send troops to resist, the second little demon rushed in to report the news. "North? Human race? Just a group of human races that are still in the tribal state, how can it be worth thousands of demon soldiers to attack? This stupid lion is really stupid." The Golden Wing Monster King was a little nervous at first. When he heard the news, he was relieved instantly. As long as he didn't attack him, it would be fine. But he was also a little curious. This iron-armed lion is a monster king after all. Why is he going to attack some weak human races? Those weak human races can be dealt with by a few monster soldiers. Why make such a big fuss? After thinking about it for a while, he felt a little weird. Come here, send spies to keep an eye on them. The golden-winged monster king waved his hand and sent the little demon away. South. In a huge cave. Blood Demon Cave. 3 blood-red characters were engraved on the stone wall outside the cave. A wrinkled tree grew in the center of the cave, with skeletons that had been sucked dry hanging on its body. And on the trunk of the tree, there was a face, the Blood Demon Monster King. Blood Demon King, the fierce General Qi Li under the Iron Arm Lion King took thousands of demon soldiers to the north. A little demon reported. North? There seems to be no big force in the north. Send someone to check it out. The Blood Demon Monster King frowned. Oh? Are you here? I was going to look for you, but you came uninvited. That's good, it saves me time. Qin Ming's divine sense covered the entire human race for hundreds of miles. Even if there was a slight disturbance, it could be sensed. King Gu, Linger, Chen Yu, and other disciples of Heavenly Dao sect, follow me to meet the enemy. Qin Ming's divine thoughts rang in the minds of all the disciples. Soon, everyone gathered in front of the main hall of the sect in the martial arts arena. Yan King Gu's aura had reached the peak of the 3rd layer of foundation building after the Dao platform, and she was about to break through. Zhao Linger was about to break through the 2nd layer of foundation building. As for Chen Yu, although he had only practiced for 1 day. But with the help of dual spirit root, Qi condensation was successful under many blessings, and body tempering was about to be completed and foundation building began. Compared with the 3 people, the speed of other outer disciples was much slower. Several of them had just succeeded in Qi condensation. The best one had just entered the body tempering realm. In this battle, you should watch more and hope to gain some insights. This was the reason why Qin Ming took them with him. He would not miss any opportunity to speed up the breakthrough of his disciples. Now the cultivators have just started practicing and lack experience. He is now both a father and a mother, and he must ensure the development of these people. He must guide these people well. I will follow the teachings of the Lord God. The Heavenly Dao sect disciples said in unison. Qin Ming nodded, and with a big hand, all the Heavenly Dao sect disciples were taken to the sky. Qin Ming is now a core formation cultivator, and it is easy for him to lead people with the imperial sky riding art. The mountains and rivers quickly retreated to both sides. Qin Ming couldn't help but think that the planes of the blue water star might not fly as fast as the core formation cultivators. After a few breaths, Qin Ming turned into a golden light and fell from the sky. Boom 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 boom. The demon soldiers just came from a distance, led by a demon general Qi Li, whose blood and Qi were rolling all over his body, and the monster Qi was surging. Wherever he passed, the earth shook. Both sides saw each other. I wonder what it is. It turns out that there are people in the human race who practice, no wonder they can destroy the king's soul-dividing weapon. The demon general Qi Li looked at Qin Ming, but he didn't see the depth. Qin Ming is a heavenly Dao, and his aura can be completely concealed, so Qi Li naturally can't see it. On the contrary, Qi Li looked at Zhao Linger and Yan King Gu beside him several times. These 2 little kids actually have the strength of ordinary monster generals. Qi Li was slightly surprised. Foundation building stage is equivalent to monster general, core formation stage is equivalent to monster king. But then, Qi Li was dismissive. So what if it's monster king? Qi Li is a high-level monster general. There are many ordinary monster generals and monster soldiers around him, and he doesn't think he will lose in a fight. You bunch of human race, you killed my king's slaves, you deserve to die. Now, why don't you surrender quickly, don't waste time. Qi Li was a little arrogant, and he almost let Qin Ming and others cut their own throats. Are you referring to the traitors in the Manchi tribe who are controlled by the beast souls? Qin Ming said indifferently, the soul of your king is nothing more than that. It can only control some ordinary human races. The lowly human races are just slaves and blood food for us monster races. You dare to offend us like this, you deserve to die. Before Qi Li could speak, a demon soldier rushed over angrily. These monster races are born with strong bodies. Even if they don't practice, they are much stronger than human races. They are used to trampling human races under their feet, so how can they tolerate human races challenging their majesty? The faces of the human races present were extremely ugly. They have endured the oppression of monster races for many years and have resisted many times but have been helpless. If they were not too weak, they would also want to rise up and resist. Now they are insulted by Qi Li, and they are very angry. Chen Yu, it's up to you. Qin Ming's face was slightly cold and he waved his hand. Chen Yu stepped out. He hated these monster races. Many people in his tribe died at the hands of monster race. Humph, you are just a kid, your blood and qi are so weak, you dare to go against us? Look, I will pull out your tendons and skin you. The monster soldier thrust forward with a spear, and the huge force was enough to pierce a hard rock. This is the biggest advantage of monster race. Dare to insult my human race, damn it! Chen Yu controlled the water element, and under the control of the Hanming magic, it turned into ice cones and appeared out of thin air. Swish, swish, swish. The ice cones pierced through the air and arrived in front of the monster soldier in 1/10 of an instant. So fast, save me! Before the monster soldier's spear pierced Chen Yu, he was pierced into a sieve by the ice cones. Monster soldier, die! Hiss! Many monsters took a breath of cold air. I thought the monster soldier must be sure to deal with a kid, but I didn't expect him to die tragically on the spot, and he didn't even have time to resist a round. Come together, I don't believe a little kid can turn the world upside down. Several monsters were furious. How could they let the human race defeat them? As soon as the voice fell, more than a dozen monster soldiers rushed at the same time, trying to besiege Chen Yu to death. No matter how many come, they will die. Chen Yu made a full-strength attack. Even if he was only in the body tempering period, how could Heavenly Hegemony physique be underestimated? Heavenly Hegemony physique is naturally strong. With unparalleled divine power, every punch and every palm is wrapped with great power. Raising his palm, he slapped one by one. A group of monsters were beaten into rotten watermelons and flew backwards. In just a short while, these monster soldiers were lying on the ground. Chapter 11. The whole process took less than a breath, and many monsters didn't even see how Chen Yu attacked. More than a dozen adult monsters could break monuments and rocks with a casual attack. Their flesh bodies could even resist water, fire, swords, and knives. But the young man in front of him slapped these adult monsters to death like slapping flies. Many monster soldiers didn't even have time to fight back. They were directly slapped to the ground. How powerful is this? At the beginning, they were extremely arrogant, and they were eager to do something to the human race. Now they are so shocked that they dare not brag anymore. They asked themselves that they were not much stronger than the monster soldiers just now, and they could not withstand a slap from Chen Yu. For a while, the originally arrogant monster soldiers quieted down. Left and right, who can go out and kill this kid? Qi Li looked at the little monster who was lying in front of him and was already cold, and his face was a little ugly. He brought people to cause trouble. In the end, he was beaten like this by a young human race monk. He couldn't save face. I, Sun Shi, am willing to fight. A demon general came out. The demon general was 3 feet tall, with black scales all over his body and strong muscles, and he was like an iron tower. The demon general Sun Shi has taken action, and that little kid is going to die this time. It is a blessing for human race to die in the hands of the demon general. Damn human race, I must torture them later. The little demons who had been quiet suddenly became excited again. I, Suanshi, have taken action. Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy, begging Grandpa Suanshi to spare your life? The little kid who killed our demon soldiers, do you want to do it yourself or do you want me to send you off? The demon general Suanshi was extremely arrogant, looking down at human race from a high position. The demon general was much stronger than the demon soldiers. That's why he was so confident. It's just a little earthworm, I will beat you to death. Chen Yu showed no weakness. You are looking for death. The face of the black snake demon general was flushed, and he was very angry. The black snake had a pair of strange claws, and at this moment he held a big knife. The big knife swung. An ordinary demon general already had the strength of a day. This knife was powerful and heavy, as if it was going to split everything, unstoppable. Chen Yu was not panicked. They grew up in the tribe, and they had been exposed to adults fighting with ferocious beasts since childhood, and they were strong-willed. Chen Yu kicked his feet, and the whole person dodged to the side like an arrow from a string. The black snake demon general chopped the knife directly on the ground. A long crack was directly split on the ground. The next moment, Chen Yu was very fast and had already arrived in front of the black snake. He punched out. The huge force was overbearing and hit the black snake heavily. The black snake demon general felt that the human race boy he was facing was like a humanoid monster. The power was several times stronger than him. This blow was too much for him to bear. Bang! Even the thick-skinned black snake monster general couldn't withstand this punch. The huge body fell towards the distance like a falling stream. Crack, crack, crack. With a bang, the black snake fell to the ground, and many of its bones were broken. Even the monster general couldn't stop it. Chen Yu looked at the black snake indifferently and ignored it. Being bullied by monster for many years. Now he can get rid of his anger. Not bad, heavenly hegemony physique, it's really domineering. It actually defeated the strong enemy above its level. Qin Ming nodded in appreciation. Chen Yu is currently only at the peak of the body tempering period. He has not officially entered the path of cultivating immortals. It's just in the transition stage. He can easily defeat a demon general, and his potential is still very large in the future. Once he officially enters the path of cultivating immortals, his strength will definitely be stronger. Don't embarrass yourself, come together, I don't believe they can stop so many monsters. Qi Li's face turned black, and he gave the order angrily. If he continued like this, he would lose all his face. All of a sudden, the monsters rushed over. Linger, King Guyu, and other disciples, go and help. Qin Ming called out, and all the disciples of Heavenly Dao sect also rushed over. They grew up under the oppression of monsters and had long hated these monsters. There was no mercy in the attack. The fire element behind Yan King Guyu turned into a fire phoenix. The phoenix cried, and the huge pressure accompanied by the rolling Dao rhyme made the world seem to turn into a sea of fire. Wherever the phoenix passed, the monster soldiers screamed. In just a few breaths, a large number of monster soldiers turned into ashes. Zhao Linger was not to be outdone. She catalyzed the Hanming magic to the extreme, and the water element turned into frost, freezing everything. Groups of monster soldiers turned into ice sculptures. Chen Yu was much more straightforward. He swung his fist like whack-a-mole, punching a monster. The three of them had extraordinary physiques, and it was no problem to challenge the higher level. Even ordinary monster generals were not good enough. Ordinary monsters could not do anything to the outer disciples of Heavenly Dao sect, but were beaten back again and again. When did these human race become so powerful? Qi Li, who had been standing outside the battlefield, had a gloomy look in his eyes, a little unbelievable. I thought it would be a one-sided situation this time. They slaughtered the human race. But now, on the contrary, the human race is suppressing them. The key is that the number of human race is still so small. The more he looked, the angrier he became. Die, human race! Qi Li roared and joined the battlefield. As a high-level general, he was not afraid of Chen Yu and others. Evil beast, don't be arrogant! Yan King Guo shouted and greeted him. The fire phoenix behind him burned everything. It even contained a trace of the law of heaven and earth, and its power was extremely terrifying. The law of fire? It seems that there is some talent, so let me, Qi Li, strangle you in the cradle. Qi Li roared and spit out a demon sword. The demon sword swelled in the wind and turned into a giant sword, with monster qi on the sword. The demon sword slashed in the air, and Yan King Guo was not afraid. The fire phoenix burned the space and distorted it, and Qi Li's sword just slashed. A wisp of flame stained the demon sword, and the rich monster qi was burned and retreated continuously. Extinguish it for me. Qi Li poured monstrous power into the giant sword, trying to extinguish the flame, but he was unable to do so. What a powerful flame! Qi Li's eyelids jumped. The next moment, the fire phoenix surged to 100 feet in size and covered the sky. The whole sky was burned red. The monsters affected nearby were only stained with a little bit of flame, and they were directly burned to ashes, and they didn't even have time to scream before they disappeared. Even other demon generals didn't dare to get close. Everyone, retreat! Qi Li shouted loudly and retreated decisively. Boom! The raging flames rolled down. Everything within 100 feet was ignited. Qi Li ran fast, but his arm was also ignited. How could the flame containing the Tao be extinguished? It was about to rush to the shoulder in an instant. Qi Li had no choice but to cut off his arm. The severed arm was immediately burned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. This was because Qi Li reacted quickly. If he was a little slower, he would have turned into a torch. Others were not so lucky. Most of the 3,000 monster soldiers were contaminated by the flames and were burned to ashes in a breath. The remaining monster soldiers were jointly wiped out by Zhao Linger and others. Qi Li's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He didn't expect that he would be beaten so badly by a few human races that he once looked down on. Wait until I return to Lion Ridge and ask the king to take action. Let's see how long you can be rampant. Qi Li turned into a stream of light and fled out of the battlefield. Go? Where to go? A divine thought exploded in Qi Li's mind. You dare! Qi Li was shocked and angry. He forgot that there was another young man who had not taken action, and that was Qin Ming. Qin Ming's divine thought turned into a storm and swept through Qi Li's mind. Even though Qi Li was a powerful monster, but his mental power was not strong enough to stop Qin Ming's attack. Qin Ming's mind rolled lightly, and Qi Li's soul was shattered. Boom! The huge monster body fell to the ground. High-level monster general, Qi Li, dead. 3,000 monster soldiers and monster generals, all destroyed. Chapter 12. Boom boom boom. Everyone's aura rose. They broke through. Detected that in your Immortal Cultivation World, human race Yan King Guo broke through to Foundation Building Stage 4th Layer Heaven. Human race Chen Yu broke through to Foundation Building Stage 1st Layer Heaven. Human race Zhao Linger broke through to Foundation Building Stage 2nd Layer Heaven. Human race Zhou Wen broke through to Body Tempering Realm. Human race Wang Long broke through to Body Tempering Realm. As a Heavenly Dao, your cultivation level has been raised to Core Formation Stage 6th Layer Heaven. Hearing the prompt sound, Qin Ming looked at the people in Heavenly Dao sect. He found that most people had made breakthroughs in this battle. Fighting is indeed a very good way to hone. Not bad. Qin Ming praised. This is the power of Immortal Cultivation World. It is difficult for the opponent to make up for the quality gap through quantity. Although the opponent has 3,000 demon soldiers and demon generals. But in front of Yan King Guo and a dozen people, it is still a delivery. Qin Ming took out the elixir and law weapon from the system warehouse and gave them to everyone. They were all good seedlings, so he didn't feel bad about giving them some rewards. Thank you, Lord Heavenly God. Everyone thanked in unison. Since you have joined my Heavenly Dao sect, from now on, you can just call me Lord Sect Master. Qin Ming said. He is just a part-time worker for now. When the monks are trained in the future, let the monks become the sect masters immediately. Yes, sect master. The disciples immediately changed their words. The matter was over. With a wave of his sleeves, Qin Ming led everyone away from the battlefield. Golden Wing Monster King Hall. The Golden Wing Monster King, who received the news of Qi Li's demise, had a solemn look in his eyes. When did the human race become so strong? If they are not eradicated, the situation of the three monster kings will inevitably be broken in the future. It seems that we can't stay for long. After speaking, the Golden Wing Monster King took 2 demon generals and soared into the sky, rushing towards the location of the human race in the north. Blood Demon Cave. The Blood Demon King was also surprised to see the news. It seems that the human race cannot be left alive. It must be destroyed and strangled in the cradle. After that, the Blood Demon King led several demon generals and rushed to the location of the human race in the north. Lion Ridge. Report. News from spies in the front. Qi Li Demon General and his men lost. A little demon stumbled into the cave mansion and spread the news. What? The lion monster, who was lying down and preparing to accept Qi Li's good news, stood up suddenly. With a stomp of his foot, he directly crushed the solid blue stone slab under his feet. Lost? Qi Li is the number 1 demon general under my seat, with strong combat power, how could he lose? The lion monster was furious, and the monstrous power moved, picking up the little demon in front of him. My king, calm down, I don't know either. It's just that the battle report from the front said that the Qi Li demon general has been annihilated. The little demon said tremblingly, fearing that the lion monster would punish him. As soon as the little demon finished speaking, the lion monster roared, and the fierce monstrous power directly shocked the little demon to death. In the entire cave mansion, all the demon soldiers and generals lowered their heads and dared not speak. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Human race, I thought you were just my slaves and blood food, and I wanted to leave you a way out. Now it seems that you think you have gained some skills and can go against me. The veins on the lion monster's head bulged, his eyes were bloodshot, and the murderous intent in his heart was boiling. The demon soldiers and generals in the cave mansion all knew that their king was completely angry. The human race will definitely be wiped out. All demon soldiers and generals listen to my orders, assemble all, and completely wipe out all the tribes of the human race. The lion monster issued an order for all members to assemble. Yes. All the demons shouted in unison. The Iron Arm Lion King and other demons who were rushing to the northern region were stopped by a ball of fire before they approached the northern region. Everyone, we have been waiting for you for a long time. A young man stood in the sky, Imperial Sky Riding Art, and said lightly. After Qin Ming killed Qi Li, he knew that the Iron Arm Lion King would not give up, so he simply waited for them in front. It was you who killed Qi Li. The Iron Arm Lion King's eyes were bloodshot, looking at Qin Ming, and the murderous intent almost condensed into substance. It was us. Anyway, the relationship has been torn apart, there is nothing to say, Qin Ming is too lazy to waste words, and simply admits it. Then what are you waiting for? Just kill them and avenge the Red Li Demon General. Yes, kill them, pull out their tendons and peel off their skin to vent our hatred. The human race is so arrogant. We must kill them to show the prestige of our Lion Ridge. The demon soldiers and demon generals shouted in unison. Noisy. Qin Ming shouted in the air. Spiritual power is contained in the sound, and sound waves can also hurt the enemy. The demons suddenly felt an invisible pressure spreading. The weak ones were pale, and some demons were directly shocked to spit blood and trembled all over. Monster King level. The iron-armed Lion King saw Qin Ming's strength. Foundation Building Realm is the Demon General level. Core Formation Realm, which is the Monster King level of monsters. What if they are at the Monster King level? Our monster race bodies are extremely strong. Even if we are at the same level, you human race will not be our opponents. Why don't you be my slave? I can spare your life. The iron-armed Lion King said. Then I will give you two choices. Die. Or, be our mount. Qin Ming looked down and said calmly. These monsters, especially the iron-armed Lion King, have already reached the core formation stage. If they can be subdued and become mountain-protecting spirit beasts, or as mounts, the strength of the Heavenly Dao sect will be greatly increased. Of course, if the other party is stubborn, he doesn't mind erasing them directly. He will never leave hidden dangers for himself. How dare you? A demon general was immediately furious. When has the dignity of their monster race been challenged like this? These human race were their blood-eating slaves not long ago. If you want to fight, you fight. If you want to kill, you kill. When did you become so rampant and dare to provoke the monster race? The demon general soared into the air and rushed towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming did not dodge or evade, but just stood in the air and let the opponent rush over. The demon general was secretly happy in his heart, thinking that he could succeed. Just when he was about to get close to Qin Ming, Yan King Guya waved her jade hand, and a wisp of flame silently stained the demon general. When did this fire touch you? The demon general felt the pain and then reacted. They didn't realize when they were stained by the flames. In an instant, the flames spread all over the body, and the demon general fell from the air, struggling endlessly. When he fell to the ground, he had turned into a pile of ashes. The demon group, which was still a little noisy, shut up instantly. This is a demon general. A dignified demon general, he didn't even touch his opponent, and he turned into ashes like this. This power is so terrifying. How is it? Do you want to try again? Qin Ming asked again. This is a deterrent and a warning. If the iron-armed Lion King resists again, he will never hold back. I admit that you are very capable. But I want to tell you that the Demon General and the Monster King are completely different. The iron-armed lion has an extremely violent temper and is unruly. How could he give up just like that? If he surrenders just like that, it would be inconsistent with his character. Roar! A lion roared, and the violent sound came with rolling monstrous power. A trifling trick. Qin Ming waved his hand. A spiritual power barrier blocked in front of him. The rolling monstrous power was all blocked by the barrier and could not affect the people of Heavenly Dao sect at all. Raising his hand, the fire phoenix condensed by the fire element behind Yan King Guya flew to the top of Qin Ming's head. Yan King Guya cooperated with all her strength. As Qin Ming's spiritual power was madly infused, the size of the fire phoenix continued to grow. Soon, the nearby sky was covered with flames. Go! Qin Ming pushed lightly, and the huge fire phoenix swooped down. Since this iron-armed Lion King is stubborn, he will never hold back. Chapter 13. The flames condensed by the Dao of Fire. It is not comparable to ordinary fire. Ordinary fire can't hurt these monsters at all. But the flames condensed by the Dao of Fire. The power is far greater than ordinary fire. The space is constantly twisting. The scorching heat is constantly dissipating. Before they get close, these monsters are already very uncomfortable. Some monsters feel like they are being scorched. Others feel like they are about to suffocate. Some are even scared to the point of having their legs go limp. The power of Dao flames can be seen from this. Run, we can't stop this flame. Not only did someone shout, but the whole group of monsters was in chaos, and the myriad monsters' soldiers and monsters fled. A few wanted to resist, but as soon as they were touched by a wisp of flame, they burned into torches. Those who wanted to flee couldn't escape far. They were stained by the flames. Soon they turned into groups of firemen. The iron-armed Lion King opened his mouth and spit out a rusty bronze bell that swelled in the wind. This was his life-law weapon that he had nurtured and refined. Its power was equivalent to that of a monster king. Destroy it! The bronze bell swelled, and monstrous power spread out, stubbornly resisting the flames. Life-law weapon. Qin Ming understood. He didn't know how many years the iron-armed lion had been refining this bronze bell. Although it was a law weapon, it was no different from a monster king level master. It was equivalent to two monster kings resisting Qin Ming's flames at the same time, and they could barely resist the flames. But the other demon soldiers and demon generals were not so lucky. The phoenix flames, which contained a trace of the Dao of heaven and earth fire, could burn everything in the world. Wherever it passed, it turned into a sea of fire. The space was distorted beyond recognition. The Dao flames were so domineering and blazing. The demon soldiers turned into ashes with a slight touch. The demon generals could only barely resist, but they would be destroyed in 1 or 2 breaths. At the same time, the disciples of Heavenly Dao sect also took action. Yan King Guyu and Zhao Linger took the lead, and they were stronger than the demon generals. Like wolves entering a flock of sheep, the demon soldiers and demon generals collapsed at the first touch, and they were no match at all. In 3 breaths, more than 10% of the myriad monsters were killed or injured. In 5 breaths, nearly 30% of the demons were killed or injured. In 10 breaths, half of the demons were killed or injured. Iron Arm Lion King, do you still want to resist? Qin Ming controlled the phoenix flame and continued to erode the bronze bell. The phoenix flame, wrapped in the power of the Dao. How could this mere bronze bell be comparable? Slowly, a few cracks appeared on the bronze bell. Although very subtle, they were gradually increasing. And as Qin Ming continued to increase his strength, the cracks became more and more. 1 person and 1 bell, 2 Monster King level combat forces against Qin Ming alone. It was still extremely difficult. The iron-armed Lion King was sweating profusely, and his hands were shaking. The monstrous power in his body was being consumed at a very fast rate, and he could not hold out for much longer. Humph, human race, we are just slaves, don't think of making this king surrender. The iron-armed Lion King was still unruly at this time. You are stubborn and stubborn, then I will not be polite. Qin Ming did not hold back anymore, and his strong spiritual power continued to be infused into the phoenix flame, making the flames even hotter. Although he did not practice any martial arts, as a heavenly Dao, he could fully call on the power of the fire element. With the cooperation of Yan King Guyu, it was no problem to use the phoenix flame. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The whole sky was burning and making a constant sound, as if it was about to be burned through. The iron-armed Lion King gritted his teeth. He held on with difficulty. He was almost unable to hold on. Qin Ming's strength was beyond his imagination. If he continued, he would die. But he was very stubborn and didn't want to give in. Golden Wing Monster King, Blood Demon King, how long do you want to watch the show? If the Lion Ridge lineage is destroyed, do you think it will end well? If you eradicate this human race, I, Lion Ridge, am willing to offer half of the treasures to thank you for your kindness. Come quickly. The iron-armed Lion King watched the cracks on the bronze bell like spider webs, and the temperature continued to rise. He was about to collapse and roared to the sky. He knew that the Golden-Winged Monster King and the Blood Demon King were near the battlefield, just watching the battle. On a mountain peak, there were several shadows standing. One of them was golden and dazzling, and it was the Golden-Winged Monster King. He was followed by 2 demon generals. They had been watching the battle, and everything on the battlefield fell into their eyes without any error. They also heard the Iron Arm Lion King's cry for help clearly. What do you think we should do? The Golden-Winged Monster King looked at the battlefield in the distance with a heavy look. He knew that Qin Ming was not easy to mess with. So, he hesitated. "My lord, I think we should help. The three great monster kings belong to the same monster race. Although there are disputes from time to time, at least the balance is maintained. If the human race rises, it will not only break the situation of the three monster kings, but also our monster race and the human race are irreconcilable. The human race will definitely completely destroy us and the Blood Demon King. Now that the three monster kings have joined forces, there is still a glimmer of hope. If it is too late, they will definitely be defeated one by one. The two demon generals are very smart and keep analyzing for the golden-winged monster king." After a brief hesitation, the golden-winged monster king made up his mind. Then, he rushed to the battlefield with the two great monster generals. Only on the other side, the Blood Demon King hesitated. "My lord, if the Iron Arm Lion King dies, the human race may not give up. After all, the human race has been constantly bullied by us over the years. Only if the three monster kings join forces can the rise of the human race be interrupted," the demon general suggested beside him. After a slight hesitation, the Blood Demon King also rushed to the battlefield with the demon generals. Looking at the two great monster kings coming through the air, the Iron Arm Lion King laughed. "Ha ha ha, how can I, monster race, be afraid of you, a little human race? Let's see where you run this time." The Iron Arm Lion King was confident. He alone was no match for Qin Ming. Could it be that the three great monster kings joined forces and couldn't deal with you, a human race? He bit his tongue, opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood on the bronze bell. Even though the Iron Arm Lion King was full of vigor and blood. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, his face turned pale. Buzz! The bronze bell, which was about to collapse, suddenly swelled again, reaching a size of 20 feet, dispersing the nearby flames. At the same time, several shadows approached from a distance. "Human race, die! Human race, must be destroyed today." The Blood Demon King and the Golden Wing Monster King attacked at the same time. A blood-colored flag appeared above the Blood Demon King's head, which was his natal law weapon, the Blood Demon Flag. As the Blood Demon Flag rolled up, a sea of blood appeared out of thin air, as if it was going to drown the world. A little demon was stained with a drop of blood, and his whole body was rotten and turned into white smoke. The golden-winged monster king flipped his hand and took out a golden mace. The golden mace slashed down from the air, and the space seemed to be split in two, and the void trembled. The three monster kings joined forces, plus the monster king law weapon, equal to the combat power of 6 medicine kings, and besieged Qin Ming at the same time. Die! The three monster kings attacked together. A few beasts who have not yet transformed dare to claim to be kings. You have oppressed my human race for a long time. Now is the time to settle new and old grudges together. Qin Ming poured all his spiritual power into the phoenix flames. Suddenly, the fire phoenix seemed to be greatly replenished. The way of fire attracted the fire elements of heaven and earth, and erupted with terrifying destructive power. Even the earth was burned with holes. The three kings didn't even touch Qin Ming's clothes, and were blown away by the majestic and surging flames. Qin Ming moved and came to the Iron Arm Lion King. He punched out, and the already weak Iron Arm Lion King could only instinctively raise the bronze bell. He wanted to resist Qin Ming's attack. But this punch, how could the law weapon on the verge of breaking block it? With a bang, the bronze bell was directly broken. The fist landed on the head of the Iron Arm Lion King without any resistance. The body of Monster King could not withstand this blow and was directly pierced through. The Blood Demon King himself was a big tree, which was completely defeated by the flames. The phoenix flames surrounded the Blood Demon King, making the Blood Demon King unable to take care of anything else. Qin Ming punched, and the Blood Demon King had no time to block it, and was also pierced through. Stepping out, Qin Ming came in front of the Golden Wing Monster King and punched. Plop! The Golden Wing Monster King knelt on the ground. I am willing to surrender, don't kill me, don't kill me. Seeing that the two great monster kings couldn't even stop him, he had no intention of resisting and chose to surrender directly. If he surrendered, he would be half a second slower. His fate was exactly the same as the previous two monster kings. Qin Ming raised his fist and slowly fell, confirming that the Golden Wing Monster King was indeed surrendering and had no intentions. He temporarily stopped. Chapter 14. You know what's good for you. Qin Ming put down his fist and glared at the Golden Wing Monster King. If he hadn't been short of manpower, he would have wanted to spare the Golden Wing Monster King's life. Otherwise, he would have definitely not held back. He would have punched through the Monster King. Come with me to persuade the demon soldiers and generals to surrender, don't play tricks. Qin Ming said coldly. The Golden Wing Monster King nodded hurriedly. He didn't dare to refute or disobey. He was afraid of being killed. After Qin Ming said this, he was already sweating and trembling all over. He no longer had the pride and dignity of a king. He was now just a monster trying to survive with his tail between his legs. The Iron-Armed Lion King and the Blood Demon King are dead, and the Golden Wing Monster King has also surrendered. Do you still want to resist? Qin Ming dodged and brought the Golden Wing Monster King to the top of the battlefield. He stood in the air and shouted loudly. The Golden-Winged Monster King beside him hung his head, unwilling to look up. He had no face to look up. The monsters who had been beaten and fled looked at the two dead great monster kings and the Golden-Winged Monster King who surrendered to Qin Ming. Knowing that the situation was over, it was meaningless to resist and there was only one way to die. The monsters surrendered one after another. The whole war came and went quickly. It was just a moment. Everything was over. The threat of the three great monster kings that troubled the human race on this land. Now it has been officially lifted. Cleaning up the battlefield, the monster group suffered countless casualties. Most of them died very miserably. More were directly burned to ashes. The luckier ones were burned to charcoal. Only the Golden-Winged Monster King and some powerful monsters survived the encirclement of the Heavenly Dao sect. At this moment, it was like their parents had died. They lowered their heads and were listless. Qin Ming had bought a lot of talismans, formations, secret techniques, and the like in the system mall before. There happened to be a beast control technique in it. According to the beast control technique, Qin Ming laid out a master-servant contract. Once monster signs this kind of contract, he will never regret it. And he cannot rebel. The Golden-Winged Monster King looked at the contract array. Although he was reluctant, he had no choice. The situation was here. If he didn't sign, he would probably die ugly immediately. He knew that Qin Ming was not a kind and merciful person. If he dared not agree, he would definitely die. He could only drop a drop of blood unwillingly. The light burst out. A mysterious breath emerged. An obscure ancient character appeared, enveloping Qin Ming and the Golden-Winged Monster King. In an instant, Qin Ming and the Golden-Winged Monster King completed the contract. From then on, Qin Ming could kill the Golden-Winged Monster King with a thought. And if the Monster King had a heart of betrayal in his heart, he could also know it at the first time. The Golden-Winged Monster King felt as if he was tied by an invisible chain around his neck. As long as he had the slightest thought of rebellion, this chain would continue to tighten. He would be killed in an instant. It only took a few breaths for him to be reduced from a monster king to a slave. The Golden-Winged Eagle had a sad face and was extremely depressed. I am the dignified leader of the Heavenly Dao sect. You serve me as your master. Am I wronging you? If I hadn't had a mount now, I wouldn't have spared your life. Qin Ming scolded coldly, and the Golden-Winged Eagle was so scared that he hurriedly put on a smile, fearing that Qin Ming would kill him. Come on, let me try it. Qin Ming hadn't tried to fly a spirit beast yet. What to try? The Golden-Winged Eagle played dumb. There were many demon generals around him. In public, he was stepped on by others to fly. How could he still have any shame? He was almost dying. Are you bargaining with me? Qin Ming snorted coldly. A huge pressure descended. The pressure made the golden-winged eagle feel uncomfortable all over. It was almost suffocating. Especially Qin Ming's eyes, which looked like he was going to take action directly. The golden-winged eagle was so scared that it immediately spread its wings and crawled on the ground obediently. Qin Ming stepped forward. The golden-winged eagle took Qin Ming to the sky. Well, not bad, it feels quite comfortable. Qin Ming finally understood why many big guys like means of transportation. This is indeed much more comfortable than his own imperial sky riding art. After a while of flying, Qin Ming was very satisfied. And the golden-winged eagle wanted to drill his head into the crack in the ground. It was too embarrassing for a dignified monster king to become a mount. Other demon generals were not much better, and they all became mounts or spiritual pets of the Heavenly Dao sect. King Guyu, take your people to move all the useful things in the Three Monster King cave mansion back. Qin Ming knew that the three demons must have a lot of good things after so many years, and of course they would not miss them. Yes, Sect Master. Yan King Guyu bowed respectfully, and then led people to clean up the Three Monsters cave mansion. The face of the golden-winged monster king was almost as black as coal. He didn't expect that he would become a slave, and even the cave mansion would be looted. He was very angry. Qin Ming's eyes turned cold, and the golden-winged monster king frightened his whole body. All the emotions in his heart retreated. Compared with the treasure, he still wanted to live. If the treasure was gone, it was gone. If his life was gone, he would really have nothing. Driving the golden-winged monster king, Qin Ming returned to the Heavenly Dao sect. He saw the great Zhou Divine Sovereign Sky Star Array from afar. I saw that the power of the stars in the sky was continuously drawn down and injected into the array. Even before he got close, the golden-winged eagle felt a terrifying array power. He could sense that if he wanted to break into the array, he would probably be strangulated in an instant. He was a monster king, but he was so nervous about an array. What is the origin of this formation? This formation is so terrifying. Is this the foundation of the human race? The golden-winged eagle was shocked. A large formation is not something that the three monster kings can defeat. Fortunately, he surrendered. Otherwise, he would have died very ugly. Entering the formation. The three words Heavenly Dao sect were engraved on the stone wall. The golden-winged eagle just took a look and felt that his mind was frightened. The three words were domineering and majestic, as if they followed the way of heaven and earth, and seemed to contain some kind of law that could encompass everything. Heavenly Dao sect, what a boldness! The golden-winged eagle admired in his heart. The entire mountain was covered with supreme-grade spirit vein. The spirit chi was rich, much better than the outside world. Even if the cave mansion spirit chi chosen by the three monster kings was very good, it was a world of difference from here. The so-called cave mansion spirit chi was more than 10 times worse than here. This, mist? Could it be that the spirit chi is so dense that it liquefies? Practicing here for a while is probably equivalent to practicing outside for several years. The golden-winged eagle looked at the waving spiritual mist around him and could hardly move. He also understood why the human race rose so quickly. If I can practice for a few years, I'm afraid I can break through. A touch of greed and desire flashed in the eyes of the golden-winged eagle. He broke through the core formation realm and became a monster king a long time ago. But he has been stuck at the monster king level for many years. Being able to break through is his greatest wish. I thought all living beings were hopeless. But now, seeing such a dense spirit chi, a ray of hope ignited in his heart. If he hadn't surrendered, he would have no chance. Fortunately, he chose to surrender. Now it seems that he has made the right choice. Following Qin Ming, the future may not be bad. Thinking of this, the golden-winged monster king, who was originally a little resistant, was not so depressed. Along the way, the golden-winged monster king was constantly shocked. As a monster king, he was like a bumpkin at the moment. If you have nothing to do, just find a place to practice. Of course, if you dare to have any other thoughts, I will make you die. Qin Ming gave instructions and sent the golden-winged monster king away. The golden-winged monster king was trembling with fear. How could he dare to have any other thoughts now? Even if he was given 100 courage, he would not dare to have any ideas now. If he had any ideas before, then now, he has made up his mind to stay in the Heavenly Dao sect. Maybe he can get some opportunities. Let himself go further. Half an hour later, Yan Qingyu and his group came back. The cave mansion of the three monster kings was plundered by them. The remaining little monsters were also brought over. Master, these are the things we got from the cave mansion of the three monster kings. Please take a look. Yan Qingyu waved her hand and placed a pile of things in the hall. They were all law treasures, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and techniques. Most of them were low-level supplies, not very good. The golden-winged monster king saw it and felt very painful. All these things belonged to the Heavenly Dao sect. Qin Ming picked out a few slightly better things. All the others were thrown into the warehouse. Under the nourishment of supreme-grade spirit vein, ordinary flowers and plants can grow into spiritual flowers and herbs. Although the grades of these herbs are a bit low, they should be increased after the amplification. Arriving at the medicinal field of Heavenly Dao sect, Qin Ming touched the herbs with both hands. 10 times critical hit amplification trigger. Yellow rank low-grade copper wire flower, promoted to profound rank middle-grade golden wood flower. Yellow rank middle grade Qing Yuan flower, promoted to profound rank high grade hydrangea flower. Profound rank middle grade earth Ganoderma lucidum, promoted to earth rank high grade fire Ganoderma lucidum. Profound rank low grade Wanfu wood, promoted to earth rank middle grade Wanshao spirit wood. Plant all these herbs and spirit trees. With the supreme grade spirit vein constantly nurturing them, these spirit plants should grow rapidly. By then, my Heavenly Dao sect's foundation will be strengthened. Qin Ming took out 3 more Monster King weapons. Blood Demon Flag, Bronze Bell, Golden Mace. The 3 weapons were damaged in the battle and needed to be repaired. Touch with both hands. 10 times critical hit amplification trigger. Profound rank low grade law weapon Blood Demon Banner, promoted to earth rank middle grade law weapon Chaos Cloud Banner. Profound rank low grade law weapon Bronze Bell, promoted to earth rank middle grade law weapon Soul Stealing Bell. Yellow rank high grade law weapon Gold Mace, promoted to profound rank high grade law weapon Black Dragon Mace. Chapter 15. Although the rank of these 3 law weapons is not very high, they have been sacrificed by the 3 Monster Kings for many years, and their combat power is comparable to that of Monster King. Now their rank has been greatly improved. They can even burst out with combat power several times that of Monster King. These 3 law weapons can just be given to the 3 disciples. In this way, it is equivalent to immediately adding 3 core formation stage masters. They can share more things with Qin Ming. Qin Ming didn't think of keeping them for himself. It's not that he doesn't want to use them, but these 3 law weapons are too weak and he has no interest in them. He will keep them for himself when he encounters better ones in the future. After that, some pills were upgraded one by one. Came to the Enlightenment Tower. After the battle, many disciples entered the tower to practice and comprehend. They saw how powerful Qin Ming was, fighting 3 Monster Kings alone. This also inspired them to become stronger quickly. King Guyu, this is the Chaos Cloud Flag. Qin Ming taught the best Chaos Cloud Flag to Yan Qingyu. As the first disciple of the entire Heavenly Dao sect, Qin Ming would naturally not be stingy with resources. Heavenly Spirit Root plus swallowing Heavenly Demon Body, the future must be unlimited. This chaotic cloud flag is open and closed, domineering, just suitable for swallowing Heavenly Demon Body, very suitable. Thank you, Sect Master. Yan Qingyu smiled and bowed respectfully. From now on, Yan Qingguo is the core disciple of Heavenly Dao sect and your great master sister. The rest of the disciples need to learn a lot from Qingguo. Qin Ming said loudly. The disciples were envious when they saw the chaotic cloud flag, and now they heard that Yan Qingguo became a core disciple, they were even more envious. Zhao Linger, take this soul-capturing bell. From now on, you will be my inner disciple of Heavenly Dao sect. Chen Yu, this is the Black Dragon Mace, you are also an inner disciple. Qin Ming also distributed the other two weapons to the two. Although Chen Yu and Zhao Linger are also extraordinary, they are both dual spirit root. Compared with Yan Qingguo, he was slightly inferior and could only be listed as an inner disciple. Thank you, Master. The two were very excited to get the weapons and kept thanking. Afterwards, Qin Ming gave them a lot of elixirs. The rest of the people also distributed weapons and elixirs. For a while, the disciples of Heavenly Dao sect thanked one after another. And the overall strength of the sect also increased significantly. There are still too few people. It seems that we need to recruit more disciples. The sect has a lot of daily affairs. It is impossible for him to do them all by himself. Many trivial matters need to be completed by outer disciples and menial disciples. Afterwards, Qin Ming recruited a group of outer disciples and menial disciples. These disciples do not have too high requirements, anyway, they are not the core combat force. In this way, Heavenly Dao sect does not look so deserted. The disciples' affairs are arranged. Qin Ming opens the system. Use the Eye of Heaven to overlook the entire earth. At this moment, the fog that originally shrouded the three Monster King forces has completely dissipated. The entire earth is in full view. Now that the nearby monsters have been cleared, the human race can develop without worries. Qin Ming estimated that the human race was not unified before. Secondly, it was continuously suppressed by the three Monster Kings. That's why the population was small. Now that these obstacles are gone, population growth is inevitable. Immortal Cultivation World, if you want to strengthen, there must be a sufficient population base to give birth to excellent cultivation seedlings. Detected that the player Qin Ming has completed the unification of the Immortal Cultivation World where he is located and cleared the forces of the three Monster Kings. World Civilization Level plus 0.1 Reward World Points 100 points. World Civilization Level reaches 0. Level 5 Extra Reward Elementary Level Heart of the World 10 times Critical Hit Amplification is triggered, changed to 1000 points. 10 times Critical Hit Amplification is triggered, changed to Middle Level Heart of the World. Sure enough, there will be a reward for clearing the three Monster Kings. Qin Ming had guessed before. What is this middle level heart of the world? Qin Ming's eyes fell on the stone-like heart of the world. A line of words appeared next to it. Middle level heart of the world, increase the scale of the great world, such as increasing the population base of races, increasing the world area, enhancing race genes, and improving the cultivation environment. Increasing the population base of races and the world area can just solve the problem of insufficient number of human races and insufficient reproduction space. Enhance race genes? Doesn't it mean that the probability of human races with excellent root bones and super strong physiques will be greater in the future? In other words, this heart of the world can solve the problem of the number and quality of human races and the problem of world resources. Qin Ming didn't expect that there would be such a heaven-defying thing. This is equivalent to strengthening his immortal cultivation world as a whole. Next to the heart of the world, two small words appeared, use. Qin Ming's mind moved and he used it directly. This upgrade will take half a day, please wait. Then, an invisible force of heaven and earth descended, enveloping the entire earth. The whole world began to change. The soil became fertile, and it was easier to breed all things. Plants became lush, and some inferior flowers and plants began to transform into spiritual herbs and trees. Among them, there were many wild spiritual trees of yellow rank and even profound rank. The boundaries of the earth extended rapidly in all directions, and the world continued to expand. The spirit chi outside the Heavenly Dao sect also gradually increased. In some places, spirit vein mines condensed. The human race in the primitive tribe became stronger. In distant places, more people appeared. Everything was developing towards an environment suitable for cultivating immortals. It lasted until dusk, and the middle-level heart of the world was consumed. The world stopped changing. Qin Ming used the eye of heaven to overlook the earth. The area of the earth today has expanded 5 times more than before. The total population has soared from 8,000 to 100,000. Towns have appeared in many places. Spirit chi has also increased by about 3 times. Spiritual ore veins, spiritual wood, and spirit beast have all appeared in this world. The effect of heart of the world is better than Qin Ming expected. The previous upgrade of the world civilization level will also bring some changes, but compared with the changes brought by heart of the world, it is completely insignificant. From now on, this land will be a truly suitable place for cultivation. Qin Ming muttered to himself. He turned from the invisible state of the Heavenly Dao into a stream of light and fell into a town. Greetings to the Lord of Heaven, Lord of Heaven will live forever. Greetings to the Lord of Heaven, Lord of Heaven will live forever. Greetings to the Lord of Heaven, Lord of Heaven will live forever. The residents of the town knelt on the ground one after another. It seems that the Myriad Worlds system has already imprinted the settings directly in people's minds. Qin Ming took a quick look and found that there were several people with triple spirit root among the people around him. Although triple spirit root is not very good, but compared with those people in the primitive tribe before, the population that appeared now has obviously improved a lot in physique and root bones. There are more people with 4 spirit root. Qin Ming took several people with triple spirit root away. He also left some yellow rank skills and some elixirs. Although people with 4 spirit root and 5 spirit root have extremely poor qualifications, if they have a way to practice, they can also practice, but their future is average. Qin Ming also looked at other towns and found that the situation was similar. Qin Ming returned to the sect with a group of disciples suitable for practice. He also tested and found that the memories of Yan King Guyu, Golden Wing Monster King and others who were originally in the sect had also changed. It seems that the Myriad Worlds system has changed the natives of the entire world, and only the players are not affected. This is good, so Qin Ming doesn't have to find a reason to explain. Chapter 16. Open the personal interface. Name, Qin Ming. Gender, male. Age, 20 years old. Identity, Heavenly Dao. Select race, human race. Constitution, Heavenly Dao body. Spirit root, all. Cultivation, core formation stage 6th layer heaven. Skills, identification. Kung Fu, none. Weapons, none. Warehouse, none. Points, 3,850. World system, cultivation. World level, 0.5/10. I have quite a few points. Let's see if I can buy something good. Qin Ming opened the system mall and closed it immediately. The slightly better Kung Fu, such as Heavenly Emperor Sutra and Infinite Beginning Sutra, costs 100,000 points at any time. It's too expensive. Qin Ming's current points can only buy some Earth rank Kung Fu. After thinking about it, forget it. Save some points and talk about it later when you have more points. But the world level upgrade of 0. Level 1 is only 100 points. By the time you have enough points, it will be too late. System, what are the ways to compete for world points? Qin Ming could only ask the Myriad Worlds system. There are many ways to earn points. You can earn points by upgrading your own world. You can also earn points by plundering resources from other worlds and annexing other worlds. You can also earn points by accepting challenges from other worlds and winning. There are more ways, please explore on your own. Annex other worlds or accept challenges. Qin Ming touched his chin. Not to mention, these two methods should be faster than slowly upgrading and earning points. But, how can he get to other worlds? System, how do worlds communicate? Qin Ming has not yet found a way to communicate between the two worlds. Open the world bridge to communicate between the two worlds. Each time you open the bridge, you need to spend 100 points. Open, please confirm. Qin Ming did not answer immediately. He is still calculating in his mind. It is not because of moral constraints that he cannot bear it. But what he is considering now is that every world is developing, especially some worlds that are already strong in the early stage. If he encounters such a world at the beginning, it will be a bit troublesome. Just when he was thinking about whether to take the initiative to provoke a war, a mysterious feeling came from a distance. What's going on? Qin Ming turned into the Heavenly Dao, and with the help of the Eye of Heaven, he instantly checked the entire world. There was a violent vibration in the distant world. Buzz! The earth shook endlessly, and the space was directly distorted and deformed. The sky of the whole world was hit and collapsed. The mountains and rivers everywhere were all shattered. It is detected that the other world is opening the door to your world and challenging you. Please prepare for war. It's really a coincidence. The other party has come to the door, so he won't be polite. Qin Ming's eyes turned cold. He was ready to take the initiative, but before he knew it, someone with no eyes came to provoke trouble first. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook endlessly, and the world melted directly. After a few breaths, a 1,000-foot-high world gate appeared at the edge of the cultivation world. Roar! Before entering, a huge roar was heard. Countless figures rushed to the world of cultivation from the other side of the world gate. Dense people rushed in madly at this moment. However, these people were all rotten, limping, but moving forward quickly. Dong dong dong! A huge man as high as 3 meters rushed over, and it was very eye-catching among the rotten crowd. The biochemical world has invaded. Ordinary zombies, tyrant zombies, lickers, everything is available. Qin Ming's Eye of Heaven saw it clearly. Isn't this the zombie in the biochemical movie? From this point of view, the zombies in this biochemical world are at least no less than 50,000. A single zombie is not powerful, but the number is terrifying. And, zombie poison. The other party can constantly sense the other creature, and then transform it into a member of the zombie world. In this way, the other party can continuously strengthen itself. If this zombie world were to fight against other worlds, it would probably have a great chance of winning. But unfortunately, it happened to meet my Immortal Cultivation World. Qin Ming almost laughed out loud. No matter how powerful these zombies are, no matter how many there are, they are just ordinary existences. Compared with the immortal physique system, they are not good enough. Qin Ming returned to the Heavenly Dao sect and immediately summoned everyone. Everyone, prepare for battle. His divine thoughts appeared in the minds of all the disciples of the Heavenly Dao sect. All the disciples withdrew from the state of cultivation and rushed to the martial arts field to gather. Master, didn't we just kill the 3 monster kings not long ago? How could there be another battle? Chen Yu was a little puzzled. In his impression, only the 3 monster kings in this world can oppress the human race. The other disciples were also curious. This time, it is an invasion from another world. If we don't destroy the other side, our world will be completely destroyed. You must remember not to be hurt or scratched by the other side's soldiers. Try to keep a distance and protect yourself with your true qi. The weakness of the other side's soldiers is the head. Only by destroying the head can the other side's soldiers be completely killed. Qin Ming quickly explained the key points of this war. Especially, about the weaknesses and characteristics of these zombies. Powerful cultivators may not be afraid of the so-called poison at all. But most disciples of Heavenly Dao sect have not even reached the foundation building stage. Some people are still at the transition level from mortals to cultivators. That is, Qi attracting realm, body tempering realm. They are not real cultivators. Real cultivators must be foundation building before they can be considered. Therefore, these people also have a certain risk of being transformed. If they are scratched or hurt, they may be transformed into zombies. If they still have the ability of cultivators after becoming zombies, it will be fatal. Fortunately, this time, in addition to the Heavenly Dao sect human race disciples, many demon soldiers and generals have signed contracts to become spirit beast mounts, and can also play a certain combat power. In particular, the Golden Wing Monster King has the strength of the core formation stage. It can relieve some pressure on the Immortal Cultivation World. Let's go! After the instructions, Qin Ming waved his sleeves and rushed to the World Gate with everyone. At the World Gate in the distance, the zombie army is rushing in quickly. Wherever they pass, all birds and beasts are scared and flee. Those who escape a little slower are directly drowned by the zombie army. Then, these birds and beasts will also be transformed into zombies and continue to move forward. In the zombie army, zombie birds, zombie dogs, zombie pythons, any creatures, will not be spared when they encounter the zombie army. Hehe, I'm still smart. Back then, I was a top student on Blue Star. What is the fastest way to develop the zombie world? Of course, fighting to support fighting. At this moment, at the other end of the World Gate, a fat young man was standing on a mountain peak, admiring his zombie army rushing to the opposite world. Originally, his zombie army was not so large. But he was very cunning, taking advantage of the fact that most worlds were not too strong in the early stage, and madly invaded various great worlds. Successfully swallowed up several worlds. This time, he simply opened 2 world gates at the same time and invaded 2 worlds at the same time. All worlds will become the nourishment of my zombie army, just wait. The fat young man smiled proudly. Chapter 17. The zombie world was full of zombies, and they were constantly rushing towards the 2 world gates. One of the world gates led to the night world. Go, babies, transform them and make them one of you. The fat man laughed sinisterly. This was his 6th time. The 5 previous times, the 5 worlds had just developed and were wiped out. Moreover, the fat man himself relied on the sensitivity of the zombie world, not only did not suffer much loss. The members of the invaded world also became zombies one after another. This also led to his zombie world developing exponentially, and the development speed was far faster than other worlds. He used to love watching all kinds of biological/chemical movies. He has always liked biological/chemical creatures. And after thinking about it, he also felt that this world system is very suitable for early development. So he almost did not hesitate before and chose the zombie world. The fat man proudly opened the Myriad Worlds battle system and started sending messages in the chat Heavenly World. Everyone, I, Lu Lei, am going to take action again. So, who will be the lamb in my hands? The fat man really enjoys the feeling of killing others. Or, it is a kind of showing off. Showing off his own strength. What he could not get in the Blue Star before. Here, he will get everything. He enjoys the feeling of being awed, worshipped, and feared. Every kill before would be posted on the Heavenly World chat page, attracting countless people's attention. Now seeing the fat man appear on the Heavenly World chat page, it immediately caused a wave again. What the hell? Is this true? Lu Lei has been waging wars all the time? Won't his race suffer losses in battle? Oh my god, big boss, definitely a big boss. My world hasn't gotten on track yet. Big boss Lu Lei has already started an invasion war. Tisk, who knows if he's just bragging? No one saw it with their own eyes, maybe he's just pretending. What the above person said makes sense, it's very likely that this guy is pretending. Otherwise, how could this guy be so strong when everyone is just starting to develop? Not necessarily, maybe the race and world system he chose are the kind that are very strong in the early stages. I agree with the above person. Although my Titan baby has just hatched, its combat power is not bad, and it is indeed stronger than many worlds in the early stages. That Lu Lei didn't say what race and system it is, who knows if he is pretending to be a big boss and pretending to be strong. Alas, just like the keyboard warriors on Blue Star, he wants to pretend online, who knows if it's true or not. I also think it's more likely that Lu Lei is pretending. A group of people started arguing while chatting about Heavenly World. However, most of them were doubts, some of which were ridicule and sarcasm. Originally, Lu Lei thought he could get a lot of compliments from players. But now he is constantly being questioned, which makes him very unhappy. He certainly wants to pretend, but he is the real deal. Haha, I am the boss, do I need to pretend? You are a bunch of bumpkins. Lu Lei cursed directly in the Heavenly World chat. My world is a zombie world, invincible in the early and middle stages, damn it, I can beat whoever I want. The cursing Lu Lei felt that it was not enough, so he uploaded a video directly. It was his zombie army. The zombie army was so dense that it was endless, and it looked extremely shocking. Damn, really? This guy is not talking nonsense. Those with trypophobia are panicking. I almost peed myself. There must be at least 30,000 zombies here, no, 50,000. More than that, there are at least 70,000 or 80,000 zombies here. Look, there are tyrants, lickers, and some creatures from other worlds among the zombies. Have the zombies evolved? Bullback. I know it, it looks like a giant python, isn't it, from the Anaconda world? There are a few dinosaurs in the north corner, they must be from the dinosaur world. There are a few giants in the east. Could they be from the giant world? It seems that this big guy has really invaded other worlds, otherwise there wouldn't be so many species from other worlds. Big guy, you're awesome. Seeing the shocked players in front of him, Lu Lei smiled again. Watch carefully, how I destroy other worlds. After saying that, Lu Lei directly opened the video space of the Myriad Worlds battle system. The video camera was aimed at the world gate. He wanted to broadcast live to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. In the future, let's see who dares to question him. Many players were attracted and put down the construction of the world in their hands and joined the Heavenly World chat. The entire Heavenly World chat showed that the number of people online at the same time reached a terrifying 300, and the number was still growing. Oh my goodness, I almost peed myself. The scale of this zombie world may be enough to crush most worlds, right? The one above, remove the word maybe dot. Not maybe, but definitely dot. Damn, I regret choosing the late stage lineup. If I had known, it would have been much better to play the early stage lineup. Look, where are the two doors? That's the world gate, which can communicate with other worlds. It seems that the boss is really going to live broadcast the invasion of other worlds. Or two doors. The boss wants to deal with two worlds at the same time. Bullback. 666, Xianyu kneels first to show respect. Is this the boss? Does the boss need to blow Xiao Tongzi? Does the boss need a lackey? Woof woof woof. The entire Heavenly World chat has gone crazy. Everyone is frantically flattering the fat man Lu Lei, wanting to have a good relationship with Lu Lei. Lu Lei looked at the flattering messages on the interface and enjoyed it very much. He found the feeling of being above everyone else. In the live broadcast, the fat man commanded the zombie army, and most of them entered the gate on the left. He planned to concentrate superior forces to destroy one first, and then turn around to destroy the other world. Inside this gate, the race is the dwarf human race. The development system is the craftsman. Damn, dwarf human race? Combat power is not very good. Not necessarily, dwarf human race is a natural craftsman, many of them are at the great master level. Maybe the war weapons are not bad. No matter how powerful, it can't stop so many zombie armies. I think the zombie army will win. +1. +1. Chatting about Heavenly World, almost unanimously supporting Lu Lei's zombie army. The dwarf world is obviously aware of the invasion, and under the command of its Tiandao players, it began to send troops to intercept. Although it has just started to develop, many weapons forged by the dwarves are considered top-notch, and some of them have even reached the level of thermal weapons of the Blue Star World War I. There are all kinds of equipment, such as crossbows, crossbow arrows, cannons, heavy armor with full protection, swords with elemental power, darts, poison arrows, etc. Charge, defend our homeland, and kill these zombies from another world. All the people of the dwarf human race, pick up our most elite weapons and crush these zombies. Charge, charge, kill, kill, kill. Although the dwarf human race is only about 1.3 meters or 1.4 meters tall, it is very brave and takes the initiative to fight. The zombie army and the dwarf army instantly fought together. The dwarf human race, wearing armor and holding spears, was not panicked at all and dealt with the zombies easily. Melee spearmen, elemental sword and axe soldiers, long-range archers, crossbows, and cannons launched attacks in an orderly manner, killing zombies in waves. Chapter 18. The zombies in front were killed one by the dwarf army. For a while, the dwarf army had the upper hand. Is this the zombie that Lord God said? It's just so-so, just average. It seems that Lord God is too cautious. These zombies are not good. They are all fools. They all stepped into our trap. Haha, hitting these monsters is like hitting wooden stakes. There is no challenge at all. The soldiers in the dwarf army looked relaxed, thinking that their Lord God had been too nervous about their instructions before. At this moment, a figure appeared in the zombie tide. Tyrant. A 3-meter-tall tyrant. Boom, boom, boom. The tyrant ran. Soon, the second, third, fourth. Hundreds of tall and strong tyrants rushed to the dwarf human race defense line. One by one, the dinosaur zombies and flying bird zombies infected from other worlds also attacked the dwarf army defense line from all directions. Roar! The tyrant roared to the sky, slapped down with his palm, and directly whipped the dwarf human race spearman who was blocking the front into the sky. Don't panic, keep the formation. Spearman, attack the feet of this giant corpse monster. Crossbow, aim at the head of the giant corpse monster. Be careful of the flying bird corpse monster in the sky. Ah, save me. A frontline commander of the dwarf army was commanding in a hurry, and before he finished speaking, he was slapped into a pulp by the tyrant. The dwarf army at the front was in chaos, and the ease at the beginning disappeared, replaced by panic. Fortunately, the dwarf army crossbowmen were very powerful. Swish, swish, swish. A series of crossbow arrows reinforced by dwarf craftsmen shot out. A rain of arrows fell from the sky. If they were facing human light cavalry or infantry, it would be no problem to fight like this. However, their opponents were zombies. As long as the crossbow arrows did not smash the zombies' heads, they would not be able to stop the zombies. Many of the zombies were like targets, with arrows stuck all over their bodies, but it had no effect. A Tyrannosaurus zombie rushed into the dwarf human race position, and with a sweep of its tail, it directly whipped away more than a dozen dwarf human races. Then, the tyrants also rushed into the position. The spearmen of the dwarf human race tried their best to block them, but before the spears could cause damage to the tyrants, they were directly broken by a slap. Use all your strength, hold on, don't let these corpse monsters rush into the back. Hurry up, archers, artillery, why don't you kill these giant corpse monsters? Axemen, cut off the feet of these giant corpse monsters so that they can't move. Don't run. If anyone dares to run, the supervisors will kill him. Several dwarf commanders kept shouting in their respective positions. But, is it useful? No. The tyrant broke through the dwarf army's defense line, and the dense zombie army behind him, like flies, rushed in directly. Ah, I was bitten. These damn zombies, I will fight with you. Quick, crossbowman, seize the opportunity, don't be soft, kill us together. Why did the dwarf companions go crazy after being bitten? Is this what the gods said about induction? So scary. The frontline positions of the dwarf human race were completely lost. Thousands of dwarf human race soldiers were directly surrounded by the zombie frenzy. At the beginning, some screams and cries for help could be heard. But as time went on, there were no more screams. I saw that the dwarf human race soldiers who had been bitten to death and fell to the ground stood up one after another, but there was no light in their eyes anymore. Hundreds of dwarf human race soldiers were quickly infected and transformed into dwarf zombies. The crossbowmen and gunners in the back were so scared when they saw this scene that they went cold all over. Although they were good at making weapons, they were not very good at fighting. They were shorter than normal people, not to mention facing some Tyrannosaurus zombies and tyrant zombies. The psychological impact brought by the frenzy of zombies directly caused many dwarf soldiers to collapse. There were many cases of weak legs, peeing in their pants, and abandoning their teammates and running away. More dwarf soldiers chose to hold on. Because behind them were their families. If they gave in, their families would also die. Boom boom boom. The cannons kept firing, and one shot was enough to kill creatures within a radius of dozens of meters. The zombie camp was hit with gaps. The crossbows were also aimed at the tyrant's head. It's a pity that ordinary zombies don't know pain or fear at all. They have no wisdom. Even if a bunch of them were killed by artillery shells, another group would rush up immediately. The tyrant zombies have some wisdom and will dodge when facing crossbows, but the hit rate is not high. Tyrannosaurus zombies, giant zombies, and bird zombies are like wolves among sheep. A single attack will bring countless blood and screams. The live broadcast screen is clearly transmitted to the chat Heavenly World. For a time, such a bloody and crazy picture directly stimulated the players. Dwarf human. The weapons made by race are not bad, even cannons have been made, but these zombies are not afraid of pain or death, so they are useless. I feel my scalp tingling just looking at them. It's too scary. The zombie army is so powerful. I would have chosen the zombie world if I had known. My pores all over my body stood up. This is not a battle, it's a complete massacre. Alas, another world is about to be destroyed. Suddenly I feel that this big brother Lulei is going to be invincible. If this continues, won't the zombie army become more and more numerous and stronger? I also think that basically everyone in this dwarf world will be transformed. It feels like many worlds will become the nourishment of the zombie army. My world is the night world, and it seems that it can't do anything to the zombie army. I am in the Titan world. I hope Titan can resist a little. Brother, just activate 2 waves of Red Lotus state when the time comes. Fortunately, I am in the Marvel world, and Purple Sweet Potato is not afraid of zombies. The martial arts world is crying. This zombie is as good as the Zerg. Boss, can you spare me in the future? I am Xiao Tian Tian. Boss, I am willing to be your cow and horse, please don't kill me. Boss, I am your man, please spare me. Chat Heavenly World directly exploded. Countless people joined Lulei's live broadcast room. The number of people soared from 3 million to 8 million, and it was still soaring. Many people were flattering Lulei in different ways. Lulei held a glass of red wine in his hand, and saw these flatteries, his heart was full of joy. In the dwarf world, the battle was one-sided. The zombie army is invincible, and it is also infecting dwarf soldiers along the way, and the number is increasing. This time, it's a sure thing. Fatty Lulei took a sip of wine. At this time, Lulei's private chat Heavenly World suddenly sent a message. Chapter 19. Who is it? The fat man clicked on the private chat Heavenly World. A video appeared inside. I am a player of Heavenly World in the dwarf world. Brother, please, don't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I will do whatever you want me to do. In the video, a man's eyes were red and he was about to cry. Now the dwarf world is one-sided. If nothing unexpected happens, it will definitely be completely swallowed up by the zombie army. And the players whose worlds are destroyed will only have one end, death. He didn't want to die. He wanted Lu Lei to let him go. Boss, tell me, what do you want? As long as I can afford it, I am willing to give everything. I will be your dog, and you will be my master in the future. At the end, the man knelt down directly. In the face of life and death, dignity and so on are completely unimportant. As long as he can save his life, he will do anything. After closing the video, the fat man sneered. Dog? I don't need a dog. I can develop faster only if I annex your world. The power in my own hands is the best. The fat man muttered to himself, and didn't even reply to the letter. Instead, he controlled the zombie army and began the final annexation. The Heavenly Dao players in the dwarf world were unwilling to give up and kept sending new messages, but they were directly blocked by the fat man. The dwarf world. Zombies were everywhere, and countless dwarves were bitten and caught, and then attacked their compatriots around them. The entire dwarf defense line collapsed completely. All the crossbowmen in the rear were not spared. Some zombies have rushed into the dwarf village and attacked the civilian dwarves in the village. The village was also falling rapidly. The entire dwarf world quickly turned into a zombie world. Talking about Heavenly World, everyone was emotional. So cruel, is this war? It's more than cruel, it's ruthless to the extreme. Strength is everything. Alas, the zombie army is simply invincible. I remember that the boss also launched an attack on another world. Needless to say, that world probably won't have a good ending either. Yes, it's estimated that the death will be even more miserable. Looking at the completely fallen dwarf world, the fat man sneered a few times and began to pay attention to the other world. Okay, after the appetizers, we'll start the main course. The fat man sent a message. Then the camera turned and the live broadcast room began to switch. Chatting Heavenly World expressed expectations. The other world probably won't have a good ending either. I don't know if the other world can resist for a while, but it probably won't be much better. Needless to say. Alas, the zombie army was invincible in the early stage. Indeed, few worlds can beat it. Many people found that this world didn't seem to be ready for battle, and even the army hadn't been pulled over. Damn, the players in this world will not just give up on treatment, right? It's possible. He probably watched the live broadcast and now he doesn't even have the courage to fight. It's a bit disappointing. It's human nature. How can we fight if we can't even get over it? It's just giving away heads. It's better to just surrender. GG. GG. In the whole picture, the zombie army was like entering an empty land, and there was no one to stop them. The fat man looked at the picture and was also relieved. If the other party surrendered directly, he would pretend to let the other party go, and then take ruthless action to completely infect this world. He was a little complacent about his own cleverness. At this moment, a wisp of fire fell from the sky. No one cared. The flames fell into the zombie group. One zombie was set on fire. The second one. The third one. The fourth one. Until the countless number. The zombies, like walking logs, were quickly set on fire. The flames gathered into a fire dragon, burning more and more vigorously. The live broadcast room was boiling. The zombies were set on fire. Yes, why didn't I think of it? Water and fire are ruthless. No matter how powerful the zombies are, they are still moving torches after being set on fire, right? 666, it turns out that the other party has already thought of a way. I thought the players in this world didn't dare to fight, but I didn't expect that they really have some tricks. It feels like there's something interesting to watch. The other players who were originally bored and ready to quit saw this scene and instantly became excited. The number of players in the Heavenly World chat and the live broadcast room is growing rapidly. Most people still think that the zombie army will win. The fat man also saw this scene, but he was not in a hurry, and looked like he was sure to win. When he invaded other worlds before, he was also burned once. However, in the end, he still destroyed the other party. Those dinosaurs were brought from the destroyed world. The fat man mobilized the tyrant zombies and rushed forward quickly. The zombie birds in the sky were faster, acting as the vanguard army, flying towards the heart of this world. Puff! A spear flew directly from a distance and pierced the entire zombie bird. The zombie bird roared and fell to the ground, breaking into mud. Other zombie birds also encountered various attacks, and many were killed and injured. What happened? The fat man frowned. He didn't even know how the zombie bird died. The picture was too fast. It seemed that something flashed by, and then his zombie bird fell from the sky. The live broadcast picture also had the function of recording the screen. Fatty Lule turned on the video and slowed down the speed to 0.75 times. It was still not clear. Slowed down to 0.5 times, still not clear. In a fit of anger, the fat man adjusted the speed to 0.1 times. Now, he could barely see clearly. I saw a spear flying from a distance, directly piercing the zombie bird. More than a dozen zombie birds were shot down in this way. What is this? A bed crossbow. The fat man was a little surprised. He knew the spear, but how could it be so fast? The bed crossbow is not that powerful. Some people also saw it through the video chat on Heavenly World. Damn, that spear is a spear, it's just a missile. Indeed, the spears from the crossbows in the dwarf world were also very powerful, but compared to this spear, it's just a grandson seeing his grandfather. 666, now it's time to watch something interesting. The zombie birds were just like hitting a fool when they attacked the dwarf world before. Now, before they even saw the other side, more than a dozen zombie birds have been shot down. It feels like the military power of this world is also very high. It should be above the dwarf world. I bet a bag of spicy noodles that this world should be able to hold on for a while. I bet a bag of spicy noodles that this world will win. Tisk, just a few zombie birds. The advantage of the zombie army is the number, right? Talking about Heavenly World, the players began to argue. And the fat man stared at the live broadcast screen. All of you charge. I still don't believe that the other side can destroy my army at the same time. The fat man's voice appeared in the consciousness of all zombies. Although zombies have lost their intelligence, they will instinctively obey the fat man's orders. Chapter 20. The zombie army, which was originally slow, began to speed up and kept moving forward. Zombie birds fluttered and flew past quickly, covering the sky and the sun. Tyrant zombies, dinosaur zombies, and giant zombies shook the earth, and many small animals were trampled into mud before they could dodge. However, after moving forward for a long time, no one was seen. But flames continued to fall from the sky. Each ray of fire would ignite hundreds of zombies, or even more zombies. Spears, stones, swords, and swords also flew from a distance. Even the most ordinary stones were enough to smash more than a dozen zombies into pieces. Each spear was accurate and shot down the zombie birds from the sky. The speed was so fast that the zombie birds could not avoid it at all. Even the tyrant zombies and dinosaur zombies were pierced through the head by spears. In just 10 minutes, dozens of tyrant zombies and dinosaur zombies were lost. Zombie birds also fell like rain. The fat man's heart was bleeding. If it was an ordinary zombie, it would be nothing. But the tyrant, dinosaur, and bird zombies, these are his trump cards. He had never lost so much in any previous battle. So far, he has not even seen a shadow of a person in this world. This feeling is like punching with full strength, thinking that it will hit the opponent hard, but the punch hits cotton. Damn it, when I conquer this world, I will definitely pull out your tendons and skin you. The fat man hated it in his heart. At the same time, he ordered all zombies to speed up and go deep into the hinterland. They didn't see anyone until they had been walking for a full half an hour. I saw a few Daoist figures standing high in the sky. Some people stood on the ground and kept throwing spears, which crossed the sky, and each spear was extremely lethal. The chat Heavenly World exploded. Wow, I'm just so surprised, this is Imperial skywriting art. Immortal Cultivation World, right? It's going to be interesting. What's so interesting? Just a few people were overwhelmed by the zombie army. The person above has some common sense, okay? It's okay if the Immortal Cultivation World doesn't develop. Once it develops, one person can fight a legion. Really? I'm not well educated, don't lie to me. What do you think the system of immortal cultivators is? The strong ones among them can move mountains and fill the sea, pick stars, and catch the moon. I don't know what it's like, I feel that the force value of this world is a bit high. It's more than a bit high, it's very high. It feels like the zombie army has hit a wall. The fat man suddenly felt that the wine in his hand was not good to drink. No matter how stupid he was, he could see that this world was not weak. It doesn't matter if I'm not weak. I can fill you up with zombies to death. If 10 doesn't work, then 100. If 100 doesn't work, then 1000. If 1000 doesn't work, then 10,000. The fat man's eyes were fierce. He didn't want to retreat in front of so many people. Under his control, the zombies were still rushing forward frantically. 2 girls and a boy stood in the air in the sky. They were Yan Qingguo, Zhao Linger, and Chen Yu. Among the disciples of Heavenly Dao sect, only 3 of them were in the foundation building stage and could perform imperial skywriting art. There are indeed many of them, but they are just stupid fools without intelligence. Chen Yu looked down on them and swung the Xianlong mace in the air. The heavenly hegemony physique was extremely powerful. Even if it was just a juvenile, it could completely shatter the mountains and rivers and shake the earth. With one blow of the Xianlong mace, the dozen zombie birds flying in the front of the zombie army were smashed directly into pieces. Let the master see that his choice is correct. Chen Yu shouted, swinging the Xianlong mace in his hand to the extreme, and after images appeared one after another. The powerful force will create a huge gap in the zombie army with each blow. One person can defeat thousands of troops. Chen Yu stood in front, and all the zombie birds were attracted and attacked Chen Yu. But it was useless. Within a radius of 10 meters, the zombie birds would be smashed in midair as soon as they approached. In just one breath, more than 100 fierce zombie birds died on the spot. More than a dozen tyrant zombies rushed over and slapped them. This slap could even turn a car into a pancake, let alone a person. Tisk tisk, what a pity, this boy does have some skills, but he is probably dead. Although these people know some spells, their bodies are not too strong. It's okay if a monster like the tyrant doesn't approach you, but if you get close to it, you really can't bear it. Forget it, I can't bear to see this kid being turned into mud. Poor. Although the people in the live broadcast room admired Chen Yu very much. At this moment, they were not optimistic about Chen Yu. The power of the tyrant can overturn a tank. Tanks, dozens of tons. You can imagine what a human being would be like if he was hit. Just when everyone thought Chen Yu was doomed, a surprising scene appeared. I saw that more than a dozen tyrants surrounded him and attacked at the same time. Chen Yu did not dodge or evade, but punched out directly. The 3 zombies in front of him were directly smashed into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Chen Yu raised the Xianlong mace and swept it across. The tyrants on both sides exploded. Roar! The two tyrants behind him took this opportunity and approached Chen Yu with their claws. Bang! Chen Yu took a hard hit. Except for his clothes being torn, he was fine. Ugly monster, dare you sneak attack? Chen Yu raised the Xianlong mace and hit it, and the two tyrants were also smashed. 15 tyrant zombies were beaten into slag in an instant. Heavenly hegemony physique, born with supernatural power, physical fitness is also necessary. The players who saw this scene were directly dumbfounded. Can you still play like this? The tyrant only ripped his clothes with a slap? His physical fitness is really strong. Captain America is probably like this. It's so terrifying, this kid is like a god. Who said he would be beaten to death before? I was wrong, I underestimated these people from Immortal Cultivation World. Why didn't Lu Lei say anything? He must be very angry. Looking at Chen Yu, who was so fierce in the picture, the fat man was so angry that his teeth itched. He was heartbroken. The tyrant zombie is much stronger than ordinary zombies. And it is only born with a probability of polar regions. There are not many tyrant zombies in his entire zombie army. Kill the little brat for me. The fat man was so angry that his fat was shaking. Chen Yu has become a thorn in his eyes. No matter how strong your physical fitness is, can you keep fighting? There will always be a time when you are tired. My zombies will never be hungry, never tired, and don't know pain. The fat man's eyes are red. The zombie army changed direction and began to rush towards Chen Yu. Some Tyrannosaurus zombies and giant zombies also rushed towards this side. Chapter 21. Chen Yu was holding the black dragon mace and was killing like crazy. Not only did his combat power not decrease as time went by, but he became more and more courageous. He killed the tyrants and giant zombies in front of him alone. Countless corpses piled up into a mountain. Chen Yu stood alone on the mountain, holding the mace horizontally, like a demon god. No zombie could pass through here. The people chatting on the heavenly world side were shocked again. What a bull, this boy is fighting against tens of thousands of zombies alone. One person can be as powerful as thousands of troops. Immortal Cultivation World is really awesome. Woo, I should have chosen Immortal Cultivation World earlier, it's too powerful. I guess Lu Lei is dumbfounded now. Only 666. My mom asked me why I was kneeling on the ground watching the live broadcast. I showed her the live broadcast and she knelt down with me. My goddamn mom! I looked at my world's combat power and instantly felt that I was really a salted fish. I feel like this boy can destroy my entire world. The fat man sat in front of the screen with his mouth twitching wildly. He underestimated the combat power of this world from the beginning. On the battlefield, Chen Yu alone is as powerful as thousands of troops, and all zombies who dare to pass by him must stay on another line of defense. A group of outer disciples and menial disciples of Heavenly Dao sect are also constantly taking action. Although they are only in the body tempering and chi condensation stages. But they are strong enough to fight against the zombie tyrants. Not to mention, they have a lot of talismans in their hands. With a shake of their hands, the talismans fly out, and they can blast a blank gap in the zombie group. For a moment, flames, ice cones, earth walls, water dragons, and wooden hammers appeared on the battlefield. The Heavenly Dao sect, which has less than 100 people, most of them don't even have the foundation building stage, but they are not at all inferior to tens of thousands of zombies. Let's take action too, junior sister. After Yan Qingguo finished speaking, he turned his wrist and the Chaos Cloud flag appeared. The original body of the Chaos Cloud flag, the Blood Demon flag, is Monster King level combat power. Now it has been strengthened, and it has the combat power of the peak of the core formation stage. With Yan Qingguo's heavenly demon body, the power of the Chaos Cloud flag can be fully exerted. As soon as the big flag rolled up, the wind and clouds moved together. Hundreds of zombies flew directly and exploded in the air. The scene was so beautiful. The fire phoenix behind Yan King Guo, containing the principles of fire, flew into the zombie group. The fire burned the camp. Thousands of zombies became walking torches. Zhao Linger was not to be outdone. The soul-catching bell was sacrificed, rising against the wind and turning into a small mountain. It fell from the air and directly crushed hundreds of zombies to death. The so-called tyrant, under the blow of the soul-catching bell, turned directly into ashes. The cold and dark magic was performed by Zhao Linger, and the zombies in front were directly frozen and turned into ice sculptures. A light blow, and it exploded into ice chips all over the sky. The three foundation building stages, Zhao Linger, Yan King Guo, and Chen Yu. They blocked most of the zombies. There were hundreds of tyrants who died in their hands. The fallen zombie bodies piled up into a wall of corpses. The scene was extremely spectacular. Whether it was the live broadcast room barrage or the Myriad Worlds system chat Heavenly World, they were all crazy at this moment. Immortal Cultivation World is really awesome. 3 people, I'm afraid they killed nearly 10,000 zombies. The key is that the zombies can't even touch people's clothes. At first I felt sorry for the boy, but now I feel sorry for the zombies. It seems that if these zombies continue to be killed like this, they may not be enough to kill. These zombies are so pitiful. I feel like I can also blow up the zombie army. Did you play too much and have hallucinations? You are not a player of Immortal Cultivation World. The zombie army is still very powerful, but it can't beat the immortals. I guess Lu Lei is furious. You would be depressed if you were in my place. Aren't you afraid that Lu Lei will settle accounts with you if you say that? FK. Lu Lei sat on the sofa, his forehead veins bulged, his eyes full of bloodshot. There are 30,000 zombies invading Immortal Cultivation World this time. Now almost 1/3 of them have been killed. If it continues like this, the remaining 20,000 will not last long. This is the first time he has suffered such a big loss since he invaded multiple worlds. But he is unwilling to quit now. After a moment of silence, Lu Lei spent a lot of world points to exchange a potion from the Myriad Worlds battle system wall. This is a dark blue potion. There is an instruction manual on the specially made reinforced glass tube with a line of small words on it. Transcendent level enhanced G3000 virus. After infecting a creature, it can quickly evolve the creature. The combat power of the evolved creature will increase tenfold or even more. Looking at the potion, Lu Lei smiled sinisterly. I want to see how many zombie armies you can stop. After that, Lu Lei recalled all the zombie armies in the dwarf world. Then, he flew high into the sky and sprinkled the potion in the air. The potion fell down, and the zombies that were touched roared excitedly. The most common zombies touched the potion, and in just a few seconds, their bodies swelled to 3 meters high, and they were still growing. Tyrants, pursuers, lickers, giants, dinosaurs, and other zombies, after being exposed to the transcendent level 3000 virus, their bodies directly exceeded 30 meters. They grew dark scales all over their bodies, full of metallic luster. The arms of a tyrant were as thick as an elephant. Moreover, their bodies were still growing rapidly. The entire group of zombies began to evolve. 10 minutes later, all the zombies became giant-scale armored zombies several meters high. The tallest zombie among them reached a height of 100 meters. Go, my children, crush the Immortal Cultivation World completely for me. Lu Lei's fat body trembled. At the command, all the zombies ran wildly, thinking of rushing to the gate of the world. This scene was also broadcast live. The number of people in the live broadcast room directly soared to 30 million. So the boss has a trump card in his hand. Attack of zombies. I guess a small mountain will be crushed by 1 foot, and these zombies can kill many people when they fall down. It seems that boss Lu Lei is really angry. Can Immortal Cultivation World still resist? Although they are very strong, I still doubt it. I guess it's gone this time. It's hard to say, we'll know after the fight. Look, the fight has started. Damn, so strong. This combat power, the back of the bull. This time, I wonder how long you can hold out. You guys, don't even think about stopping my army. When the time comes, I will capture you one by one, put you in the laboratory, slice you up, study you, and torture you to vent my hatred. Lu Lei sneered repeatedly. He seemed to have seen the scene of Immortal Cultivation World being completely broken by his zombie army. Chapter 22. Roar. The huge roar shook the sky. Zombies 10 meters high. Zombies 30 meters high. Giant zombies 50 meters high. Giant zombies 100 meters high. One after another, they crossed the world gate and came to the Immortal Cultivation World. Boom boom boom. Like an earthquake and tsunami, the earth trembled endlessly. The ground could not bear the pressure and tore open one after another. Nearly 20,000 of the first batch of 30,000 zombies that invaded the Immortal Cultivation World had been killed. The remaining 10,000 would be killed sooner or later. At this time, tens of thousands of zombies strengthened by the Transcendent Level 3000 virus came from the Dwarf world to support. The number was more than the first batch. The combat power was even stronger. Chat Heavenly World had already begun to worship. The boss is the boss, please accept my knee. No wonder the boss is so awesome, it turns out there is such a trump card. The second batch of zombies is probably more than 10 times stronger than the first batch. The key is that there are so many, I guess Immortal Cultivation World can't stand it. In front of the boss, I am really a scum. Me too. Alas, I feel like a FW. I'm jealous. All of them. Lu Lei's fat trembled, and his face was twisted. This is his strongest trump card, and he is going to crush Immortal Cultivation World with one blow. The zombies ran one after another, and they could cross the distance of a small mountain in one step. In an instant, they arrived at the battlefield. Oh no, there are too many reinforcements on the other side. Yan Qingguo frowned. She hurriedly mobilized the Fire Phoenix to ignite a 30-meter tall zombie. But the 30-meter tall zombie extinguished the flames with one hand. Obviously, this group of zombies has become much smarter and their combat power has also increased a lot. My fire element is too weak after all. It's okay to deal with the monsters before. But it's a little worse for these stronger monsters. Although it contains a trace of subtle Dao, the time of cultivation is too short. Yan Qingguo can only use the Chaos Cloud Flag. The Chaos Cloud Flag is much more powerful than the Fire Phoenix. The big flag rolled up. The spirit chi of heaven and earth condensed and turned into a series of sharp swords, slashing at the 30-meter zombie. Puff! The 30-meter zombie also had its arm cut off by a blow. Roar! The zombie's arm was cut off, and it instinctively felt angry and raised its hand to smash the spirit chi sword. But as soon as its claws touched the spirit chi sword, it was cut by the sharp sword energy. Yan Qingguo waved the big flag again. More spirit chi gathered and condensed, turning into long swords. For a time, a rain of swords fell from the sky. The 30-meter tall zombie was directly beaten into a sieve. The head was also shattered. The huge zombie body fell down with a bang, killing many ordinary zombies. These zombies are much stronger than before. Yan Qingguo wiped the sweat from her forehead. Now, she still had some difficulty using the Chaos Cloud Flag. Chen Yu and Zhao Linger also killed a 30-meter tall zombie. But more evolved zombies are still coming. 30-meter zombies are everywhere, and there are even more 50-meter zombies. There are also 100-meter zombies. If this goes on, I'm afraid we will be exhausted to death. Chen Yu also realized the problem. Although they can kill zombies that have evolved from transcendent level. But the speed is too slow. For every zombie killed, several zombies will rush over. The originally solid defense line has begun to waver. Roar! A monster roared. Countless monsters rushed over from the back. They were the subordinates left behind by the three monster kings. In the sky, a huge golden-winged eagle flew over. The master asked me to help you. The golden-winged monster king simply said one sentence and rushed towards a 30-meter-tall zombie. The 30-meter-tall transcendent-level zombie was directly torn apart with its sharp claws. The golden-winged monster king has been trapped in the core formation stage for many years. With precipitation, his strength is extremely strong. If Qin Ming had not taken action before, the golden-winged monster king has almost no opponents in this world. A 30-meter transcendent-level zombie can deal with a few foundation-building stage zombies. But if you meet the golden-winged monster king, there is basically no game. At the same time, there are many monster generals among the monster reinforcements, all of whom are masters of the foundation-building stage. At this moment, the pressure on the disciples of Heavenly Dao sect was greatly relieved. Qin Ming had expected that Lu Lei would have a trump card. So at the beginning, he did not send out all the combat forces of Immortal Cultivation World. Instead, he kept all monsters such as Golden Wing Monster King. Now, Lu Lei played his trump card. He also released the Golden Wing Monster King. For a time, the war between the two worlds became white-hot. Every attack of the Golden Wing Monster King would tear apart a 30-meter-tall transcendent-level zombie. The three disciples, including Yan King Guyu, controlled the Monster King's weapons and were extremely powerful. On the zombie army side, the 100-meter zombies attacked and killed monsters and Heavenly Dao sect disciples every time. Both sides suffered casualties. This war has only now entered the real decisive battle. The people on the Heavenly World side were shocked again when they saw the live broadcast. Damn, I thought Immortal Cultivation World was going to be gone, but it turns out they have a trump card. I have a vague feeling that this Immortal Cultivation World player is also a big shot. I think so too. +1. I feel like players like me are just here to make up the numbers. Be more confident and get rid of the feeling. I don't know if both sides have other trump cards. If they do, it will be fun. It should be gone. After all, everyone has just started playing for a short time. Even if they are strong, they can't be infinitely strong. I don't know. But what I know is that whether it is Immortal Cultivation World or Zombie World, beating me will definitely be like beating a fool. Me too. Me too. Looking at the battlefield scene, Lu Lei punched the table hard. Damn, this guy actually has a trump card. Lu Lei underestimated the power of Immortal Cultivation World. But soon, Lu Lei laughed again. So what? I don't believe you can withstand the attack of the 100-meter zombies. There are at least 20 100-meter zombies in the zombie army. These zombies are completely different from the 30-meter and 50-meter zombies. All 50-meter and 100-meter zombies, go and kill the damn golden bird. In addition, don't let go of the three children. Lu Lei has long seen that the three people and the bird are the strongest in the entire Immortal Cultivation World. After getting rid of these four, the Immortal Cultivation World will be at his disposal. The 100-meter zombies who received the order abandoned their opponents and attacked the Golden Wing Monster King and Yan King Guyu. The Golden Wing Monster King tore a 30-meter tall zombie with one claw. Using his body skills, he quickly dodged the encirclement. My body skills are unique. You big fools want to surround me. It's really wishful thinking. The Golden Wing Monster King is extremely flexible. He keeps shuttling and tearing the transcendent level zombies. But it's not so easy for Yan King Guyu and the other two. They need to deal with the 50-meter zombies with all their strength. Chapter 23. In the zombie army, ordinary zombies are just food for the taking. Zombies under 10 meters are all scum. One battle aftermath will turn them into ashes. However, the defense, attack power, and wisdom of transcendent level evolved zombies have increased a lot. A 30-meter zombie is enough to threaten the death of ordinary Heavenly Dao sect disciples. A 50-meter zombie requires Yan King Guyu, Zhao Linger, and Chen Yu to deal with it personally. Only the golden-winged Monster King can barely deal with the 100-meter zombie, but it can't be completely defeated. Kang! The golden-winged Monster King's claws grabbed the head of the 100-meter zombie, making a sound of metal collision and a series of sparks. There was only a mark left on the head of the 100-meter transcendent level zombie. But it was not scratched. This monster is so strong. Even the golden-winged Monster King couldn't help but sigh. The 100-meter zombie whose head was grabbed was furious, and slapped it with a slap, and the speed was so fast that it broke the speed of sound in a short time. If this slap hits hard, even if it is the body of Monster King, it will be skinned alive. The golden-winged Monster King used his maximum speed to dodge this blow. The 100-meter zombie slapped the small mountain next to it. The mountain collapsed directly, and the towering tree was directly cut in half. Countless animals were beaten into pulp. So strong! The golden-winged Monster King couldn't help but exclaim. Fortunately, he was fast enough, otherwise this slap would probably take half his life. Before he could rest, the next attack of the 100-meter zombie came again. The golden-winged Monster King dodged in embarrassment and did not dare to confront head-on. His claws could not cause much damage to the 100-meter zombie. 20 100-meter zombies nearby had already surrounded him. Once he was completely surrounded, he, Monster King, would not be able to escape death. Bang bang bang! The huge zombie claws kept slapping down like raindrops. The dozens of mountains around were hit and collapsed, and countless low-level monsters were killed. On the other side, the 50-meter zombies also caused great obstacles to Yan King Guyu and others. They had to use all their strength to kill a 50-meter zombie. But there were hundreds of 50-meter zombies, and they could not be killed in a short time. When the golden-winged Monster King was about to be slapped by a 100-meter zombie, "It seems that I can only use the killer given by the master." After saying that, the golden-winged Monster King opened his huge eagle beak. Spit out a corner of the formation diagram. The formation diagram was not complete, only less than 1/10 of the original formation diagram. But it cost Qin Ming 2,000 world points to exchange it. Moreover, after being amplified by the 10-fold critical strike system, the power skyrocketed. The golden-winged Monster King poured in a large amount of monstrous power and activated the formation diagram. Buzz! The space vibrated, the void collapsed, and even time seemed to have stagnated. The whole world seemed to be completely wiped out. Between heaven and earth, strands of Dao were drawn down. The original power of the Immortal Cultivation World was extracted and merged into this square array. A dazzling light burst out, even the sunlight was covered. What is this? I feel like I'm going to be melted in front of this array. Yan King Guyu's pretty face was extremely horrified. This square array was too scary. I also feel like I'm going to be crushed. It's really scary. Chen Yu felt an invisible pressure squeezed from the surrounding space, and his blood vessels were bulging and about to burst. Other ordinary Heavenly Dao sect disciples hurriedly retreated. If they stayed here any longer, they would be crushed into meat paste. The closest Golden Wing Monster King felt that his powerful monster body would be directly cut into pieces by the Dao brought by this incomplete array. As the light became more and more dazzling, the laws between heaven and earth were quickly drawn in. The original power of the Immortal Cultivation World also merged into it. For a moment, the mountains and rivers moved together, the stars and the moon lost their color, the space was distorted, and time slowed down. The 100-meter zombies already had a high level of intelligence. They could feel that the square formation made by the Golden Wing Monster King had great lethality to them, and they immediately wanted to distance themselves. But the formation would not give them a chance. In the formation, a ray of energy shook. It was as if the sharpest spear in the world appeared. Boom! A spear pierced out, shattering the void and stirring up infinite power. The 100-meter zombie felt a huge crisis of destruction coming and could no longer dodge. He could only use his huge claws to block the spear in front of him. Puff! The 100-meter zombie was strong enough to resist the body torn by the Golden Wing Monster King's double claws, and was directly pierced. Roar! The 100-meter zombie roared continuously. He didn't want to be destroyed and wanted to keep struggling. It was useless. The spear twisted lightly. The arrogant 100-meter zombie turned into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth. This scene was seen by everyone and shocked everyone. The Golden-Winged Monster King didn't expect that the formation diagram that Qin Ming gave him before leaving would have such a powerful power. He thought to himself that he would be strangulated in an instant if he stepped into it. Thinking of this, the Golden-Winged Monster King shuddered. His master, Qin Ming. How many tricks does he have? Is this the master's trump card? It's really strong. Yan Qingyu's beautiful eyes were shining, and she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. The confidence of the disciples of Heavenly Dao sect soared, and the originally shaken morale returned again, and they became more and more courageous. Kill, fellow disciples. If we can't kill the big ones, can't we kill the small ones? Yes, we can still deal with those small corpse monsters, and we can also relieve the pressure on senior sister King Guyu and the others. Go, fellow disciples, the master has solved the most difficult problem, it's our turn. Kill, kill, kill. If we don't kill these corpse monsters, our sect and our families will be trampled to pieces. Kill. The disciples of Heavenly Dao sect took the initiative to attack. The 100-meter zombies were suppressed. The 50-meter zombies were cleared by the Golden Wing Monster King and Yan Qingyu. The rest of the zombies did not pose much threat to them. For a while, the situation on the entire battlefield was reversed. The situation where the evolved transcendent level zombies had a certain advantage was reversed by the people of Heavenly Dao sect. The incomplete formation diagram stretched across the center of the battlefield, blocking the way of all the 100-meter zombies. After the Qi Spear, Qiji God Tower, Qiji God Cauldron, Qiji Great Sword and other weapons condensed and formed. With one blow, they would inevitably strangulate a 100-meter zombie. Lu Lei, who was watching the battlefield scene, roared wildly. No! This is impossible! What is his basis? How can he have so many trump cards and means? How can I lose when my army was invincible in the early stage? Lu Lei's forehead was bulging with blue veins, his eyes were bloodshot, his fat was shaking wildly, and his anger reached the extreme. Don't think you have a trump card, I have one too. After saying that, Lu Lei's thoughts rang in the minds of all zombies. He played the last trump card. Chapter 24. Along with the player's thought, the entire zombie tribe resounded. A large number of zombies went berserk. But strangely, the zombie army did not continue to attack the people of Heavenly Dao sect. Instead, they began to attack their companions. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies roared and threw down their companions. Then, they shared the food. The entire battlefield was in chaos. The people of Heavenly Dao sect were confused. What's going on? I don't know. Why are they fighting among themselves? Is it because they can't attack for a long time, so they started to kill each other? Hurry up and take action, don't be stunned, just kill them now by surprise. A group of people were stunned, and the Golden Wing Monster King shouted. Everyone woke up from their dreams, and the attack became more fierce. Many zombies were killed one after another. But the speed at which the zombies killed each other was also accelerating. Continuously sharing the bodies of their companions. Along with eating. These zombies began to roar continuously. They evolved. After the ordinary zombies ate each other, they evolved into 3-meter-tall tyrant zombies. Their bodies became taller and stronger, and more ferocious than the previous zombies. Tyrants were constantly fighting each other, and it often took 3 or 5 to survive. The final winner would devour the bodies of the other tyrants. The 3-meter-tall tyrant grew into a 10-meter zombie. Evolution continued. The entire zombie army was fighting. 30-meter, 50-meter, and even 100-meter zombies began to fight. A 100-meter zombie pierced the heads of 2 companions with one claw, and then tore them apart. He stuffed them into his mouth. The height of the 100-meter zombie suddenly rose to 200 meters. The muscles continued to expand, and the arms were more than 20 meters thick. Behind it, 2 buds protruded. Soon, they pierced the skin. The buds turned into a pair of huge wings. The tail vertebrae extended a tail with barbs. A sharp long knife grew out of the edge of both arms. The originally empty eyes were black and red, like hell. This 100-meter zombie was like a demon. Evolution has not stopped. Its combat power increased exponentially. It smashed several nearby 100-meter zombies directly. They were stuffed into its mouth. The poor 100-meter zombie was killed by the demon zombie. The second pair of wings rushed out from the back. The second pair of arms rushed out from the back. The demon zombie continued. The nearby 100-meter zombies were devoured by him. Even if the golden-winged monster king kept stopping it, it was useless. The demon zombie devoured the 100-meter zombie, turned around and devoured the 50-meter zombie, the 30-meter zombie. Evolution is still going on. The number of zombies is decreasing rapidly. But each zombie that survived is getting stronger and stronger. As time goes by, the remaining zombies are all zombies that have evolved through cruel strangulation and cannibalism. Each one is extremely fierce. The evolved zombies are more bloodthirsty and brutal. Whether it is strength, size, speed, intelligence, agility, defense, etc. They have all improved a lot. The original scale of tens of thousands of zombies has rapidly decreased. Soon, it has become a few thousand. The worst of these thousands of zombies are 3-meter-tall tyrant zombies. Among them, the dinosaur zombies have reached an astonishing size. Like a series of small mountain ranges, they stretch across the battlefield. Roar! With a roar, he looked up to the sky and howled. It seemed that the mountains and rivers were broken by the roar, and the stars would fall. At this moment, a zombie with bloodshot eyes. No, it should be said that it is the demon zombie king. Standing between heaven and earth. Behind it, 3 pairs of huge wings appeared. And 3 pairs of thick and powerful arms. A tail covered with sharp barbs. On each arm, a sharp knife appeared. Roar! The demon zombie king roared again and again. All the zombies seemed to have heard the king's roar. They were originally fearless, but now they were extremely submissive and fearful of the demon zombie king. This is an instinct. It's the same as blood suppression. The zombie king is the king of zombies. Even though they are corpses, they still have this kind of power. Kill. The demon zombie king actually uttered a vague word. He pointed his arm forward. The zombie army, which was originally fighting among themselves, stopped fighting again and rushed forward. The tyrant zombies, dinosaur zombies, and lickers that evolved again rushed forward. The number of zombies in the current zombie army has been reduced by more than half. But the quality has been improved by several levels. This is the tactic of the zombie army. Rely on number suppression. Then use number to continuously evolve. As a world in the early lineup, such tactics are perfect. If other worlds develop a little slower in the early stage, they can't stop the invasion of the zombie world at all. This is the way to play the early burst flow. Simple and crude, but extremely effective. The zombie frenzy continues to rush forward. A Heavenly Dao sect outer disciple shook his hand and stabbed out a spear. The spear landed on the evolved zombie, making a loud crash. But the zombie only had a white mark on it, and was not injured. Let me try. Chen Yu raised the Xianlong mace and blasted it with all his strength. He injured one of the lickers. After several consecutive attacks, he finally killed it. It was obvious that the defense of the licker had increased several times. Even if Chen Yu was born with supernatural power, it would be difficult to kill the licker quickly. So strong. Almost everyone had such a thought in their minds. After evolution, the weakest zombie had at least the strength of the previous 30-meter zombie. A dinosaur zombie that looked like a mountain rushed over and opened its bloody mouth. It bit. The golden-winged demon Wang spread his wings and barely avoided it. A pair of eagle claws landed on the dinosaur zombie, only leaving a blood mark, and did not seriously injure the opponent. Everyone, retreat! Qin Ming's divine thoughts rang in everyone's mind. Although everyone was puzzled, they still did as they were told. Thousands of zombies, without any obstacles, rushed forward. All the players watching the game were confused. What's going on? Did they lose and surrender? Oh my god, Lu Lei is so scary, he actually has this trick. The demon zombie king in the middle seems invincible. Yet, it's obvious that the boys and girls from Immortal Cultivation World can't resist and can only retreat. But the formation diagram doesn't seem to have made a move yet, is it waiting for an opportunity? Same question. I instantly felt that my world and race are scum. Me too. Lu Lei looked very proud. This was his strongest move so far. It was originally his trump card. But now he was forced to use it. He was completely sure that he would win. On the battlefield. As the people of Heavenly Dao sect evacuated, the zombie army was no longer blocked. Countless zombies rushed forward. They marched straight in, unstoppable. Many players watching the live broadcast sighed. They felt that Immortal Cultivation World was the same as the previous Dwarf World. It was basically over. At this moment, a buzzing sound was heard. Buzz. The space shook again, twisted, and torn. The incomplete corner of the formation diagram was silent for a while, and then exerted force again. A ray of chi was cut down. The huge zombies like mountains were directly chopped into pieces with one blow. Dozens of chi emerged from the incomplete formation diagram. With each blow, a zombie would be turned into ashes. Even the 50-meter zombie after evolution, which was several times stronger than before, walked forward and wanted to smash the formation diagram. It was also hit by the formation diagram. Strangulation. The demon zombie king stood on the battlefield, not moving forward, but staring at the incomplete formation diagram. It already had extremely high intelligence and knew that this formation diagram was extremely powerful, so it did not act rashly. Thousands of zombies were directly strangulated by the formation diagram, more than 300 of them. The ground was covered with scattered corpse ashes. It was like a ruthless war harvester. A broken formation diagram was lying in the middle of the battlefield. Any zombie who dared to step over it would be ruthlessly crushed by the chi. In total, 800 evolved transcendent level zombies wanted to rush over, but they were all beaten into slag. The demon zombie king took advantage of the formation diagram to continuously strangulate other transcendent level zombies, and attacked with one claw. Chapter 25. Just as the demon zombie king slapped with his claws, the incomplete corner of the formation diagram turned into a ray of light and merged into the earth. The demon zombie king missed his attack and continued to bombard the place where the incomplete formation diagram drilled into the earth. It had no effect except to break the earth into pieces. The next moment, the entire land began to tear apart. It seemed that the entire continent was about to collapse. The spirit chi of heaven and earth rushed in quickly like crazy. The origin power of the Immortal Cultivation World was also gathering here. A corner of the incomplete formation diagram merged into the earth, but did not escape. Instead, it was under the entire earth. Along with the crazy influx of the origin power and the spirit chi of heaven and earth, the incomplete formation diagram expanded extremely, including all the places where the zombies on the ground were. Buzz. Thousands of terrifying auras revived from the formation diagram. It was as if tens of millions of god fiends were roaring and surging, and at the same time hitting the strongest blow. Time almost stopped at this moment. Terrifying cracks appeared in the space. The earth broke apart, and huge gaps appeared. Bang, bang, bang. Every blow would take away a large number of zombies. Even zombies that evolved to the transcendent level could not stop it. The entire battlefield was extremely bloody. Broken limbs and body parts flew everywhere. Then, they were shattered into powder. What is Shura Field? This is Shura Field. Bloody. Many players are not used to it. Turning their heads away, they dare not watch this scene in the live broadcast. On the battlefield. Roar. The zombies also began to fear, roaring continuously. They already have a high level of wisdom, and they are also afraid of destruction. But it was useless. In just one breath, hundreds of powerful zombies were directly smashed. In another breath, 1,300 zombies were completely turned into ashes. Half a minute later, the entire battlefield was silent. No more zombies were seen. The zombie army was destroyed. All the players watching the game were stunned. I don't know how long it took before someone spoke. Is this true? It's a bit hard to believe, but it's true. FK, it's too scary, so many evolved transcendent level zombies, just disappeared like this. 666, I'm really a nobody, the players in this world are really fierce. If I face such a big guy, I might be scared to pee first, and then be beaten to shit. Remove the possibility, it's a certainty. I'm really a FW, the big guy is really a bullback. Woo, too fierce, I want to know if this big guy still needs a girlfriend, he's definitely a sweet girl. So fierce, I like him too, don't compete with me, I want him to be my man. The two upstairs, you've had enough. We're all human, why is there such a big gap between anyone? When talking about Heavenly World, everyone is guessing how strong and who the players behind Immortal Cultivation World are. And the real owner Qin Ming is standing silently on the top of the main peak of Heavenly Dao sect, closing his eyes and nurturing spirit. Although he did not attack directly, he has been watching the entire battlefield through the eye of heaven. Fortunately, I have many trump cards, otherwise this battle would be a bit difficult. Seeing the victory of this battle, Qin Ming also opened his eyes, breathed a sigh of relief, and said with some sighs. It must be said that Lu Lei's zombie army is indeed not weak. It is worthy of being a strong man who has devoured several worlds. That is to say, against a monster like Qin Ming. If it is against other worlds, it is estimated that the opponent can be easily destroyed. The dwarf world is a good example. And, the important thing is, this zombie world belongs to the early outbreak world. It is particularly strong in the early stage. Even in the midterm, it is not weak. However, when it develops to the late stage, it is definitely not a match for the Immortal Cultivation World. The world that develops in the general late stage may not even last until the late stage. It was directly taken away by the early burst flow world. This is why those players choose the world system with early burst and weak late stage. They all have calculations in their hearts. It has to be said that there are still many smart people among the players. You invaded my world, and now you have to pay the price. After Qin Ming finished speaking, he stood up and rode the wind away. Zombie world. Lu Lei's fat body sat weakly on the sofa, his head drooping, and kept pouring wine into his mouth. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that I, Lu Lei, would end up like this, ha ha. Lu Lei kept smiling bitterly with extreme self-mockery. The Myriad Worlds war was extremely cruel, and the end of whichever side was destroyed was very miserable. Before he destroyed the dwarf world, he directly infected the players in the dwarf world into a zombie. No, I won't give up. Lu Lei suddenly stood up and smashed the wine glass in his hand against the wall. He took a tube from the table beside him. It was the transcendent level 3000 Bing poison he had exchanged from the Myriad Worlds battle system before. He had not used it up before. At this moment, there was still a part of it left in the transparent tube. If he won, he planned to use these transcendent level 3000 Bing poisons to torture Qin Ming. Because Qin Ming had caused him too much loss. But now, he lost. Since I'm going to die anyway, let me give it another try. Closing his eyes, Lu Lei pierced his skin with the tube containing the transcendent level 3000 Bing poison. The blue Bing poison quickly poured into it drop by drop. Then, it penetrated the blood, passed through the blood vessels, and rushed to the whole body. Lu Lei's obese body continued to expand, and his height gradually increased. His arms appeared and slapped the huge scales, and his hands turned into a pair of huge claws. 10 minutes later, he had completed his evolution. He was no longer recognizable as a human. Is this the power of zombie transformation? Lu Lei still had some wisdom, and he was very satisfied with the power brought by evolution. Qin Ming appeared above the zombie world. Originally, as the Heavenly Dao of the Immortal Cultivation World, he could not come here. But now the two worlds are connected, and one of them has already lost. The constraint mechanism has almost disappeared, so he can also come here. He spread his divine thoughts and soon found Lu Lei near a house. Players can sense each other. When Qin Ming came up, Lu Lei knew it. Roar! Lu Lei, who had turned into a zombie, roared. You destroyed my legion and my world. Today, I want to take you with me. Lu Lei rushed towards Qin Ming. He also knew that he was struggling to death and it was difficult to really save everything, but he was still unwilling to let it go. The huge zombie raised his hand and slapped him with a claw. It's just a fight of trapped beasts. Qin Ming shook his head. In order to make the last struggle, he turned into a half-human, half-ghost. Qin Ming pointed out. The cultivation of the core formation stage, wrapped in the majestic spiritual power, directly penetrated Lu Lei's head. Bang! Even if Lu Lei was unwilling, he couldn't stop Qin Ming's attack. The huge body fell to the ground, raising countless dust. Although Qin Ming did not practice any martial arts, his cultivation of the core formation stage was not false. Pure power was enough to crush Lu Lei, who had just evolved. After doing all this, Qin Ming was indifferent and did not feel any reluctance. From the moment Lu Lei invaded his world, there was no room for both sides to turn around. If he lost, his current fate would be even more miserable. He was merciful to kill Lu Lei directly. After solving everything, the familiar mechanical electronic prompt sound in his ear rang again. Congratulations to player Qin Ming, your Immortal Cultivation World has completed its first stop and won the victory. Everything belonging to player Lu Lei will become your spoils of war. Chapter 26. Player Lu Lei's loot includes Dwarf World, Zombie World. World points 3400 points. T200 Bing Poison. G700 Bing Poison. G1000 Bing Poison. Elementary level Gene Essence 3 bottles. Middle level Giant Hammer 17 handles. 1 adult Giant Heart. 1 elementary level Magic Stone. 1 incomplete formation. 3 Beast Eggs. The system's voice continued to read out the names of these loot. Lu Lei invaded several worlds and obtained all the materials of the invaded world. Plus some materials he extracted. Many of these materials cannot be used in the zombie world. So they were thrown in the warehouse. Now, all of them are cheap for Qin Ming. Other items are average. These 3400 points are really a lot. Qin Ming has the ability to trigger a 10-fold critical hit increase, which was only 3850 points not long ago. In order to exchange for a powerful formation, 2000 points were spent, and 1850 points were left. This wave of replenishment was very timely, and the points instantly reached 5250 points. Sure enough, looting and fighting to support the war is the fastest way to take off. Qin Ming had to sigh that Lu Lei had really rich resources. Player Qin Ming, your spoils have been detected to include the zombie world and the dwarf world. Myriad Worlds system can merge the world into your world. Do you want to merge? Can the worlds merge with each other? Then merge. Qin Ming was a little curious, but still chose to merge. The benefits are not known for the time being, but it will not bring any harm anyway. Zombie World, Dwarf World, Immortal Cultivation World, the three realms begin to merge. It is estimated that the fusion will take 1 day. Please wait patiently. Qin Ming came to his senses and found that the world gate in the distance had begun to disappear. The world barriers between the three realms were also gradually cleared. The earth began to shake, twist, and extend continuously. Obviously, this is the process of fusion. Back to the battlefield. Qin Ming waved his hand, and the incomplete formation diagram that was submerged in the earth broke out of the ground. It kept shrinking, and finally it was only the size of a palm, and fell into Qin Ming's palm. Although the formation diagram was only a corner, it was extremely mysterious and complex. Qin Ming had seen that the situation on the battlefield was unfavorable before, so he reluctantly spent 2,000 points to exchange it. Originally it was just a corner of the Earth rank middle grade formation diagram. It was promoted to a heavenly rank middle grade formation diagram by using a 10-fold increase. The power is indeed terrifying. However, the price is to use the spirit chi of the world and the origin of the world as energy to activate it. Qin Ming's world, originally upgraded by the heart of the world, had greatly increased the spirit chi of the world. This battle also took away nearly 1/3 of the spirit chi of the world and the power of the origin of the world. It will take some time to recover. It's good, but the price is too high. Qin Ming loves and hates this formation. I almost forgot that there is a good thing in here. Qin Ming flicked his finger and injected spiritual power into the formation. A tall demon zombie king appeared above the formation. Originally, Qin Ming was going to kill all the zombies. But when he saw the demon zombie king, he changed his mind. He used his mind to control the formation and bound the demon zombie king, but did not kill him. At this moment, the demon zombie king was bound by the golden formation chains and could not move. Your master is dead, and the zombie army is also destroyed. Now, I give you 2 choices. Submit to me and become my slave. Or die now. Qin Ming said slowly. This demon zombie king is much stronger than the golden wing monster king. Even the power has reached the edge of the nascent soul period. If it weren't for the upgraded formation that gathered the power of the entire immortal cultivation world. Don't even think about doing anything to this demon zombie king. The demon zombie king could sense that Lu Lei was dead. He also knew that if he continued to resist, he would die. After a little hesitation, he chose to surrender. To be on the safe side, Qin Ming chose the contract. Then, sign the contract. Qin Ming quickly moved his hands to form a contract array. The contract array can not only target monsters, but also weapons, ghosts, etc., and can conclude contracts. The demon zombie king dripped a drop of blood, and the contract was completed instantly. From then on, Qin Ming could erase it with a thought. A surge of power was transmitted from the zombie king. That kind of power seemed to be able to destroy the world in an instant. Fortunately, Qin Ming kept a watchful eye at that time. Let the array diagram imprison the zombie king. Is this the nascent soul level combat power? It is indeed very strong. Qin Ming was very satisfied. As the 3 realms merged rapidly, the entire myriad worlds and heavenly world were already boiling. The screen is broken? Why can't I see it? It should be decided, so the war is over. Ended? Then who won? Of course, the boss of Immortal Cultivation World is so awesome, of course he won. That boss is really awesome, he killed all the transcendent level zombies directly, he is so strong. You can see, the image of Lu Lei has turned grey. What does grey mean? Dead players are grey. Living players are colorful. A boss was killed by another boss. I don't care, I want to be the boss's girlfriend. I don't know if the boss needs a little follower or something, I can do it. Are you dreaming? The boss will fall in love with you guys. By the way, who do you think this boss is? I don't know. Immortal Cultivation World, the big boss of world, seems to have never spoken publicly until now. So mysterious. Big bosses are all mysterious. It would be great if such a big boss would accept me as his younger brother. You are probably a burden. However, Qin Ming did not reveal much information about himself. During the battle, he did not show his face publicly. Many people still don't know who the player of Immortal Cultivation World is. But this does not prevent many people from admiring him. Chapter 27. Qin Ming glanced at his personal interface. It showed that the strength of the Zombie King was about the first layer of the nascent soul period. He opened the warehouse and took out several harvested Bing poisons. The blue light, through the special glass container, looked very dazzling. But it was extremely dangerous. 10 times critical hit amplification triggered. 1 T200 Bing poison, promoted to T1000. 1 G700 Bing poison, promoted to G2000. 1 G1000 Bing poison, promoted to GCX800. The Zombie King beside him looked at the 3 Bing poisons with greedy eyes. If it hadn't been restricted by Qin Ming's contract, it would probably have snatched them directly. This kind of thing is the source of its continuous evolution and strength. Qin Ming threw the T1000 to the Zombie King. The moment the Zombie King got it, he used it immediately. I saw that every drop of the blue poison was completely absorbed by it, without any waste. Roar! The powerful energy made the Zombie King roar excitedly. The body crackled. Evolution began. Qin Ming's eyes were blessed with spiritual power, and through the appearance. Seeing that the cells in the Zombie King's body were rapidly dividing. Every inch of the Zombie King's body was changing rapidly. The aura of the whole body was soaring. Half an hour later, the Zombie King had evolved. Now he is all black and covered with scales. 6 wings and 6 arms, and the 10 fingers of both hands are extremely sharp. There are sharp bone blades growing on the sides of the forearms. The body size has not increased. But the strength has increased a lot. Qin Ming took a look at the system data. It was found that the strength of the zombie tyrant has reached the 2nd layer of the nascent soul realm. You know, the further you go, the harder it is to improve your strength. It is quite terrifying to be able to reach this level in just half an hour. The zombie tyrant looked at the other 2 poisons in Qin Ming's hand and was very greedy. You can have it if you want it. Perform well and I will not treat you unfairly. After Qin Ming finished speaking, he threw the 2 poisons into the warehouse. As the saying goes, kindness and power go hand in hand. Not only to deter, but also to attract. The zombie tyrant is very intelligent, of course he understood what Qin Ming meant. He nodded immediately and was very respectful. He took the Zombie King back to the Heavenly Dao sect and did not cause any dissatisfaction. Qin Ming is the god of this world, and a little explanation will get their understanding. The Zombie King was placed in the back mountain. Qin Ming took out 3 beast eggs from the warehouse. Touched with both hands. 10-fold critical hit amplification trigger. Yellow rank middle grade beast egg promoted to profound rank middle grade beast egg. Yellow rank low grade beast egg promoted to profound rank low grade beast egg. Yellow rank high grade beast egg promoted to profound rank high grade beast egg. Put the 3 beast eggs in a spiritual spring to soak. The spiritual spring is a small spring formed by the spiritual fluid gathered by the supreme grade spirit vein, and the energy contained is extremely pure and rich. After long-term soaking, these 3 beast eggs will continue to improve and advance. It is very likely to break through the earth rank, or even the heavenly rank. At that time, the combat power of the monster bred will be directly comparable to the core formation stage or even the nascent soul stage. In the warehouse, there is only a corner of the formation diagram left that is still useful to Qin Ming. I don't know where Lu Lei got this formation diagram from. It is incomplete and estimated that it is less than 1/20th of the total. Touch with both hands. 10-fold critical hit amplification trigger. Profound rank middle grade array diagram, promoted to earth rank high grade array diagram. I don't know what this nameless incomplete array diagram does. Qin Ming poured in a trace of spiritual power and threw it casually. The array diagram fell to the ground, hummed, and suddenly expanded, covering dozens of miles in radius. On the originally bright open space, countless white mists suddenly rose. A few meters away, it was not clear. From time to time, a Taoist shadow would appear in the white mist, and there would be mountains and rivers. I didn't expect that this was actually an illusion array. Qin Ming was amazed. Although the Great Zhou Divine Sovereign Tianxingqian array also has the function of an illusion array. But the more important thing is defense. The illusion array is just a little effect, and the power is not very strong. This incomplete illusion array, even if it is only a corner, has such a powerful effect. Obviously, it is a special illusion array. It just so happens that my Heavenly Dao sect is still short of a mountain protection illusion array, and that's you. After saying that, Qin Ming arranged the illusion array. The combination of the nameless illusion array and the Great Zhou Divine Sovereign Tianxingqian array makes the entire Heavenly Dao sect safer. The other things in the warehouse are of no use to Qin Ming. And they are not too expensive, so they will not cause the sudden increase in the strength of other worlds to pose a threat to himself. So he put them all up for sale in the trading area, requiring them to be exchanged for world points or time-related array diagrams. At present, what he lacks most is time. Although he won the first battle. But it was not too easy to win. Many players choose a world system that is more powerful than the zombie world. If you can't quickly improve your combat power. Once you encounter such a powerful world system in the early stage, it will be difficult to deal with it. In a few hours, there were thousands of private messages. However, many of them were to inquire about the news about world points. Obviously, many people have not upgraded their worlds, so they don't know about world points. Qin Ming blocked all these private messages. He didn't owe anyone anything, so why should he tell these people such important information for nothing? One of the girls, Chu Yawei, sent a private message. I want to exchange your elementary level magic stone. I have a time law weapon, but it requires a lot of spirit stone to activate. I wonder if you would like to exchange it. In the private message, there was also a picture of a palm-sized time law weapon. Qin Ming confirmed that this was indeed the time law weapon and agreed immediately. Both parties clicked on the transaction, and the transaction was completed soon. After the transaction was completed, Chu Yawei also applied to add a friend, and Qin Ming casually clicked to agree. The time law weapon in hand was very simple and obviously a product of the immortal physique system. The general world system could not open it at all. Qin Ming injected a trace of spiritual power and activated it. It has the effect of 3 times time acceleration. A useless elementary level magic stone in exchange for 3 times time acceleration, this wave of blood profit is not a loss. Qin Ming took a big advantage. I want to ask, what are the world points you mentioned? Chu Yawei didn't know about the so-called world points, so she wanted to ask. When you make great changes to your world will be upgraded and developed, and you will be awarded world points by the Myriad Worlds system. These points can allow you to buy some supplies in the system mall. Qin Ming was in a good mood, and he didn't hide it, and told Chu Yawei directly. It was considered to be a favor to her. Qin Ming looked at other private messages again. He also traded several times later. But there was no time for law weapon or time array. Other miscellaneous things were exchanged for a total of 1000 points. 10 times the critical hit amplification was triggered, and 10,000 points were directly obtained. Qin Ming's points reached 15,250 points. One day passed quickly. The fusion of the 3 realms was gradually completed. Warm reminder, Zombie World, Dwarf World, Immortal Cultivation World. The fusion of the three realms has ended. Chapter 28. Detected that the Immortal Cultivation World where player Qin Ming is located merged with the Zombie World and the Dwarf World. The level of Immortal Cultivation World increased by 0.6. Awarded an elementary level luck pillar. Awarded 600 world points. 10 times critical hit amplification triggered. The elementary level luck pillar was promoted to the middle level luck pillar. 600 world points were promoted to 6,000 world points. Qin Ming's total points suddenly increased by 21,250. The several worlds that Lu Lei invaded before were all annexed by him, so the world level was 0. Level 5. Including the Dwarf World, 0.1 level. A total of 0. Level 6. In the end, all of them were obtained by Qin Ming. This also saved him the trouble of slowly upgrading the world. His eyes fell on the middle level luck pillar. Middle level luck pillar, it can bring rich and long-lasting luck to your world, making you have good luck continuously. Luck. Qin Ming threw the luck pillar casually and placed it on the main peak of Heavenly Dao sect. The moment he put it down, Qin Ming suddenly had a feeling in his heart. That is, he will have good luck. Qin Ming observed the whole world through the eye of Heavenly Dao. Now this world has expanded by a full double compared to before. The original power of the world that was withdrawn because of the war was quickly replenished. The earth is full of upgrades again. Whether it is animals, plants, mountains, and rivers, there are many more. Even the towns have increased a lot. The population of the whole world has reached 200,000. The spirit chi of heaven and earth has also become several times richer. Close the eye of Heavenly Dao and return to the mind. By the way, I haven't selected my lucky wheel today. Qin Ming turned on the system and popped up the lucky wheel interface. Thinking of the luck pillar, he suddenly felt a little excited. 15 options of the lucky wheel appeared in front of him. Small golden words appeared on the side of each option. 1 a corner of the time array. 2 elementary level dragon power. 3 first generation Iron Man suit. 4 none. 5 none. 7 honeycomb intelligent red queen. 6 a broken wooden barrel. 7 Gatling gun with unlimited magazines. 8 none. 9 undead spear. 10 torch of faith. 11 none. 12 a piece of stone. 13 earth rank high grade immortal law instrument. 14 middle level gene essence. 15 none. After reading it, Qin Ming was a little surprised. He didn't expect the options this time to be so rich. Most of the options greatly improved the combat power of the corresponding world. Unfortunately, except for the props for cultivating immortals, he didn't need the others. Among the dozen or so options, only the earth rank high grade immortal law device and the one corner time array diagram are available. Both of these are very good things. It seems that the luck pillar is indeed very useful. If there is no time array diagram, he will definitely choose law weapon. But compared to the time array diagram, law weapon is not worth mentioning at all. Directly select. The time array diagram appears in his hand. 10 times critical hit amplification trigger. One corner time array diagram is promoted to a complete time array diagram. Qin Ming injected a ray of spiritual power. The time flow speed in the time array diagram was accelerated to 10 times. Qin Ming took out the time law weapon he got from Chu Yue and touched it with both hands. 10 times critical hit amplification trigger. Ordinary time law weapon is promoted to precious time law weapon. After trying it, this time law weapon actually reached 30 times the time flow speed. With the initial time array diagram, I can now accelerate the time flow speed by 50 times. Qin Ming couldn't help but be ecstatic. The 3 accelerations are turned on at the same time, which means that one person practices in the outside world for 1 day, and actually practices for 50 days. A person practices for 10 days, which is equivalent to practicing for 500 days. That is about 1.5 years. With a 50-fold acceleration, it will be much easier for the entire Heavenly Dao sect to practice. Qin Ming brought 2 things to the Enlightenment Tower. Meet the Sect Master. Meet the Sect Master. Meet the Sect Master. The disciples saluted one after another. Qin Ming nodded. Activate the time array and the time machine and put them in place. In the entire Enlightenment Tower, the speed of time quickly reached 50 times that of the outside world. You should practice well and don't be distracted. Qin Ming urged. Yes. The disciples returned to their positions one after another, meditating and practicing. In just a few hours, the effect came out. Buzz. The Enlightenment Tower trembled slightly, and strands of the Heavenly Dao were drawn in and merged into the bodies of many disciples. Boom. A disciple broke through. Boom. Another disciple broke through. Boom. The third disciple broke through. Boom boom boom. One after another, the Heavenly Dao sect disciples broke through. In your Immortal Cultivation World, Chen Yu's cultivation level has been detected to have reached Foundation Building Stage 5th Layer Heaven. In your Immortal Cultivation World, Wang Wu's cultivation level has been detected to have reached Foundation Building Stage 1st Layer Heaven. In your Immortal Cultivation World, Li Gui's cultivation level has been detected to have reached Foundation Building Stage 1st Layer Heaven. In your Immortal Cultivation World, Yan Qingyu's cultivation level has been detected to have reached Foundation Building Stage 6th Layer Heaven. In your Immortal Cultivation World, Yan Qingyu's cultivation level has been detected to have reached Foundation Building Stage 7th Layer Heaven. In your Immortal Cultivation World, Zhao Linger's cultivation level has been detected to have reached Foundation Building Stage 6th Layer Heaven. In your Immortal Cultivation World, Zhou Fu's cultivation level has been detected to have reached Foundation Building Stage 2nd Layer Heaven. As the Way of Heaven, your cultivation level has reached Core Formation Stage 8th Layer Heaven. As the Way of Heaven, your cultivation level has reached Core Formation Stage 9th Layer Heaven. Cool. Qin Ming shouted in his heart. The prompt sound of the Myriad Worlds system kept echoing in Qin Ming's ears. The cultivation of everyone in Heavenly Dao sect was rapidly improving. Qin Ming's cultivation was even rising while lying down. In the evening, a blazing breath burst out from Yan Qingyu. The fire phoenix kept spinning around her, making long cries. It suddenly stopped and disappeared into Yan Qingyu's forehead. Yan Qingyu's breath surged again, and the blazing breath seemed to turn the entire Enlightenment Tower into a sea of fire. Countless other fellow disciples who were meditating were awakened. Seeing this scene, they were all shocked. All the spiritual power condensed in Yan Qingyu's body gathered in the Danshan and quickly condensed. Cry! Accompanied by a huge phoenix cry, Yan Qingyu opened her eyes, and her aura rose more than 10 times. Her cultivation reached the core formation stage 1st layer. After opening her eyes briefly, Yan Qingyu closed them again, and it seemed that she could break through again. This scene aroused the envy of countless disciples. Swallowing the body of Heavenly Demon, she really practiced against the sky. Every disciple was also inspired to practice harder. Detected that in your Immortal Cultivation World, disciple Yan Qingyu has reached the core formation stage 1st layer day. As the Heavenly Dao, you have reached the nascent soul stage 1st layer day. Qin Ming heard the prompt sound and found that there was a little nascent soul in his body that looked similar to him. His whole body strength has reached a higher and stronger level. At the end of the first day, all the disciples of Heavenly Dao sect broke through. At the end of the second day, all the disciples of Heavenly Dao sect entered the foundation building stage, and Yan Qingyu even reached the core formation stage 3rd layer day. At the end of the 3rd day, Yan Qingyu once again comprehended a wisp of the Dao of fire and condensed a fire dragon. Chen Yu and Zhao Linger also broke through the core formation stage 1st layer day. The entire Heavenly Dao sect, cultivation is as easy as drinking water, easy and refreshing. Chapter 29. 10 days passed. During these 10 days, the entire Heavenly Dao sect did not sleep or rest, and did not eat or drink. All of them calmed down to practice. Boom! A Chor's disciple broke through the core formation stage 3rd layer. Boom! An outer disciple broke through the nascent soul stage 7th layer. Boom! An outer disciple broke through the nascent soul stage 5th layer. Boom! Inner disciples Chen Yu and Zhao Linger broke through the soul formation stage 3rd layer at the same time. Everyone slowly woke up. They had learned enough during this period. They had to stop and consolidate and sort it out. There was still one person without attributes in the entire Enlightenment Tower. It was Yan King Guyu. Buzz. In the Immortal Cultivation World, invisible Daos came from all directions, cheering around Yan King Guyu. All the fire element Daos condensed into a fragment, merged into Yan King Guyu's eyebrows, and disappeared. As the fire element merged into the body, Yan King Guyu's cultivation level was constantly improving like crazy. Soul Formation 5th Layer Day. Soul Formation 6th Layer Day. Soul Formation 7th Layer Day. Soul Formation 8th Layer Day. Soul Formation 9th Layer Day. Early Stage, Middle Stage, Late Stage, Peak Stage. Only one step away, Astral Projection. Her eyes were blazing with fire, and her whole body was a blazing aura, like a sea of fire, and like a copper furnace of heaven and earth, burning without extinguishing. All the disciples quickly dispersed, fearing that they would be affected. Cry! Yin! A phoenix cried and a dragon roared. A dragon and a phoenix surrounded Yan King Guyu. Noble, domineering, arrogant, fierce, blazing. Countless temperaments emanated from her. At this moment, Yan King Guyu was like a stunning empress, overlooking everything and controlling everything. After a moment, Yan King Guyu's flames were restrained, but the arrogant aura still made others breathless. Even Chen Yu and Zhao Linger were also in the soul formation stage. But facing Yan King Guyu at this moment, they still looked a little gloomy. All Heavenly Dao sect disciples can go to the main peak to see me. Qin Ming's divine thoughts rang in everyone's mind. Heavenly Dao sect main peak. Qin Ming opened his eyes. His cultivation has reached the peak of the astral projection stage. One step further is the Dao integration stage. Dao integration stage is also called body integration stage, which is to combine the Dao of heaven and earth with the body of the cultivator. At this stage, it is almost like a land immortal. Soul formation stage and astral projection stage can also comprehend the Dao, but it is often only a small part of the fragments. And in the Dao integration stage, the control of an element will reach a higher and more complete state. Outside the palace, all the disciples of Heavenly Dao sect have gathered. Qin Ming took a quick look. In today's Heavenly Dao sect, the weakest errand disciple has reached the core formation stage 1st layer. Among the inner and outer sect disciples, there are many nascent soul stage disciples. There are 3 soul formation stage disciples. They are the inner sect disciple Chen Yu, soul formation 3rd layer. The inner sect disciple Zhao Linger, soul formation 3rd layer. Even the golden-winged monster king has cultivated to the soul formation realm and successfully transformed into a woman. Her cultivation has also reached the soul formation 7th layer. She does not have the terrifying physique and root bone like Chen Yu and others. It is already good to be able to cultivate to this level. Yan King Guyu deserves the first place, the peak of soul formation, and has mastered a fragment of the fire Dao. It must be said that the time amplification effect is too powerful. If you practice slowly, even with time amplification, Qin Ming is still very satisfied. Yan King Guyu, come forward. Qin Ming slowly waved to Yan King Guyu. Yan King Guyu looked up at Qin Ming. She is now at the peak of soul formation, but she still respects Qin Ming very much. Especially when she felt the mysterious and abyss-like aura on Qin Ming, she was even more frightened. The master is so strong, I still can't see through him. Yan King Guyu sighed in her heart. She walked forward respectfully. Yan Qingguo, listen to the order, from now on, you are the master of Heavenly Dao sect. A jade order appeared in Qin Ming's hand, with the words Heavenly Dao written on it. He was ready to give up his position from the beginning. If it weren't for the fact that this immortal cultivation world had just started and everything was in its original state, he would not have served as the master. Lord God, this position of sect master is too precious, Qingguo dare not. Yan Qingguo declined. This Heavenly Dao sect represents Qin Ming's will. If it is not managed well, she is afraid of causing trouble to Qin Ming. You are now a soul formation peak cultivator, and you are capable of doing things on your own. You are the most suitable for this position of sect master. After saying that, Qin Ming left no room for doubt and threw the jade order to Yan Qingguo. Yan Qingguo will take on this important task and will do her best to manage the Heavenly Dao sect and will never let Lord God down. Yan Qingguo could only take it and said respectfully while kneeling on the ground. Chen Yu, Zhao Linger, Golden Wing Monster King, you will serve as elders in the future, assist Qingguo and recruit a new batch of disciples. All outer disciples and menial disciples, all go down the mountain. Outer disciples establish new immortal sects and families, and spread the art of cultivation. Menial disciples serve as city lords in various towns, look for talented immortal seedlings, and send them to the section. Qin Ming's few words are equivalent to breaking up the current Heavenly Dao sect. This puzzled many people. Lord God, why do you do this? Yan Qingguo asked in a low voice. Of course, it is to improve the entire immortal cultivation world. Qin Ming is not just to cultivate the Heavenly Dao sect. But now he is cultivating the Heavenly Dao sect, and then using the disciples of the Heavenly Dao sect to cultivate the people of the entire immortal cultivation world. In the future, those powerful world forces will be much stronger than the zombie world. Even, it may encounter several worlds at the same time, or even dozens or hundreds of worlds. It is not enough to rely solely on the Heavenly Dao sect. This is also the reason why he arranged it this way. The power of the entire world is of course much stronger than the power of a sect. After Qin Ming explained, everyone also understood. I understand. It turns out that Lord Heavenly Dao not only has powerful strength, but also has such courage and strategy. He is worthy of being Lord Heavenly Dao. Yan Qingguo nodded, and after understanding Qin Ming's layout, she was even more amazed. Qin Ming came to the Enlightenment Tower and raised his hand. Two array diagrams and a time acceleration law weapon appeared at the same time. I saw that the time acceleration law weapon was covered with dense cracks. And the runes engraved on the two array diagrams were also blurred. A gust of wind blew, and the accelerated law weapon and the array diagram turned into dust and scattered. Alas, what a pity! Qin Ming shook his head and sighed. Time acceleration is a good thing. But these three things are not divine weapon, immortal weapon, or the like, the grade is too low, and there is a limit to their use. Under full acceleration, it can only last for 10 days at most. That is why he woke up everyone on the 10th day, just to make full use of the value of time acceleration. Although the acceleration array and law weapon were overdrawn, fortunately, the cultivation of many disciples with good talent was greatly improved. It can be said that there are gains and losses. It seems that I have to look for time law weapon in the future. Qin Ming clapped his hands and shook off the dust. His figure flashed and went straight into the sky. Chapter 30. Qin Ming sat on the cloud and opened his personal interface. He took out a mirror from the warehouse. This mirror is called the Star-Gathering Mirror, which Qin Ming took out from the Lucky Wheel. It can spy on other worlds several times. It can be said that it is very amazing. This is thanks to the Luck Pillar, otherwise there would be no such amazing option for him to choose. Spiritual power was poured into the Star-Gathering Mirror. A supreme power descended. The surrounding space became blurred in an instant. Time began to stagnate. Then, Qin Ming seemed to leave his immortal cultivation world and was in a more vast great world. In the center of this great world, there is a huge river. The river flows continuously. Every drop of water is a small world. These worlds should be the worlds where many players are. Qin Ming wanted to stretch out his arm to grab a small world. But he found that the water droplets of the small world slid through his fingertips and would not be blocked. It seems that I only came here with the help of the stargazing mirror, but I can't have any actual impact on these worlds. Qin Ming understood. He took the stargazing mirror and pointed it at one of the water drops in the world. Everything in this world appeared in Qin Ming's eyes. Mountains, rivers, trees, land, and the races living in this world. This world is very special, with extremely lush plants, towering ancient trees, and blocking out the sun. Many trees can reach hundreds of feet or even thousands of feet in height. The races in this world all live near big trees. Huge tree people, forest giants, witches with magic treasure stones, and elks with plants on their heads. It's rare that they can live in harmony even though they are not of the same race. Qin Ming found that these races seem to be able to absorb wood energy. So they are very close to each other and there are no major conflicts. The witch with the magic treasure stone is still treating the tree people and elks, and the picture is very harmonious. The energy emitted by the witch was not too strong, probably only about the power of the middle stage of the foundation building stage in the immortal cultivation world. Moreover, the witch was not good at fighting, but only good at healing. This world has a low military power. Qin Ming made a conclusion and left this world. The next world. Everywhere you can see is bloody red, and the ground is full of bones. Some are human, and some are monsters. When the wind blows, it can't even blow the soil. Because the soil in this world seems to have been soaked in blood, heavy and smelly. There are no trees, no flowers, no insects. There are only monsters with sharp teeth and claws. These monsters are dark red, with a pair of wings on their backs. They are extremely irritable and will attack their companions at any time. Powerful monsters will tear weak monsters into pieces and swallow them. In the distance, a powerful monster slapped the ground with a slap, and a huge crack appeared. The small monsters around knelt on the ground. This seems to be their king. The strength of the monster king is roughly at the peak of the foundation building stage for the immortal cultivation world. But with its strong physical fitness and bloodthirsty and crazy fighting skills, it can definitely fight against the core formation stage. It's still a low-level martial arts world. Qin Ming looked at it twice and then lost interest and left. The low-level martial arts world is not worth his attention. With his current strength, he can crush countless low-level martial arts worlds without any damage. 2 cracks appeared on the star-gathering mirror. It means that it has been seen twice. If it is seen a few more times, the star-gathering mirror will break. After all, this thing is too heaven-defying. What if it has no upper limit? We must observe 2 worlds with high military power, otherwise it will be a complete waste of opportunity. Qin Ming's shadow looked around in the long river of the water drop world. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Silver-white world. This silver-white world is obviously different. Other worlds are grey-black and look very ordinary. There are many grey-black worlds in the whole river, but very few silver-white worlds. Immediately use the stargazing mirror to observe this world. In this world, there are mountains, rivers, animals, and plants. And people laugh and talk, work, and live very satisfied and happy. In every village, a high platform is built. There are special guards around the high platform. On the high platform, there is a crystal ball. Every time the people in the village worship this crystal ball, or think of this crystal ball, there will be a trace of silver-white energy separated from their spirit and merged into the crystal ball. Such pure energy! Qin Ming couldn't help but sigh. Although this little bit of energy is small, as long as there are enough people, a large amount of silver-white energy will be generated, and when gathered together, it is also very impressive. Is this the power of faith? Qin Ming looked towards the depths of this world. In the center of the world, he saw a larger platform. A 3-meter-high sculpture was placed on the platform. In the hands of the sculpture, a crystal ball was held. But the crystal ball was larger. The silver-white energy in each village will pass through the crystal balls in the village and then all gather into this largest crystal ball. The sculpture looks a little strange and somewhat out of tune with this world. Isn't this a player from the blue water star? Qin Ming recognized it at a glance. Using his identity as the Heavenly Dao, let all the primitive natives believe in himself, generate the power of faith, and strengthen himself. Qin Ming also saw the routine of this player. No wonder the natives of the whole world are so weak, no different from ordinary people. It turns out that the players in this world have never thought about improving the world, but constantly squeeze the whole world to strengthen themselves. However, this is also a good way to improve your strength as quickly as possible. Qin Ming still agreed. This player's strength corresponds to his Immortal Cultivation World, which is about the nascent soul level. The top combat power is still only the foundation building and core formation worlds. Relatively speaking, this player is smart and powerful enough. The zombie world he destroyed before was also a nascent soul level world, but he just reached it and was destroyed by him. This world is slightly stronger than the zombie world. After taking a look, Qin Ming retreated. Then, he took the opportunity to see a silver-white world. This world is a Titan world, and Godzilla is almost an adult. The strength is barely considered to be nascent soul level. Qin Ming retreated. Sizzle. There was another crack on the star-gathering mirror. It is estimated that after watching it once or twice, the star-gathering mirror will break. The 5th time I watched it, I waited for a long time before I saw a silver-white world. Apex level combat power is probably at the peak of core formation, and will soon be inferior to nascent soul. After exiting, the star mirror is on the verge of breaking. Last chance. Qin Ming silently thought in his heart, carefully looking at the long river of water droplets, wanting to find a more powerful world to see. Absolutely cherish this last chance. Chapter 31. Qin Ming waited patiently in the river. He was not in a hurry. Time passed quickly, and he saw worlds passing by one. In the long river of water droplets, grey and black worlds abound. There are fewer silver worlds, and it often takes a long time to see one. Qin Ming waited for a long time, but he did not wait for a more powerful world. When he was about to give up, a bright light flashed in the distance. What is that? Qin Ming was almost bored to sleep, but now he was immediately alert. I saw a water droplet world slowly floating past and came to him. It emitted a burst of golden light, which was very eye-catching. The small world nearby was grey and lightless, and compared with the golden world, it was a world of difference. Qin Ming looked far away. He found that there was no such golden world in other places in the long river of worlds. Obviously, this golden world is very precious. There are not many. It's you. Qin Ming used the stargazing mirror and his mind probed into the golden world. This is an angel world. Waves of grand chanting echoed continuously, sacred, solemn and dignified. In the sky, countless angels in white were suspended in the air. Every angel exuded waves of white light. It looked extremely holy. There was a feeling that it could not be profaned. The leading angel had 4 wings on his back and a halo on his head. At this moment, the 4-winged angel was holding a holy sword and leading the angels to slowly chant the holy scripture. A sacred angel power dissipated. As the holy scripture song fell, it spread to all directions. Waves of invisible great power descended and blessed the angels. The angel's aura was obviously much stronger. Ordinary angels have the core formation stage. 4-winged angels have reached the nascent soul level, and 6-winged angels have reached the soul formation level. There are many 4-winged angels in the world. One of them is already a 6-winged angel. Although he has just reached it, he should not be underestimated. After all, until now, many worlds have only foundation building core formation. They don't even have nascent soul. Not to mention soul formation realm. If such strength is released, it will definitely sweep across a large area of the world. The entire angel world does not even need to practice. They only need to chant the Holy Scripture continuously and let the Holy Scripture bless them with great power. Their strength will continue to rise. Compared with most worlds, this is simply cheating. Sure enough, myriad worlds are amazing. There are also worlds where you can improve your strength just by chanting the Holy Scripture. It's so easy. Qin Ming couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this world develops so fast. So that's it. The late stage of this world is unknown. But it must be quite powerful in the early and middle stages. If it is released, it can beat a group of worlds alone. Sure enough, choice is still very important. Qin Ming's divine consciousness swept through the angel world. He browsed the general situation. He was about to retreat. Who? The angel world seemed to be aware of being peeped, and a consciousness rushed out of the angel world. Wrapped in an angelic force, it attacked Qin Ming. Angelic force is extremely majestic, fierce, and tyrannical. Qin Ming was not afraid at all, it was nothing more than a battle of divine thoughts. He was at the peak of the astral projection stage. Boom! The two fought against each other. Waves appeared in the long river of the world, and some weak worlds were blown away far away. The whole world was turned upside down and in constant turmoil. The divine thoughts of the players in the angel world were directly blown back. Qin Ming did not stay and left directly. There was no point in entanglement. At this moment, in the angel world, a woman, with an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and black gemstone eyes. She is pretty, comparable to a big star on the blue planet. She is slender and tall, comparable to a supermodel. Her frosty temperament makes her even more refined. At this moment, she is sitting in the angel temple in the center of the world, suddenly opened her eyes, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The attack just now injured her. Xia Wangqing, with a very high IQ. She was originally a top student at Tsinghua University and Peking University on the Blue Planet. She has always been a dragon among people and a child of other people's families since she was a child. After transmigrating to this world, her high IQ also made her develop rapidly. During this period of time, there have been many invaders, but they were all repelled by her. And she also got a lot of benefits from it, which accelerated the development of the world. Therefore, she is very proud in her heart and thinks that there are few opponents. Now she is being spied on by someone. Not only can she do nothing to the other party, but she is also hurt in return. This makes her proud heart deeply hit and very uncomfortable. Who is it? Xia Wangqing was depressed, and her mind kept searching the whole world. But Qin Ming had already left, so she would not get anything. After searching for a long time, she found nothing. Don't let me find you, or I will cut you into pieces. Xia Wangqing said bitterly. Myriad Worlds chat Heavenly World. Countless people expressed doubts. What's going on? I just felt a tremor, and the whole world seemed to be going to be complicated. Me too, my world erupted like a volcano. Almost, it's a tsunami here. I seem to see two illusory figures fighting in the sky above me, I wonder if they caused it. Fighting? Could it be that the big guys are fighting? Probably. What kind of ability is this? Can the big guys fight affect our world? 666, Xianyu just wants to say 666. The big guys are so terrifying, I'll just surrender. Qin Ming's mind returned to the Immortal Cultivation World. There was another crack on the stargazing mirror in his hand, and after a wail, it completely collapsed. It turned into a rain of light and disappeared with the wind. Qin Ming also saw the information on the heavenly world and was a little surprised. I remember that I couldn't affect other small worlds before. Why can my fight with the players in the angel world affect other small worlds? Qin Ming asked the system. General behavior cannot affect the world, and the energy generated by attack behavior will affect other worlds, so that's it, he understood. Is this the strength of the golden world? The strongest of the angel race inside has reached the soul formation level. Although I don't know how many such worlds there are, generally speaking, there won't be too many. Qin Ming stayed in the world river for a long time and only saw one golden world. Most worlds are only foundation building stage, core formation stage, or even weaker. System, is the world river seen by the stargazing mirror the world where all players are, or the world where regional players are? Qin Ming asked. Although the world of the world river is very large, it feels not all. Myriad Worlds battle system, all players are divided into countless regions with the help of the stargazing mirror. You can only see the world of your own region. Sure enough, Qin Ming was not wrong, he knew that what he saw was not all. If the stargazing mirror can see all the worlds, it would be a big bug. But even so, the function is quite powerful. This observation gave him a lot of information. At least it can be confirmed. The region where he is. Most players are not very strong. Although a few powerful worlds have developed strongly. But they are still not as good as him. This made his inner confidence gradually grow. Knowing the gap between the enemy and us, everything is easy. He had been thinking about when to take action. Now it seems that there is no need to hesitate. Chapter 32. Since my world has no rivals, it's time to take action. After Qin Ming figured out the situation, he no longer hesitated. System, open the world gate. Open the world gate and connect to the direct bridge, which requires deduction of 100 world points. Under normal circumstances, the system will default to opening the adjacent world. Confirm. Confirm. After the voice fell, the system deducted 100 points. The sky of the Immortal Cultivation World and the nearby land twisted together. An invisible force descended, allowing the entire world portal to open. A huge gap formed on the world barrier. Outside, there was an endless void. Boom! The gate continued to expand and extend, reaching the sky and the earth. Finally, it turned into a gate thousands of feet high. And a nearby world was also affected by the invisible force. The world barrier was broken. A huge world bridge connected the two worlds. On the other side of the bridge, a 1,000-foot-high gate was also established. With a thought, Qin Ming gave an order. Everyone, listen up, attack the alien world and seize resources. All those who received the order flew up to the sky and gathered towards the gate of the world. Is it finally time to counterattack? We have been practicing hard for so long, and finally waited until today. Finally, I don't have to sit and wait for death. I also want to see what the alien world looks like. It is our honor to fight for Lord Tianchen. Even if we die in the alien world, we will never regret it. It is Lord Tianchen who let me have all this, otherwise we are still muddle-headed in the primitive world. Today is the time to repay Lord Tianchen. Kill. Fellow Daoists, kill to the alien world. In the Immortal Cultivation World, countless people were excited. They have been waiting for this news for a long time. Hundreds of monks, imperial sky-riding art, like hundreds of meteors, quickly crossed the sky and rushed into the alien world. An alien world. This is a world full of evil spirits. The more evil you do, the higher the sin value, the stronger the strength. Every day, every night, every moment, every place, all kinds of evil things happen. Killing, oppression, and plundering are constantly happening. The strong prey on the weak, and the winner is the king. It happens all the time here. Although most worlds are also cruel. But at least the players will still manage it. They won't let the tribes fight too fiercely. But the players in this evil spirit world are just hands-off shopkeepers, and don't care at all. The Tiandao player is sitting in a hall at this moment, living a life of drunkenness and dreams with the beautiful spirit body beside him. From the first day of transmigration, he didn't care about the development of the world and the governance of the tribe he chose. In the past, he was just a small person at the bottom of society. He always envied a life of drunkenness and dreams. But he tried for a long time and couldn't become a middle-class or upper-class person. He could only hang around at the bottom. The desires that have been suppressed for many years. After coming here, they are completely released. Drinking and having fun every day, singing and dancing every night. The beautiful spirit body is different every day. The emperors of ancient times could not compare to him. As for the so-called world development and ethnic group management, he was not interested. As for the future, he had never thought about it. Comfortable, this little life is 100 times more comfortable than on the blue planet. Li Dong was very happy. He could release the desires that had been suppressed for many years. It was really cool. At this moment, his face changed, and he felt a huge world-distorting force opening his world. What happened? Li Dong looked through the eye of heaven and saw that at the edge of the world, a huge world gate opened. There were countless monks of imperial skywriting art flying towards his world. Dare to invade me? I want you to die. Li Dong made up his mind, and his divine thoughts appeared in the minds of any evil spirit in the world. All evil spirits, fight them all and destroy them. It was the first time that the evil spirits received his order, but they still chose to do it. The evil spirits, who were already cruel and bloodthirsty, rushed towards the world gate. Killing, oppression, and fighting will generate countless evil thoughts, sins, resentments, and hostility. These will make them grow stronger. Therefore, they are very eager for killing and war. The dense evil spirits attacked the army of immortal cultivators. Curse them and let them be trapped here forever. I will hang them and let them be hanged ghosts forever. Drown them, it's good to be a water ghost. Dig out their hearts and livers. I will drag them into the grave and scare them to death. When I think of their terrified expressions, I feel very satisfied. The evil spirits are very confident. When the army of immortal cultivators approached, they all opened their own evil spirit fields and dragged the immortal cultivators into them. The ghost wall field appeared and dragged away 2 immortal cultivators. The ghost paralysis field appeared, and 3 cultivators were unable to move. The mass grave field appeared, and 13 cultivators got lost in it. The ghost baby crying field appeared, and 5 cultivators were involved in a mental struggle. Countless evil spirits exerted their strength at the same time, showing their own evil spirit fields. Many cultivators were involved in it. Cultivators? That's all. Compared with my evil spirit army, cultivators are nothing. Li Dong smiled proudly. The evil spirit world is very strange. It can't be said that it is very powerful, but it can make people deeply trapped in it. In other worlds, you can see enemies and opponents. But in the evil spirit world, once you are covered by the evil spirit field, you may not even know where the evil spirit is. Even if the strength of the 2 worlds is not much different, they are not the opponent of the evil spirit world. But the smile on Li Dong's face did not last long, and it began to freeze. People come with a piece of paper, ghosts come with a mountain. Thousands of evils don't come out, and all evils don't open. If the soul doesn't move, all methods will not invade, and all evils will be warded off. Disturbing my heart of Taoism, confusing my mind, clean. In the battlefield, accompanied by a sentence of spells. The battlefield, which was shrouded in the evil spirit field and full of ghosts, appeared dazzling rays of light. Where the light shines, the ghosts retreat. The evil spirits were shrouded in the light and screamed. The weaker ones turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated. The core formation stage monks released their own gold core. The evil spirits retreated under the light of each gold core. The nascent soul monks released nascent soul one after another, and the nascent soul spit out the nascent soul fire, which burned evil spirits and was a natural enemy. For a time, the situation on the battlefield reversed. The monks who were originally pulled into various fields quickly rushed out of the field, and as soon as they made a move, the evil spirits were about to collapse everywhere. The lighter ones were injured, the heavier ones were disabled, and the more serious ones were directly annihilated. For a moment, the whole evil spirit world screamed continuously, and countless evil spirits died. In front of the immortal cultivators. These evil spirit roots did not have many opportunities to attack a second time. Basically, they would be directly killed by the immortal cultivators in the first attack. The immortal cultivators completely restrained them. The defeat was like a mountain collapsing. The whole evil spirit world collapsed rapidly. Soon, they were defeated and fled in all directions. The immortal physique system is a natural counter to evil spirits, and you still want to use the domain to trap me. You are overestimating your own abilities. As a heavenly way, Qin Ming can see the situation on the battlefield through the eyes of the cultivators. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help shaking his head. The opposite player seemed to take himself too seriously, and dared to show off some tricks. It shouldn't take too long to conquer the whole world. Li Dong watched the evil spirits disintegrate, and knew that this world would not last long, so he wanted to beg for mercy. He didn't want to die. He hadn't had enough of this life of drunkenness and dreaming. I know you are watching, Immortal Cultivation World player on the opposite side. Can you spare my life? As long as you spare me, I am willing to do anything. Facing death, Li Dong didn't care about anything. He controlled an evil spirit and shouted to the immortal cultivator camp through the evil spirit. Here, he can enjoy a wonderful life that he can't enjoy on Blue Star. Drunkenness and dreaming. Being accompanied by beautiful spirit body. It's not easy to get all this. He absolutely doesn't want to lose it. As long as Qin Ming forgives him. He can be a cow and a horse for Qin Ming. But Qin Ming ignored him. This evil spirit world is useless, it's better to destroy it. The immortal cultivator camp launched a massive attack, and the entire evil spirit world was in chaos, and countless evil spirits were strangulation. In front of the immortal cultivators, they had no power to fight back. What do you want? I can give it to you. Just let me live. Li Dong looked at the army of immortal cultivators approaching the hall, and he was completely panicked. Beauty? Money? Or something else? Hey, talk! Can you let me go? Li Dong kept shouting. Qin Ming ignored him. What Li Dong said? If Qin Ming needed it, he could get it easily. In addition, the other party was a dying man. What qualifications did he have to talk to him? Li Dong still didn't give up and kept shouting. Please, let me go, let me go. I don't want to die, I haven't lived enough. How can you be so cruel? Hey, can you say something? What answered him was a flying sword flying from a distance at high speed. One sword sealed his throat. Li Dong fell directly. The player of the Heavenly Dao in the evil spirit world died, and the evil spirit world lost. Chapter 33. Qin Ming has not responded to Li Dong. The conditions that Li Dong mentioned are a complete joke in Qin Ming's eyes. He has an overwhelming advantage. As long as he kills Li Dong, everything will be his. Do he need him to negotiate with him? On the battlefield, the strongest evil spirits are barely at the core formation stage. The evil spirits can be directly shut down by a magic spell of the Immortal Cultivation Army. Except for the initial slow progress when the Immortal Cultivation World was not adapted. After adapting to the evil spirit world, the cultivators almost directly crushed the evil spirits unilaterally. The evil spirits did not even start. Most of the evil spirits were as arrogant as they were before. They were chased by the cultivators. But how could they outrun the flying swords of the cultivators? They could not beat them, and they could not escape. The number of evil spirits decreased rapidly. Some of them were trapped by the formation. The entire evil spirit world was soon occupied by the Immortal Cultivation Army. This battle was very smooth, with almost no obstacles. The system prompt sounded. It is detected that the Immortal Cultivation World where the player Qin Ming is located has occupied the evil spirit world. The two worlds are ready to merge, and it is expected to take an hour. Please confirm whether to merge. Merge. Qin Ming chose to merge without hesitation. The current Immortal Cultivation World level has reached level 1.1, and it will be very fast to merge other low-level worlds. 1 hour later, the fusion of the two worlds is completed. Hearing the prompt, Qin Ming opened his personal panel and found that his Immortal Cultivation World level is still 1. Level 1. Why hasn't my world level changed? He clearly remembered that the previous fusion of the world greatly improved the world level. Since your world level has reached 1. Level 1, the effect of ordinary world fusion on level improvement has been rapidly weakened. Please gradually choose more powerful worlds to merge. Or merge multiple ordinary worlds. This is similar to taking medicine. Taking medicine at the beginning has a great effect on the disease. But as time goes by, drug resistance will develop and the efficacy will be greatly reduced. To achieve the same effect, you must take a stronger drug. I understand. It seems that I have to take action again. Qin Ming muttered, and asked the system to open the world gate again. Now, while these worlds have not yet developed, hurry up and harvest a wave. Let your snowball roll first. Once you seize the opportunity, in the future, your Immortal Cultivation World will become stronger and stronger. System, open 10 gates for me at the same time. Anyway, there are not many powerful worlds, so just push them horizontally. Open 10 world gates at the same time, deduct 1000 world points, do you confirm? Confirm. As the voice fell, the sky and the earth continued to twist, and the world gates opened at the same time. Under the command of Qin Ming, the army of immortal cultivators invaded the world of 10 directions. Qin Ming himself took a small tower and came to the depths of a mountain range. This was the area of the original evil spirit world, which is now integrated into the Immortal Cultivation World. In the center of the evil spirit world, there is a huge magic circle. All the remaining evil spirits in the entire evil spirit world are now trapped by the huge magic circle. This is what Qin Ming specifically ordered the previous Immortal Cultivation Army to do. Keep these evil spirits and seal them in this demon suppression tower. They can be used to test some disciples in the future. Qin Ming took out the small tower and silently chanted a few spells. The dense evil spirits sealed in the big formation were directly collected by the small tower. He pinched the seal and pinched the formula to directly seal the entrance of the demon suppression tower. From now on, only the cultivators of the Immortal Cultivation World can enter this demon suppression tower, and the evil spirits will never get out. Throwing the small tower on the ground, it exploded and rushed into the sky. The 3 words Demon Suppression Tower were written on the door. Demon Suppression Tower is something that was extracted from the Lucky Wheel these days, and is specifically used to suppress demons and monsters. The evil spirit inside wanted to get out, but just as it touched the door and window, it was hit back by a spell. With Demon Suppression Tower as a trial place, human race will practice faster. In the 10 Directions world, the war is almost one-sided. Whether it is the Night World, Swordsman World, Hidden Weapon World, or Martial Dao World, Werewolf World, Vampire World. Under the crushing of the Immortal Cultivator Army, they can't hold out for long. These worlds are not much stronger than the evil spirit world, and some worlds are even slightly weaker. In just about a day, the Immortal Cultivator destroyed 10 worlds. It is detected that your Immortal Cultivation World has attacked and destroyed 10 worlds including the Swordsman World, Night World, Hidden Weapon World, etc. Do you want to merge? Fusion. Fusion is expected to take 7 hours, please wait. Fusion completed. Your Immortal Cultivation World level has been increased by 0.1. Reward 1000 world points. 10 times critical strike triggered. 1000 world points changed to 10,000 world points. Listening to the system report, Qin Ming was not surprised. It is normal that the difficulty of level increases and the rewards increase. After careful calculation, excluding the cost of opening the world gate, he also earned 8,900 points. War is really profitable. Fighting to support war can quickly strengthen the world. Qin Ming sighed. After speaking, he asked the system to open the gates of 10 worlds again. The army of immortal cultivators also joined the war again. The system chat Heavenly World, and messages flashed by. Which world, FK, aren't all these people riding on flying swords immortal cultivators? Salted Fish World, what else? Don't immortal cultivators use flying knives instead of flying swords? This is so funny. Which world, I was beaten by these immortal cultivators. I couldn't beat them at all. It was so uncomfortable. They were too strong. Let me show you the video. Titan World, this is more than just strong, it's simply too strong. Undead World, brother, I don't think you can beat them. Autobot World, brother, surrender quickly, or you will die. Element World, damn, I was beaten too, also by a group of immortal cultivators riding on flying swords. Which world, could it be that the immortal cultivators of one world invaded multiple worlds at the same time? Autobot World, I watched the video. It seems to be the same Immortal Cultivation World, you see they are all dressed similarly, and their methods are almost the same. Orc World, attack multiple worlds at the same time? So terrifying. Frost World, help, these immortal cultivators are too fierce. My frost giant was killed by a sword as soon as he went out. What's the point of fighting? Salted Fish World, have you forgotten how strong the Immortal Cultivation World was when it killed the zombie world before? Frost World, GG, I can only ask the boss not to kill. Witch World, my witches are all dead, there is no way except surrender. Element World, help me up, I can still send another wave. Bittersmile.jpg. After a while. Salted Fish World, brothers, are you still there? Autobot World, the Witch World's avatar has turned grey, probably destroyed. Undead World, how long has it been? 2 hours. Titan World, awesome, really awesome, this Immortal Cultivation World is simply invincible. Elemental World, is there any big brother who can help me? I'm almost dead, these immortal cultivators are too strong. My elemental attacks don't have much effect on them. Demon World, may the best of luck to you. Iron Armor World, the other party dares to attack multiple worlds at the same time. I guess few people can match him now. Gargoyle World, I'm afraid of the hammer, brother, as long as you agree to be my little brother, I can help you. Elemental World, really? Thank you, big brother, I am willing to be your little brother, hurry up. Half an hour later. The avatar of the Gargoyle World turned grey. The avatar of the Elemental World also turned grey. Regional chat Heavenly World was silent. Immortal Cultivation World attacked multiple worlds at the same time. And quickly and smoothly destroyed all these worlds. Other worlds can't even stop it. The rest of the world, except for silence, is still silent. Chapter 34. In a few consecutive days, many small worlds were destroyed rapidly. Worlds were destroyed almost every day. It is very likely that several players who were still chatting a few days ago. After a few days, the avatars turned grey. And all this can be inferred from many information. It was done by the same world. Immortal Cultivation World. Sweeping a large world with one's own strength. Other worlds are still in a very primitive stage. Still considering how to develop. Qin Ming has already commanded the army to fight east and west. This severely stimulated the other players. The chat Heavenly World exploded. Autobot World, FK, I'm so panicked. That salty fish world was just chatting, but now its avatar has turned grey. Orc world, how many worlds are there? It must be at least 30. Dead world, 30 worlds? That's outrageous. Demon world, can I stop playing this game? I don't want to die. Mom, I want to go home. Titan world, how about we unite and form an alliance? Orc world, I agree with both my hands and feet. Dead world, I'm not worried about the union, but that we can't beat the Immortal Cultivation World even if we unite. Orc world. Demon world. Titan world. Autobot world. Pirate world. Akaji killer world. Under the threat of the Immortal Cultivation World, many weak worlds quickly united to avoid being destroyed. A few hours later, the system prompt sounded. Regional announcement: many worlds, led by the Titan world, the Autobot world, and the Akame/world, have reached an agreement to establish a world alliance. Regional shout: Immortal Cultivation World, our world alliance is very dissatisfied with your behavior and expresses strong condemnation. However, Qin Ming only glanced at this so-called shout, and did not take it to heart at all, and did not even respond. Just a bunch of chickens. Even if the weak worlds unite together, they are still not his opponents. The opponents sent out these days are still only in the nascent soul stage and below the nascent soul stage. As he fights to support the war, he will become stronger and stronger. Once the snowball starts rolling, what can other players compare with him? At least, most of the worlds are just his nutrition and leaks. Angel World. Xia Wangqing stared at the video on the screen and watched it carefully. These immortal cultivators are very strong, probably about the same as four-winged angels. Xia Wangqing supported her beautiful face with her fair jade hands and watched all the videos about the Immortal Cultivator World uploaded from many worlds. While watching, she also analyzed. She used to be a top student of Tsinghua University and Peking University in Blue Star. She has a very high IQ. She has been developing all the time, relying on good luck and above. She has developed very rapidly and is very strong. As a competitive woman, she always felt that dealing with ordinary worlds was a bit boring. Recently, she has annexed several worlds. There was no resistance at all, which made her feel a bit boring. Immortal Cultivation World invaded so many other worlds at the same time, it is impossible to have spare strength. That is to say, those immortal cultivators with similar strength to four-winged angel are already the strongest in Immortal Cultivation World. Xia Wangqing's thoughts were clear, and she soon had a rough outline in her mind. At present, this Immortal Cultivation World has been sending out powerful combat forces, and the interior must be empty. If a powerful other world suddenly sneaks in, it will definitely be easy to take down. Xia Wangqing analyzed and felt that she was very smart and found the weakness of Immortal Cultivation World. I have four-winged angel, and a stronger six-winged angel as a trump card. Even if the opponent has a trump card, it can't stop me. As she said, Xia Wangqing looked at the six-winged angel beside her and smiled. An expression that everything is under control. However, Xia Wangqing is a cautious person and did not launch a sneak attack immediately. The opponent should not be a reckless person, and may have some unexpected trump cards. I'd better be careful. Xia Wangqing is worthy of being a top student, and her mind is still very meticulous. You can pull an ally, help yourself, share some firepower. In case Qin Ming has any powerful trump cards. She raised her jade hand and clicked on her private friend chat Heavenly World. Found one of the avatars. She met this person during a transaction. After a period of understanding, she found that the world where this player was located had great potential and was currently very powerful. His strength was not inferior to hers at all. The two had cooperated several times. Even she was very satisfied with the other party's strength. So they soon became allies. Angel World, are you there? I want to talk to you about something. Divine Beast World, hey, Miss Xia remembered me. Angel World, Qi Gang, have you heard about the recent sweep of many worlds by the Immortal Cultivation World? Divine Beast World, of course I heard about it. Recently, that player is very powerful and has swept more than 30 worlds in a row. Divine Beast World, what's wrong? Is that world a threat to you? Angel World, no. But I suddenly thought recently. The Immortal Cultivation World attacked from all sides, and it is estimated that the interior should be very empty and without defense. If someone sneaks up. Xia Wangqing told Qi Gang her thoughts. Angel World, how is it? The other party has swallowed up so many worlds, and now they must be very rich. Divine Beast World, wait a minute, let me think about it. Qi Gang is not stupid, of course he knows that Immortal Cultivation World must be very powerful. What if he is used as a gun, and then he will not get any advantage? On the contrary, he will make a big enemy, which is not worth it. They are all smart people, of course he can't listen to Xia Wangqing completely. He is still a little defensive in his heart. A few minutes later. Divine Beast World, the other party's strength is probably not weaker than ours. Angel World, Immortal Cultivation World is very strong, but now the army is outside attacking other worlds everywhere. There is not much power inside. In addition, if you and I join forces, the other party will definitely not be able to withstand it. Xia Wangqing persuaded and persuaded. Angel World, I promise you, as long as the matter is done, we will split it 40% and 60%, you 60% and I 40%. Interest temptation is the most effective. Qi Gang thought about it. Both he and Xia Wangqing are strong. Immortal Cultivation World now has a large army outside, and the interior is empty. It is still very likely that the two will join forces. As for the division mentioned by the Angel World, he is not worried that Xia Wangqing will dare to cheat. His strength is not worse than Xia Wangqing. If the other party dares to cheat, he will definitely not let her go. After some thought, Qi Gang still agreed. Divine Beast World, okay, it's settled. Chapter 35. Detected that your Immortal Cultivation World destroyed the Swamp World. Will it merge? Detected that your Immortal Cultivation World destroyed the Mist Hidden World. Will it merge? Detected that your Immortal Cultivation World destroyed the Martial Soul World. Will it merge? The Swamp World was destroyed, and there are 7 swamp giant crocodiles, 1 swamp production machine, 60 swamp crested snakes, 200 swamp poison dart frogs, and 3 swamp beads. The supplies have been put into your warehouse. The Mist Hidden World was destroyed, and there are 1 Mist Hidden God Clothes, 1 Mist Hidden Sutra, 1 Mist Hidden Belt, 2 Mist Hidden Pearls and other trophies have been put into your warehouse. The Martial Soul World was destroyed, and there are 17 Martial Soul Rings, 30 Soul Sutras, 20 Soul Instruments, and all supplies have been put into your warehouse. A series of system prompts sounded in Qin Ming's ears. Through the eyes of the cultivators who invaded many other worlds, Qin Ming could also share their vision. He could see that no one could stop the Immortal Cultivation Army wherever it passed. For most worlds, let alone the great cultivators of the nascent soul stage. Even the cultivators of the core formation stage were unstoppable. The players in these worlds had neither time acceleration nor identification tips, and each step of development was very slow. Many worlds were still in the initial stage and had not been developed at all. In a few days, Qin Ming's Immortal Cultivation Army was invincible and occupied more than 40 worlds. And the number was still growing. At this rate, he should be able to completely occupy and integrate the worlds near him within a few months. The reason why he did this was not purely for killing and war, but for more important reasons. System, according to you, only when the civilization level of the world develops to a high enough level will the world give birth to stronger people. Qin Ming asked. A small pond can only produce small fish, because the materials in a small pond determine that it cannot provide space and nutrients for the growth of large fish. A large pond can produce large fish, because a large pond can provide the corresponding space and food. Large rivers and oceans will produce larger fish. Each world is like a body of water. Only when the world is wide enough and the water area is larger, stronger fish can be born. Qin Ming had heard of this theory on Blue Star and knew something about it. Indeed, the fish in a small pond weigh at most 1 pound and are about 10 centimeters long. And the fish in the ocean, such as whales, can be tens of meters long. In other words, the expansion of the world and the improvement of the cultivation environment are the inevitable conditions for the birth of stronger people. Correct. Qin Ming knew that the road to cultivation was long. Above soul formation, astral projection, Dao integration, there are many other realms. The improvement of these realms is much more difficult than the previous ones. Not only does it require the talent and physique of the cultivator, but it also consumes a huge amount of spiritual power from heaven and earth. If the world is too small, it cannot support the growing immortal cultivation world. For example, Dao integration monks can consume the spiritual power of several high-grade veins in one practice. What's more, for example, transcending tribulation stage monks can completely drain an ancient star in one retreat. For better development, he must make the immortal cultivation world bigger and more suitable for cultivation. If he hadn't obtained a supreme grade spirit vein before, which transformed the cultivation environment of this world, it would be impossible for many monks to cultivate so fast. As everyone's strength continues to increase, the consumption of spirit chi is increasing. Even a nascent soul monk consumes a lot. Not to mention that he has incarnation stage monks under his command. This is also one of the reasons why he keeps launching attacks. This time, so many worlds have been merged. If the worlds that are being conquered are included, the world level should be able to be raised again. Qin Ming was thinking whether to find a few stronger worlds to attack. At this moment, Qin Ming frowned. He looked up into the distance, and the eye of heaven quickly discovered. In a hidden corner of the immortal cultivation world, a powerful force is constantly infiltrating. Buzz. The space of heaven and earth was distorted, and a slight buzzing sound was emitted. But soon, it was covered by some secret means. A huge gap was opened in the immortal cultivation world. Through this gap, the power of another world is constantly testing. If Qin Ming was not at the peak of the astral projection stage and his divine consciousness was extremely powerful, it would be concealed by others. It's interesting. The one who can open the gap in the world silently is definitely not a weak person. Countless thoughts quickly flashed through Qin Ming's mind. The other party should see that I have sent a large number of forces to attack other worlds, and think that I have no time to take care of other things and that the inside is empty, so they want to attack me. Soon, he roughly figured out the other party's idea. In this case, he was also prepared to treat the attacker well. At the gap in the formation, a fierce force kept approaching. At the end of the world bridge, a temple floated out and flew in the air. The whole temple, with a bright, upright, vast, solemn, and majestic atmosphere, would make people lose their inner courage and be willing to kneel down and become the servants of the temple even if they took a look. In front of the temple, huge chains like pillars were being pulled by tall and strong angels. Countless angels holding holy swords and dressed in white poured out from the angel world. Accompanied by the temple on both sides, they passed through the world bridge and came to the immortal cultivation world. Xia Wangqing, cold and noble, was like a snow lotus. Sitting on the golden chair high in the hall of the temple, overlooking the angels kneeling below. We are the only Almighty God, we are willing to defend your safety to the death. In this battle, we will definitely conquer and win, and take down these chi-refining warriors from other worlds to show our loyalty. The only Almighty God, please let us fight for you. We are willing to draw our swords and fight, die in the sky, and never fold our wings. The angels continued to kneel in the hall with great respect, without any arrogance as usual. The chi-refining warriors of the immortal cultivation world are extremely powerful, and you must not underestimate them. Surround the temple, I will continue to bless you with the power of the holy angels. Xia Wangqing spoke slowly, like an angel king, word by word. Yes. The angels responded in unison. The temple was constantly pulled forward by the angel warriors in front, and soon reached the outermost part of the Immortal Cultivation World. Xia Wangqing held an angelic sword in her hand, her red lips parted, and she chanted. She chanted a spell to activate the angelic power. In an instant, the majestic and terrifying angelic power enveloped the entire hall. The angels bathed in it and felt comfortable. If other races were contaminated by the angelic power, they would turn into a blood mist on the spot. The holy sword trembled slightly and completely revived. Xia Wangqing waved her jade hand, and the power on the holy sword suddenly fell on the gap in the Immortal Cultivation World in front. Chapter 36. The gap in the Immortal Cultivation World, which had already been broken, was torn even wider. Moreover, the power of the angels was mysterious and suppressed the loud noise that should have been made. Such a big movement, but no sound was made. Angel Legion, march! Xia Wangqing waved the holy sword in her hand. A group of angels vibrated their wings and rushed towards the gap. Another hidden corner of the Immortal Cultivation World. The space of heaven and earth was constantly twisted and torn, and finally formed a huge breach. 10 Spirit partitioning strangely, the gap here did not make a loud sound, and it was also silent. On the world bridge outside the gap, 3 unicorns were pulling a huge altar. On the altar, a tall man was standing. The man had red hair and a face as sharp as a knife. The 2-meter-tall body was full of twisted muscles, and a power like hell emanated from the man. A pair of eyes, as big as copper bells, and like the eyes of a fierce beast, seeming to choose someone to devour. He is Qi Gang, the player of the Heavenly Dao in the world of divine beasts. When he was originally on Blue Star, he was a powerful mercenary. He used to travel around the world. He survived various difficult tasks. He took the lives of the big bosses in the underground world, and was able to steal top-secret documents under the protection of heavy soldiers. He was also wanted by the United States all over the world, but he was still alive and kicking. In the dark web, the bounty is as high as 1 billion. His peers on Earth call him the Phoenix. Because there is no difficult task that can kill him. And the prey he targeted, no one survived. His powerful skills allow him to still be like a fish in water in the Battle of Myriad Worlds, and he has destroyed several small worlds during this period. Immortal Cultivation World? I, Qi Gang, invite you to experience it. Qi Gang muttered to himself on the altar. At the same time, he raised his hand and took out a bag. The pet bag can hold all kinds of powerful beasts. Go! Qi Gang opened the pet bag. A destructive breath emanated from the bag. Roar! A huge head poked out and kept roaring. Then the whole body came out. It has 4 hooves, a huge body that is 100 meters long, covered with palm-sized scales, and huge eyes that are like a pool of blood. 2 sharp horns grow on the huge head as big as a mountain. It looks like a Qilin, but it is actually a powerful beast with some blood of the divine beast Qilin. Roar, roar, roar. The second, third, and fourth beasts kept rushing out. Each beast has at least the strength of the peak of core formation. Among them, there are many beast kings at the nascent soul stage. I always crush others, and I find it boring after crushing for a long time. I hope you won't let me down. Qi Gang had a cruel smile on his face. Qi Gang raised his hand and pointed forward. The beasts were bloodthirsty, and they were immediately excited when they smelled the breath of other races from the Immortal Cultivation World. Upon hearing the order, they all rushed to the gap. Boom, boom, boom. The huge beast shook the world and rushed into the Immortal Cultivation World. The nearby hills and rivers were crushed by its hooves. Countless birds and beasts that did not have time to leave were crushed into a bloody mist. The blood of dozens of beasts was rolling, as if dozens of mountains were constantly moving. Wherever they passed, there was a mess. Soon, the beasts rushed to a small town. There were more than 1,000 people living in the town, most of them were mortals, and the strongest was only in the body tempering stage, not even the foundation building. The beast's head poked into the sky above the city, and the residents were immediately frightened and panicked. "Run, the beasts from another world are attacking. Go and ask the immortals, these beasts are not something you and I can contend with." "Mother, I'm scared, I'm scared." "Everyone, retreat, retreat, use the sound transmission talisman to notify the immortals to deal with it." The city lord rushed out and quickly evacuated the crowd. At the same time, he took out a talisman from his body and used it immediately. The talisman turned into a stream of light, but was swallowed by the beast. The city lord was desperate. That sound transmission talisman was the hope of their entire city. If the immortals didn't come to help, how could they, the mortals, deal with the beasts from another world? Roar! The beast swallowed the sound transmission talisman, very proud, and roared to the sky. The eardrums of the people in the whole city were ruptured, blood rushed up, and they kept vomiting blood. Some people with slightly worse health were directly killed on the spot. The continuous roar made the people in the whole city feel like they were dying. These beasts are brutal by nature and love to torture their prey. They will not stop until they torture their prey to death. Seeing the people in the city in pain, but helpless, the beasts were very happy. Dozens of beasts came to the nearby city and began to torture human race. Through the eyes of the beasts, Qi Gang shared his vision and saw all this. No obstruction, it seems that Xia Wangqing's guess is right. Immortal Cultivation World is too weak, and now it is empty inside. These dozen beasts alone are enough to take over the whole world. He and Xia Wangqing both attacked suddenly, and both used secret techniques to minimize the noise of opening the world as much as possible. It is also possible that the players in this world did not realize that we stole him. Alas, there is really no challenge, boring and boring. Qi Gang originally thought that he would encounter some decent challenges, so that he could have a good fight. Unexpectedly, there was no obstruction along the way. Suddenly felt a little bored. On the battlefield, a beast got tired of playing and stepped down with its hoof. The huge hoof was like a stone millstone. Once it fell, it would surely take away countless lives. The people in the city were desperate. They were now surrounded by beasts. Going out meant death, and staying here also meant death. There was no other way. Everyone closed their eyes in despair. But the hoof in the sky had not fallen yet. When everyone opened their eyes, they found that the hoof of the beast was blocked by a talisman and could not fall. It is the talisman of the immortal. The immortal has not abandoned us. We are saved. The immortal is really powerful. A talisman can block such a terrifying beast. I will also let my son enter the sect to practice in the future. If he can become an immortal, it will be a great honor for the family. The people who were saved were overjoyed. The battle in the sky began. 3 talismans burned, forming a huge barrier to block the city. No matter how the beast attacked, they could do nothing. "Evil beast, you dare to invade my immortal cultivation world, you will die." A core formation stage monk fell from the clouds, and a flying sword slashed at the huge beast's head. Clang! The beast's body was extremely strong, and it withstood the blow of the flying sword. But the flying sword was not only sharp, but also contained a powerful force that directly blasted the beast away and crashed into a high mountain. The huge mountain was smashed in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Countless flying swords fell from the clouds in the sky, and monks rushed over one by one. Chapter 37. Lord God is indeed very smart. Our army is conquering the alien world. Someone is here to attack us. Humph, a mere beast, do you think you can do anything to us? Cut off the heads of these beasts and present them to Lord God. The monks discussed. Countless talismans were activated by the monks and flew in all directions. One by one, the barriers covered the sky above a dozen nearby cities to protect the human race from being attacked. The beasts that were about to abuse the human race were interrupted by the monks, and they were immediately furious and murderous. Roar, roar, roar! The beasts roared at the human race monks in protest. The powerful beasts' pressure made the entire space seem stagnant. Everyone be careful, these beasts have the cultivation of core formation stage, and a few of them have the cultivation of nascent soul stage. Don't take it lightly. The nascent soul stage monk who led the group was calm and said to all the monks, "Roar!" The beast took the lead. A beast's huge hoof stomped over, shaking the mountains and rivers, and the walls of the town were shaking. If it weren't for the barrier protection, the human race in these cities would have been affected. The human race monks also took action. A bearded monk raised his hand and took out a large axe law weapon. He opened his mouth and spit out spiritual power on the axe. "Beast, take my axe." The huge law weapon was carrying a stream of Dao rhyme, which was now driven by spiritual power and revived. It seemed to split everything and chopped towards the beast's hoof. Kang! The beast's body was strong and resisted the attack. But it was directly blasted back hundreds of meters by the violent force. Roar! There was a wound on the hoof of the beast, and blood was flowing out. It looked at the wound on the hoof and got angry. As a fierce beast, it has fought many battles, and it has always slaughtered other races and been injured. The two horns on the beast's head burst into a dazzling light, directly tearing the entire sky. This is its talent divine ability, which can control space and crush the enemy directly. Zzz. The space around it kept shrinking, like a piece of paper, rolling towards the middle. The monk in it felt that his muscles, bones, blood and flesh were under great pressure, his blood vessels burst, his eyes bulged, and it was difficult to move. If this goes on, it will only take a breath for him to be crushed directly. Beast, a talent divine ability also wants to compete with me, a human race monk. The monk threw the talisman in his hand. The space talisman can expand a dimensional space with a radius of 10 feet, which is extremely strong. When the monk saw the space formed, he quickly dodged and hid in. The power of the beast's talent divine ability to act on this dimensional space was greatly weakened. A beast is a beast. How can you understand the human race technique? The monk took this opportunity and swung the axe in his hand. A full-strength attack. The beast raised its hoof and fought back. Boom! The space twisted and flashes of lightning flashed. The axe law weapon was shattered. But the beast's hoof was also chopped off. Fool, you only know how to fight hard. The monk shook his hand and scattered talismans all over the sky. The talismans turned into huge fireballs, lightning, spears, knives, axes, chains and other attacks, covering them. The injured beast could not withstand such a dense attack and wanted to escape. Other beasts immediately rushed up to help resist. Are you comparing numbers? I am not afraid of human race. The nascent soul period monk waved his hand, and all the monks rushed up. After the mutual probing just now, the human race monks already knew the shortcomings of this group of beasts. These beasts have thick skin and flesh, and their bodies are comparable to those of ordinary law weapons. But beasts are beasts after all, and they are not as flexible and intelligent as human race. In terms of combat skills, they are very primitive, almost head-on. Human race is good at dodging, combining, and deterring. A human race can walk a few beasts around like walking a dog. Although the beasts are fierce, they cannot gain the upper hand for a while under the combination of human race monks. Qi Gang, who did not enter the Immortal Cultivation World on the World Bridge, looked a little unhappy. You are quite capable, it seems that I underestimated you. Qi Gang took out a pet bag. This bag is different from the previous one, it is more delicate, and there are dense patterns on it. Those are seals. Qi Gang muttered something, and his hands moved repeatedly, and the tracks were exactly the same as the patterns on the bag. After a few seconds, the patterns on the bag disappeared. The seal is lifted, come out, my little baby. Qi Gang shook his hand and the bag opened. The whole world bridge trembled. A flash of light appeared, and a beast hundreds of meters tall appeared in front of him. The beast had a bloody mouth, fangs like daggers, no hair on its body, and a huge eye on its head. The blood and qi in its body rushed up to the sky, enough to shatter the stars. Daodi Beast. Possessing part of the blood of Daodi Beast, one of the four ancient beasts, its strength reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. Only one step away, it can enter the soul formation stage. Daodi Beast knelt in front of Qi Gang, very docile. Qi Gang gently patted Daodi's head. Go, devour all the Qi refining warriors in that world, and I will reward you with a drop of real Daodi blood. He took out a white jade bottle, which contained a drop of real blood of the beast Daodi. Through the seal of the bottle, Daodi Beast smelled the smell. That was the call from the bloodline. It was the blood of its ancestors. If it could get it, its strength would be greatly improved. It might even return to its ancestors and take a step closer to the real Daodi. A greed flashed in the eyes of the Daodi Beast. It kicked its feet and turned into a residual shadow, rushing towards the Immortal Cultivation World. Human race? If you meet my Daodi Beast, you can't resist it. Qi Gang grinned, extremely cruel. He relied on this Daodi to swallow several people in the world, and his strength grew to the current level. As long as the Daodi Beast appears, no world can be his opponent. On the battlefield, the Daodi Beast rushed over. It opened its mouth and swallowed. A huge suction force was generated. The earth's soil, trees, birds and beasts, stones, and rivers were all sucked in. Even a wounded beast was sucked in. Quick, open the spiritual barrier, be careful of this Daodi Beast. The nascent soul monk made a seal and a spiritual force blocked the city under his feet. If he didn't protect it, the city would be sucked away even if there was a barrier. Many monks opened the spiritual barrier to protect the nearby cities and themselves. If they were a little slower, they would be sucked away. A monk was fighting with a beast, and was caught off guard. Before he could open the barrier, he was sucked away by a huge force. Beast, don't think about taking my human race monk's life. The nascent soul monk flew forward and saved the young man who was sucked away. Roar! The Daodi Beast roared angrily, and the violent beast power wrapped in rolling sound waves, raised dust all over the sky, and attacked many monks. The strongest human race monk is only nascent soul third layer. Facing the Daodi Beast at the peak of nascent soul, he can only passively defend. Chapter 38. The monks of the nascent soul stage could still hold on. Even if the monks of the core formation stage opened the spiritual barrier, they were still shocked by the Daodi Beast, causing their blood and qi to churn and their mouths and noses to bleed. Other beasts took the opportunity to besiege the monks, and the monks were beaten so hard that they could not raise their heads. Swallow! The Daodi Beast uttered a vague word. It opened its bloody mouth again. This is the talent divine ability of the Daodi lineage, swallowing the sky and the earth. The light around was obscured, and a huge long ditch appeared in the sky. A closer look revealed that the long ditch was a huge mouth. The huge mouth in the sky opened, and the fangs dozens of feet long were like heavenly swords. Not to mention being swallowed. Even if they were touched by these fangs, they would be seriously injured on the spot. Suck! The mouth opened wide and swallowed fiercely. The cracks on the barrier covering the sky above the city spread rapidly, and it struggled to hold on for half a breath, and then wailed. It collapsed with a loud bang. Ordinary human races without any cultivation were sucked up to the sky. The monks who saw this scene were filled with hatred. These monks came from various towns. Among them were monks from these cities. Their families, parents, friends, and teachers were all in these cities. They could not watch the people around them being swallowed up like this. Swish! A flying sword soared into the sky, wrapping all the spiritual power of the monks. Swish! The second flying sword soared into the sky, carrying dense talismans. Swish! A fire dragon containing the law of fire rushed into the sky. Countless monks did not care about their own safety. At this moment, they only wanted to protect the human race around them. Protect their loved ones. This emotion was transmitted quickly. Every monk has a family, and everyone gave up resistance and fought with all their strength, even if they would be swallowed. Dense attacks rushed from below to the huge mouth on the sky. Boom boom boom. The attack landed on the huge mouth, causing the doughty beast to grimace in pain. But it could not hurt his roots, and the devouring divine ability was still unfolding. The human race that was sucked up was about to be swallowed. No, let me rush up, I want to die with that giant mouth. Don't be impulsive, going up is also suicide, the opponent is at the peak of nascent soul, you are only at the core formation stage, you are not a match at all. Don't be reckless, save the green mountains, and you are not afraid of running out of firewood. Quickly notify the sect master and let the sect master take action, otherwise we will definitely not be able to stop this doughty beast. It's too late to notify now, let me go up. Several monks pulled one of the boys. The boy's eyes were filled with tears. He saw his parents being sucked up, and if he didn't stop it, they would be swallowed. He wanted to rush up, even if he knew he would die, he would never retreat. Forget it, we all come from these cities, how can we watch our fellow countrymen being swallowed up like this? The leading monk nascent soul sighed, he couldn't bear it. We monks, why should we be afraid of a fight? Since we have chosen this path, we are ready to sacrifice everything. Everyone listen, activate the blood burning method to stop the swallowing. The great monk nascent soul sent a message with his mind, and the huge sound shocked all the monks. The blood burning method is almost a self-mutilation method. It can allow all monks to improve their realm in a short period of time. However, it is necessary to use the blood of the monks as fuel to ignite the blood and fight. But the blood is equivalent to the foundation of the monks. Once it is consumed too much, even if it does not die, it will fall into a lower realm after the war, and it will be difficult to break through the eternal life. This is equivalent to cutting off one's own future. For the monks, this blow is no less than killing him directly. But no one backed down after hearing such an order. We monks, why should we be afraid of a fight? We monks, why should we be afraid of a fight? We monks, why should we be afraid of a fight? The huge sound covered the sky, and every monk ignited his own blood. Form a formation. The great monk nascent soul gave an order. All the monks used their own blood as a guide, connected with each other, and formed a huge blood-burning formation. For a moment, the blood rushed into the sky and shook the sky. It was like a volcanic eruption, and the violent energy covered everything. Charge! The great monk nascent soul raised his hand and pointed to the sky. The monks rushed upward with the formation. Seeing this scene, the doughty beast abandoned the mortal who was about to be swallowed, and turned to devour many monks. The mortals who fell from the sky looked at the ground under their feet, and they all closed their eyes. Although they would not be swallowed, they would definitely fall to death if they fell from this height. Other beasts were not idle either, and began to attack the mortals falling from the sky. How dare you! The monks' eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, they were too busy to deal with the doughty beasts. They could only watch the beasts attack ordinary human race. Qi Gang, who saw all this through the beast's vision, sneered. Stupid human race Qi refining warriors, you dare to be distracted on the battlefield, you are really stupid. Just a group of mortals, just a group of ants, even if there is a blood relationship, it should be cut off. If it were me, I would be able to rise to prominence, and those people around me in the past would be abandoned. Qi Gang thought to himself. On Blue Star, he did the same. When he became the mercenary king, he never paid attention to his family, friends, and relatives. He simply could not understand why these monks would rather sacrifice themselves to save useless mortals. You lose. Qi Gang lay on the altar, turned his head, closed his eyes and nurturing spirit. In his opinion, everything was no longer suspenseful. In the battlefield, the burning blood array and the doughty giant mouth collided violently in the sky. The clouds were dissipated, and countless fire rains accompanied by lightning streaked across the sky. Although the burning blood array was strong, it could only barely fight against the doughty giant mouth, and it was not enough to destroy this divine ability. The human race that fell was attacked by the beasts, and became even more desperate. In front of the core formation stage beasts, they were just lambs to be slaughtered. The hearts of the monks were bleeding, but there was nothing they could do. They had tried their best. Insolent! A rebuke came from a distance. The rolling sound waves were like a mountain torrent and tsunami, rolling up the dust on the ground, and directly slapped the beasts close to the human race away. The next moment, a human race mighty descended. The mighty, that is, the great monk of the human race soul formation realm. There are only 3 such monks in the entire Immortal Cultivation World. Each one of them is enough to shatter a world and dominate a region without defeat. It's Chen Yu. Is senior brother Chen Yu here? He must have been sent by the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven has been paying attention to the battlefield. The soul formation has come. Let's see how long these beasts can be arrogant. Fellow Daoists, use all your strength to fix the doughty beast and buy time for Chen Yu. Yes. The hearts of many cultivators who were originally sad and desperate suddenly ignited hope. The great power suppressed the 4 directions. How can the peak of nascent soul compete with the great power? Chapter 39. You beast from another world, you dare to offend my immortal cultivation world, and you want to destroy the foundation of my human race. You are unforgivable. Although Chen Yu is a powerful person, he is also a human race. Seeing this scene, he was filled with hatred. Mysterious Dragon Mace. Chen Yu roared to the sky, and a pitch-black mysterious dragon mace shattered from the sky and fell into Chen Yu's hands. Break it for me. Chen Yu blasted out with one blow, and the core formation beasts not far away were hit one after another. Roar, roar, roar. Although the beasts were not very intelligent, they could also feel this life and death crisis. They wanted to run away. The attack of the soul formation realm monks had long contained the laws of heaven and earth. Even if it was just a random attack, it was not something that the core formation beasts could dodge. The space was torn, and this attack came directly in front of the beast. It was as if the beast had bumped into it without any eyes. When the beast wanted to dodge, it was too late. Puff! A beast shattered into a ball of blood mist. Puff! Another beast exploded. This attack only used 30% of Chen Yu's strength, but it was not something the beast could stop. All 7 beasts turned into blood mist in the air, and they had no chance of escaping. Chen Yu raised his hand and created a barrier to catch all the mortals who were about to fall to the ground. Slowly put them on the ground. If the cultivator had not used the blood-burning formation and Chen Yu had not arrived in time, the fate of these mortals could be imagined. Thank you for saving my life, I will never forget your kindness. Thank you, Immortal. If we can, we will definitely join the Immortal Gate, practice Taoism and attack other worlds. Thank you, Immortal. Thank you for your kindness. The humans who had walked between life and death knelt on the ground to thank the cultivator. Chen Yu nodded and flicked his sleeves. All the mortals and more than a dozen border cities were sent to the rear. This is the supreme means of the soul formation realm master. It is easy to move tens of thousands of miles in space. Holding the Xianlong mace, Chen Yu quickly attacked. Heavenly hegemony physique is good at close combat, and its strength is even greater than that of the beast. Even without using spiritual power. With one strike, it can easily penetrate a 100-meter-long beast. After quickly clearing several approaching beasts, Chen Yu flew into the sky. This is Piwen Pill, which can replenish your burning blood and qi. Leave it to me, you go deal with those small beasts. Chen Yu threw out a bottle of pills and turned to deal with the doughty beast. Small beast. Many monks smacked their lips and felt it was exaggerated. Although those core formation stage beasts were not too strong, they were not small beasts. But when I thought of how Chen Yu easily slapped a beast to death, I felt horrified. Chen Yu ignored the monk's thoughts and ascended to the sky alone. You just have a stinky mouth, and you want to swallow me, human race. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have succeeded. Chen Yu raised the Xianlong mace and swung it. Swallow. The doughty beast was interrupted twice when it was about to swallow it, which made it very angry. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Wind was sucked into it. Chen Yu also felt that the surrounding space was sending him into the mouth of the doughty beast. Looking for a fight. Chen Yu smashed it with a mace. The terrifying spiritual power unique to the soul formation realm plus the terrifying divine power of the body, one blow was enough to shatter the stars. The doughty giant mouth was not afraid of the blood-burning formation formed by many monks, but it was directly broken by Chen Yu's blow. Roar! The doughty beast felt a piercing pain coming. Divine ability was immediately breached and could no longer be maintained. Chen Yu looked at the doughty beast coldly. Just that look made the doughty beast feel cold all over, as if all its strength had been drained away and it was unable to move. It panicked. The young man in front of it was obviously not very old. Why did he have such a terrifying pressure? It was a doughty beast, with some blood of doughty ancestors, and it could fight even soul formation realm monks. But why did this young man make it feel afraid? Retreat. The doughty beast wanted to retreat and turned around and ran. It was not one of those low-level beasts with low intelligence, but a doughty beast that was extremely sensitive to everything. It was important to save its life, so it retreated. He noticed that the doughty beast turned around and ran without even launching an attack. Qi Gang immediately opened his eyes and stood up from the altar. Hurry back and kill him for me. If you dare to run away, I will never give you doughty blood. Qi Gang communicated with the doughty beast through his mind. But doughty beast didn't care about that at all, and ran away, ignoring Qi Gang's words. Let it fight, but let it die. You. Qi Gang was so angry at doughty beast that his face turned red. This was the first time that his pet beast went against his will. Run so fast? Why not be my mount? A cold voice came down from the sky, making doughty beast shiver all over. Is that boy here? It looked up and saw a fist coming through the air. Bang! With one punch, doughty beast's hundreds of meters long body was like a small stone, and was easily blasted away for dozens of miles. Doughty beast's muscles and bones were in great pain, as if they were about to be shattered. What a terrifying human! Doughty beast didn't dare to look up, and turned around and wanted to run. Bang! Chen Yu came through the air and punched again. Doughty beast was blown away again. For a while, Chen Yu kept punching, beating Doughty to run around. Doughty, who was originally invulnerable to swords and fire, could not withstand Chen Yu's beating, and blood gushed out of his body. If it continued like this, he would be beaten to death. As a fierce beast, he was beaten to death by a teenager. It was frustrating to think about it. I'll ask you one last time, surrender or die. Chen Yu ran out of patience, and the Xianlong mace pressed against the neck of the doughty beast. As long as he exerted force, it would penetrate the doughty beast. A-hole, you dare to take my pet? Believe it or not, I will tear you into pieces. Qi Gang's voice came through the doughty beast. It's easy to know that Qi Gang was jumping and anxious. So you already have a master, then I will kill your master first, and then subdue you. Chen Yu slapped down with a palm, and the violent force directly knocked the doughty beast unconscious. Bind. A golden light flashed, and the demon binding chain refined by Chen Yu directly tied up the doughty beast, like a piglet, unable to move. Doughty beast silently shed tears. As a peerless beast, it was so humiliated. It was too shameful. Chen Yu looked at the gap in the world in the distance and rushed over in a flash. Qi Gang's face changed wildly. For the first time, Qi Gang failed. Usually 1 or 2 beasts are enough to destroy a world. Now even Doughty Beast was released, but it was beaten to tears silently. I miscalculated. I didn't expect that Immortal Cultivation World could have such a strong man while attacking the alien world. It is indeed extraordinary. Qi Gang took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. After all, he was once a generation of mercenary kings, so he didn't give up just like that. He took out the third pocket. This pocket was red all over. As soon as it was taken out, there was an extremely high temperature burning around it, burning the space into a distortion. Chapter 40. Angels poured into the Immortal Cultivation World from the gap on the other side. Angels dressed in white seemed to be the most beautiful beings in the world. But the battle was unambiguous. Once they entered the world, they ran to the nearest city. Who dares to attack our Immortal Cultivation World? A monk shouted. He happened to be patrolling nearby, and seeing this scene, he naturally stepped forward to question. The angel did not speak, but just looked at him coldly. You birdmen are so bold. The monk took out his flying sword and fought. A weak Qi refining warrior, who is not even as skilled as a 2-winged angel, dares to stop us angels. 2 angels rushed forward and swung down the holy swords in their hands. The angel's power stained the monk, and immediately turned the monk's body into white smoke. You birdmen, go to hell! The monk wanted to drag the 2 angels to die with him. But the flying sword was chopped into pieces by the angel's holy sword as soon as it was blasted out. Is this the Immortal Cultivation World? It's much weaker than our angel world. These Qi refining warriors died after not being able to resist for 1 round. A 2-winged angel said somewhat proudly. Have you forgotten the Almighty God's instructions? Be careful. An older 4-winged angel warned. Hearing the 3 words of the Almighty God, the angels looked serious and stopped talking. Everyone be careful, don't leave too far, form a group of 5 and take care of each other. If you find anything, report it immediately. The older 4-winged angel ordered. Yes, Legion Commander. The angels immediately followed the order and began to disperse in groups of 5. The angel army is large in number. There are hundreds of people in the first group to explore the way. Each of them is a 2-winged angel, which corresponds to the core formation monk in the Immortal Cultivation World. 4-winged angel is a nascent soul monk. In their world, there is no practice method, nor the body refining system. They only have the power of angels and chanting holy scriptures, which gives them a great development advantage over other races. The angel army had just advanced more than 10 miles. There was a sound of breaking through the air in the distance. Foreign monsters, stop! A loud shout came. Soon, countless flying swords brought monks to come. The 3 monks in the lead were all nascent soul realm monks. At present, most nascent soul monks are fighting outside. There are not many monks left in this world. These 3 monks are the only remaining nascent soul realm. Behind the 3 nascent soul realms, there are dozens of core formation realm monks. This group of forces is enough to sweep across a weak world. But they encountered the angel army. You are the strongest group of Qi refining warriors in this world, right? A 4-winged angel flapped his wings and flew forward, asking condescendingly, with a hint of arrogance in his words. In other words, if we destroy you, the defense of this world will be completely broken. The 4-winged angel held the holy sword and looked at the monks in front of him indifferently. You alone may not be enough to break our defense. A nascent soul realm monk was very unhappy. Of course, he could also feel that the 4-winged angel was not weak. But it was only roughly equal to him. Even if they were of equal strength, it would not be enough to just talk a few words to decide the winner. If she alone is not enough, then we together are not enough. The second four-winged angel also flew forward, and the two four-winged angels stood in front, radiating angelic power. An invisible pressure covered everything and crushed it. You are just two nascent souls, and you dare to show off. The three human race nascent soul monks also burst out with an astonishing pressure. The two pressures intertwined in the air, and both wanted to defeat the other. But the other monks and ordinary angels on both sides suffered. Even if it was just a wave of pressure aftermath, it was enough to make them uncomfortable. The difference in a major realm is equivalent to a huge gap. Unless there is a talent that can make up for the gap brought by this realm. But such people are a minority after all. Whether it is a two-winged angel or a core formation monk, they are all suffocated by the pressure of the nascent soul level at this moment. With a thump, an angel couldn't hold on and knelt on the ground. There was a human race monk who couldn't hold on and was about to be pressed down. The other monks beside him quickly helped him to prevent him from falling. Both sides were confronting each other to see who could not bear it. This is not only a comparison of strength, but also a psychological game. Whoever loses the first wave, then his confidence will inevitably be severely damaged, and it will be difficult to gain the upper hand in the next battle. Demons, you two can't stop the three of us, why don't you surrender quickly? The human race monk shouted. We angels have the power of the Almighty God, even two of us are enough to suppress the three of you. Four-winged angel showed no weakness. Humph, let's see what you monsters are really capable of. A nascent soul monk attacked boldly, and a print in his hand crushed him. Who's afraid of who? Four-winged angel waved the holy sword in his hand, and the power of the angel turned into a stream to meet him. Boom! The remaining two nascent soul monks were soaring in momentum, and their pressure was overwhelming. The other four-winged angel who was still in confrontation couldn't hold on, and was directly suppressed by the pressure, causing his blood to roll. Puff! Four-winged angel spit out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. You are both at the nascent soul level, yet you dare to fight two people alone. If you are so arrogant, let us teach you a lesson. The two nascent soul masters chased after him and attacked him ruthlessly. Kill! The masters were immediately excited and immediately attacked. The angel army also rushed forward. The two sides fought together. Xia Wangqing could see the battlefield situation through the angel's vision. Three chi refining masters at the four-winged angel level. Xia Wangqing frowned. She had tried her best to analyze the strength of Immortal Cultivation World. But according to her calculations, Immortal Cultivation World is now attacking 10 small worlds at the same time. It also has to deal with the joint invasion of the Divine Beast World and her. It was actually able to shoot 3 nascent soul masters, which puzzled her. The Immortal Cultivation World is indeed very strong. She knew in her heart that since the two sides had already started the war, it was impossible to retreat unscathed. The current Immortal Cultivation World is so strong, if we don't take the opportunity to destroy it, then she will be in trouble when the other party develops for a while and then seeks revenge on her. This time, we must win. And we must be fast enough. Speed is of the essence, so that the other party has no chance to resist. She gently waved the holy sword in her hand, closed her eyes. She sang softly. Holy angel power gathered from the entire temple. Angel power rippled. A silver-white magic circle appeared in the hall. Feathers fluttered. A breathtaking and powerful angel power came from the magic circle. An angel slowly emerged from the magic circle. There are 6 wings on the back of the angel. 6-winged angel. Chapter 41. My only Lord, the Almighty God, I am your faithful believer. I am willing to wait for your orders. I will go through fire and water, and I will not refuse death. 6-winged angel is holy and white, with silver hair scattered and falling, looking a little weak. But the faint breath emanating from her body makes people palpitate. The 2-winged angel guards in the hall were enveloped by this breath and felt powerless. In front of 6-winged angel, they couldn't even raise the thought of resistance. They even kept their heads down and didn't dare to look straight at her. This is the pressure across the realm, which is extremely terrifying. Go, let me see your strength, crush those chi-refining warriors of Immortal Cultivation World. Xia Wangqing raised her hand and pointed to Immortal Cultivation World. Yes, my lord. Six-winged angel knelt on the ground and saluted respectfully. Then rushed to Immortal Cultivation World. Behind him, there were 4 four-winged angels and many 2-winged angels following. 1 6-winged angel, 6 4-winged angels, 700 2-winged angels. These are my biggest trump cards. No one has ever been able to resist them. Chi-refining warriors of Immortal Cultivation World, you never thought your enemies would be so powerful, ha ha ha. Xia Wangqing laughed triumphantly. She wanted to strangle the entire Immortal Cultivation World in the cradle. Not only to plunder the materials of Immortal Cultivation World and merge the world. More importantly, to kill the terrible late-stage world of Immortal Cultivation World in the cradle and clear the way for future domination. Although Xia Wangqing was a girl, she had never thought of succumbing to a man. She wanted to be the king of this area. On the battlefield, the human race monks and the angel legion fought hard. Although there was one more human race nascent soul realm. But the human race has only a few dozen people in the core formation realm, far less than the 202 winged angels in the angel legion. The two sides are equal in strength, and for a while, neither can do anything to the other. When the situation is tense, a breath that is as overwhelming as the sky and crushes everything flies from the gap. Soul formation power. These monsters from other worlds actually have soul formation power. The human race nascent soul monk certainly knows. Because, this breath makes him palpitate. Only soul formation power above the nascent soul realm can have such power. The 3 nascent soul monks communicated quickly with their divine thoughts and soon reached a consensus. That is, retreat. At the same realm, it doesn't matter even if the opponent has more people. But once the opponent has a great power, you must not fight to the end. The reason why the great power is called the great power. That is, it exceeds the power of ordinary monks. Among them, the strong ones pick stars and catch the moon, shatter the sky, and suppress a region. You can't fight with it unless you are in the same realm. Even a glance can kill countless people of lower realms. Continuing to fight will only lead to death, which is meaningless. All monks, retreat immediately, don't fight, the great power of the angel army has arrived. Nascent Soul Monk notified all monks with divine thoughts. Great power. All monks were shocked. That realm is no longer something they can contend with. All monks retreat immediately. But if they want to leave, how can the angel army let them go? Don't even think about leaving. Don't run, let's fight again. Hold them, the archangel has arrived. The archangel is here, kill these chi-refining warriors. Kill. The morale of the angels was greatly boosted. The archangel is the chief leader of their legion. It is the symbol and soul of the entire angel. The monks wanted to leave, but the angel entangled them tightly. The two sides started a bloody battle again. For a time, the war became more intense. Quick, use all means, retreat. Nascent Soul Monk kept reminding. His palpitations became stronger and stronger. This meant that the archangel was getting closer and closer. Once the archangel descends, not to mention the core formation monks, even their nascent soul monks will die. The two are not on the same level at all. The monks took out all the law weapons, talismans, and spirit beasts. Attack the angel. But the angels were like crazy. Even when facing the monks who risked their lives, they rushed forward and entangled them. Buzz. The space vibrated, and both the angels and the human race monks felt powerless. The 6 white wings danced slowly. The archangel, descend. Behind him, followed 4 four-winged angels and 500 two-winged angels. In the entire battlefield, there were 6 four-winged angels. The 2-winged angels reached an astonishing 700. Whether in terms of realm or number, the Angel Legion has an absolute advantage. The alien Qi refining warriors are nothing but heretics. Sacrifice your blood to the sky and sing hymns for my angels. The six-winged archangel opened his eyes, and a holy sword burning with blazing flames emerged. The terrifying power spread across the battlefield. Purification. The six-winged archangel danced with his jade hands. Dense rain of fire fell from the sky. Our only Lord, the Almighty God, we are your loyal and brave servants, and your invincible legion. We cross mountains and seas, and we rush to the battlefield. We burn our hearts. We ignite the sky. We purify the filth in the world. Kill all heretics. We announce judgment. We judge at all times. We are the bravest flames. We are the coldest frost. Purification. 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 All angels sang in unison. Angelic powers emerged one after another, adding to the rain of fire. The already fierce fire became even more violent and fierce. The sky seemed to be completely ignited. Break out! The nascent soul monk roared. If this continues, all of them will be burned to death here. This group of monsters is too scary. The three nascent soul monks blocked the sky and used their own law weapons to resist the rain of fire. Bang! 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 The rain of fire fell on the barrier built by law weapon. Each ball of rain of fire would leave a deep mark on the barrier. Judgment, judgment, evolution. The angels were still chanting slowly. The angelic power was surging more and more, like a sea of energy. Let the heavenly fire burn more and more vigorously. The surging angelic power attacked the nearby monks. When the monks were infected, they immediately smoked all over their bodies, then were corroded, and then turned into a pile of bones. Want to leave? Heretics, all must be killed. The archangel's weak appearance, but his heart is extremely cold. Her eyes are emotionless, more like a killing machine. She raised the holy sword burning with fire and pointed it forward. The angel fire blocked the monks' way. Some monks were burned to ashes immediately after accidentally touching it. Some monks majored in water-based skills and brought a lot of water to extinguish the angel fire. As soon as it touched it, the angel fire instantly evaporated all the water. A monk used a gourd that could collect fire and wanted to collect all the angel fire. But the angel fire just got into the gourd and burned through the gourd directly, and then ignited the monks together with them, burning them to death. This scene frightened all the monks. Just a slight touch burned a monk who was at the peak of core formation and was about to enter the nascent soul realm to death, without even the power to fight back. These monsters are too terrifying. Chapter 42. 3 Heretics, you still want to stop heavenly fire? You are overestimating yourself. The archangel blurted out his cold words. He waved the holy sword in his hand gently. A ray of life turned into an angel and rushed towards the 3 human race nascent soul monks who were blocking the sky. You guys go quickly, I'm going to fight these monsters. A nascent soul monk knew that there was no way to survive. The nascent soul in his body expanded rapidly. He was going to self-destruct. Go, what are you still doing? Do you want to die here? Let's go, wait for me to kill, and then ask me, the human race, to kill these monsters. Don't die in vain, go. Go. A group of monks burst into tears. They had no choice but to watch the nascent soul monk self-destruct. Boom. The nascent soul was shattered, and the huge amount of spiritual power gathered at this moment bloomed instantly. It was like a tragic lotus. The huge amount of spiritual power that burst out suppressed part of the fire line blocking the front. Some monks seized the opportunity to rush out quickly. Only by escaping can they live up to the sacrifice of their fellow disciples. Otherwise, a nascent soul monk would have died in vain. This was their most tragic battle so far. Humph, if you want to leave, forget it. The archangel stretched out his hand and pushed, and the humanoid angel flame quickly moved forward, directly igniting several monks who fell behind and had not escaped yet. Ah, it hurts. You bunch of monsters, wait for the revenge of my Heavenly Dao sect. Monster, I wish I could tear your skin alive and crush your bones. I am a great man in Heavenly Dao sect, don't let me wait and die in vain. I will take you with me even if I explode. Several monks were directly ignited. The last monk exploded in advance. But he could not shake the humanoid angel fire at all. The remaining 2 nascent soul monks were exhausted at this moment. They tried their best. The barrier that could no longer support it broke instantly. Dense heavenly fire descended. Ah! A scream rang out. 2 nascent soul monks were instantly ignited. One of them was lucky enough to have his nascent soul leave his body and rush into the depths of the world. The other one was not so lucky. His body and nascent soul were burned alive to ashes. Heavenly fire descended. The entire battlefield was directly ignited, turning into a sea of fire, blazing. Angel Legion, listen to my order. All quasi-angels, 2-winged angels, 4-winged angels, all assemble and march forward. We must burn all the heretics to death. The 6-winged angel had a very nice voice, but it was extremely cold. It was not as beautiful as its appearance, but more like a demon from hell. Yes, sir. The Angel Legion shouted in unison. All rushed into the depths of the world. Xia Wangqing, who saw everything through the angel's vision, finally smiled. In this war, she finally had the upper hand. This immortal cultivation world may seem a bit strong, but in fact, it is just so-so. In front of my Xia Wangqing Angel Legion, the immortal cultivators can only turn into ashes. All worlds will crawl at my feet one day. Xia Wangqing clenched her hands, as if she wanted to grab the vast mountains and rivers in her hands. This woman's ambition is not just to annex the immortal cultivation world. She wants all the worlds. Including Qi Gang's world of divine beasts, it can only become her tool, and when it is no longer useful, it will be swallowed up. The fierce angel army marched straight in, as if entering an empty land. At this moment, under the leadership of the 6-winged archangel, they were invincible and had never encountered any decent resistance along the way. They were good at flying and were very fast. They soon penetrated deep into the heart of Immortal Cultivation World. From a distance, they could even see the main peak of the Heavenly Dao sect in the distance. Dare you still establish a sect inheritance? All heretics must die. Only my Lord is the only omnipotent existence. The 6-winged archangel's eyes were like knives, and he hated the Taoist inheritance of Immortal Cultivation World. When the time comes, I will definitely use the most turbulent holy fire to wipe out the inheritance of these heretics. The 6-winged archangel said hatefully. By the way, where are the angel vanguards in front? She suddenly felt something was wrong. It seemed that this journey was a little too smooth. It was a little too smooth. She, who had experienced many battles, subconsciously felt that there was a problem. Report to the archangel, the angel vanguard ahead is exploring ahead, and it will probably take a while for them to come back. The angel on the side said respectfully. It's been too long, let them come back quickly. She felt a little uneasy. This kind of uneasiness is the intuition of the strong, and it has helped her avoid death crisis many times. After a while, an angel stumbled back. However, a pair of wings were covered with blood. One of the wings was torn apart. Master Archangel, we are ambushed. After the angel finished speaking, he couldn't catch up with his breath before he could say the next sentence, and he was completely disappointed. This group of damn heretics is so cunning that they actually set a trap. The 6-winged archangel had a cold look and boiling murderous intent. The murderous intent that was almost condensed into substance made the other angels around him tremble. They knew that the boss was angry. Pass my order, all angels, gather together, and are not allowed to leave the team without permission. All the troops will march at the same time to destroy the human race heretics. She no longer had any patience. No matter what trap you set, she will use the power of the Archangel to directly wipe out everything. The angel army marched at a high speed, and it would not be long before they were close to the gate of the Heavenly Dao sect. Zzz. The surrounding mountains and rivers were broken, and the space was distorted. The angel army was separated. Hundreds of angels were trapped at the same time. What's going on? Be careful, this is the formation of the Qi refining warriors. Ah! The angels started screaming before they could react. The formation communicated with heaven and earth, and triggered the Dao. It was the incomplete formation diagram that was used to deal with the zombie army last time. At this moment, it was set as a trap again and placed on the road that the angel army must pass through. Even a corner of the incomplete formation was enough to suppress the nascent soul-level strongman. In an instant, the strands of Dao in the incomplete formation diagram turned into strands of silk threads that were difficult to distinguish, sweeping through in waves. Every time it swept through, dozens of angels were beheaded. In just one breath, 102 winged angels died. One of the 4 winged angels had his arm chopped off. Quick, let's attack one point together and break this formation. The injured 4-winged angel commanded all the angels to fight back. Before she could finish, the sharp threads transformed by the Dao of heaven and earth swept over again. 62 winged angels were chopped into pieces. The 4-winged angel could not care about so much, and the holy sword in his hand ignited the angel fire and slashed at the formation beside him. The formation was fine. But the holy sword of the 4-winged angel was directly broken. The next wave of Dao attacks came again. Now they finally understood that these Qi refining warriors were not as weak as they had seen before, but extremely powerful. Chapter 43. Just as the remaining dozens of angels were about to be torn apart, the archangel behind arrived in time, waving the holy sword, and the humanoid angel rushed in with flames, igniting the formation. The angels inside also launched attacks at the same time. In a moment, the formation finally wailed and was broken. Thank you, Archangel, for your help. The 4-winged angel knew that it was the Archangel who took action, otherwise they would have only one way to die. The 6-winged Archangel nodded slightly. Heal. Gently spit out 2 words, waving the holy sword in his hand. The flame went out, and a green light appeared instead. The green light fell on the broken arm of the 4-winged angel, quickly stopped the blood, and the broken arm slowly recovered. The green light enveloped the other injured angels, and their injuries also healed quickly. This is the strength of the angel family. As long as they are not completely killed, they can continue to heal. Good at healing and destruction, angels are a polarized and contradictory race. These heretical Qi refining warriors are really cunning. With a broken formation, they killed nearly 200 angels in the Legion. When I catch these Qi refining warriors, I will tie them to the stake and torture them. A ruthless look flashed in the eyes of the 6-winged archangel. Marching forward again, the 6-winged angel simply flew in the front. The several layers of defense set up by the monks were easily destroyed and defeated by her like a dead tree or rotten wood, and they could not be hurt at all. You still want to use this trick? It's really stupid. It seems that these Qi refining warriors don't have many strong ones, so they dare not confront us head-on. The 6-winged archangel stared at the gate of Heavenly Dao sect in the distance, and the speed increased again. Yin! A fire dragon appeared above the main peak of Heavenly Dao sect. The fire dragon circled around, constantly making waves of dragon roars. Li! Another fire phoenix appeared above the main peak. A dragon and a phoenix, entangled with each other, circling around the Heavenly Dao sect. The temperature in the sky rose sharply. Even though they were 100 miles apart, the angel army could feel the heat that melted everything. The dragon and the phoenix began to slowly blend. Finally, it turned into a white flame. Then, the white flame fell from the sky and disappeared. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. What is that? A 4-winged angel was puzzled. It seems that the Qi refining is practicing. Another four-winged angel answered. Only the six-winged archangel remained silent. Too far away, ordinary people could not feel the horror. But she could feel it clearly. The white flame was no less than the angel's holy fire. Even vaguely, she felt that the white flame had surpassed the angel's holy fire. How can these heretics have such a strong control over elements? Is it my illusion? She suddenly felt uneasy. This kind of uneasiness has not appeared in her heart for a long time. It shouldn't be. The remaining few strong men of the other side have been defeated by me. There can't be any stronger ones. I think too much. Shaking his head, the six-winged archangel suppressed the doubts in his heart and led the army to rush forward again. A distance of 100 miles, for an angel, only takes half a quarter of an hour to reach. The entire angel army looked at this high mountain, feeling the overflowing spirit qi in it, and was surprised. Such a rich energy, if we bathe in it, our injuries will recover faster. The resources of these qi refining soldiers are not bad. As long as we kill them, these will be ours. The remaining forces of the other side must be shrinking here. As long as we attack and kill them, we can do it. These heretics probably have no other means. The angels were talking about it. Only the six-winged archangel remained silent. The closer she got to the gate of Heavenly Dao sect, the heavier her heart felt. She always felt uneasy, but she couldn't tell why. Some angels didn't think too much, and couldn't hold back their joy, and quickly rushed to the gate of Heavenly Dao sect. A dozen angels had just crossed the gate. They were directly turned into dust. It took less than 1/10 of a second. The six-winged archangel's pupils suddenly shrank into needles. Sure enough, there was something wrong with this place. Everyone retreat immediately. She immediately ordered a retreat. But it was still a step too late. Some angels who rushed fast felt that they couldn't control themselves before they had time to retreat. All the angels within 100 meters of the gate were fixed in the air and couldn't move. Then, in the surprised and shocked eyes of other angels, these dozens of angels who were fixed were all turned into dust. Just like the previous batch. The angels who were a little further away and not fixed felt cold all over and sweated. If they went one step further, they would end up like this. Horrible. This was the unanimous thought of many angels. The six-winged archangel looked gloomy. Relying on the keen intuition of a strong man, she could feel that there seemed to be some kind of magic circle near the mountain gate in front, which was extremely powerful and defended the entire mountain range. It is estimated that any enemy who approaches will be fixed and then shattered. Go! She waved the holy sword in her hand, and the human-shaped angel fire rushed out and ran towards the mountain gate. Bang! As soon as it approached, it made a dull sound. It was as if it hit an invisible wall. The human-shaped angel fire was also fixed. No matter how fierce the flames rushed left and right, they still could not get rid of the control of that invisible force. Until the flames went out. Hiss! Many angels who saw this scene took a breath of cold air. What kind of magic circle is this? Can it extinguish the flames of my angel family? The key is that this is the human-shaped angel flame released by the archangel, which is more than 100 times stronger than our ordinary angels. Why are these heretical magic circles so terrible? What should we do? The angels were a little flustered. For the first time, they didn't even know where the enemy was. And they seemed to be played with like toys, unable to even fight back. You Qi refining warriors, besides hiding, don't you dare to fight head-on. The six-winged archangel shouted slowly at the mountain gate. She knew that the remaining Qi refining warriors must be hiding in this mountain range. Accompanying her shouting, Heavenly Dao sect Enlightenment Tower. A beautiful and charming girl opened her eyes from enlightenment, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and directly shattered the void. In the center of her forehead, there was a bean-sized white flame, flickering and jumping. Let the space around the girl continue to twist, reorganize, and then twist again. Finally, I succeeded in melting the 2 laws of fire. It's time to go out and meet these monsters. The girl stood up and walked out of the Enlightenment Tower slowly. We are here to see the Sect Master. Please help us, Sect Master, and kill the monsters from other worlds. Many Heavenly Dao sect monks were waiting outside and shouted in unison. Chapter 44. Yan Qingguo had previously comprehended 2 strands of the Dao of Fire, namely the Dao of Fire Dragon and the Dao of Fire Phoenix. She has been trying to merge the 2 Daos into one. As long as the fusion is successful, her control and affinity with the fire element will be greatly improved. These days, she has been in seclusion in the Enlightenment Tower. Just now, she succeeded in smelting. She stood at the door of the Enlightenment Tower. The breath released inadvertently caused the void to collapse continuously and the space to distort at any time. All the cultivators felt difficulty breathing, as if there were mountains pressing on them. Even the great cultivator Nascent Soul was not much better. Yan Qingguo's glance made everyone's heart beat wildly, their whole body weak, and unable to move. This is the power of the soul formation realm, and a look is enough to shock others. What's wrong with you? How did you end up like this? Yan Qingguo looked at one of the cultivators who only had nascent soul escaped, and her eyebrows were slightly frowned. The great monk Nascent Soul was powerful enough to destroy a world. They fought everywhere and didn't encounter many enemies. How could they be so embarrassed? Reporting to the sect master, the demon clan is extremely powerful. Not only are they good at fire, but there are also powerful souls from the soul formation realm descending. We are no match for them and barely escaped. A disciple told the whole story and the battlefield situation in detail. Soul formation realm. Yan Qingguo didn't expect that there were such powerful people in the other world. So what? If you dare to offend my Immortal Cultivation World and destroy my Heavenly Dao sect monks, don't think you can just give up. Let this sect master go and meet them. Yan Qingguo's eyebrows were raised, and she moved lightly, like a fairy stepping on the waves, and disappeared in an instant. The other capable monks immediately followed. Just as the angel army was preparing to evacuate first and then plan. Some figures appeared in the sky. It was the monks of the Heavenly Dao sect. Are they finally out? The angels all breathed a sigh of relief. I was afraid that these chi-refining warriors would hide behind the magic circle and confront them. It would be best if these people took the initiative to come out now. But the next moment, their faces changed wildly. I saw a bean-sized white flame appear between the eyebrows of a girl. The flame danced and turned into a rain of heavenly fire, descending. It was almost the same move used by the Angel Legion to deal with the monks. But this time, it was the Angel Legion's turn to scream. The dense white flames burned through everything, even the space was melted and dissolved. All angels, come to me quickly. The 6-winged archangel looked very unhappy. She recognized at a glance that the girl who released the flames on the sky mountain had the strength she thought of. 6-winged angel is equivalent to the soul formation realm monk. She immediately rushed to the sky, waving the holy sword. Almighty Lord, the only God, please give us courage and strength. Let us stop all enemies from invading. Let us eliminate some dangers. Holy Shield! Holy Shield! Holy Shield! She chanted the hymn quickly. An invisible force rippled from the holy sword, forming a huge barrier in the sky above, covering the surrounding area. The other angels quickly moved towards her and hid under the holy shield. The angels who did not have time to dodge, just the white flames on their hair would quickly spread all over their bodies. In an instant, they turned into a fireman, and then turned into ashes and disappeared. The same situation happened quickly in other places. As long as they didn't hide under the holy shield barrier. Once they were touched by the white flame, they would die. More than 100 two-winged angels could not even hum, and they all turned into ashes. One of the 4-winged angels was just about to get close to the holy shield barrier, and was just a little bit away from hiding. One step too late. Touched by the white flame, it instantly became a torch. Even though 4 wings are much stronger than 2 wings, they still died in less than a breath. 100 2-winged angels and 1 4-winged angel disappeared in a flash. Hiss! Everyone hiding under the holy shield barrier was terrified. If they were a step late, they would have ended up like this. I heard that you monsters are also good at fire. I wonder if the fire of my Heavenly Dao sect can match yours. Yan Qingyu stood high in the sky, her clothes fluttering, like a fairy. The cold words made all the angels feel cold in their hearts. They could not raise any resistance in front of Yan Qingyu. This is the soul formation realm. They have it in their angel clan, and the human race monks also have it. They also know that they have underestimated these human race chi refining monks before. The 6-winged archangel looked at Yan Qingyu, and a desire to fight arose in her heart. It has been a long time since she met a monk of the same realm. Now she also wants to see who is better, herself or Yan Qingyu. The holy shield barrier began to weaken under the erosion of the white flames, and it was about to be unable to stop. The 6-winged archangel waved the holy sword again to strengthen the holy shield. He flew alone into the sky and confronted Yan Qingyu. You go deal with those other monsters, and this 6-winged monster will be dealt with by our section. Yan Qingyu waved his hand and asked all the monks around him to leave. People from both clans knew that if they stayed here, they would be affected, so they left quickly, fighting and staying away from here. After these people left, the 6-winged archangel and Yan Qingyu began to attack. The heretic chi refining will not be the opponent of our angel family. The 6-winged archangel spoke coldly and expressionlessly. The holy sword in his hand rippled with holy power, and the supreme power descended, allowing the 6-winged angel to bathe in the power of the holy angel, and the already strong aura continued to rise. This is the supreme secret technique of the angel family, which can greatly increase the power of the angel in a short period of time. Similar to the blood-burning secret technique of the monks. But it has fewer disadvantages than the blood-burning secret technique, and it will not fall into the realm. It will only be weak for a period of time after using it. The aura of the 6-winged angel soared all the way to the peak of the soul formation realm. The same as Yan Qingyu. The 2 peaks of the soul formation realm confronted each other in the air. Winged demon, you used secret techniques to raise yourself to the same level of strength as me, but it was not achieved through hard work. You are not my opponent. Yan Qingyu watched 6-winged angel's strength surge, unmoved. This kind of secret technique probably cannot last for too long. But she actually achieved it through hard work, which is completely different from the 2. So what? It's enough to judge a heretic like you. The 6-winged archangel said no more, and a burst of flames burst out of the holy sword in his hand, and the blazing angel fire burned. Let this angel purify you. In the next life, don't believe in heresy, but believe in the only omnipotent God. Before he finished speaking, he raised his sword with both hands and chopped it down with force. The holy sword wrapped in angel fire burned everything. The void was shattered inch by inch, and countless holes were broken in the space, as if there was nothing that this sword could not cut, which made people's scalps numb. Buzz! Yan Qingyu raised his hand and flipped out a large banner. Chapter 45. The cloud flag danced quickly. The mountains and rivers lost their color, and the stars lost their light. Everything in the world seemed to stop flowing at this moment. On the cloud flag, infinite divine power burst out, pressing down from the sky. The holy sword and the cloud flag collided in the sky. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp and piercing collision sound exploded the endless space, shattering the flowers, plants, and trees on the nearby land. The peaks collapsed, and the chaotic world rolled down. The rivers were cut off abruptly, and the turbulent river water surged everywhere. The 6-winged archangel was like 1,000 troops attacking at the same time. The endless angel power rippled, sweeping everything and swallowing everything. If Dan Roun was touched, he would be destroyed in an instant. Yan Qingyu performed the Burning Sun Heaven skill. His whole body was surging with blood, as if a scorching sun was across the sky, burning the mountains, rivers, and land. The white flames at the center of his eyebrows could burn everything to ashes. When the two of them collided, endless thunder was generated from the sky, annihilating everything nearby, even the light would be crushed. Soul Formation Realm Mighty Fighting. The destructive power was more than 10 times stronger than the destructive power of the two legions going to war. The two of them fought quickly, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Wherever the two of them passed, the space collapsed, the mountains and rivers collapsed and destroyed, and the sky seemed to tremble. Gradually, the two of them went deep into the mountains. Hundreds of miles apart, everyone could still hear the huge roar and scolding. Is this the Soul Formation Mighty/Archangel? Countless people looked up and stared at the two mighty ones who were going away, and they were all shocked. This kind of destructive power, even if it was just a wisp of aftermath, was enough to kill a large number of them. The war between ordinary monks and angels was also entering a white-hot stage. Both sides fought bloody battles. Although the number of angels was much larger than that of monks. But the monks took advantage of the home field and blocked the angels' attacks. They didn't need to win, they just needed to drag it out. At that time, the angel army would stay here. Wait until the monks who conquered the other world turned back to help. These angel armies will be trapped inside and outside, and they will not be able to leave at that time. Deep in the endless mountains. When the six-winged archangel and Yan King Guyu fought the most fiercely, they used their strongest moves. Almighty Lord, I am your loyal servant. Please shed holy light and let your subjects bathe in the holy light. Six-winged angel chanted in a low voice. Waves of angel power that were more majestic and turbulent than before descended and blessed the six-winged archangel. In an instant, her strength was infinitely close to the astral projection stage. Behind her, a pair of translucent wings grew deep in the depths. Eight-winged angel, corresponding to the monk astral projection stage. However, she was not a complete eight-winged angel, but a fake eight-winged angel that was forcibly promoted. She was far from the real eight-winged angel. Everything is over. The archangel whispered. The flames on the holy sword surged 3 points again, like a copper furnace of heaven and earth, emitting an extremely exaggerated temperature. Judgment! The archangel roared, raised the holy sword, and chopped it down heavily. Don't be so arrogant, you demon! The white flames at the center of Yan King Guyu's eyebrows left her body. Boom! The bean-sized flames rose in the wind, and the drop was almost turned into a white sea of fire. A wisp of the law of fire was affected, and the area within 100 miles became a purgatory of fire. The archangel's sword had just fallen, and it had not yet hit Yan King Guyu. The flames on the holy sword were directly extinguished by the white flames. Angel holy fire versus law of fire. Everything around was swept, burned, and melted. Together with the holy sword, they gradually turned into drops of copper water and fell down. The wings of the archangel were stained with a wisp of white Dao fire, and she felt a piercing pain in an instant, making her sweat. She snorted coldly and hurriedly used the holy sword to cut off the burning part of the wings. Before she could catch her breath, the second attack came again. Demon, take my attack! Yan King Guyu held the Chaos Cloud flag and waved the flag. It swept away time and space, the galaxy, and everything. The archangel swung the holy sword back and chopped out the angel power to suppress everything. As soon as it touched the Chaos Cloud flag, it was directly broken. A huge gap appeared on the holy sword. The holy sword that accompanied her in the battle of the alien world was damaged for the first time. Holy light, purify everything. The archangel wanted to provoke the angel power again to suppress the Dao flame. But as soon as the angel power fell, it was ignited by the Dao flame and burned clean. And her wings were also ignited again. The fierce flames made her unable to hold back any longer, and she let out a shrill scream. Judgment and purification? Do you really think you are the god of this time? Yan King Guyu's pretty face was cold, and the chaotic cloud flag in her hand kept waving. Every blow would make the archangel unable to resist and stretched to his limit. The injuries on the archangel's body increased rapidly. "Heretic, don't be rampant." The archangel threw the holy sword in his hand and detonated it directly. The holy sword, wrapped in the power of the angel, exploded brazenly. The nearby Dao fire was suppressed to a certain extent, and a way out was temporarily opened in the sea of fire. The archangel waved his broken wings and rushed out quickly. She knew that if she continued to entangle like this, she would definitely die here. The human race girl in front of her was really terrible. She had obviously improved her strength twice, but she was still not an opponent, which made her puzzled. How could she know that Yan Qingguo had swallowed the body of Heavenly Demon and could fight against a higher level? What's more, he was facing an opponent who had temporarily forcibly increased his strength. He was completely hanging on to his opponent. The archangel dragged his injured body and quickly withdrew from the battlefield. "Want to leave? Is my Heavenly Dao sex so easy to provoke? Come as you please, leave as you please." Yan Qingguo shouted. She stepped into the void. Great teleport. The whole person instantly came in front of the archangel and blocked his way. The archangel dodged quickly. But in front of Yan Qingguo's great teleport, her speed was just like a snail. The monks comprehended the laws of space and could directly teleport, which was 5 or 10 times faster than flying. "Accept your fate." The white flames on Yan Qingguo's eyebrows formed a sea of fire again, surrounding the archangel. This time, the archangel no longer had a holy sword to detonate. There was only one way waiting for her. A dead end. She had always been proud in her heart, and finally had to pay the price for her arrogance. The disadvantages of using the power of angels continuously began to emerge. Her strength quickly declined, and the wings behind her changed from 8 wings to 6 wings. And she was weak all over. In the next few hours, it would be difficult for her to return to her normal state. She was not a match for Yan Qingguo even in her peak state, and now she was so weak that she could not even think of competing with Yan Qingguo. Now she could only cope with it awkwardly, and even so, she was always at a disadvantage and was beaten everywhere. Through her vision, Xia Wangqing, who was far away at the world bridge, saw everything that happened, and her eyes were cold at this moment. She knew that she had miscalculated. Chapter 46. Xia Wangqing was in a state of confusion. She had never thought that Immortal Cultivation World was so hidden. Her angel army was so strong, but they were still beaten badly. Even the most powerful trump card, the 6-winged archangel, was about to be killed. While attacking many worlds, they could also spare their hands to deal with her invasion and sneak attacks. How did the players of this Immortal Cultivation World make this world so powerful? In a flash, she thought of her partner Qi Gang. After all, they were partners, so why didn't Qi Gang help her share some of the burden? The more she thought about it, the more depressed she became. What is Qi Gang, that useless thing, doing now? Why doesn't he take action? Xia Wangqing was extremely irritable. She opened the system's private chat Heavenly World and immediately asked Qi Gang angrily. "Angel World, Qi Gang, what are you doing? All the pressure is on me, can't you help me share some of the pressure?" "Angel World, I tell you, we are grasshoppers in the same boat. If I die, you won't be able to have a good life." "Divine Beast World, you still have the nerve to say that? Are you kidding me? Take a look at the battlefield on my side." "Divine Beast World, this is a video, take a look yourself." After saying that, Qi Gang also angrily uploaded a video. On the screen, a young man holding a black dragon mace chased a group of beasts everywhere, just like chasing kittens and puppies. The ferocious and bloodthirsty beasts were chased everywhere in front of this young man. Some of them were crying and sobbing. If you didn't say it was a beast, Xia Wangqing would have thought it was a little girl who was bullied. "Angel World, how is this possible? What level is your beast?" How can it be so miserable? Divine Beast World, my beast has the blood of ancient beasts, and it is almost the same as your six-winged angel. What level do you think it is? Angel World, six-winged angel level? Impossible. How many strong men are there on the other side? Xia Wangqing was stunned. If Qi Gang didn't lie, then it would be said that Immortal Cultivation World still had at least 2 peerless strong men. Moreover, facing the simultaneous sneak attack of her and Qi Gang, the other side not only had an advantage, but also a huge advantage. Suppressing the trump card power of the 2 people and hanging them. Even if she was slow, she knew that she had provoked an existence that should not be provoked. A bitter smile appeared on her face. After all, she was a top student from Tsinghua University and Peking University, with a meticulous mind and extraordinary IQ. Claiming to be extraordinary, she was also ready to seize the opportunity to copy other people's hometowns. Now, she failed to copy other people's hometowns. Instead, she lost her own capital. She knew that she and Qi Gang had no chance. If they continued, they would only cause more casualties. Angel World, retreat, Qi Gang. I have a video here too. After that, Xia Wangqing sent the video of the angel battlefield. Qi Gang, who was being beaten, took a quick glance. He was immediately scared to death. He knew that Xia Wangqing's trump card, six-winged angel, was an invincible existence. What about now? Being beaten by a young girl, the white wings were stained with blood, and it seemed that he could not hold on any longer. Gurgle. Qi Gang swallowed hard and felt cold all over. When did he provoke such a terrifying existence? The remaining forces were so powerful, what would happen if the other side's army that conquered the alien world returned? What would be waiting for them? The end is self-evident. Qi Gang's face turned pale, and cold sweat soaked his clothes. He no longer had any courage to stay here. Escape. There was only one thought in my mind. Qi Gang didn't even care about the beasts on the battlefield, and rushed directly to his own world with the altar. He was afraid of being blocked here, trapped inside and outside. On the other side, Xia Wangqing gritted her teeth. Using the power of the temple, she attracted the power of countless angels and rushed towards the Immortal Cultivation World. The power of the angels turned into a long rainbow bridge, breaking through the sea of fire of the Tao, and led the dying six-winged angel back. Don't even think about it. Yan King Guyu's bare hands struck horizontally and slapped down. The terrifying power hit the long rainbow divine bridge. The power was transmitted to Xia Wangqing, making Xia Wangqing feel uncomfortable. If it weren't for the temple sharing and weakening some of the power, she would not be able to hold on. The temple is Xia Wangqing's foundation. As long as the temple exists, she is not afraid of Yan King Guyu. Yan King Guyu chased to the edge of the world, only to see Xia Wangqing driving the temple and taking the dying six-winged angel away directly. The world bridge disappeared quickly, and the gap in the Immortal Cultivation World was also closing quickly. Xia Wangqing escaped. Unless the world bridge could be recreated, Yan King Guyu would not be able to escape from the Immortal Cultivation World. Yan King Guyu sighed helplessly and returned to the battlefield. At this moment, countless angels were still fighting bloody battles with the monks. Feeling a terrifying breath coming, the monks and angels looked up at the same time, hoping that their own people had come. Seeing that it was Yan King Guyu, the monks' morale was greatly boosted. The morale of the angels fell to the bottom. No, this is not true. Where is the archangel? I don't believe it. The archangel has the power of angels and can directly mobilize the power of the temple. How could he lose? This is not true. For a while, countless angels found it difficult to accept. While distracted, they were directly and steadily suppressed by the monks. Yan King Guyu drew a prison on the ground, and the surrounding space imprisoned all the angels. In Yan King Guyu's hands, these angels could not move at all. All the angels looked ashen. They knew that their side had completely lost. Chen Yu on the other side was a little surprised to see Qi Gang abandon all the beasts and run away alone. This guy is really weak. Didn't he beat you twice recently? You are crying so hard, you are really weak. Chen Yu said with some disdain. He looked at the remaining beasts and grinned. All the beasts were frightened and hugged each other, trembling. 2 of them were still wiping tears silently. They looked like a wronged child in kindergarten. Why are you crying? It's so embarrassing. The beasts looked at Chen Yu's ferocious appearance and were so scared that they dared not cry. The beasts were depressed. Who is the beast? You are much more ferocious than us, okay? Outside the barrier of Immortal Cultivation World, Qi Gang drove the beast altar to evacuate quickly. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would also die here. There is no other way except to evacuate. Although the loss was heavy this time, as long as he is given time, he can still make a comeback. At worst, he can just stay alive for a while. Friend, are you leaving just like that? That's not good. A divine thought appeared in Qi Gang's mind, and his face turned pale. It's easy to know who the voice belongs to. He just sneaked into someone else's world, will they let him go? Qi Gang didn't answer, and drove the altar to speed up and return to his own world. Chapter 47. Qi Gang didn't even dare to look back, and ran quickly on the world bridge. Only by rushing into his own world could he feel a little safe. Humph! A cold snort came from behind, and the divine thought exploded in Qi Gang's mind. Puff! Blood gushed out of Qi Gang's mouth and nose. The divine thought directly hurt his mind. Even so, Qi Gang still didn't dare to slack off, and rushed forward again. He was about to get close to the world of divine beasts. A Daoist figure appeared in front of him. It was none other than Qin Ming. Yan Qingyu and Chen Yu couldn't pass through the world barrier because the world bridge had begun to retract. As natives of the Immortal Cultivation World, they couldn't rush out when there was no world bridge. Players were different, and they wouldn't be trapped because of this. They were more flexible than the natives. Even if the world bridge retracted, as long as it didn't disappear completely, the players could land on the world bridge. Of course, the premise was that they were not afraid of being eliminated by the other party. Friend, you run fast, are you born in the year of the rabbit? Qin Ming smiled slightly, looking harmless, gentle and kind. But Qi Gang was worried. He had just attacked someone else's world, would Qin Ming let him go? What would he do if someone dared to attack him? He would definitely kill the other person. Now there was no way to go, and the way back was blocked by Qin Ming, and he had no way to do anything. But when he saw Qin Ming coming alone to intercept him, Qi Gang's panic calmed down a little. After all, he was the mercenary king on Blue Star, and his psychological quality was still good. He was able to calm himself down at this time, which was quite a skill. You think you can stop me alone? Qi Gang looked unfriendly. His power came from the altar under his feet. He didn't need to practice, but he could get a strong power blessing. This was also one of the important reasons why he could cultivate the beast quickly. If he was alone in the Immortal Cultivation World, facing the siege of countless monks, he would still be worried and afraid. But now Qin Ming was alone, and he began to have some thoughts in his mind. The Blue Star Mercenary King is not a good person. Whether you can stop him or not, you will know if you try it. Qin Ming replied calmly. How could he not see the sinister look in Qi Gang's eyes? But he was not panicked at all. He was beaten by Chen Yu and wanted to escape from him. It was a joke. You are too arrogant. Qi Gang stomped his feet, and the power of the altar was quickly used. Qi Gang's strength surged, and his cells quickly divided and absorbed strength. His bones were constantly strengthening, and his spine was constantly rising. Soon, Qi Gang became a 3-meter-tall little giant, with muscles like rocks, a mouth full of sharp fangs, and 10 fingers on both hands turned into sharp claws. Now he is more like a human-shaped beast. Prepare to die. Qi Gang slapped him with his palm, bringing up waves of astral wind. Get out of the way. Qin Ming dodged and came to Qi Gang's head, kicking him. Qi Gang flew backwards like a cannonball, landed on the world bridge, and was knocked dizzy. Qi Gang struggled to stand up, raised his head and was blown away again. Standing up again, he was blown away again. The three attacks broke Qi Gang's strengthened body, and his whole body was limp like a pool of mud. I'll give you a chance now. Submit to me and fight for me in the future, and I can spare your life. Qin Ming slowly walked in front of Qi Gang and stated his conditions. He could easily kill Qi Gang. But considering that Qi Gang did not cause much damage to his world, and he has been short of manpower recently. Seeing that Qi Gang is quite capable, he has a heart of admiration for talent and wants to subdue him. Dream on, I Qi Gang don't have the hobby of being a dog for others. Qi Gang refused without hesitation. For someone like him who is roaming all over the blue star, only others are subordinate to him, not him. If that's the case, it's better to let him die. In that case, I can only send you to the west. Qin Ming did not drag his feet. Since there is no room for reconciliation, he can only cut the grass and root it out. Leaving Qi Gang behind must be letting the tiger go back to the mountain. With his strength, he may bring himself a lot of trouble in the future. Qin Ming pressed his palm in the air, and the terrifying power directly wiped out Qi Gang. Qi Gang, who has been roaming all his life, never thought that a sneak attack that should have been a sure win would end up like this. If it happened again, he probably wouldn't make the same choice. It's a pity that once you choose, you can never do it again. Qin Ming patted the dust off his hands expressionlessly. In this world, only the strong can continue to survive. It's just a pity that such a powerful player can't be used by himself. But it's just a pity. He will never be soft-hearted and make trouble for himself. A familiar prompt sound came from his ear. It is detected that the player Qin Ming has wiped out the player Qi Gang of the world of divine beasts. Do you want to merge the world of divine beasts? Merge. The fusion is expected to take half a day, please wait. The spoils left by Qi Gang are detected, 3 pet bags, a drop of Daodi blood, and a summoning altar. They have been transferred to your warehouse. Please check. The world bridge disappeared, the world began to merge, and Qin Ming returned to the Immortal Cultivation World. When Qin Ming wiped out the fleeing Qi Gang, another world bridge has been successfully shrunk. Xia Wangqing drove the temple back to the angel world at all costs. Looking at the world gate slowly closing and disappearing behind her, she breathed a sigh of relief. All this was like a nightmare. That Immortal Cultivation World was too scary. If she hadn't escaped quickly, she would probably be dead now. It took Xia Wangqing a while to recover. Looking at the unconscious 6-winged angel in the temple, she felt the frustration of life for the first time. I didn't expect that I, a top student from Tsinghua University and Peking University, who never made mistakes in analyzing problems, would fall into such a big trap now. It's so stupid, why would I provoke such an existence, I'm too greedy. Xia Wangqing smiled bitterly, and frustration surged in her heart. Facing the Immortal Cultivation World, she completely lost confidence. She regretted her actions very much. Holy light, repair her. Xia Wangqing ordered. A ray of holy light emerged in the temple, slowly repairing 6-winged angel. 6-winged angel was too seriously injured and almost dying. It would take a long time to recover. Before the 6-winged angels fully recover, the power of the entire angel world will fall into a trough. I wonder how Qi Gang is doing now? Xia Wangqing asked in the Heavenly World chat. But when she opened the private Heavenly World chat, she was stunned. Qi Gang, who had chatted with her not long ago, had a black avatar. Chapter 48. Chatting with Heavenly World in Myriad Worlds area. Pirate World, FK, 2 more worlds have been destroyed. Naruto world, this immortal cultivation world is too fierce, almost a moment of fighting. Nakatomo watched tears, and Huo went to see it. The car people world shivering JPG. Titan is panicked, although we have formed an alliance, but we may not be able to play. Don't recommend it, don't recommend a few that weaker than us are embarrassing. Demon world, how fierce the world is? The world system is relatively random. Some worlds are weak at the beginning, but they will become very strong in the late stage. Demon world, but some worlds are very strong in the early stage. For example, the Divine Beast world is such a world. Demon world, as far as I know, the Divine Beast world has destroyed no less than 10 worlds. Autobot world, it's just outrageous. They are all human beings. Why is the difference between people bigger than the difference between people and dogs? Pirate world, I suddenly felt that the armament haki I just drew was not good at all. Naruto world, good guy, I'm just good guy. Dead world, let's chat privately, maybe we can win it. Many players switched interfaces and wanted to chat privately with Qi Gang of the Divine Beast world. As a result, when they found Qi Gang, they found that Qi Gang's avatar was completely grey. The players in the entire region were instantly furious. Naruto world, brother from the demon world, didn't you say that the Divine Beast world is very strong? What's going on? Demon world, I didn't lie, everything I said is true. But I don't know what's going on. Pirate world, I believe the person above didn't lie, but if he didn't lie, the Divine Beast world should be very strong. How could it be destroyed? Dead world, everyone, could it be destroyed by the Immortal Cultivation World? As soon as these words came out, the heavenly world fell silent. If the Divine Beast world is really that powerful, it can easily destroy a dozen other worlds. Then, can there be any other world that can destroy the Divine Beast world besides the Immortal Cultivation World? The more they thought about it, the more possible it seemed. The more they thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed. If that was the case, the power of the Immortal Cultivation World had far exceeded their imagination. After a long time, someone finally spoke again. Undead world, or, let's surrender collectively. Pirate world, no, we've just started, are we going to kneel? Can't we have some backbone? Naruto world, what's the use of backbone? Is life important? Demon world, but are you sure they will let us go if we surrender? Autobot world, it doesn't matter, I'm willing to work like a cow for the boss and beg him to spare my life. Titan world, I can be a dog, woof woof woof. JPG. Akagong killer, you are such a mob, can't you have a little backbone? We haven't even faced each other yet, but you are so scared. How can we fight if we really meet? Undead world, you are awesome, go ahead. Autobot world, ah. Naruto world. Titan world. A large number of monks from Immortal Cultivation World. Stepping on flying swords, driving chariots and spirit boats. Charging everywhere. Worlds were constantly destroyed one after another. Most worlds could not stop the army of monks. Many worlds were still very primitive. Even if war broke out in the Immortal Cultivation World, Qin Ming did not let these monks return. He needed to improve quickly. The improvement of the world level can bring about changes in the spirit chi of heaven and earth. The expansion of the world's territory. The increase in the population base. These are very important for the Immortal Cultivation World. Spirit chi can make monks practice faster. The territory can give monks more room for development. The expansion of the population base can give birth to more talents and geniuses. This is also the main reason why Qin Ming continued to fight, annex other worlds, and improve the Immortal Cultivation World. Annexation means upgrading. Angel World. Rays of holy light slowly fell from the temple. The dying six-winged angel barely held on to his breath and did not die. But in a short period of time, it is impossible to recover. Don't even think about fighting. Xia Wangqing looked at the dying six-winged angel with mixed feelings. If she could, she would never choose to sneak attack Immortal Cultivation World. Now, not only did she lose most of her wealth, she also had to face the possibility of retaliation. Recalling Qi Gang's grey avatar, Xia Wangqing felt that a nightmare was coming. Qi Gang couldn't escape, can I escape? Xia Wangqing kept shaking her head. The only thing she could do now was to keep thinking about how to save herself. After thinking about it, she couldn't get an answer. Boom! The two-winged angels screamed and flew into the hall. They fell to the ground and couldn't speak. Xia Wangqing stood up suddenly and looked up at the door. In the distance, a girl in white clothes came in the air with a bell in her hand. The girl's aura was strong, no less than that of the six-winged angel in normal state. It seemed to be more than 10 miles away, but it arrived in an instant. The person who came was none other than the mighty Heavenly Dao sect Soul Formation Realm. Zhao Lingur. Rather than saying that she came, it would be better to say that she had been waiting for a long time. When Qin Ming was dealing with the divine beast world, his mind was also divided into two. He opened a world gate. Let Zhao Lingur go to the angel world in advance to block the other party. As soon as the other party returns, catch the turtle in the jar. Chapter 49. Qin Ming is not reckless. For this world where one may lose his life at any time, of course he will make careful plans. Although the Immortal Cultivation World conquers all directions and constantly captures other worlds, but he knows that most worlds are unlikely to develop too well in the early stage. So it is enough for the nascent soul realm monks to lead the attack. Few worlds can resist. And for insurance, the 3 great soul formation realm masters were left in the Immortal Cultivation World by him, just in case. Once someone steals the house, they can also react quickly. Sure enough, Xia Wangqing and Qi Gang came. If he hadn't left the Soul Formation Realm Masters to suppress it, it would really be a bit troublesome. Yan King Guyu is in seclusion, comprehending the law of fire. There is no way to take action for the time being. So the opponent has a certain advantage temporarily. At the last moment, defeat Six-Winged Angel. Chen Yu took action early, and the beasts in the world of divine beasts were beaten all over the mountains and plains, crying and shouting. Zhao Lingur has never appeared. She had actually received Qin Ming's order to go to the angel world where Xia Wangqing was and wait for Xia Wangqing to return. The reason why Qin Ming did not pursue Xia Wangqing was that he had already made plans. Xia Wangqing could open the door of the world to come to him. Of course, he could also open the door of the world and let Zhao Lingur go to the angel world. Everything was under the control of this man and never jumped out of his plan. At this moment, in the angel world, looking at Zhao Lingur approaching quickly with the soul-catching bell in hand, Xia Wangqing's already confused brain was directly confused. Another 6-winged angel level strongman? When did this level of power appear everywhere? Was it her illusion? She pinched her face and felt a trace of pain. This was not an illusion or hallucination. How dare you break into the temple of our angel clan? Stop, if you dare to come forward, we will make you look good. Stop, the temple does not allow foreigners to enter. The only angel left in the temple shouted. They took out their weapons and wanted to surround Zhao Lingur. Zhao Lingur pretended not to hear and continued to move forward. Two-winged angels rushed over quickly and stretched out their hands to stop Zhao Lingur. Just touched Zhao Lingur. A surge of power like Wang Yangxi directly broke the arms of the 2 angels. The 2 angels were blown away and hit the wall, and their lives were unknown. This scene shocked all the angels present. Just touching, the arm was broken and flew backwards. How could they stop such a strong person? What right did they have to stop? Quick, protect the Lord God! An angel called his companions. Although they knew that the girl in front of them was extremely powerful, they were no match at all. But their loyalty to Xia Wangqing made them choose to move forward. The remaining less than 100 angels stepped forward and blocked Zhao Linger from moving forward. A group of angels slowly approached. They wanted to gain a slight advantage with numbers. It's meaningless to stop me. You can't stop me. Zhao Linger shook her head gently. Most of these angels were two-winged angels, which were only at the core formation level. There was only one four-winged angel, which was only at the nascent soul level. Want to stop her? There was no possibility. Even if we die, we will never retreat. The angels looked determined. Zhao Linger didn't want to waste any more words, and stretched out her slender fingers. Four-winged angel was like a kitten or puppy, and was easily lifted up by her. Four-winged angel kept flapping its wings, trying to break free. But it found that its neck was like being clamped by a pair of pliers, and it couldn't break free at all. With a slight twist, it broke directly. Bang! Zhao Linger waved her hand, and four-winged angel flew out and hit the pillar of the temple, and could never get up again. Soul-catching bell was sacrificed. The 1-inch-sized soul-catching bell continued to grow. Gently shake it, and waves of pleasant bells rang. Anyone who heard this bell seemed to have their mental power sucked away, becoming very listless and drowsy. Soul-catching bell specializes in the soul. Unless there are corresponding restraining means, it cannot be stopped. These angels only know how to fight head-on, where would they have the means to restrain the soul? Moreover, these angels only had wings, and their mental strength was not strong. Soon, these angels were quickly hit. They were weak and staggering. They could not hold on any longer. Plop plop. All the angels fell down one by one. In a few breaths, the angels in the hall fell asleep. Zhao Linger walked forward slowly. Xia Wangqing was also drowsy, but she barely stayed awake with the power of the temple. She knew that she was probably finished. But she was unwilling. She was unwilling to die like this. Xia Wangqing wanted to struggle. There were still some mechanisms in the temple that could be used for defense. She activated them without hesitation. On the walls on both sides of the temple, arrow holes were exposed, and the poisonous arrows inside were shot out one after another. These were the mechanisms that Xia Wangqing drew from the lucky wheel. She used them in the temple. For a while, a rain of arrows fell from the sky. Death struggle. Zhao Linger's expression remained unchanged, and a spiritual barrier appeared around her. All the poison arrows hit the barrier and were directly shattered, and they had no chance to touch her. Until all the poison arrows were fired, no arrow could penetrate Zhao Linger's barrier. If a soul formation realm monk was killed by an ordinary poison arrow, it would be a big joke. Xia Wangqing was desperate. She wanted to mobilize the power of angels to bless herself. But Zhao Linger didn't give her a chance at all. With a big move, she came in front of Xia Wangqing and lifted Xia Wangqing up. Before the angel power was blessed on him, the sealing technique was used. Xia Wangqing was completely sealed. Xia Wangqing was desperate. She found that after she was sealed, the angel power could not be blessed at all. She could only be lifted up by Zhao Linger like a kitten. You dare to invade my immortal cultivation world, be prepared to accept punishment. Zhao Linger had no expression on her face and spoke coldly. Naturally, she didn't have a good face for such an enemy. She rushed to the gate of the world with Xia Wangqing. Chapter 50. It is detected that the player Qin Ming's Immortal Cultivation World has destroyed the Flame World. Whether to merge the Flame World. It is detected that the player Qin Ming's Immortal Cultivation World has destroyed the Skeleton World. Whether to merge the Skeleton World. It is detected that the player Qin Ming's Immortal Cultivation World has destroyed the Earth World. Whether to merge the Earth World. The Flame World has been destroyed, and you have obtained the spoils, the Flame Sword, Flame Ring, Flame Eye, and other 38 items, which have been transferred to your warehouse. The Skeleton World has been destroyed, and you have obtained the spoils, the Skeleton Banner, Skeleton Ghost Chi, Skeleton Giant Claw and other 20 items, which have been transferred to your warehouse. The Earth world has been destroyed, and you have obtained the spoils, the Earth dragon skeleton fossil, the Earth monarch butterfly egg, the Earth centipede culture dish and other 22 items, which have been transferred to your warehouse. A series of prompt sounds came from my ears. After choosing to merge, Qin Ming opened the system interface and found that his army of immortal cultivators had destroyed more than a dozen worlds during this period. The interface of the region where he was located showed that the number of people was 3,657. When Qin Ming looked at it 2 days ago, there were still 5,000 people. In other words, the number of players decreased by more than 1,300 in 2 days. Except for the worlds that destroyed themselves due to unfavorable development, most of them should have been destroyed by the neighboring world. Not only Qin Ming was constantly annexing other worlds, but there were also other powerful great worlds that were constantly annexing and attacking. This is the world. Either swallow others and grow yourself quickly, or you can only wait for others to swallow you. Everything about you will become the nourishment for the growth of other worlds. It's very cruel. Those who can't adapt can only be eliminated. In the regional chat, people upload videos from time to time, looking crazy. Most of them are driven crazy by this cruel environment. Some extreme people simply end their lives. Among these people, there are many people who used to have everything they want on Blue Star. Suddenly losing everything on Blue Star, from being a superior person to being an ordinary person, and having to face this situation. Many people can't stand the blow. Either be swallowed up or swallow others. Often you can only choose one of the two. Because you can't guarantee that others won't swallow you up, you can only strike first. This is also the basic logic of the recent annexation wars that have intensified. No wonder many people can't accept it. This kind of behavior is still very different from the mainstream moral values on Blue Star. Most people grew up in a greenhouse, where have they ever seen such naked annexation and conquest wars? Some people can't stand the scene of blood flowing, let alone let him do it. Qin Ming will not sympathize with these people. He will not let the other party go because of this. To put it realistically, these people are Qin Ming's potential opponents. If they live well, Qin Ming will be uneasy. Here, survival is the first rule. Any threat to survival must be eliminated. Fortunately, Qin Ming is born with a strong will and strong adaptability. When doing things, there is no dragging of feet, just start when it is time to start. During a short period of thinking, Qin Ming saw that the number of people in the area dropped again. From 3,657 people, it decreased to 3,589 people. In a few minutes, 68 worlds were annexed, and 68 players died. Turning off the system, Qin Ming looked into the distance. In the distance, a figure flew over at high speed and arrived in an instant. It was Zhao Linger. In Zhao Linger's hand, there was another person, Xia Wangqing. Zhao Linger came to Qin Ming and threw Xia Wangqing to the ground, making her grimace in pain. Lord God, I have fulfilled my mission. I have already captured this woman. Zhao Linger knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Well, not bad, you have worked hard. Qin Ming nodded. It is not hard to serve Lord God. Zhao Linger said truthfully. It was Qin Ming who discovered her and made her what she is today. She would certainly be very loyal to Qin Ming and would do anything for him. Qin Ming waved his hand, and Zhao Linger stepped aside, ready to take orders at any time. Who are you? Xia Wangqing raised her head and asked calmly. Now that she has become a prisoner, it is impossible for her not to panic. Thinking of the other party's powerful strength, she felt cold all over. However, after all, he is also a top student of Tsinghua University and Peking University, and his psychological quality is still very strong. At this time, he has not been scared silly, which is much better than many players. In fact, she saw Zhao Linger being so respectful to Qin Ming. In fact, she already knew it. To be so awed by the creatures of the world. He must be a player of the Heavenly Dao like her. She was stalling for time in her world. She was frantically trying to find some way to get out of the current situation. I have to say, this woman is really smart. Qin Ming glanced at the woman indifferently. He took in Xia Wangqing's expression. He still admired this calmness. It is very good for a woman to hold on until now without collapsing. You invaded my world and asked who I am. Qin Ming looked at the woman in front of him with a smile and a teasing look. He was not in a hurry anyway, so he talked to this woman and saw how long she could hold on. Xia Wangqing's words paused. She raised her beautiful face and looked at the young man in front of her. He looked about 1.8 meters tall, with an above-average appearance and a smile on his face. He seemed to be an ordinary young man. But those eyes seemed to be cold stars in the sky, and like a bottomless abyss. In his eyes, it seemed that all the mysteries of the world were hidden, making people want to take another look. Just one look, Xia Wangqing almost fell into depravity. Xia Wangqing quickly shook her head. It's so scary, just one look, it broke my mind and almost sank into it. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she felt. Why are they all players? Why is the man in front of her so scary? The players she saw when she invaded other worlds before. Compared with Qin Ming in front of her, it is completely a world of difference. She finally understood why Qin Ming can have such a strong strength while invading other worlds. At the same time, he can also deal with her and Qi Gang who stole the house. She now feels a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she should not have invaded this immortal cultivation world. Too strong. She chose the wrong target to invade. Chapter 51. As a famous academic master of Tsinghua University and Peking University in Blue Star, Xia Wangqing not only has an IQ that is off the charts. She is also very pretty, with a good figure and a unique temperament. It can be said that she is a goddess. She can attract a lot of attention anytime and anywhere when walking on the roadside of Blue Star. She once participated in the Campus Beauties selection of Tsinghua University and Peking University. She directly won 95% of the votes and won the title of Campus Beauties of Tsinghua University and Peking University. Countless beautiful girls will be eclipsed in front of her. Wherever she passes, there are stars and men will show great courtesy and tolerance. There are countless suitors. Among them are academic masters of Tsinghua University and Peking University, as well as sports superstars. There are also business tycoons, heirs of 10 billion families and other social elites. Every year, she receives countless valuable gifts, and many successful men spend a lot of money to make her smile. When she was still studying, some people sent her various luxury sports cars to pursue her. If she glanced at others, it would be a great honor for that person. So, she is very confident in herself. Whether it is IQ, appearance, or figure, they are all top-notch. Few men can resist being attracted. But Qin Ming has only glanced at her indifferently from just now until now. That indifferent look seemed to transcend everything in the world, without any selfish desires at all. Humph, is this girl not pretty? She doesn't look attracted at all. Xia Wangqing was a little depressed. This hit her hard. For the first time, she began to doubt, is it because her appearance and figure are not good enough? When she thought about how she almost fell just now, Xia Wangqing blushed. She didn't expect that she couldn't attract the other party, but was attracted by the other party. Xia Wangqing, it's time, are you still crazy about it? Xia Wangqing shook her head, and her face blushed more. She didn't expect that she didn't have the usual arrogance in front of this man. Instead, she was like a little fangirl. There were always some strange ideas in her head. She wanted to attract Qin Ming with her beautiful appearance. Now it seems that this plan has failed. By the way, you and Qi Gang are in the same group, right? Qin Ming didn't know what strange things Xia Wangqing was thinking about, but he mentioned Qi Gang. Xia Wangqing suddenly felt cold all over, as if she had just woken up from a dream. What was she thinking about now? She was still a prisoner. I don't know any Qi Gang. Xia Wangqing wanted to deny it. But she realized that Qin Ming would definitely not believe her denial. She immediately changed her mind. I know him, and he said that your world has a lot of resources, forcing me to join forces with him to attack your world. Xia Wangqing changed her words and made up a lie. Qin Ming smiled but said nothing. Although Xia Wangqing was relatively calm. But she made up a lie temporarily. There was still a trace of unconfidence in her words. He could clearly feel it. He was not in a hurry either. He flipped his hand and took out a crystal ball. In the crystal ball, there was a soul with a human face, Qi Gang. As an immortal cultivation world, there are of course many ways to imprison souls. Qin Ming only wiped out Qi Gang's body, but imprisoned his soul. Just to show Xia Wangqing. Look, do you know this person? Qin Ming brought the crystal ball to Xia Wangqing. Shaking it for a while. Xia Wangqing looked at the soul of Qi Gang in front of her and her face turned pale. This is the soul binding technique, a secret technique unique to my immortal cultivation world. Combined with another soul-searching secret technique, you can know all the memories of the soul owner. After saying that, Qin Ming made a seal in his hand. Started soul-searching. In the crystal ball, Qi Gang screamed miserably. One picture after another appeared in front of him. In the picture, Xia Wangqing took the initiative to find Qi Gang and win over Qi Gang to attack Immortal Cultivation World with her. Including the memory of Xia Wangqing and Qi Gang's communication and escape later. Qin Ming deliberately released these scenes so that Xia Wangqing could see them clearly. Xia Wangqing lowered her head, her heart was dead and her face was pale. Qin Ming knew everything. The man in front of him was really horrible. Qi Gang's soul was very weak after the soul search, and he looked half dead. Let you see what price you should pay for daring to offend me. After saying that, Qin Ming raised his hand and arrested it. He summoned an evil spirit in the demon suppression tower and threw Qi Gang's soul over. Amid screams, Qi Gang's soul was swallowed up by the evil spirit. That scene frightened Xia Wangqing again. After the evil spirit ate Qi Gang's soul, it turned around and looked at Xia Wangqing again, with greed in its eyes. As long as Qin Ming gave an order, it would devour Xia Wangqing's soul without hesitation. Looking at the evil spirit's horrified eyes, Xia Wangqing felt her whole body go limp. Her previous ambition, her ambition to dominate the entire area, her confidence in her own strength and appearance, all disappeared. The multiple countermeasures she had thought of to deal with Qin Ming were now completely useless in front of Qin Ming. Qin Ming had almost no flaws. No matter how hard she thought with her high IQ, she had no way to deal with Qin Ming. At this moment, she was just a helpless little woman. Her mind was blank. This time, because of your and Qi Gang's sneak attack, 30 ordinary cultivators and 2 nascent soul realm great cultivators died in my immortal cultivation world. Many people were seriously injured because of this. A lot of resources in my world were also destroyed. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Qin Ming looked at Xia Wangqing, who was kneeling on the ground at the moment, and asked slowly. His words were neither hurried nor impatient, but contained an unquestionable majesty. He didn't want to kill Xia Wangqing directly. If he killed her directly, his losses would not be compensated. What he wanted was to get the most benefits. Whether it was Qi Gang or Xia Wangqing, he had to squeeze them out. Otherwise, he could have asked Zhao Linger to slap Xia Wangqing to death. Or he could have let the evil spirit swallow her now. He kept this woman for a purpose. Chapter 52. From being a player of Tiandao, controlling the angel world, easily conquering other worlds, to being a prisoner now. This huge gap made Xia Wangqing slump to the ground, and her confidence fell to the bottom. Xia Wangqing lowered her head, trembling all over, and there was no trace of blood on her face. Facing Qin Ming's questioning, she had no idea how to answer. Her mind was blank. How do you think I should deal with you? Qin Ming put his hands behind his back and looked at Xia Wangqing with a smile. It seemed that he was smiling. In fact, his eyes were extremely cold. Xia Wangqing's home-stealing tactic was indeed very clever. Fortunately, her world was strong enough. Otherwise, the prisoner now. I'm afraid it would be Qin Ming himself. That cold look made Xia Wangqing even more terrified. Put yourself in their shoes. If it was her world that was attacked. In the end, she won. Then she would definitely not let the other party go. Moreover, she would torture him severely again. The world that she had developed with great difficulty. The damage caused by the invasion must be borne by the other party. Roar! The evil spirit next to him drooled, roared, and pounced forward, looking fierce as if he was going to bite Xia Wangqing off. Xia Wangqing was frightened and trembled again. Can you let me go? I can do anything as long as you want. Xia Wangqing didn't want to die. She wanted to live. She knew that only by living could there be hope. If she died, everything would be over. Although she knew that the hope was slim. But she still wanted to try. As she said that, she smoothed her loose hair. Then she forced a smile. She hoped to show her best side to Qin Ming. She was a school beauty of Tsinghua University and Peking University, a female divine-level figure. She was very confident in her figure, appearance, and temperament. Once, when she was on the Blue Star, there were so many people pursuing her. There was a long line of people pursuing her. So, she was sure. She was the kind of person who could make men's hearts beat. Qi Gang was also attracted by a photo she posted on the system forum. He was used by her. Now, she wants to repeat the same trick. As the saying goes, a hero cannot resist the temptation of beauty. Qin Ming is also a man, and he will definitely be soft-hearted. She had tears in her eyes. She looked like a pear blossom in the rain. With her beautiful face. It is really lethal to men. If it were someone else, they would probably be tempted. They would be soft-hearted and let the other person go. But Qin Ming just sneered in his heart. This woman is really good at calculating. She still wants to use this trick to deceive herself? This woman is very scheming. She looks young. She is more cunning than many old foxes. If she lets the other person go, she will be unhappy. Qin Ming's eyes became colder and colder. Seeing this, Xia Wangqing's heart sank all the way. She knew that Qin Ming still didn't want to let her go. She turned her head quickly, trying to change Qin Ming's mind. Really, as long as you can let me go, I will work like a cow or a horse, a slave, and I will never complain. Xia Wangqing's tears flowed down. Qin Ming sighed. This woman is really good at acting. If she were on Blue Star, with this appearance, figure, and temperament, plus such acting skills, maybe she would become famous if she became an actress. But Qin Ming was not moved at all. Well, you see, I know many ways to sign a contract. As long as you sign the contract and let me become your slave, then I will never be able to resist and will not pose a threat to you. Xia Wangqing is also very smart. She knows what Qin Ming is worried about. Qin Ming is really tempted by this. Xia Wangqing is powerful. If she can be used, it is indeed a great help. But Qin Ming thought about it. This woman is really scheming. Even if she signs a contract, she cannot be guaranteed to be completely loyal. And Myriad Worlds is so magical. Who knows if there is any way to unlock and destroy the contract? If Xia Wangqing finds such a way, wouldn't it be like raising a tiger to harm her? At that time, she might stab him from behind. This woman is ambitious, scheming, and cunning. She must not be kept. Qin Ming thought quickly and made up his mind. But he did not start immediately. He wanted to squeeze out all the value of Xia Wangqing. Let me ask you, many players have only developed for a short time, why is your angel world so powerful? Qin Ming asked. He has a critical hit system and identification skills, so he can develop so fast. It seems strange that other people develop so fast. Reply to the master. I am lucky. I drew the identification symbol at the beginning. After using it for a few days, I can see all the covered options of the lucky wheel. I seized this opportunity and I can choose the option I want every time. Then I upgraded my world level by annexing other worlds, and the Myriad Worlds system rewarded me with some precious items. Xia Wangqing did not hide it and answered everything. Identification symbol. Qin Ming estimated that this thing should be similar to his identification technique. It's just that the former is only effective for a few days. If there is an identification symbol, it is indeed much better than randomly drawing it. This can also understand why a few worlds develop so rapidly. Most of them took the initiative by drawing the identification symbol at the beginning. This is like a snowball. Once you take the initiative, you will develop faster and faster. Since there is an angel world in my region, there are probably many lucky people in other regions who have developed well. Qin Ming knew that even if the probability was small, the total population base was extremely large. Then there would be many people who developed quite quickly. Invading those small worlds can't bring me much benefit. If I invade these powerful worlds, I guess there are a lot of resources. Qin Ming pondered, and he seemed to have found a shortcut to improve the world level. While pondering, Qin Ming sneered. This smile made Xia Wangqing feel cold all over. She knew that most of the world would suffer. Can you let me go? Xia Wangqing tried to ask. She knew that Qin Ming didn't make a formal promise, so it didn't count. Let you go. Qin Ming snorted coldly. The divine thought directly invaded the other party's brain. Soul search technique. An hour later, Qin Ming finished searching Xia Wangqing's soul. He looked at all the information Xia Wangqing had. There was a lot of valuable information in it. The soul searching technique was extremely domineering. After the soul searching, Xia Wangqing's eyes were dazed. Her mental strength could not withstand such a destruction. It had collapsed. To put it bluntly, she had become an idiot. Qin Ming waved his hand, and Zhao Linger kicked Xia Wangqing to the evil spirit. After the evil spirit swallowed it, Qin Ming was relieved. Just in case. He checked it carefully again. In this way, no matter what other means you have, you can no longer make waves. Chapter 53. Everyone left, and Qin Ming opened his personal profile alone. Name, Qin Ming. Gender, male. Age, 20 years old. Identity, Heavenly Dao. Select race, human race. Population of race, 300,000. Constitution, Heavenly Dao body. Spirit root, all. Cultivation, astral projection stage peak. Skills, identification. Skills, none. Weapons, none. Warehouse, heart of shadow, mist hidden god cloth, swamp pearl, etc. Click to expand more. Points, 59,800. World system, cultivation. World level, 1.4/10. Qin Ming first opened the warehouse. The warehouse was full of spoils, all collected from various worlds. Except for a small number that can be used directly. Most of them are useless to cultivators. This made him feel troubled. If these things were thrown into the exchange for trading, it would be difficult to sell them all in a short time. Myriad Worlds system, can these spoils be recycled? Qin Ming asked. If the Myriad Worlds system can recycle them, it would be great. Yes. Recycled items will be exchanged for world points of equal value. That's good. Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they can be recycled. He has already screened the things in here, and all the usable ones have been selected and used. I have a critical hit amplification system. If I crit the resources and then exchange them, wouldn't it be more profitable? Qin Ming crit an unnecessary item 10 times. He took it to exchange. The result was rejected. This system only recycles original items, and does not accept amplified items. Please check before exchanging. Qin Ming was helpless. I wanted to get some wool. Now it seems the system rules are limited. Please select the items to be recycled. The electronic sound of the system machinery sounded again. The recycling interface popped up, and a box appeared on each item in the warehouse. Just check it to start recycling, which is very convenient. Let's recycle all the items in the warehouse. Qin Ming found the select all option and chose to recycle all the items. You have selected 300 items, do you confirm the recycling? Confirm. Qin Ming nodded. A bright light flashed. All the items in the personal warehouse were cleared. The total value of various items recycled this time is 5100 world points which have been issued. Please check the balance. 10 times critical hit amplification triggered. 5100 world points changed to 51,000 points. Add the previous 59,800 points. His current points have reached 110,800 points. He was thinking about how to make good use of these points. Law treasure, elixir, talisman, formation, spirit beast, etc. are all immortal cultivation resources. You can consider them. Qin Ming was thinking. At this moment, the Myriad Worlds system popped up an announcement. In view of the recent accelerated death rate of players from all walks of life. In order to maintain the balance of the Myriad Worlds battle system and optimize the player experience, this system now modifies the Myriad Worlds battle rules. Impose a 10-year protection period on all worlds. Within 10 years, all walks of life cannot go to other worlds. And the time flow will be adjusted 10 times faster. After 10 years, unified assessment. Hearing this news, Qin Ming was stunned for a moment. The death rate of players has accelerated. Qin Ming thought about it and came back to his senses. In other words, many world players died before they developed, which did not meet the requirements of the system. So the system re-established the rules. Ahem, it can't be that I swept too many worlds. If the rules were really changed because the players died too quickly, then it did have something to do with him. He swept dozens of worlds in just a few days. Most of these worlds have not developed much and are not his opponents at all. Yes, if we let this go on, many worlds will probably not be able to develop at all. That's why the system changed the rules. Qin Ming didn't care about this. Isn't it just 10 years? At most, I can just stay in seclusion for 10 years. Anyway, the Immortal Cultivation World is least afraid of time. The longer the time, the better. And, 10 years later, when other worlds develop, there will definitely be more resources. It will be more comfortable to harvest at that time. The thought of growing leeks is tempting. And the Myriad Worlds are talking about the Heavenly World. Akame Killer World, I just tried it, and it's true that I can't open the world gate. It seems that the system has changed the rules and it has taken effect. Naruto World, hi, I'm relieved. Finally, I don't have to face the monster of Immortal Cultivation World. After 10 years, I will train every native to become a Hokage, and see who dares to bully me. Demon World, okay, I can survive for another 10 years. Demon Race World, don't poke me, wait 10 years, and see who can still be my demon race opponent. Technology World, great. The most lacking thing in the technology world is time. Give me 10 years, and I will upgrade the technological civilization to quantum civilization. I still don't believe that I can't beat the Immortal Cultivation World. Primordial World, brother, you seem to be very confident. Are you interested in using a nuclear bomb to blow up Saint? Technology World, what is Saint? Is it as powerful as my quantum civilization? Primordial Saint, I'll learn about the multiverse omniscience, thank you. Marvel World, when I find the 6 gems, you are all lambs to be slaughtered. See you in 10 years, brothers. Evil God World, 10 years later, it will definitely be my world of the great evil God. Mechanical World, I'll learn about mechanical ascension, thank you. Ancient Clan World, have you ever heard that the anger of the moon is like the finger of an ancient god? You're welcome to shatter a star with one finger. Faith World, I just want to say that everyone here is garbage. The worlds in the same region as Qin Ming all breathed a sigh of relief. They all lamented that they would not be destroyed by Qin Ming immediately. More world players are pretending to be better, and they all think that in 10 years, their world will dominate the entire myriad worlds. It seems that they all think that 10 years can allow their world to develop well. As for Qin Ming's Immortal Cultivation World, they have forgotten it. Chapter 54. Myriad Worlds battle system has changed the rules to protect players. At the beginning of the 10-year protection period, all realms cannot cross over or attack each other during these 10 years. At most, they can only brag in the Heavenly World chat room. Most players are lurking and developing in their own worlds. Because time is accelerated 10 times, 10 years actually only takes 1 year, which is not too long. 1 year is used to develop the entire world. Also pay attention to use. Otherwise it will be easily wasted. 10 times critical hit amplification trigger. Time flow speed is accelerated 10 times. Qin Ming's voice sounded a soft reminder. This is the reminder of the critical hit system. In this way, in the same year, others can practice for 10 years, and I can practice for 100 years. Qin Ming has 100 years of development time, so is he afraid that others have a 10-year protection period? System, recommend me a pill worth less than 100,000 points. He wants to spend all his points and try to improve the force value of this world. In this 100 years, all time must be used to the extreme. It must not be wasted. 10 years later, what he wants is not survival. Not even promotion. But leading the way. To swallow up many worlds. Searching, please wait. Search completed, recommended as follows: 9 transformation pill, heavenly rank middle grade, worth 10,000 points. After taking it, true Qi can be transformed 9 times, greatly improving the quality of true Qi and playing a role in strengthening the foundation and nourishing the essence. 1 Qi Dragon Transformation Pill, Saint Rank Middle Grade, worth 30,000 points. After taking it, true Qi in the shape of a dragon can be condensed in the Danshan, containing innate dragon power and improving combat power. Yin-Yang Harmony Pill, Saint Rank Low Grade, worth 25,000 points. After taking it, the user can have a deeper understanding of the Yin and Yang Dao 5 Elements. Great Rejuvenation Pill, Saint Rank Low Grade, worth 22,000 points. After taking it, it can make people friendly to the power of the 5 elements. Profound Heavenly Dao Pill, Saint Rank Middle Grade, worth 30,000 points. After taking it, you can cut your own Dao, understand Dao, and strengthen Dao foundation. A row of pill introductions appeared in front of Qin Ming. General pills, skills, and weapons are all TND Xianhuang rank 4. Going up, it is Saint rank and King rank. It must be said that these pills are very effective. If possible, Qin Ming wants to buy all the pills. But these pills are too expensive. After struggling for a long time, Qin Ming chose Profound Heaven Dao Pill. Now Yan King Guyu is at the peak of soul formation and is about to break through. Every realm after soul formation realm has a much deeper understanding of TND Great Dao. It is also much more difficult. A small realm may make people stagnate and unable to break through for a lifetime. The understanding of Dao is the most important. Although Chen Yu and Zhao Linger are only soul formation 3rd layer, they are not far from astral projection. What the three need most is this Profound Heaven Dao Pill. Qin Ming spent 90,000 points to buy 3 pills. After buying them, he only had 20,800 points left of the 110,800 points he had saved. Such an expensive price made him feel distressed. These pills are really expensive. Qin Ming lamented. Cultivating immortals requires money, friends, methods, and land. Money comes first. Without money, what kind of immortality can you cultivate? It seems that I will have to seize and destroy a few worlds in the future. Get more points back. 10 times critical hit amplification trigger. Saint rank middle grade profound heaven slaying Dao pill, promoted to Saint rank high grade profound heaven slaying Dao pill. The upgraded pill has a stronger medicinal fragrance. A tree outside Qin Ming's house that was broken by wind and rain was stained with a hint of medicinal fragrance. Green leaves grew out of thin air, and the old tree regained its vitality. A bird flying by smelled a hint of medicinal fragrance. It even lay on the roof, directly transformed from an ordinary bird into an intelligent monster. The power of saint rank pills can be seen. Qin Ming took out 3 fine jade boxes and put 3 pills in them to prevent the medicinal properties from being lost too quickly. Qin Ming then summoned Yanqing Guyu, Chen Yu, and Zhao Linger. These 3 people are considered 3 good seedlings. The resources invested in them are still very effective. During this period of time, they have also made some progress. They did not waste their hard work. Greetings, Lord God. Yanqing Guyu and the other 2 came and saluted respectfully. No need to be polite. Qin Ming cut to the chase. King Guyu, Chen Yu, Linger, this is the profound heaven Dao pill I exchanged for you. You can go into seclusion. Leave the trivial matters to other disciples. He took out 3 sealed jade boxes and handed them to the 3 people. Even though they were sealed, the trace of the fragrance of the pills left outside was intoxicating. Just sniffing it lightly, the 3 people felt as if their understanding of the great Dao of heaven and earth had deepened. The 3 people also knew how precious this pill was. Thank you, Lord God. We will not let you down. The 3 people said in unison. Well, go. Qin Ming waved his sleeves and the 3 left. After spending another 20,000 points, Qin Ming bought some ordinary yellow rank and profound rank pills, as well as countless cultivation materials such as skills, weapons, and talismans. After all the critical strike systems were used to increase the power. Then they were thrown to the entire Immortal Cultivation World. Now, he wanted to make the entire Immortal Cultivation World completely open up to cultivation, and these materials were not many. After doing all this, he only had 800 points left. In 100 years, I hope some good seedlings can emerge. Qin Ming did everything he could. All the materials were used to the limit. Just wait until the time is up and see the effect. Qin Ming held a jade slip of the formation in his hand. He began to study it carefully. Anyway, 10 years of idleness is idleness. Why not take this opportunity to look at the knowledge of the formation? Just kill time. Qin Ming sat cross-legged on the cloud and studied. He forgot the time. Similar scenes were staged in many worlds. Everyone put all their energy and resources into developing their own world. Because everyone knows that after 10 years, the strength of the thousands of worlds that have been developed will inevitably be greatly improved. It's hard to have a 10-year development opportunity, and no one wants to miss it. These 10 years are the preparation period before the Myriad Worlds War. It is also the calm before the storm. 10 years later, there will be bloody storms and fierce fighting. The weak will be cruelly eliminated. Only the strong can survive. No one wants to be eliminated. Everyone is working hard to gain a greater advantage in 10 years. Chapter 55. 10 years passed by in a hurry under accelerated conditions. The date of unblocking is approaching. The dull Heavenly World chat page began to become lively again. 10 years have allowed the world to fully develop. Most of the Heavenly World chat pages are showing off. Heavenly World chat page. Naruto World, I just want to ask you one question, are you afraid of the 10 tails being brought out by me? One Piece World, tisk tisk, oh my, I'm so scared. The 3-color domineering has been cultivated to the apex level, please come and beat me up. Then, both of them uploaded videos. One is a scene of the tailed beast destroying a mountain range. The other is a scene of the domineering shocking tens of thousands of people. Horror world, LJ, all LJ, I am an S-level fear clown, and I can't even use your skills, believe it or not. Undead world, are you pretending? I can control the undead army, and I am afraid of your so-called horror world? It's funny. Technology world, oh, I'm not as powerful as you. I only have electromagnetic rail guns, an army of nanorobots, Skynet system, and the like. Manual doghead.jpg. Primordial world, I just watch, not talk. Primordial world uploads a video. Primordial world. A primordial creature appears. Any finger points out, and a hole will be poked in the continental plate. The huge asteroids and meteorites in the sky will also be easily swept down by the primordial creature and turned into ashes. A primordial powerful man shattered a huge meteorite with one finger. Under the primordial creature, the rest of the world is ants. A middle school boy screamed crazily. The primordial creature he cultivated with great effort will definitely dominate the entire myriad worlds. Naruto world, so terrifying, boss, boss. Pass the boss some t.jpg. Pirate world, well, this seems to be a little more awesome than the three-color domineering. Awkward.jpg. Technology world, it is very strong, but I believe that you can't cultivate many such strong people in 10 years, after all, resources are limited. Primordial world, haha, just try it when the time comes. Just see if your weapon can tickle me. Technology world, you will never know the fear brought by the explosion of technology, you are still too young. Suddenly someone remembered a world. Pirate world, how is Immortal Cultivation World doing now? Naruto world, I don't know, but it's probably not bad. Technology world, 10 years ago, Immortal Cultivation World was just lucky and took the lead in development. Now everyone has been developing for 10 years, who is afraid of Immortal Cultivation World? Primordial world, Immortal Cultivation World? Isn't it a younger brother in front of Primordial world? Akagam killing world, I have collected 48 imperial tools, I should be able to fight. Faith world, cultivating immortals is never the right way. Only faith can make your soul immortal. Naruto world. Pirate world. Devil world. The whole chat heavenly world, quarreling, showing off Versailles, very lively. Until the last day came. Myriad world was unblocked again. At the same time, the electronic prompt sound of the Myriad world battle system sounded again in the heads of all players. 10 years have passed, restrictions on all realms have ended, and the assessment has begun. Assessment rules are as follows. Capture other worlds to get points. Those ranked in the top 100,000 can advance. Those ranked outside the top 100,000 will be eliminated. Nearly 1 billion contestants this time, good luck. When the news came out, most players were dumbfounded. I didn't expect the assessment to be just an assessment. And set such a high threshold. The probability of promotion is too low. A 1 in 10,000 probability. It's actually not much different from the lottery. The chat with Heavenly World is even more explosive. Zongguo World, are you kidding me? There are only 100,000 places among 1 billion people? A 1 in 10,000 probability. Devil World, FK, a 1 in 10,000 probability? So low. Science World, what are you afraid of? I'm sure I can get into the top 100,000. It's easy and fun. Magic World, I'm dumbfounded. I feel so stressed. Crocodile World, what? How do you play? Fruit World, I feel like I chose the wrong world. Escape World, I can't beat you, can't I just escape? Science World, do you know about light speed flight? Escape? How do I escape? Horror World, never mind, just stay alive first, you guys take your time. I'll come out after the fight. Science world, without strength, I'm afraid you can't even survive. When talking about heavenly world, most of the worlds are screaming and wailing. Because the probability of 1 in 10,000 is really too low. Think about it, it's really difficult to reach the standard of 1 in 10,000. Because this is not a question of strength or weakness. It's that you are strong and others are strong. But in order to be promoted, you must be stronger than others. It's like the students in a class. Most of them scored 90 points. Then the gap is not big. The students are all excellent. But it's not enough. Because only if you are stronger than others can you rank among the top. The overall average score is 90 points, you need to get 95 points, 99 points, 100 points. Maybe you will have a chance to enter the top. The essence of the Myriad Worlds assessment is the same as the class ranking. Moreover, the price of failure is too heavy. It is actually annihilation. In other words, among a large number of players, only 100,000 can survive. The rest of them are dead. This moment made many players very scared. Many world players are a little unsure. Only a few worlds can keep calm. All these worlds are powerful and unmatched worlds. In the technological world, a crazy middle-aged man with glasses stands on a huge podium. Below him, countless warriors in steel battle suits are gathering quickly. Above the sky, a 1,000-meter-long interstellar battleship is ready to go. One star destroyer cannon is also fully charged. Let's celebrate, everyone. Next, it's time for our technological world to dominate. The middle-aged man with glasses had a fanatical expression, and the soldiers below also shouted slogans, with overwhelming momentum. He once drew a time acceleration item in the lucky wheel. And there is also a book that records the development route of science and technology. It made him develop very quickly. It can be said that he is one of the very few lucky ones. The technological world successfully formed a technological explosion. It promoted the development of science and technology for 100 years. It completed several industrial revolutions and technological revolutions. The technological strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. Compared with Blue Star Technology and his technological world, it is simply an adult compared to a primary school student. It is a huge gap between heaven and earth. 10 years have passed. With the restrictions of the whole world being lifted, the entire Myriad Worlds is in chaos. In order to grab world points and plunder world resources, everyone must be involved in this war. A powerful world can go it alone and sweep other worlds. The weak worlds can only survive by banding together. Fighting within the region. Worlds between regions fight each other. Every minute, a player dies and a world is destroyed and swallowed up. The day before, I was still chatting on the Heavenly World page, and the next day, my avatar was black. This kind of situation is everywhere. Some players even live broadcast the scenes of themselves slaughtering other worlds. Some players are servile and beg for mercy and flatter in order to survive. Some female players are willing to sell everything in order to live longer. In the face of life and death, any behavior that is impossible to appear in normal times has appeared. In order to survive, players have tried their best. The fate of the weak is extremely miserable. The strong can enjoy extremely high treatment. Some people are afraid, some cheer, some enjoy, and some are numb. Human nature is fully reflected at this moment. And the war is still going on. The number of players around the world is rapidly decreasing. Powerful worlds, such as the technological world. At this moment, it is expanding rapidly. The technological world is invading multiple worlds at the same time. Powerful machine factories continuously escort robots to the front line. The robots are fearless. They are equipped with the most advanced weapon systems. And the most advanced small He fusion reactor. Unlimited energy, powerful attack power. There are more of them. They pounced on other worlds one by one. Wherever they passed, they were like locusts passing through. The invaded worlds continued to resist, but it was meaningless. Even if the robots were broken. But the machine factory in the technological world behind will quickly mass-produce powerful robots. The entire factory formed an assembly line. Fully automatic production, players don't have to worry at all. Producing a powerful robot. It only takes a few hours. It's faster than producing a rice cooker, refrigerator, and air conditioner on the blue planet. This is the benefit of the technological explosion. The technological level is superb. It can be fully automatically operated. A steady stream of technological armies invaded everywhere. Destroyed one world after another. The reputation of the technological world also shocked the entire myriad worlds. Ultra world. One powerful ultra giant after another invaded other worlds. Tiga, Jack, 7, Leo, Zophie, the first generation, Dinah, Gaia, Aguru, Gauss, Justice, Legend, Nexus, Noah, Leo, Eddie, King of Ultra, Astra, Judean, Grey, Power, etc. A large number of giants attack and defend. The initial power of the Ultra world itself is strong. After 10 years of accumulation, it is much stronger than the initial state. At this moment, under the command of the player, the Ultra world sweeps the other worlds around it. One Ultra giant can destroy a world. And it is very easy. The Naruto world. Get Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan, the Akatsuki organization, the first, second, third, and fourth generations of Hokage. And successfully develop Sasuke and Naruto. The land of fire, Konohagakure village. The land of water, Mist village. The land of earth, Rock village. The land of wind, Sand village. The land of thunder, Cloud village. The 5 countries and 5 villages have also been fully developed. The combat power of the Naruto world can also be called a king level. Uchiha Madara can sweep a world by himself. Sasuke and Naruto have almost no rivals. The first, second, third, and fourth generations of Hokage, each of them can fight a group of people. Add the power of the 5 villages. The Naruto world has almost no rivals. 10 years, for a world like Naruto. It is enough to develop a huge advantage. The Naruto world itself is an early and middle stage world. The early and middle stages are extremely strong. The late stage is definitely not as good as Xiaoxian and Mythical. But it is enough to be strong in the early stage. If the early stage cannot be developed, how can there be any late stage? The Pirate World. The World of the Dead. Hina Mythical World. And some other powerful worlds. They all quickly sweep the nearby worlds. The strong world will swallow up other worlds while constantly sweeping. Get a lot of world points. The stronger the strong, the weaker the weak. Once the snowball starts rolling, the side with the advantage will become stronger and stronger. If the development is too slow in the early stage, it is basically difficult to catch up. This is why some worlds choose the early lineup world. For example, if the zombie world was not destroyed by Qin Ming too early. Now it is also a complete little overlord. It's a pity that it didn't die and kicked Qin Ming's iron plate. Otherwise, it would definitely be an overwhelming zombie army. The zombie world is a bug-level existence in the early stage. At this moment, Myriad Worlds system. In the chat box, a large number of players quickly turned grey. Then turned black. Development to now. Almost every moment. A large number of players fell. Many players wailed. Cat World, I feel like I'm a ZZ. Why choose this? Although cats are cute, they are useless in battle. Centipede World, alas, I just randomly chose one. Combat power is not strong, and the potential is too low. I guess I won't last long before I'm destroyed. Anaconda World, although I feel strong, why are other players so BT? Are they all playing the early lineup? Woohoo, I'm so miserable, please stop, don't hit me. Water Margin World, I shouldn't have coveted Pan Jinlian's beauty. I was confused at the time and chose this ghost world. What's the use of a low-level martial arts world? Fighting world, I'm also in a low-level martial arts world, too weak. It's hard to break through the bottleneck. Now I can only take a beating, woohoo. Basketball world, I must have had a brain problem at the time, otherwise why did I choose this broken world? Playing basketball in myriad worlds. In addition to the wailing of the world, there are also people who are constantly amazed. For example, a powerful existence like the technology world has swept across several worlds. It has attracted the attention of a large number of players. Golden Eagle World, this technological world is quite powerful. It has been pushing forward all the way and has destroyed no less than 10 worlds. IAI/world, look at the Naruto world, it is also very powerful. The worlds next to me were all destroyed just now. Fortunately, I am weak and have no interest in me. One Punch World, this Ultra World feels very strong. I wonder which one is stronger than my bald head. Bloodline World, I think the Undead World is also very powerful. Not only can the number of opponents who die become undead, and then the power of the Undead World is continuously replenished. King World, this person is really strong. I wonder if the Immortal Cultivation World back then can fight with him. Frost World, don't mention it. I also want to know which one is stronger between the Immortal Cultivation World and these worlds. These worlds can basically be said to be extremely lucky and develop very fast. Immortal Cultivation World should not be a match. Bloodline World, Immortal Cultivation World is late the stage world, in the early stage, should not be able to compete with these early stage worlds. After all, the time for cultivating immortals in seclusion is calculated in hundreds or thousands of years. One Punch World, I agree, Immortal Cultivation World should not be able to compete with the newcomers in the technology world. Chapter 56. When many worlds were in chaos, there was a world that was relatively stable. This world was Immortal Cultivation World. The reputation he gained in those days made many worlds dare not easily provoke him. At least, ordinary worlds did not have the courage. Immortal Cultivation World, Tian Qin Dynasty. In today's Tian Qin Dynasty, a middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, who had reached the peak of soul formation, was attending the morning court in the main hall. He was the emperor of the Tian Qin Dynasty. Your Majesty? Now, the strong men in the dynasty have discovered that the alien world has begun to stir up trouble again and lingered around my Immortal Cultivation World. War may start again. A minister knelt on the ground and reported respectfully. These demons and monsters from the alien world dare to offend my Immortal Cultivation World. My Tian Qin dynasty must make them never return. The emperor of Tian Qin threw the memorial aside and said heroically, "In our dynasty, 100 years ago, it was still in its infancy. Now, in our dynasty, nascent souls are everywhere, and soul formations are as numerous as cattle. Why fear these demons and monsters?" The emperor of Tian Qin looked into the distance, his heart was extremely excited. After 100 years of dormant development, the Tian Qin dynasty has long been different from the past. However, I still need to report this matter to the Lord of Heaven and ask for his opinion. The Emperor of Tian Qin said respectfully. He will never forget who founded this dynasty. He will never forget who gave them the way to cultivate immortals. If it weren't for that man, they would still be in the tribal stage, ignorant, barbaric and backward. The Emperor of Tian Qin left the hall and went to the altar. The altar is the place where their dynasty communicates with the gods, and it is extremely sacred. There is a strong breath lurking nearby. They are all guarded by the powerful soul formation realm. No strangers are allowed to enter. Even if they dare to break in, they will be killed on the spot. Emperor Tian Qin can fly, but he approaches the altar slowly. This is a respect for the Lord of Heaven. In front of the altar, an old man with vicissitudes of life is closing his eyes and nurturing spirit. Old Wang, I come to communicate with the gods and need to enter the altar. Although the status of Emperor Tianqin is noble, but he is extremely respectful to the old man guarding the altar. The old man was appointed by Qin Ming himself. He has always been treated with courtesy by the Tianqin dynasty. There is a seal on this altar. The seal was set by Qin Ming himself in the past to prevent anyone from using the altar to bother him. Only the old man in front of him knows how to unlock it. Guarding the altar of the gods is a supreme honor in itself. Moreover, if the altar wants to be opened, the seal must be unlocked. Even the emperor dare not despise the old man in front of him. Old Wang nodded. He stood up, pinched the seal, and summoned the power of heaven and earth, and slapped the open space in front of the altar. The supreme power descended, turned into a key, and opened the seal. Your Majesty, please come in. Old Wang said a few words lightly, and then sat back in his original place again, closing his eyes and nurturing spirit. The emperor did not blame him, and entered the altar carefully. This altar was not big, only 3 meters in radius. But the altar was engraved with complex patterns of flowers, birds, and insects, as well as subtle runes. Each rune contained supreme power. Even just a glance would make people shocked. The emperor knelt in front of the altar respectfully and devoutly. He muttered something in his mouth. Respected Lord God, I am your pious subject. Now that the alien world is in chaos and war has started again, please issue a decree to point out a clear way for our subjects. After the emperor finished speaking, he did not stand up, but still knelt on the ground respectfully. Who is calling me? A voice sounded. The emperor was extremely excited. He remembered that the voice was from the Lord of Heaven. I am your subject, the emperor of the Tianqin dynasty. The emperor said respectfully. What is it? The voice in the altar answered slowly. The alien world has started a war again. Please give us a clear way out. The emperor reported the recent news from the alien world truthfully. But there was silence over there. At this moment, in a cave mansion, Qin Ming woke up from his deep sleep. Tianqin dynasty? Alien war. He muttered to himself. After checking the Myriad World's chat system, he roughly understood what was going on. Has 100 years passed? That's a bit fast. Qin Ming flashed and landed in the Tianqin dynasty. The Tianqin emperor was kneeling respectfully in front of the altar. A ray of light flashed, and a figure appeared on the altar. It was Qin Ming. Meet the Lord God. The emperor hurriedly bowed again. And Wang Lao, including the soul formation realm hidden in the dark, all knelt down respectfully. Soul formation realm? I remember that when you first started practicing, you didn't even reach the foundation building. Qin Ming looked at the emperor kneeling in front of him, and he was somewhat appreciative. Lord God's skills are indeed very powerful. I only practiced a part of it, and I can achieve something. All this is the credit of Lord God. The emperor said respectfully, not daring to be proud at all. He knew that his cultivation was nothing in Qin Ming's eyes. I wonder what you have built up the Tianqin dynasty in the past 100 years. Qin Ming remembered that he exchanged all 20,000 points for skills and elixirs, and then strengthened them. He distributed them to the Tianqin dynasty to help them practice. In the past 100 years, there should be some progress. Please move with me, Lord Tianchen, to see the current Tianqin dynasty. The emperor said respectfully. Instead of boringly telling. It's better to let Qin Ming go with him and take a look together. Well, let's go. Qin Ming nodded. The emperor personally pointed the way, and more than a dozen soul formation realm masters lurked in the dark to protect safety. The entire palace was alarmed. Wherever he passed, the subjects knelt down. The emperor took Qin Ming to tour the entire Tianqin dynasty. Even the emperor. In front of Qin Ming, he was extremely respectful. He didn't dare to be rash. Qin Ming walked in front alone. The emperor followed the weather. Other powerful monks were responsible for guarding and followed from a distance. Many years have passed in a flash, time has passed too fast. Qin Ming sighed inwardly. He only felt that he had been in the clouds for a short time. Many years have passed. He looked at the human world today. The entire dynasty has expanded more than 10 times compared to 100 years ago. The population has grown from 200,000 to 300,000 to about 6 million. In this 100 years, countless nascent soul realms and soul formation realms were born, and the strength of the human race was greatly enhanced. The lifespan of ordinary elderly people increased, and diseases were greatly reduced. Children can also grow up all the way and will not die early. Adult men are full of vitality, and are stronger. Adult women have improved physical fitness and can feed their offspring well. All of this ensures the continuous reproduction of the human race. The population base continues to expand. Over the years, a large number of immortal talents have also emerged. A large number of powerful monks have appeared. Among them, there are even independent cultivators who have cultivated to nascent soul and soul formation by themselves, which shows their talent. Qin Ming took a tour and nodded with satisfaction at the increasingly powerful human race. In this way, we can have more confidence in fighting with the alien world. Qin Ming looked at the powerful cultivators and a large number of mortals. He was very pleased. The resources invested in these years of cultivation have not been wasted. So far, there have been gains. Qin Ming's eyes fell on the direction of Heavenly Dao sect. There is his trump card. Chapter 57. Heavenly Dao sect, the first sect of the Qin dynasty. Although it is located inside the Qin dynasty, it is not under the jurisdiction of the dynasty. There are countless strong people coming out of Heavenly Dao sect. Many soul formation realm masters have practiced in Heavenly Dao sect. No one dares to offend this sect. Even the emperor of the Qin dynasty. Qin Ming flashed and went to Heavenly Dao sect. The others followed far behind. 100 years later, Heavenly Dao sect has become huge. It covers an area of 10,000 miles. Inside the main gate, spirit chi is rich, and the spirits of heaven and earth and powerful spirit beasts are everywhere. The disciples guarding the gate outside the mountain gate are all nascent soul realm. Seeing someone coming, the nascent soul realm disciples immediately shouted. Who is coming? The nascent soul realm disciples suddenly felt a little familiar. Thinking carefully, they found that the young man in front of them seemed to be exactly the same as the statue of the god enshrined on the main peak of the sect. They were so scared that they knelt on the ground. This group of disciples of his sect joined the sect later. Although they had seen Qin Ming's statue, they had never seen perfected being, so they didn't recognize him for a while. We have no intention of offending you. Please calm down, Lord Heavenly God. Rows of nascent soul realm disciples knelt on the ground, respectful, fearing that Qin Ming would be angry with them because of this moment. Assholes, Lord Heavenly God has come, and you dare to be so rude, all of you go to the cliff of repentance and repent for 10 days. A strong man at the peak of soul formation came immediately and immediately scolded these disciples. Yes. A group of disciples left in disgrace. The soul formation strongman was Zhou Wen, the outer disciple of that year. Zhou Wen, a disciple of Heavenly Dao sect, greets Lord Heavenly God. Zhou Wen turned around and knelt on the ground, his attitude was extremely sincere. He glanced at Zhou Wen. He found that this guy with average qualifications now had a very strong aura. He was only one step away from a breakthrough. Well, I didn't expect that the outer disciples have already reached the peak of soul formation. 100 years have changed a lot. Qin Ming waved his hand and asked Zhou Wen to get up. He just slept for 100 years. Qin Ming was moved to find that the world had changed so much. Master Tian Shen, please come in. I will take you to see the development of Heavenly Dao sect in recent years. Zhou Wen bent down and made a gesture of invitation. Qin Ming was not polite and walked straight into Heavenly Dao sect. Here are the 3 beast eggs you left behind. Now they have hatched. Zhou Wen pointed to a mountain in the distance. 3 huge monsters lived there. The breath was as majestic as the abyss of hell, so ordinary disciples dared not approach. 3 monsters, who has reached the soul formation realm. In today's Heavenly Dao sect, they are also elders. The 3 monsters are sensitive. They sensed Qin Ming's arrival and rushed over one by one and knelt in front of Qin Ming. Thank you, Lord God, for cultivating us. The 3-headed monster spoke in human language. If Qin Ming hadn't thrown them into the spiritual spring, they wouldn't be where they are today. Qin Ming nodded imperceptibly. Zhou Wen brought Qin Ming to the spiritual plant garden. This place is already full of precious spiritual plants. Earth rank herbs are everywhere, and there are also many heavenly rank herbs. Some of them have begun to evolve towards saint rank. Just a little bit of medicinal fragrance can prolong the life of ordinary people and restore the spiritual power of monks. Zhou Wen asked all the strong men in the Heavenly Dao sect to gather. They are all soul formation masters, and there are also astral projection masters among them. Zhou Wen, I am practicing, why do you interrupt me for no reason? If you don't give me a reasonable reason, I will make you look bad. Zhou Wen, I am setting up the formation and will succeed, but you interrupted me and made me fail. We must make this matter clear. Who is it? Do I need to gather in the square of the main hall? Soul formation realm cultivators are fine, but some astral projection realm masters are not very interested in Zhou Wen. The strong are respected in the world of cultivation. Even in Heavenly Dao sect, those who go out are apex level warriors. How could they be driven by Zhou Wen from soul formation realm? Why, I haven't been out for 100 years, and you are so neglectful to me. Qin Ming's divine thoughts sounded in everyone's mind. The astral projection realm masters who were originally fighting with Zhou Wen changed their faces wildly and broke out in cold sweat. It really is the Lord of Heaven. All the astral projection realm soul formation realm masters are very good at fighting. Realm monks immediately rushed to the main peak hall. Qin Ming stood in the hall, looking at these people coldly. One of the astral projection realm masters was so shocked by this look that his legs and feet were shaking. Lord Heavenly God, I didn't know you were here in person, please punish me. Astral projection realm masters can kill millions of people and bleed for thousands of miles when they are angry. But in front of Qin Ming, they dare not put on any airs. As long as Qin Ming has a thought, he can take him down. A group of astral projection realm soul formation realm masters knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Humph, this is just this time, and it won't happen again. Qin Ming snorted coldly. The invisible pressure made the energy and blood roll, and he almost vomited blood. Qin Ming looked at the current Heavenly Dao sect. He found that there were countless nascent soul realms and hundreds of soul formation realm. 10 people in the astral projection realm. Where is your sect leader? Qin Ming found that Yan King Guyu, Chen Yu, Zhao Linger and others were not here. Reporting to the Lord of Heavenly Dao, the sect leader and the 2 elders entered the Enlightenment Tower for retreat 100 years ago and have not come out yet. Zhou Wen said. Oh? Still in retreat? Qin Ming did not expect the 3 to be in retreat for so long. He came to the Enlightenment Tower. There were strong guards near the Enlightenment Tower to prevent Yan King Guyu and others from being disturbed in retreat. Greetings, Lord of Heavenly Dao. Seeing Qin Ming coming, the guards saluted respectfully. Retreat? Qin Ming asked the guards to leave. He looked at the Enlightenment Tower himself. Even through the tower, people outside could feel the huge aura inside rising steadily. Buzz. Between heaven and earth, space vibrated, and time stopped. In the sky, auspicious clouds descended. The huge gate of heaven opened suddenly, and it was colorful. 3,000 purple air came from the horizon, descended, and spanned tens of thousands of miles near the Heavenly Dao sect. Spirit beasts in the mountains rejoice, and countless spiritual herbs and flowers grow and bloom. Inside the Enlightenment Tower, the aura has reached its peak. 3,000 purple air descends from the sky, circling and dancing around the Enlightenment Tower. Finally, all of them are poured into the Enlightenment Tower. Boom! The door of the Enlightenment Tower suddenly opens. A Daoist figure shoots out of the tower and rushes into the sky. Auspicious clouds in the sky surround him. The second Daoist figure also flies out of the tower, rushes into the sky, and is surrounded by auspicious clouds. It is Chen Yu and Zhao Linger. The two have been in seclusion for 100 years, and now they are Dao Integration Masters. Dao Integration Masters are also called Earth Immortals. The laws of heaven and earth are added to the body and the Dao are combined. Man is Dao, and Dao is man. Every word and action will bring out the laws of heaven and earth. Dao Integration Masters can pick stars and catch the moon, swallow the sun, and open up spirit chi space. At this level, lifespan is infinitely extended. Although it is not immortality, in the eyes of ordinary people, it is not much different from immortality. At this time, even a glance from them will make the soul formation realm strongman shattered and his soul dissipate. Even if it is the astral projection realm, they dare not fight against them. The difference of one major realm is the difference between heaven and earth. The more you practice, the more you can't make up. The two of them slightly consolidated their realms and immediately fell from the sky. Greetings to the Lord of Heaven, thank you Lord of Heaven for the medicine. Chen Yu and Zhao Linger said in unison. Although the two of them have extraordinary talents. But in the Dao integration realm, normal practice also takes hundreds or even thousands of years. If Qin Ming hadn't given them the profound Heaven Dao pill, they would not have been able to break through the Dao integration realm in such a short time. Qin Ming just waved his hand, and the two immediately stepped aside. Everyone looked at the Enlightenment Tower. Chen Yu and Zhao Linger have extraordinary talents, but they are still a little worse than Yan King Guyu. The two of them broke through and there was such a commotion. I wonder how spectacular it will be when Yan King Guyu comes out of retreat. In the Enlightenment Tower, the extremely hot air rises steadily, and through the Enlightenment Tower, the temperature around it soars. It seems that there is a scorching sun in the Enlightenment Tower that is emitting scorching flames. Many disciples can no longer bear it and are sweating all over. Some slightly weaker people are directly burned by the scorching temperature and faint. The soul formation realm masters feel uncomfortable all over, as if there is a thorn in their backs. The astral projection realm masters are not much better. The ground outside the tower has begun to crack and melt. The nearby hall is directly ignited by the extremely high temperature. Chen Yu and Zhao Linger hurriedly took action. A ban was cast, and the flames were extinguished. The ban shrouded the vicinity of the Enlightenment Tower, isolating the scorching temperature. Otherwise, the entire Heavenly Dao sect would probably be burned to charcoal. The Enlightenment Tower could not withstand such high temperatures, and cracks began to appear at this moment. Soon, cracks spread all over the tower. Inside the Enlightenment Tower, information was no longer surging. The spirit chi of the entire world was stirred and quickly rushed into the Enlightenment Tower. Boom! A violent sound rang out, and a blazing sun flew up to the sky. Looking closely, it was a three-legged golden crow. The three-legged golden crow opened its mouth and sucked fiercely, and a huge amount of spirit chi of heaven and earth was sucked into its belly. Boom boom boom! It was like opening heaven. A rumbling sound sounded between heaven and earth. After the huge spirit chi was absorbed by the golden crow, tens of thousands of purple air appeared in the sky. One by one, the gates of heaven opened. Countless phantoms of immortals appeared, holding immortal weapons. As if they were protecting people. Auspicious clouds carried the phantoms of the Kylin auspicious beast, jumping in joy. On the ground, the sun blossomed out of thin air. The cracked ground quickly closed up. The blazing flames disappeared, revealing a young girl, Yan Qingguo. The golden crow whirled around the girl, and finally turned into a stream of light, drilling into her forehead. Yan Qingguo opened her eyes. She had broken through. And she controlled a ray of golden crow true fire. Senior sister is so strong. We are both in Dao Integration Realm, why do I still feel a little palpitation in front of her? Zhao Linger said secretly in her heart. Not only her, but Chen Yu also had the same feeling. We are both in Dao Integration Realm, but the gap between the three is very large. Yan Qingguo came over and bowed respectfully. Yan Qingguo, the leader of Heavenly Dao sect, greets the Lord of Heaven. I am in seclusion and I am sorry for not welcoming you. I hope the Lord of Heaven will not blame me. Even though Yan Qingguo broke through the Dao Integration Realm, she was still respectful to Qin Ming. She glanced at Qin Ming casually, thinking that she could see something. As a result, she found that even though she was a Dao Integration Realm expert, she still couldn't see Qin Ming's realm. She just felt that Qin Ming was unfathomable and beyond her perception. The more this happened, the more respectful she was to Qin Ming. Player Qin Ming detected that Chen Yu, Zhao Linger, and Yan Qingguo in your Immortal Cultivation World broke through the Dao Integration Realm. In your Immortal Cultivation World, Zhou Wen, Wang Wu, Li Gui, and others broke through the Soul Formation Realm and Astral Projection Realm. As the Heavenly Dao, your cultivation level has been raised to the middle stage of the Transcending Tribulation Realm. After Yan Qingguo also broke through, a reminder came from Qin Ming beside her. His cultivation level has been raised from the peak of the Astral Projection Realm to the Transcending Tribulation Realm. The further you go, the harder it is to break through. The whole world has been practicing for 100 years, and my realm has only reached the middle stage of Transcending Tribulation Realm. Qin Ming was a little emotional. Fortunately, he didn't need to practice. Otherwise, if he had to practice step by step, how long would it take for him to practice? He told everyone the news of the battle between the Myriad Worlds. The Myriad Worlds are in chaos again. The alien army is hovering on the edge of my Immortal Cultivation World and will attack at any time. Now, it is the time for my Immortal Cultivation World to increase its strength, and it is just right to attack other worlds. From today on, all people in the core formation realm and above will attack, destroy the alien army, and strengthen the power of my Immortal Cultivation World. Qin Ming stood high in the sky and spoke loudly. Emperor Tian Qin, Heavenly Dao sect monks, Yan Qingguo, and others all obeyed his orders. They also knew that this battle was an opportunity for the development of the world. If used well, Immortal Cultivation World will soar into the sky and become more prosperous and powerful. After 10 years of accumulation, destroying you should make my world grow rapidly. Qin Ming looked into the distance, already impatient. Immortal Cultivation World officially declared war on other worlds. The barrier of Immortal Cultivation World opened a huge world gate. The world bridge connects many worlds. 1,000-foot-long spirit boats crossed the void, loaded with a large army of monks, and headed for other worlds. The alien army wandering nearby was quickly destroyed by the Soul Formation Realm Masters. How could these alien races who wanted to attack Immortal Cultivation World withstand the attack of Soul Formation Realm monks? There were Soul Formation Realm Masters sitting on the 1,000-foot spirit boats. On a spirit boat in the center, all the Astral Projection Masters gathered there. They are the entire Immortal Cultivation World. The high-end power of the world is like a sea stabilizing button and a giant pillar. Each one can suppress a region and dominate a place. Now, all of them are gathered together, invincible and unstoppable. The first world is the ocean world. After 10 years of cultivation, the marine life is extremely huge, and there are many fishes of 100 meters. There are also many marine beasts of 1,000 meters and 2,000 meters. The moment the monk army entered the ocean world, the Tian Dao players in this world have ordered all marine beasts to attack the monks. A 3,000 meter long sea monster sea shattering came out and tore into one of the spirit boats. Beast, you are looking for death. Several nascent soul monks attacked. The flying sword law treasure hit the sea monster. The sea monster was hit by the attack, but it felt a little pain, but it was difficult to hurt the root. A soul formation realm monk attacked, using his own law weapon, and blasted it out. Only then did the sea monster have a huge wound. He he he. The sea monster screamed, and its huge tail slapped the sea, and huge waves rushed up to the sky and smashed into the spirit boat in the sky. The huge force made the spirit boat shake. How dare you be so presumptuous? Several soul formation realm monks soared into the sky and flew into the sea. Several soul formation realm masters attacked at the same time, and the sharp flying swords carried the golden law and slashed down. Cut off the sea monster's tail. The huge tail was cut off, and the ocean suddenly turned red. The sea monster screamed and roared angrily. Roar! The giant claw of the sea monster slapped towards the soul formation realm power. As soon as the giant claw approached, it was smashed by a soul formation monk. The claws and tail of the sea monster were smashed, and it wanted to hide in the sea to avoid being killed. If it was so easy to avoid, the monk would not be called a monk. The soul formation monk released his mind and quickly locked the position of the sea monster in the ocean. Several soul formation monks attacked at the same time. The golden light penetrated the sky and the earth and entered the ocean. The sea monster screamed and was pierced by the golden light. Countless waves continued to rise as the dying sea monster struggled. The ocean world did not calm down. Countless sea monsters came out of the ocean sea shattering and attacked one after another. The human race monks worked together. In a short time, they suppressed the fierce and violent sea monsters. How can these immortal cultivators be so strong? Can't the sea monsters thousands of meters away stop them? The Dao player in the ocean world looked at the battlefield situation and was dumbfounded. He worked hard to collect various sea monsters. Each sea monster is enough to destroy the existence of a city. But in front of these monks, they are just like toy dolls. They were defeated as soon as they fought. Wherever the monk army passed, all the sea monsters were killed. They marched straight in, unstoppable. He was completely dumbfounded. They are all worlds, why is the gap between worlds so big? In other worlds, human race monks also attacked them. Summoning world, beast world, magic card world, elf world, monster race world, giant turtle world, Greek mythical world. In most worlds, human race cultivators easily crushed them. Even though these worlds have developed over the past 10 years, they are still as fragile as paper when facing the Immortal Cultivation World. 0. A few stronger worlds can only hold on for a little longer. But the end result is the same, they are destroyed. In just one day, a full 20 powerful worlds were directly crushed by the Immortal Cultivation Army. On the second day, another 20 worlds were destroyed. On the third day, a full 30 worlds were crushed. The Immortal Cultivation Army is still pushing forward. Although Qin Ming is very low-key and did not release any information in the Heavenly World chat. But such a vigorous push has still attracted the attention of many players. Myriad Worlds are discussing the Immortal Cultivation World in the Heavenly World chat. Naruto World, I found that several powerful worlds are taking action, such as the Angel World, the Primordial World, the Faith World, etc. Forbidden Technique World, these worlds are indeed powerful. But what caught my attention is the Immortal Cultivation World, which has destroyed dozens of worlds. Pirate World, oh my goodness, has that monster from Immortal Cultivation World attacked again? It destroyed 70 or 80 worlds with one attack. Autobot World, oh my god, is this going to make people live? Demon World, I just saw a player from a world post some videos, saying that he could easily destroy Immortal Cultivation World. In the end, he was pinned to the ground and rubbed, and then directly swallowed up. Zerg World, so horrible. Heroic World, I remember someone once said that Immortal Cultivation World is not that good, and they still have to teach it a lesson. Zerg World, I remember that too, it seems that it was the Tech World who said that. Heroic World, at Tech World, come out and speak. Demon World, at Tech World. Autobot World, at Tech World. Tech World, I watched those videos, and to be honest, Immortal Cultivation World is indeed not weak, but it is just not weak. Technology World, if you want to compare with my Technology World, you are a little bit behind. After saying this, Technology World uploaded some videos. In the video, the army of Technology World, riding on cutting-edge interstellar spaceships, carrying densely packed soldiers in steel armor, easily destroyed worlds one by one. Some worlds were directly shattered by a single shot of the Star Destroyer. No world can survive for half a world. It can be said that Technology World is invincible. Many players who chatted with Heavenly World were shocked. I wanted to mock Technology World. I didn't expect that he was really a big shot. Autobot World, Brother Niu Bei, this is too strong. Heroic World, really strong. Like .jpg. Zerg World, it's really fierce. With this kind of strength, it should be able to enter the top 100,000. Technology World, I have said it before, Immortal Cultivation World is just like that. The reason you think he is strong is because you are too weak. Heroic World, boss, are you interested in helping us kill this Immortal Cultivation World? This Immortal Cultivation World is too strong. Autobot World, yes, boss, you are so powerful, can you kill Immortal Cultivation World, help me. Technology World, help? Why should I help you? You want to use me as a gun, right? A group of players did have this idea. Let the Technological World and Immortal Cultivation World fight. When two strong forces fight, the fisherman will benefit. Whoever wins will defeat the other. In this way, they will face one less strong enemy. The risks they face are naturally reduced. Being exposed in person by the players of the Technological World, these people are also a little embarrassed. Talking about Heavenly World fell into silence for a while. In the Technological World, the player of this world is a middle-aged man with glasses. He said that he didn't want to take action against Immortal Cultivation World. But the information of Immortal Cultivation World was already in front of him. All of them are battle videos about Immortal Cultivation World. The middle-aged man with glasses has been paying attention to and studying Immortal Cultivation World for a long time. Immortal Cultivation World is one of his main prey. Although I have defeated and annexed many worlds recently, these worlds are too weak and lack challenge. The middle-aged man with glasses has lost interest in ordinary worlds. Instead, he began to pay attention to some powerful worlds. Defeating a powerful world and annexing it will definitely greatly improve my civilization level, and the world points will skyrocket. The benefits brought by a powerful world are equivalent to a dozen or even dozens of ordinary worlds. The middle-aged man with glasses quickly analyzed the pros and cons in his mind. At the same time, he quickly browsed all the information about Immortal Cultivation World. Perhaps, we can really use this Immortal Cultivation World as a starting point. His eyes were sharp and sharp. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing an extremely crazy and complacent smile. Chapter 58. The World of Science and Technology. Eyes began to plan carefully in middle age. The middle-aged man with eyes was originally named Lu Yunggong. In his previous life, he was a researcher at a scientific research institution on Blue Star with a very high IQ. He once graduated from the famous Harbin Institute of Technology in North America. With his high IQ and his scientific research identity. From the beginning, he chose the world of science and technology and practiced scientific research. So, everything was very smooth and fluent. He played an important role in the development of the world. Under his promotion, the world of science and technology continued to develop, and 10 years ago it reached the technological level of World War II on Blue Star. After 10 years of development, his technology has made higher breakthroughs. One of them is the nuclear fusion barrier. Nuclear fusion, also known as nuclear fusion, fusion reaction, or thermonuclear reaction. It is a nuclear reaction form opposite to nuclear fission. Compared with nuclear fission, it is more mysterious and important. Scientists on Blue Star have been working hard to study controlled nuclear fusion, which may become a source of energy in the future. Nuclear fusion fuel can come from seawater and some light nuclei, so nuclear fusion fuel is endless. Uncontrolled nuclear fusion can already be achieved on the Blue Star, such as the explosion of a hydrogen bomb. Some people once predicted that controlled nuclear fusion would be the main energy source for mankind after oil. Whoever can master controlled nuclear fusion will be a godlike civilization. Today, Liu Digang has successfully promoted nuclear fusion experiments in his own technological world, and has miniaturized and weaponized nuclear fusion. After the success of the Manhattan Project in North America, nuclear energy was weaponized. The 2 mushrooms that fell on Sakura Island are actually the most primitive and elementary level nuclear weapons. Even so, 2 major international cities were destroyed. The casualties were heavy. After development, his tactical mushrooms and strategic mushrooms have been updated. Nuclear weapons such as hydrogen-uranium bombs, hydrogen bombs, atomic bombs, neutron bombs, cobalt nuclear bombs, and 3-phase bombs have been developed. Not only that, the corresponding delivery vehicles, hypersonic strategic bombers, Storm Fury strategic missiles, Thor mobile launch platforms, train delivery platforms and other platform vehicles have all been developed by him. Moreover, the technological content is 100 years ahead of Blue Star. Moreover, nuclear fusion is ultra-miniaturized. When mounted on advanced mechas, advanced steel battle suits can be manufactured. He has produced a total of 100,000 such steel battle suits. 657 In addition, he also has meteorological weapons, nano-weapons, genetic weapons, orbital weapons, particle weapons, etc. Including aerospace motherships, hundreds of them have been produced. Powerful AI intelligence. These are all his trump cards. Liu Yunggong's high IQ brain is analyzing quickly. Although he is very enthusiastic about technology, but he is also very scheming and extremely meticulous, otherwise he would not have lived to this day. After calculating again and again, the verification results show that his power is enough to destroy the Immortal Cultivation World. But even so, it is not uneasy. He is a cautious person and must be foolproof. By the way, I should find a few more allies to help me share the firepower. Liu Yunggong would not be so stupid as to rush up and fight Immortal Cultivation World directly. If so, even if he wins, he will definitely suffer heavy losses. This is unacceptable to him. Liu Yunggong opened the Heavenly World chat. Technology World, brothers, this Immortal Cultivation World is too bullying. I think we should stand up and unite to resist Immortal Cultivation World. Zerg World, damn. Didn't you say you didn't want to do this before? Technology World, I didn't think it through before. After thinking about it, this Immortal Cultivation World recently destroyed my friend's world, and I was very angry. Now I think that Immortal Cultivation World should be destroyed. Zerg World, like .jpg. We should take the initiative to attack Immortal Cultivation World. This world is too arrogant. Greek mythical world, it really should be destroyed. This Immortal Cultivation World is too cruel. If we don't take action, we will definitely be hurt by it in the future. Undead World, I agree. Magma World, I agree. Liu Yunggong said a few words and denounced the various actions of Immortal Cultivation World in the chat of Heavenly World. It resonated with many worlds. Some of these worlds were just watching the fun. Some worlds were afraid of being destroyed by Immortal Cultivation World. Others had other ideas. In short, Immortal Cultivation World soon became the target of everyone's crusade. Lu Yunggong was very happy watching this scene in the chat of Heavenly World. His first step was completed. Next, it was the second step. He sorted out his thoughts a little, and then used words to package his meaning. Technology world, everyone knows that this immortal cultivation world is hateful. But this world is indeed powerful. Pirate world, that's true. Naruto world, this is a fact. I agree. Undead world, agree. Magazine world, give the boss some tea.jpg. Technology world, it may be difficult to completely ensure that Immortal Cultivation World will be defeated by just one of our worlds. Technology world, especially, once the Qi refining warriors of Immortal Cultivation World grow up, they will be very powerful. Either don't provoke them or kill them completely. Don't leave any hidden dangers. Technology world, so, I think we should unite and deal with Immortal Cultivation World together. Lu Yunggong made some analysis, all targeting Immortal Cultivation World. Then he changed the subject, which meant to pull people on board. It is necessary to pull people on board as cannon fodder. At first, everyone was communicating with him very lively. When they heard that Lu Yunggong wanted to find helpers, they hesitated. Magazine world, boss, forget about my small magma world. I am too weak. I will die if I go there, and it is completely useless. Autobot world, I haven't developed yet. There is no difference between going there and not going there. Dead world, I have something to do here, so I may not be able to get away. I support you mentally. Demon world, I support you mentally too. The players in these worlds are all smart people, and everyone knows that if they really go against Immortal Cultivation World, they will be in trouble. Everyone is looking for excuses and reasons. It is in sharp contrast to the previous excitement. Lu Yunggong looked at these people's excuses, and he was so angry that he cursed. These damn bastards deserve to be crushed by Immortal Cultivation World, and they are still thinking about retreating. They are really incapable of success and more of a failure. Lu Yunggong cursed in his heart. But he had to win over these people after all, otherwise he would have to stand at the forefront and bear all the losses. Lu Yunggong calmed down and continued to speak to Heavenly World. Technology world, everyone, I know your concerns, and you are worried that you will suffer too much or even be destroyed. Technology world, but do you know that during the spring and autumn period and the warring states period, the 6 eastern countries were also like this when they faced the ferocious Qin? Technology world, they are all afraid of each other, arguing and shirking responsibility. What is the final result? Technology world, the Qin state used the strategy of defeating the 6 countries one by one, and finally annexed and unified the world. Technology world, ask yourself, even if you don't go now, will Immortal Cultivation World let you go in the future? Technology world, think about it again. If we attack together now, no matter how strong Immortal Cultivation World is, it will definitely not be our opponent. After all, it is just a world. Technology world, if you give up now, there is only one way to go for you. Technology world, think it over. Lu Yunggong packaged his ideas beautifully through rhetoric, and then threw them in front of Heavenly World. People may be really afraid of Immortal Cultivation World in their hearts, and don't want to be cannon fodder. But the example of the 7 heroes of the Warring States period is too vivid. Once Immortal Cultivation World gradually develops by annexing one world after another, then there is only one result waiting for them: destruction. This is an open conspiracy, just like the Enfeoffment Order and the 2 Peaches killing 3 warriors. They are all open conspiracies, strategies that use human nature to complete. No matter what you think, you can only do it according to the strategy of the planner. Lu Digang doesn't believe that these people don't know this truth. The chat Heavenly World fell into silence. The players in each world were caught in a struggle of thought. What Lu Yunggong said is indeed true. Surviving will not solve the problem. However, if you survive, you can indeed live longer. If you fight hard and destroy Immortal Cultivation World, you can solve this problem, but the risk is also very high. Between the two directions, most people find it difficult to choose quickly. Lu Yunggong is not in a hurry. He lights a cigarette and waits quietly for these people's answers. He has actually completed the second step. There is no use in saying more. He believes that someone will always be persuaded. 10 minutes later, a player chose to join. Undead World, damn it, I'll join. I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well give it a try. There might still be a chance. With the first example taking the lead, the people behind him seemed to be more determined to kill that room. Pirate World, damn it, I'll join too. Naruto World, I'll join too, and kill Immortal Cultivation World. Magma World, although I'm weak, I can still contribute. I'll join too, and I must destroy Immortal Cultivation World. As players choose to join one by one, more and more players are willing to join. A lot of worlds want to join. Because the more people there are, the safer they are, and the greater the probability of success. Although the possibility of being used as cannon fodder to be destroyed exists at the beginning, it will continue to decline. Because the more worlds there are, the smaller the risk will be after the spread. Everyone seems to be bewitched, but in fact they are still calculating in their heads. In a word, those who can survive in this world until now are not stupid. Fools and weak people have been destroyed long ago. But no matter what, Lu Yunggong's goal has been achieved. The second step is considered to be completely completed. Moreover, the effect was better than he had imagined. Now, 103 worlds have signed up to join the Alliance army to attack Immortal Cultivation World. Hehe, with these cannon fodders blocking the way, everything is enough. Lu Yunggong put out his cigarette butt, and a fanatical and cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Regardless of success or failure in this battle, the others have never thought of truly forming an alliance with these people. In his heart, other people can only become cannon fodder forever. Next, it is the third step. It is also the most critical step. Implement the plan. That is, fighting. Lu Yunggong discussed the corresponding battle plan with many world players who joined the plan in the private chat channel. After some planning, everyone agreed that the sooner the better. After all, their previous discussions were conducted on the public screen. It is not ruled out that the world of Xiaoxian might notice it. Once Immortal Cultivation World is prepared, it will definitely bring trouble to their plan. Therefore, everyone immediately attacked Immortal Cultivation World. Almost at the same time, the worlds that joined the plan opened the gates to the Immortal Cultivation World. Hundreds of distorted places appeared on the world barrier of the Immortal Cultivation World. Then, a gap was broken. Hundreds of worlds attacked at the same time. Pirate World, Naruto World, Ghost World, Shiram Mythical World, Horror World, Akame Killer World, Technology World, Dragon World. This huge war was naturally broadcast live by Lu Digang. His ambition is not small. What he wants is not only to destroy the Immortal Cultivation World. He has been thinking in his mind to conquer all other worlds. If you want to attack one by one, it will be too slow and the consumption will definitely be great. It is often not worth the loss. What is the best way? Deterrence. How to deter? Of course, it is to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Immortal Cultivation World has swept through many worlds. In the hearts of many players, it is undoubtedly very important and powerful. If the Immortal Cultivation World is destroyed, then, the deterrent effect on other worlds is self-evident. It's like when you take nuclear weapons and settle a country, other countries, even if they still have some opinions in their hearts, dare not really fight with you. As long as the Immortal Cultivation World is settled, Lu Digang can easily use the power of the Technology World or even the Alliance Army to suppress other worlds in the future. In this way, the least effort is spent and the greatest benefit is gained. It's not a good feeling. This is the real plan in Lu Yunggong's mind. 0. On the live broadcast screen, hundreds of worlds opened the World Channel at the same time, and the World Alliance army marched towards the Immortal Cultivation World. Huge warships, giant dragons, Shira gods, undead legions, pirate groups, Hokage villages, rebels carrying powerful great emperor tools, etc. The whole scene is extremely spectacular. So far, there has been no such war of hundreds of worlds against one world in the entire myriad worlds. For a while, in the live broadcast room, some players who were watching joined his ministers. Journey to the West World, it seems okay. Primordial World, I was planning to destroy the Immortal Cultivation World myself, but I didn't expect someone to get there first. Faith World, poor guy without faith, if he had faith, he would definitely be invincible in time. Journey to the West World. Demon Race World. Ancient Clan World, this charlatan, alas. Puppet World, how can I put it? This Immortal Cultivation World is too arrogant. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Burial Emperor World, if you have strong strength, it doesn't matter even if you are plotted against. However, it seems that this Immortal Cultivation World can't withstand this wave. Forbidden Technique World, it's hard to say. Many players watched the show in the live broadcast room. There were also some powerful worlds. The number of people in the entire live broadcast room quickly rose to 1 million. In just a few minutes, the number of people exceeded 3 million. In a blink of an eye, the number of people directly exceeded 10 million. Everyone wanted to see whether the Immortal Cultivation World that swept through many worlds could withstand this wave of the Alliance army. There were also some people who wanted to peek at the development level and trump cards of the Alliance world. There were people who came with various purposes. Inside the Immortal Cultivation World, Qin Ming opened his eyes, and he immediately noticed that the Immortal Cultivation World was opened with hundreds of gaps at the same time. Interesting, interesting. So many worlds came to besiege my Immortal Cultivation World at the same time, they really think highly of me. Qin Ming said self-deprecatingly. This is not surprising. Imagine that in just a few days, he has swept more than 100 worlds with one move. The key is that these are more than 100 worlds that have been developed for 10 years. His actions will definitely cause panic in many worlds. Once incited by others, they will naturally form a large army to besiege him. He had thought of this a long time ago. He was not even surprised when he noticed these worlds coming. Everyone, give up conquering other worlds and return to help. Qin Ming's divine thoughts appeared in the minds of the cultivators who were conquering other worlds. After receiving Qin Ming's order, these cultivators turned around and returned without any hesitation. The cultivators in the Alchemy Dao world have already destroyed most of this world at this moment. It is a pity to give up now. But under Qin Ming's order to return to help, they immediately gave up this Alchemy Dao world. The luck platform in the luck world was trampled by the army of cultivators, but they turned around and returned without hesitation. 7 of the top 10 swordsmen in the Dao world were killed, and there were only 3 powerful swordsmen left to conquer, but the monk army still chose to return. There are many such cases. All the monks chose to come back. This was the first time Qin Ming ordered them to come back for help. They knew that something important must have happened. Compared with conquering the other world, coming back for help is of course more important. Qin Ming's divine thoughts also fell on the minds of several players in the other world. These players were all defeated by him and signed a master-servant contract with him. They are all very powerful. It is also one of the trump cards he prepared for himself. Immortal cultivation. Although the world is powerful, if it fights head-on with other worlds, there will definitely be many casualties among the monks. These servant players can just relieve some pressure on the races of their world. To put it simply, Qin Ming needs some cannon fodder and mercenary characters to reduce the casualties of his monks. Or deal with some of the opponent's small 1.8 characters. Free up your hands to deal with the main big guys. Bloodsea World. A young man with a pale face and sinister eyes also received an order at this moment. He was very resistant in his heart. But when he thought of the scene of being beaten by Qin Ming's monk army last time, his mouth twitched. After hesitating for a moment, he still set out on the road to reinforcement. Beetle World. A young man who was studying beetles looked in the direction of Immortal Cultivation World. After a little hesitation, he chose to open the door of the world and reinforce Immortal Cultivation World. World. Six Paths World. A group of 6 people stood beside a man. These 6 people represent the 6 paths. He received the news and opened the world gate. One by one, all the worlds rushed to support the Immortal Cultivation World. If anyone saw it, they would be surprised. Because these worlds are all worlds that are famous in the Myriad Worlds War. And now, they are going to participate in the war. And they are all to reinforce Qin Ming. This time, the 2 sides of the war. Mainly the World Alliance Army led by the Technology World. And the Immortal Cultivation World led by Qin Ming and many servant worlds. But in some nearby worlds, some people are constantly mobilizing world forces. They all want to let the 2 sides of the war fight a bloody battle. It's best for both sides to lose. Let them pick up leaks on the side and kill the 2 overlord worlds by the way. There are still many people who have such ideas. And they are close to the battlefield and want to take action. More quickly. Pick up leaks, who doesn't want to? In particular, this war was being broadcast live, which attracted a lot of attention. Even some people who didn't pay much attention to Immortal Cultivation World clicked on the live broadcast. After all, this is a good opportunity to understand the combat power of both sides. War is not just a direct head-on confrontation. It also requires strategy and tactics. Knowing information from all walks of life is a good tactic. In addition to the spectators and the leakers, there are also some people with ulterior motives who are secretly gathering their forces and preparing to take advantage of this opportunity that many players are attracted to. Players who launch sneak attacks on other worlds. For a time, the entire Myriad Worlds was in turmoil, and the war was about to break out. Chapter 59. On the world barrier, gaps were quickly opened. It was like a piece of paper with hundreds of holes poked in it, which looked very scary. All the armies from all walks of life that invaded the Immortal Cultivation World were extremely arrogant at this moment. They were all emboldened by this momentum for a while. They seemed to be no longer afraid. In the private chat channel. Pirate World, brothers, let's go together. My pirate group can be the pioneer. Charge. Naruto World, don't be afraid, brothers. I can use illusions to freeze the people of the Immortal Cultivation World. The Undead World, fear the hammer, but the Undead Core is fearless. The dead can all join the Undead Core. As long as I am not killed in seconds, I can become stronger and stronger. Shiram Mythical World, I have brought out the Sea God, the Underworld God, and the God of Gods. I don't believe that I can't beat an Immortal Cultivation World. Everyone cheered and encouraged, and together they were determined to destroy the Immortal Cultivation World. The Pirate World was the first to charge. The Whitebeard pirates led their sons to the front. The Big Mom pirates were not to be outdone. The 3 admirals of the navy behind them all took action. It's abominable that we have to cooperate with these damn pirates. Admiral Akainu was very angry, but he was loyal to the supreme ruler, so he also tried his best at this moment. The natural system, magma fruit, was brought to the extreme. The magma fist was swung out with extreme heat, and the Immortal Cultivation World was destroyed. Hey, another fight! A man with glasses in a striped suit also rushed over. Admiral Kizaru. The ability of the flash fruit is very eye-catching on the entire battlefield, and its speed and attack are extremely powerful. Admirals Aokiji, Iron Fist Garp, Buddha Sengoku, Black Arm Zephyr, Fujitora Ichishou all attacked. Each of them has a battle record of the admiral level in the pirate world. The force value can be regarded as a benchmark among pirates. For a time, 1,000-meter glacier. Huge golden Buddha. Gravity stone. Various attacks appeared on the battlefield. In the pirate group, Whitebeard used the tremor fruit. A huge earth dragon was shaken up and swept across the battlefield. 43 team captains including Fire Fist Ace, Phoenix Marco, Diamond Jaws, Flower Sword Vista, etc. also made 30 moves at the same time. On the other side, the Red Hair Pirates, Rocks Pirates, Roger Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, Kaido Pirates, the Evil Generation Supernovas, the 7 Warlords of the Sea, etc. all made moves. A large number of pirates rushed in inside the Immortal Cultivation World. There were massive attacks and destruction. The Immortal Cultivation World was not to be outdone. 100-foot-tall Zombie King attacked brazenly. After Qin Ming used the ritual technique to refine the Zombie King, and used the Bing poison to evolve it again, its body strength reached the Soul Formation realm. Behind it, countless nascent soul monks and core formation monks attacked one after another. Flying swords, law treasures, spirit beasts, talismans, formations, and hidden weapons flew out of the monks' hands. Boom boom boom. The earth was torn apart in an instant. Mountains and rivers collapsed and shattered in the battle, and were destroyed. The intensity of the war today is far greater than any previous one. Fortunately, the Tian Qin dynasty has transferred most ordinary people to the depths of the world and used huge formations to protect them. There will be no threat of war for the time being, and the monks can also let go and fight. The Big Mom Pirates, the 3 generals of the desert. The owner of the squeeze fruit, Smoothie swung his great sword. He blasted out with his sword, and the armament haki wrapped around the great sword, making it sharp and solid. Combined with his strong physical strength, he slashed with his sword. He even faintly broke the speed of sound. At the same time, he used the squeezing fruit to turn people into mummies and make them lose their combat power. A monk was accidentally attacked by Smoothie using the power of the devil fruit, and his body quickly shrank and his strength was also lost. And Smoothie's body quickly expanded and became a small giant. This, combined with the sword slash, made Li Yao 3 times bigger. Get out of here, you alien monster! Another monk came and threw a talisman, which turned into a huge flame and forced Smoothie to the side. The other 2 of the 3 desert generals, Katakuri, the owner of the mochi fruit, and Cracker, the owner of the biscuit fruit, came to support Smoothie. As soon as the mochi fruit was used, his body quickly turned into a long slash bean that looked soft but was actually very tough. The armed color domineering turned the long bean into a steel-like solidity and smashed it towards the 10 monks. Cracker used the biscuit fruit to create a biscuit armor for himself, and also used the armed color domineering to strengthen it, making the armor extremely solid. The 3 generals attacked at the same time, causing a lot of trouble to the nearby monks. A mere alien monster dares to compete with monks like us. A nascent soul monk stepped into the air. With a wave of his hand, he directly hooked a wisp of the law of heaven and earth. The law of thunder. A thunder dragon rushed out and blasted the 3 people away. Even with armament haki and observation haki, they can't beat the speed of thunder. The 3 fell to the ground, all covered with black smoke. Qi refining? Let me meet you. Admiral Akainu held a cigar in his mouth and punched, and the huge magma fist approached the nascent soul monk. Magma? You are an interesting monster. The nascent soul monk threw out 3 gravity talismans. Akainu's whole speed slowed down rapidly, and his fist was about to hit the monk, but because it was a little slow, it couldn't touch. What did you do to me? Akainu was puzzled. He was fine, how could his body suddenly become so heavy? He was a dignified admiral of the navy, and his physical fitness was beyond reproach. In his puzzled eyes, the monk threw out a few more gravity talismans. Akainu's already slow body couldn't move at all. He was sweating all over, and his whole body was like carrying a heavy mountain on his back, and he was pressed to his knees on the ground. "No, I will never kneel down." Veins popped up on Akainu's face, trying to block the gravity. As soon as he finished shouting, he was pressed to the ground by gravity. In Akainu's angry eyes, a flying sword slashed at him. "Admiral Akainu, die!" Hiss! The nearby pirates were shocked when they saw this scene. One of the three generals, the pillar of combat power. The strong man who suppressed the four seas. Just gone? Even Akainu never touched the clothes of the Qi refining from beginning to end, right? Added up, it was less than a breath time. A general/star fell. This is a huge and heavy blow to these arrogant pirates. The three generals/stars of the desert saw the nascent soul monk looking at them. Suddenly they felt cold all over. There was only one word in their heads. Run! As the capable men of the Big Mom pirates, the three of them had no dignity or backbone, and they yo-yoed at the same time. However fast the three of them were, how could they be faster than the monk nascent soul who was riding on the flying sword? In almost one move, the monk nascent soul had already arrived in front of the three of them. Pinching the seals and making the spells, a formation appeared. Directly trapped the three of them in it. No matter how the three of them attacked the formation, they could not break it. Save some energy, my 5 elements reversal formation. Even masters like Han Bao Bao from the Immortal Cultivation World Huangfeng Valley can't break it, you just prepare to die. After saying this, the monk nascent soul drove away on the flying sword. It didn't take long for the three of them to be completely refined to death in the 5 elements reversal formation. With a wave of his hand, the 5 elements reversal formation fell into his hands. 4 powerful fighters died in just one encounter. Many pirates looked at this nascent soul monk and subconsciously retreated. "Let me do it." Fujitora smiled and drew out the ninja sword in his hand. "Gravity sword, tiger." Fujitora smiled and accumulated gravity on the sword, and swung it out. At the same time, a huge horizontal gravity was released to the trajectory of the sword, crushing and destroying everything in front of it. Even if the objects were not destroyed, they would be blown away by the huge wind pressure generated by its gravity. Oh! The gravity system in the earth element. Nascent soul monk became interested. Carrying the huge gravity, the flying sword slashed out. The sword energy that was hundreds of feet long seemed to cut through the sky and the earth. Such a powerful sword energy? Why does this Qi refining warrior know swordsmanship? Is he a great swordsman? But even great swordsmen are not so strong. Fujitora was extremely surprised. He found that he didn't dare to face this sword directly. He could only choose to dodge. This sword cut into the air. Hundreds of pirates in the distance were directly cut off. A huge trench 30 feet deep was cut on the ground. Although Fujitora was not dead, his hand was slightly rubbed by the sword energy just now. A huge scar appeared on his arm, and blood stained the entire battle robe red. Fujitora looked at the nascent soul monk. He found that the other party was actually indifferent and relaxed. It seemed that he did not fight with all his strength, and there was still some strength left. Even though Fujitora was a general, his psychological quality was extremely strong. He couldn't help but be surprised. The Qi refining warriors in this world were much stronger than he imagined. The so-called pirates who had fought for many years. Compared with these Qi refining warriors, they were just pie. Just as Fujitora was sighing in his heart, the flying sword of the nascent soul monk had taken him away. "Fighting with our monks, you dare to be distracted." The nascent soul monk chuckled, retracted the flying sword, and flew away. Fujitora smiled with an extremely unbelievable expression on his face and fell down. Another general of the High Army fell. 2 generals fell one after another. In less than 5 minutes. In various places on the battlefield, core formation monks, as the most basic combat power, can basically suppress most pirates. The so-called 7 warlords of the sea. For example, the great swordsman Hawkeye. In front of the core formation monks, a flying sword directly taught him a lesson. No matter how powerful your swordsman is, can you be as sharp as the monk's flying sword? Can you be as fast as a flying sword? Almost at the first sight. Hawkeye, who is worshipped by countless pirate fans, was directly cut by the flying sword. Crocodile Crocodile, Fishman Jinbei, Bartholomew Bear, Doflamingo, Gecko Maria, and others. They couldn't last a few rounds in front of the core formation monks. Watching the people in front of him continue to die. Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, was angry. Let me see how powerful you chi refining warriors are. Shatter the world! Whitebeard shouted angrily, swinging his sword wildly. The tremor fruit directly shattered the space of thousands of meters nearby. The earth cracked and tore apart, the mountains collapsed and fell, and some formations on the battlefield were directly torn apart. Anything within 1,000 meters would be shattered. The core formation monk also had a hard time resisting. He threw out a handful of talismans, but they were shattered before they reached Whitebeard. There was no way to exert his power. The nascent soul monk rushed out, and the nascent soul in his body opened his mouth and sprayed out. The infant fire turned into a huge fire dragon, melting everything. Whitebeard felt that this fire dragon brought him a life and death crisis. Even if it was just a slight feeling, he didn't dare to take the risk. He dodged hurriedly. The power of the tremor fruit was interrupted. The fire of nascent soul touched Whitebeard and immediately burned Whitebeard's arm black. This fire was sprayed by the nascent soul monk at the cost of the nascent soul's life essence. It can be used to fuse solid divine gold to forge one's own life-flying sword or law weapon. Nascent soul monks and those below them, as long as they are touched by the infant fire, they will be severely injured even if they don't die. Whitebeard only felt a piercing pain coming from his arm. The fire was still spreading, but he couldn't put it out anyway. In desperation, he could only swing the sword and cut off his arm with one sword. Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. In a confrontation, he was forced to cut off one of his arms. This scene fell into the eyes of countless people, shocking them speechless. The other 3 emperors, red-haired Shanks, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido, the Beast, also attacked. But like Whitebeard, they could not gain any advantage from the monks. Even if they had a BT physique like Kaido, the Beast. If they were hit by a few flying swords from the nascent soul monks, they would be in great pain and covered with wounds. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin directly attacked the soul, causing some trouble to the slightly combined workers. But one of the nascent soul monks who specialized in the divine mind directly launched a divine mind attack. The divine mind turned into a sharp sword and rushed into Big Mom's mind. Big Mom screamed, and her mind was in chaos. Her eyes rolled up, she lost her wisdom, and turned into a fool. The battle of divine minds is extremely dangerous. The strong can easily destroy the consciousness, spirit, and divine mind of the weak. It makes people immediately become idiots. Compared with the divine mind of the monks, Big Mom is far behind. Red-haired Shanks used his domineering aura and swordsmanship. He was also immediately knocked away. Iron Fist Garp and Buddha Sengoku attacked and happened to encounter the Zombie King. Although the Zombie King has intelligence, he is extremely irritable. Now that it is a soul formation realm, it can send a child away with a slap. 2 sea lords were beaten into pieces. The 4 emperors and 3 generals of the sea were directly ravaged in front of the monks. They didn't even have a chance to resist. Often a nascent soul monk can suppress these people. Not to mention some other second-rate and third-rate characters in the pirate world. No matter how many people there are, they are just a group of ants in front of the monks. One formation can kill countless people. The players in the pirate world watched the top strong men in their world being beaten like this. They were numb. They sat paralyzed on the spot, with their mouths twitching. He didn't expect that the powerful pirate world he had created with great difficulty, his own beliefs, would be easily destroyed. The 4 emperors and 3 generals were destroyed, and his top combat power was gone. The other pirates had only pitiful strength. Even the emperors could not hurt the monks, let alone these minions. Just like the protagonist Halo of Wang Luffy, it was easily suppressed in this world. Here, other worlds are not the protagonists. In the next few minutes, it was almost unilaterally crushed. The monks directly used flying swords, and exterminating the pirates was as easy and leisurely as eating and drinking water. The players in the pirate world cried directly. He became the first cannon fodder in the battle between the Alliance Army and the Repairer Army. At the same time, more worlds kept coming and took action. The Myriad Worlds War has finally begun. Chapter 60. After the pirate world, there is the magma world. In the magma world, all the magma creatures have magma properties. It is equivalent to a group of walking volcanoes, or walking akainu. Wherever they pass, there are sparks. The temperature of the battlefield rises rapidly. A magma crocodile rushed over, and a ball of magma was spit out. A magma monster waved its magma arm and ignited the nearby forest. Other magma monsters gathered together and besieged a few monks. For a time, the whole battlefield was smoking. But the monk army was not afraid. These magma creatures are weaker than those in the pirate world. A core formation monk can hold down a group of them steadily. Wherever the flying sword passes, the magma creatures fall one after another. A nascent soul monk took action and easily killed the magma creatures within 1,000 feet nearby. The Naruto world also came at this moment. Sasuke, Naruto, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi, Akatsuki, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Sarutobi Rasen, Might Guy, the 9-tailed beasts and Jinchuriki attacked together. The combat power value of the Naruto world is much higher than that of the magma world. As soon as Uchiha Itachi attacked, it was the blood-red eye illusion. The illusion of Tsukuyomi was performed. The monks who came to fight were immediately hit and fell into the Tsukuyomi world, unable to move. Jiraiya summoned toads, Orochimaru summoned 10,000 snakes, and Tsunade summoned slugs. Uchiha Madara performed Susanoo. Hashirama Senju performed the wood escape technique Immortal Law would escape True Thousand Hands. It has to be said that the combat power value of the Naruto world is still good. And with illusions, pupil techniques, ninjutsu, and physical techniques, it still caused a lot of trouble for the repairmen. Especially illusions, many ninjas can use them. As the most powerful men in Konoha, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha are extremely powerful. Whether it is the wood release technique or Madara Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan, they should not be underestimated. Naruto turns on the Sage mode. Sasuke's Sharingan plus a fire release technique. The combat power in the Naruto world is not bad. At the same time, in the Dragon Ball world, transcendent level scions appear. In the Ultra world, Ultras such as Zero, Tiga, Leo, Mebius, and Cosmos also appear one after another. In the Autobot world, Bumblebee, Optimus Prime, Megatron, Starscream, Black Widow, Archie, Mechanical Dinosaur, Ambulance, Concule, Rodimus and many other Autobots and Decepticons appear. In the Undead world, the Undead Archmage, the Undead Knight, and the Undead Legion quickly appear. In the Demon world, a large number of 2-winged demons, 4-winged demons, 6-winged demons, 3-headed and 6-armed demons, demon overlords and demon dragons all rush over. Western mythical world, Apollo, the sun god, Poseidon, Hades, the god of the underworld, Zeus, the god of the gods, Ares, the god of war, Hera, the queen of heaven, Athena, the god of wisdom, Gaia, the god of the earth, Tartarus, the god of the abyss, etc., all the gods have descended. Akame Killer World, Asteth, Boss, Tatsumai, Hill and others also went on the battlefield. 5 Elements World, 5 Elements Elemental Mage appeared. Valoran World, Happy Windman Compression, Happy Wind Woman Sword Girl, Transcendent Level Bing Dima, Ruthless Iron Hand, Blind Boy all appeared. As many worlds gradually appeared, Immortal Cultivation World also felt great pressure. Among them, the Western mythical world, the combat power is not weak. As a mythical world, even if these characters have not yet reached their peak. But the strength is also considered high-end combat power among many worlds. As soon as Poseidon, the god of the sea, made a move, the trident swept out, and the water power contained in the water monsters rushed out. Nether King Hades summoned a large group of three-headed hellhounds, which were powerful and numerous. Zeus slashed with the lightning sword, and endless thunder descended. Prometheus, Ares, Gaia, Cyclops, Titans, also made moves. Ahiram mythical world held back a large number of monks and forces in the Immortal Cultivation World. The combat power of the mythical world is indeed much stronger than that of the mortal world. If the time is not too short, the players cannot improve their strength. Many characters in the mythical world can improve their strength again. Seeing that this group of mythical characters caused great trouble to the monks. Human race nascent soul monks and core formation monks were helpless. Soul formation masters stood in the forefront. Soul formation realm masters have a deep understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Nascent soul core formation monks can only rely on their own spiritual power to attack human race monks. Soul formation realm masters can use the power of heaven and earth to fight against the enemy by activating the laws of heaven and earth, which is undoubtedly greatly increased. Even if the opponent is a mythical character, he can't do anything to soul formation monks in a short time. The war between the two sides fell into a fierce bloody battle. There were casualties every moment. The number of people on the World Alliance side is indeed larger. But the quality levels are uneven, and the combat power varies greatly. Immortal Cultivation World is different. Even the core formation realm cultivators have very good combat power. The nascent soul realm continues to be the backbone, and some nascent soul realm cultivators can even take charge and suppress the armies of one world. Soul formation realm cultivators directly confront mythical characters. Even as strong as the earth god Gai, he cannot get any advantage from the soul formation realm strong men. For a while, the two sides launched a brutal tug-of-war. Sure enough, this immortal cultivation world is terribly strong. Lu Yunggong secretly rejoiced in his heart that he had found a bunch of cannon fodder to help him share the pressure. If he had fought against the immortal cultivation world alone, the loss would have been huge. Even if he could barely win, it would have been a miserable victory. He did not attack immediately, but slowly paddled. Let the Alliance army and the Immortal Cultivation World consume each other first. After the Immortal Cultivation World's status declined, he would attack with thunder. Moreover, Lu Yunggong is very good at acting. Although he was just paddling, he acted as if he was trying very hard, making it difficult for people to doubt him. An hour passed. The entire battlefield had been broken into pieces. Many worlds rushed to the front and suffered heavy casualties. Like the pirate world, now the 4 emperors and 3 generals and other strong men have been wiped out. Only Luffy's group is left barely holding on. A soul formation realm monk fought with the mythical character. The aftermath of the battle hit, and Luffy's group was directly wiped out. The pirate world rushed the fastest and was also destroyed the fastest. The players of this world looked at everything in front of them in disbelief, and the whole person collapsed on the ground decadently. The characters in the world that were finally gathered together were wiped out like this. He suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had not joined this battle at that time, perhaps his world would not be destroyed so quickly. At this moment, his world has not been destroyed yet. But most of the characters have been destroyed, leaving only a few cats and dogs. Even these are still on the verge of being destroyed at any time. Without the support of powerful figures, the so-called Hades world is just an empty shell. In the following cruel Myriad Worlds war, they will die. There are many other worlds like Hades world. And the number is still increasing. Because the combat power of Immortal Cultivation World is too strong. One soul formation realm can beat a group of them. Many players began to retreat in their hearts. If they had known earlier, they should not have participated in this war. These people are regretting it. Chapter 61. In the 100 worlds, some people have been wiped out. Such as the Sea World and the Magma World. These worlds are the real cannon fodder. But a few worlds have strong fighting power. Many Ultramen appeared in the Ultra World. Blue Star's popular King Tiga, who is 100 meters tall, appeared as a red powerful type. This form is very good at hand-to-hand combat. He happened to meet the Zombie King. The two strong men with strong physiques shattered the entire land they were in as soon as they fought. The entire mountain range collapsed instantly within a radius of 100 miles, forming a huge valley. Tiga directly released his ultimate move, and the Zapaleo beam flew out. The entire mountain range was instantly cut in half. The Zombie King has thick skin and flesh. In the past 10 years, its body has been refined with secret methods. The strength is 10 times stronger than the heavenly rank Law Treasure. After being hit hard, the Zombie King only had a slight scratch on the outside of his body, and was not hurt at all. Bang! The huge claws of the Zombie King slammed on Tiga's head. The huge force made Tiga lose his balance and sway. The 6-armed Zombie King's attacks fell like raindrops. With the powerful tail, the attack was extremely violent. Even if the powerful Tiga was good at close combat, he could only passively take the beating when encountering a monster like the Zombie King. If it weren't for Tiga's good defense, he wouldn't have been able to resist until now. The powerful Tiga quickly transformed into a blue-purple aerial form. Not wanting to play close combat with the Zombie King, he flew into the air, trying to get rid of the Zombie King's crazy attack. But Tiga didn't expect that the huge Zombie King also had folded wings behind him. Even with a huge body hundreds of feet high, the Zombie King can still fly easily. And the speed is extremely fast and extremely agile. Tiga never expected that this huge monster could actually fly. And faster than him? Are all monsters so powerful now? 510. Tiga's crystal eyes were almost blinded by the light. He tried to fly at the fastest speed. Under normal circumstances, Mach 7 is the maximum. Now at the critical moment of life and death, Tiga ran for his life and his speed directly broke through Mach 9. This is already his limit. The Zombie King is extremely fast and easily breaks the sound barrier and reaches supersonic speed. With a body comparable to that of a soul formation realm strongman, his body strength has long been able to ignore the resistance brought by the air. 3 times the speed. 5 times the speed of sound. 8 times the speed of sound. 10 times the speed of sound. The Zombie King is faster than Tiga. He started later but arrived first. The Zombie King flew to the top of Tiga's head, shouted angrily, and stepped down. Tiga's heart collapsed. After all, he is the strongest giant of light. He has always been the one to beat monsters. When has he been beaten by a monster like this? Tiga wanted to dodge, but he couldn't dodge the angry blow from the Zombie King. He could only transform into a powerful type immediately to greatly increase his defense. At the same time, he tried his best to resist, with his arms above his head, hoping to reduce some of the force. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of violent bone/head/ breaking sounded. The Zombie King stepped on Tiga and seriously injured him. The players of Ultra World were stunned. His faith, his idol. It took a lot of effort to become like this, but he was defeated so easily. In an instant, his inner pillars were almost broken. Tiga, with his arms broken, became a sandbag. He was kicked around by the Zombie King. The huge giant of light now has no dignity at all. If the children on Blue Star saw it, society would be furious. The players of Ultra World turned their heads quickly. He suddenly thought of a scene. In the theatrical version, Tiga was defeated by the final dark/evil, God Gatenja, turned into a stone statue, and lost his vitality. It was the power of faith in light in the hearts of children from all over the planet that saved and revived Tiga again. Moreover, the revived Tiga evolved again. He directly transformed into Shining Tiga and defeated the final boss, the dark/evil god Gaitenja. Light, yes, light. The Ultra World players seemed to have found the last straw. System, exchange for strong sunlight. Ultra players spent a huge amount of world points in the Myriad Worlds system and exchanged for a strong sunlight. After using it, the most dazzling and brightest sunlight appeared on the battlefield. The extremely dazzling light directly turned the battlefield into daylight. The whole world seemed to be on fire, with extremely high temperature and brightness. Both sides hurriedly closed their eyes. Those who were too weak were blinded on the spot. Although most people have good combat power, they cannot resist the temperature and brightness of the stars. FK, UBD, what are you doing? My undead army is most afraid of this scorching sun. You are ganking your teammates. F/K, my dark magician hates light the most. Are you sure you didn't let your teammates down? The 100 Worlds Alliance was cursing. Their strength levels were uneven. For some small worlds, the ceiling of combat power was only the level of breaking a mountain. When encountering this kind of star-level light, it turned into a ball of air and could not be avoided. The situation on the monk's side was slightly better. It turned out to be the light of an ancient star. Everyone be careful. A soul formation realm master hurriedly opened his own barrier, trying his best to keep the dazzling light and scorching heat out. One soul formation realm master after another took action, and the sky-wide barrier was opened. If it was the real sun star light, even if it was just a ray, it would be enough to melt everything. Even the soul formation realm mighty, Yi himself could not protect himself. But the exchanged sunlight was not the strongest sunlight of the sun star. It was a weakened version of the sunlight. With the help of the soul formation realm mighty, the monk army did not suffer too much damage. Except for the first dozen or so core formation monks who did not have time to dodge. The monk army completely withstood this wave of light. On the contrary, the 100 realms hurt themselves a lot. Lu Yunggong cursed in his heart. How could he meet such a pit/daddy teammate? He pitted himself? But the next moment, everyone gathered in the center of the battlefield. There, a tall giant stood between heaven and earth. The height reached an astonishing 200 meters, the weight was 30 tons, and the speed could easily exceed 10 times the speed of sound. The punch force could easily reach 200,000 tons. It could withstand high/low temperatures of 30,000 degrees. It could walk directly on the surface of the sun and shuttle between extreme cold without worrying about getting hurt. This is the giant after evolution. Shining Tiga. The real giant of light. Tiga, who absorbed a ray of sunlight, added a touch of gold on the basis of the composite form. This form is even more powerful than the Shining Tiga that appeared on the screen. The Ultra World player jumped up with joy. He knew that he had made the right bet. Although Beja was still cursing. But seeing such a powerful giant of light, they still focused their attention on Tiga. In front of Shining Tiga, stood the Zombie King, who was a little confused. Just now, this guy was beaten by him in various ways. How come he suddenly robbed so many? All the injuries on his body have recovered? The Zombie King guessed that it should be related to the previous light. It quickly attacked, and its huge sharp claws slashed at Shining Tiga. Cha! Shining Tiga shouted softly. Raised his hand and punched out, hitting one of the Zombie King's arms. Bang! The Zombie King groaned in pain. A huge hole appeared in one of its arms. It was blasted through by Shining Tiga. The Zombie King was somewhat unbelievable. His body had evolved several times and was refined by ancient cultivation methods. The strength of the body was comparable to that of heavenly rank law treasure 10 times. Whether it was the degree of solidity or the level of life, it should have evolved and improved. How could it be blasted through? At the moment of spirit partitioning, Shining Tiga attacked again. In an instant, 3 of the 6 arms of the Zombie King were directly blasted through. The huge claws were broken. The Zombie King knew that he was no match for the giant of light in front of him, and hurriedly retreated. This scene formed a sharp contrast with the previous ordinary Tiga being chased and beaten. It only took a few minutes. In an instant, the morale of the 100 realms was high. Well done, we finally got rid of our anger for the 100 worlds. Kill that 6-armed monster, it just beat my iron fist caught in Buddha's warring states into a cake. Go, Tiga, take our hope and light, we believe in you, you are the eternal giant of light. Go, Shining Tiga, I also admired you. Haha, this time, I wonder how these Qi refining warriors can deal with it. The people who have been suppressed and beaten all feel proud at this moment. Morale soared, and they were excited. Lu Yunggong was also very happy in his heart. If he could easily destroy the Immortal Cultivation World, he would not have to do it himself. In the center of the battlefield, Shining Tiga reached the extreme speed and broke the sound barrier in an instant. 10 times the speed of sound. Immediately caught up with the injured Zombie King. Cha! Shining Tiga punched hard, and another giant claw of the Zombie King was directly shattered. The Zombie King was kicked to the ground again, and his huge body shook the entire battlefield. It's over, monster! Transcendent level version, Zapaleo Ray. Shining Tiga spread his hands and released a ray of light from his right arm. The army of the 100 realms immediately went crazy, and their morale soared to the extreme. On the side of the monk army, there were already several Soul Formation Realm people who could take action. But the Zombie Kings of the same Soul Formation Realm were no match for Shining Tiga. These monks were also unable to do anything to Shining Tiga. The Zombie King closed his huge and ugly eyes. Is it finally going to die? Ka ka ka. The space shook endlessly, and the void was completely turned into dust. A bright moon rose from the sky. The strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, exclusive to the monk world. A bright moon rises on the sea. I saw a Daoist walking slowly on the distant mountain peak. The white clothes are whiter than snow, the eyebrows are sharp and the eyes are bright, the head is wearing a golden crown, and the hands are behind the back. Behind him, a huge full moon appears in the sky. It stretches for thousands of miles, huge and unmatched. Under the moon, there are endless waves. A breeze blows, and the waves stir up ripples. The young man in white clothes walks on the surging sea with his hands behind his back. There is an invincible belief and temperament between his eyebrows. The moment people see him, they seem to lose all confidence and courage, and want to kneel on the ground and worship the young man. His aura is unpredictable, more terrifying than soul formation. Astral Projection Realm. Chapter 62. Astral Projection Realm. The soul condenses into primordial spirit, which can leave the body. Even if the body is destroyed, the primordial spirit can survive between heaven and earth. Foundation Building Realm, Core Formation Realm, Nascent Soul Realm. The soul is very fragile. Although nascent soul monks can also achieve the state of nascent soul leaving the body. But compared with the soul transforming primordial spirit, it is completely not on the same level of life. Primordial spirit is a higher level form. Just like a monkey and a normal human. At first glance, they are similar, but in fact, they are very different. In addition, compared with soul formation realm monks, the understanding of the laws of heaven and earth is more profound. If the soul formation realm monk is just a little punk who gestures with a knife, then the astral projection realm monk is a powerful swordsman holding a knife. The understanding of the knife between the two is completely the difference between a child and an elite swordsman. Or, it is the difference between an ordinary student and a university professor. This difference has already produced a qualitative change. The heaven and earth phenomena. It is the supreme divine ability that the astral projection monks condensed through great opportunities, great fortune, great perseverance, and great wisdom. Once the phenomena appeared, the heaven and earth changed color. The mysterious and profound laws of heaven and earth can be used by the astral projection monks. This is the horror of the astral projection realm. A huge bright moon was lifted up on the sea, and waves swept across the 8 rooms. A heaven and earth phenomenon directly covered the shining Tiga in the center of the battlefield. A wave of waves flew. The space was directly penetrated by the waves. Transmigrate thousands of miles, directly hit shining Tiga. In a thousandth of a second, he arrived alive. The big move released by Tiga was forcibly smashed in the air. The whole process was done in one day. The zombie king narrowly avoided a disaster. With the help of the human race soul formation monks, he quickly escaped. The young man in white stood on the sky with fluttering sleeves, unmoving and calm, suppressing all directions. He was like a real king. The whole battlefield was shocked. DAF. Almost all the armies of the 100 realms took a deep breath. Thousands of miles apart, he was still able to arrive first. Interrupted shining Tiga's 10 times the speed of sound attack. How powerful is this? It was like an illusion. But everyone knew that this was not an illusion. Someone pinched his arm and felt a pain. They knew that this was real. Shining Tiga, the first existence to suppress Xiu Yuan. At this moment, the attack was easily blocked. What does this mean? It means that the young man in white can also easily defeat shining Tiga. Thinking of this, the whole 100 realms was shocked. I'm so proud of you, are you sure this is true? Oh my god, shining Tiga is not his opponent. My faith, my idol, I'm crying. Shining Tiga, I still believe in you. No, this is not true. This should be the opponent's trump card, Immortal Cultivation World, it is really terrifying. This Immortal Cultivation World is hidden too deep, and it has only released such a strong man now. The 100 realms were shocked and suspicious. The morale that had just soared was instantly knocked down. The morale of the monk camp was greatly increased. Astral Projection Realm strongmen, true king-level figures. Each of them can suppress the 4 directions. With the protection of Astral Projection Realm strongmen, the monk camp does not have to worry about being suppressed by the opponent's high-end combat power. Kill! A soul formation realm monk roared, and the Thunder Dao descended. Thunder is everywhere. Many characters from the 3 worlds were instantly blasted into charcoal. The already broken earth instantly split open a valley hundreds of feet deep. The broken cracks were like spider webs, spreading throughout the battlefield. The cracks were crisscrossed, and some weak ones would die if they fell down. With someone taking the lead, the other monks also reacted and took action. Law treasure, flying swords, talismans, and formation diagrams were scattered all over the battlefield like flowers scattered by heaven. The monk army easily turned the situation around and suppressed the army of the 100 worlds again. Above the sky, the young man in white stood still. Standing on the waves, standing under the bright moon, overlooking the entire battlefield, calm and self-assured, the silk dust had no intention of taking action. But it was precisely because of this that it was enough to shock people. The ace did not take action, and a sharp sword hung over the heads of all the enemy troops. This sharp sword could stab down at any time. It made it impossible for the army of the 100 worlds to devote themselves to the battle, and they were always in spirit partitioning. This also created opportunities for the modified army, making it easier to gain the upper hand. Shining Tiga was dealing with it on the battlefield. At this moment, his invincible belief in his heart began to waver. He shone with the blazing light of the sun, which had surpassed all his previous forms. He reached the strongest form and thought he could sweep the battlefield. But at the critical moment, he was easily blocked. What made him most uncomfortable was the young man seemed to be strolling in his own backyard, calm and at ease. When he made a move just now, it seemed as casual as just brushing off the dust. In other words, he was not really taken seriously by the other party at all. What kind of contempt is this? The belief in Shining Tiga's heart gradually collapsed. The invincible confidence was almost unable to support it. But looking at the boy looking at him from behind, he once again held up his confidence in his heart. Tiga, I will always believe in you. The player of Ultra World is a boy. Although he felt very uncomfortable in his heart, he still cheered for Tiga. Shining Tiga nodded gently, indicating that he knew. Cha! Shining Tiga rushed into the sky. He had to fight for the boy who supported him. For the light, for the faith, for the people who believed in him. Shining Tiga went at full speed, breaking through 10 times the speed of sound. Break through again, reaching 15 times the speed of sound. Break through again, reaching 20 times the speed of sound. This was his fastest speed. At this speed, he hit with all his strength. Speed plus strength. The strength far exceeded the normal 20 tons. The strength reached a terrifying 2 million tons. One punch was enough to completely smash an entire mountain range. One punch was enough to tear apart an island. One punch was extremely eternal. With the last belief, Shining Tiga resolutely rushed to the sky, the young man in white standing on the waves. It is courageous to do it knowing that it is impossible. But there is a huge gap between our strengths. You will never be my opponent. The young man in white shook his head, a little regretful. Shining Tiga is not bad. Both sides just stood on their own positions and had to be enemies. If it weren't for the young man in white, Shining Tiga would never have died so young. But, this is war. Cruel and real. A trace of pity flashed through the young man's mind. The movement of his hand was not ambiguous at all. He would never show mercy when he should strike. A strong man in the astral projection realm has a firm heart and will never waver. The young man in white was seen standing on the waves. A light stroke. The waves under his feet kept surging. It turned into a huge palm and condensed on the sea surface. Shining Tiga rushed over, carrying an unstoppable momentum, trying to break the vision of opening heaven. But just stepped into the sea of vision. The huge body could not help but sink down, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not keep his balance. Bang! The huge wave palm immediately slapped down when he struggled. It hit Shining Tiga hard. Crack, crack, crack. A sound of breaking sounded from Shining Tiga's body. He looked at the wave palm in front of him in disbelief, and then looked at the young man in white. He fell down unwillingly. Crash! Smashed endless waves. Soon, Shining Tiga was completely swallowed up by the waves and disappeared. It was as if the giant of light had never come to this world. After the young man in white did all this, he waved his hand, and the vision barrier returned to peace again. He still had a smile on his face, making people feel like spring breeze, as if he was an ordinary young man. This scene fell into the eyes of many people, and directly shocked many people speechless. After a long time, someone stammered and said half a sentence. Is this true? The rest of the people remained silent. This is indeed true. It's just that it's unbelievable that it happened to them. High-end combat power was lost in such a short period of time. The army of the 100 Worlds fell to the bottom. The monk army became more and more courageous. With the astral projection realm masters helping them intercept all the high-end combat power, what are they afraid of? Kill them and it's over. Kill, completely destroy this group of alien monsters. The astral projection realm masters guard the sky, I just need to fight forward. I am a human race monk, why hesitate to fight, follow me. Human race, invincible. The shouts of killing shook the sky. The modified army was unstoppable, and it continued to crush the alien army that was already difficult to support. Several worlds were destroyed. The Ultra World players saw their strongest combat power, Shining Tiga, being destroyed, and their faith collapsed directly. Originally, he had a chance to rely on Shining Tiga to make a splash. Now, not only did he have the strongest combat power, but he also lost a lot of world points. As for other ultras, Leo, 7, Cosmos, Mebius, etc. Although they are not weak, they are far behind Shining Tiga. I shouldn't have participated in this battle. I regret it, I shouldn't have. The boy regretted it. If he had stayed in his own world honestly. With many giant Ultramen, it is still very likely to enter the top 100,000. Now, he got carried away and gave his trump card here. Even Shining Tiga did not cause too much damage to Immortal Cultivation World. It's equivalent to giving it away for free. This is a gift. The boy knelt on the world bridge and slapped himself constantly. If he was given another chance, he would definitely not provoke the monster of Immortal Cultivation World again. When the morale of the army of the 100 worlds was low, a person stood up. I'll do it. This person is Qin Ming, a player in the mythical world of Zilla. He holds several powerful trump cards in his hand. Divine King Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, and the other 12 main gods and gods. Each god is at least as good as a soul formation realm monk. Among them, the strong ones, such as Zeus, have surpassed the ordinary soul formation realm and reached the peak of soul formation combat experience. Only one step away from entering the astral projection realm combat power. System, exchange the main god's godhood. Qin Ming spent a lot of world points and exchanged a golden godhood from the system mall. Godhood. It is the symbol of God. It condenses the power, will, and wisdom of God. In the Hiram mythical world he constructed, only the gods who condense the godhood are true gods. The godhood of the spirit ascension is just rock-colored. The godhood of the main god is bright silver. The godhood of the divine king surpasses the spirit ascension and the general main gods. It is gold all over. Zeus, as the divine king of the gods, controls Olympus. Naturally, he has a golden godhead. If he merges another godhead, his life level will be raised again, and his strength will soar. Zhang Tianmen's mind moved, and he merged the main godhead into Zeus' divine body. Zeus only felt that his whole body strength surged rapidly. Soon it reached twice. 3 times. 5 times. 7 times. At the same time, his control and understanding of thunder became more profound. As the main godhead was absorbed by Zeus. Around his body, thousands of feet of thunder appeared, tearing the sky, extremely fascinating. Even other gods who were gods like him did not dare to approach. Thunder. Zeus roared, and billions of thunders were entangled in his body. The energy contained in the red thunder was also absorbed by him. Let his power be as violent and swift as thunder. A thunder sword appeared in front of him. At this moment, he became the true god of sky and thunder. Controlling the sky, holding thunder in his hands. His whole body was more than 10 times stronger than before. His understanding of thunder and sky was also improved. Boom, boom, boom. Red thunder intertwined in the sky. His breath continued to surge. The strength of the peak of soul formation realm was raised to the realm of transcendence. Of course, this method has disadvantages. It is not the godhood born by oneself, but the godhood absorbed by others. It will make Zeus unable to break through in the future. It is equivalent to cutting off the future. At the cost of the future, in exchange for the improvement of the present. Zeus clenched his fists, feeling the terrible power contained in his body, and had already thrown the disadvantages behind his mind. Gods of Olympus, follow me to kill and destroy this group of chi refining warriors. We must tell them who is the orthodoxy of this world. Zeus roared, holding the thunder sword in his hand, and stepped forward. It was like moving through space, ascending to the sky. Now, he didn't even have a trace of courage. Now, he could finally face the heretic chi refining in the sky. Heretic, come on, let me see your strength. Zeus roared, swinging between thunder. Cut down with one sword. Billions of thunder followed. The entire sky near Zeus. It was instantly covered by red thunder. It turned into a sea of thunder. The sky seemed to be shredded and would collapse at any time. This is the wrath of the Divine King. Even the Soul Formation Realm Masters were terrified when they saw this scene. People nearby avoided it, fearing that they would be accidentally touched by the aftermath of the battle between the two people in the sky. With their strength and body strength, if they were touched by a trace of aftermath, they would be directly turned into ashes. The gods of Zilla took action. Poseidon, the god of the sea, summoned a huge sea monster, swallowing the sky and the earth, and its strength was not weaker than that of the Soul Formation Realm monks. Hades summoned the Nether King's spear. A spear blasted out, and the deadly power of the Netherworld continued to spread. It was as if the space between heaven and earth had turned into a netherworld. The vitality of the monks was quickly devoured. Cooperating with the army of the undead world, they were instantly invincible. Grabbing vitality. It was like chopping firewood from under the cauldron. It was even more terrifying than the open fighting. Ares, the god of war, Apollo, the god of the sun, Gaia, the god of the earth, and the Titans all took action. Each of them was a strong man at the Soul Formation Realm level, with fierce strength. It can be said that they blocked nearly half of the power of the monks' army. They had stronger control over their fields, such as the earth, the sun, and fire, and their combat power made people look at them sideways. In the sky, the Thunder Zeus and the young man in white, a war broke out again. Chapter 63. The red thunder released by Zeus submerged the surrounding area, turning it into a sea of thunder. As soon as the thunder came out, it was like a huge thunder dragon, wrapped in endless power. It blasted towards the young man in white. The young man in white had a calm expression from beginning to end. Seeing the big thunder dragon roaring and rushing towards him, he was still calm. With his hands behind his back, he just looked at Zeus. "You heretic chi-refining warrior, how dare you despise Divine King like this?" Zeus' nose was crooked with anger. He was the god of gods, controlling the entire Olympus. He felt good about himself. As a result, the young man in front of him, the Oriental chi-refining warrior, looked calm. Obviously he didn't take him seriously. Shouldn't you be shocked? Shouldn't you be afraid? Shouldn't you kneel down and worship, shouting "Long live Zeus Divine King"? Damn it! The more he thought about it, the angrier Zeus felt. "I will nail you in the thunder and tear you into pieces." Just now, a red dragon of thunder was shot out. Immediately, another sword was slashed out. This time, it was black lightning. Like a dark ghost, it stopped in an instant. At the same time, Zeus raised his palm and gently pulled it together. It seemed that there was an invisible power of heaven and earth, which was being firmly grasped by him. He was not only the god of thunder. He was also the god of the sky. He controlled the space of the sky. No one in the sky could remain undefeated under his attack. Kalong kalong kalong. The sky was distorted and the space was constantly torn apart. Invisible forces acted on all sides. Zeus used the power of space to tear the young man in white into pieces. 3 attacks came almost at the same time. The young man in white stood on the waves, neither sad nor happy, neither surprised nor angry. 10 white fingers slowly stretched out. A 133 ancient zither fell from the bright moon. The ancient zither had ancient colors and fragrance, and a trace of Dao rhyme flows on the body of the zither. The young man sits cross-legged in the void. The zither is placed on his knees. Playing the zither. The sound of the zither is transmitted from the strings. Between the battlefields, it seems that there is a mountain stream flowing, cool and gentle. It eases people's anxious mood. It seems that the spring moon in March falls. It nourishes all things on earth and makes people feel calm. It is more like the evening sun, with residual heat and infinite beauty. It makes people immersed in the sunset and fall asleep gently. The sound of the piano outlines a beautiful vision. It seems that this place is no longer a battlefield. It seems to have turned into a wilderness. It is full of vitality. The sky clears after the rain. Butterflies flutter, birds sing, insects chirp, flowers smell fragrant, and the drizzle of spider silk stops, accompanied by the setting sun. Fish float to the surface of the water. Birds sing loudly. The crops in the fields slowly emerge with new green. Everything is so natural. Everything makes people fall asleep easily. The sound of the piano is not loud, but it is clear to the ear. Even when the shouts of killing were deafening on the battlefield, they were still suppressed by the sound of the piano. It was as if the sound of the piano was sent to everyone's ears. When the monks heard this song, their blood boiled and their spirits were lifted. When the army of the 100 realms heard it, they felt weak all over, their eyelids drooped, and they wanted to close their eyes and fall asleep. Once they fell asleep, they would never wake up again. The soldiers of the 100 realms fell one by one. Even if they closed their eyes, they were smiling. It was as if the dream was so sweet that they didn't want to wake up. Wake up, this is a battlefield. The companions kept shaking the fallen soldiers around them. In the end, they couldn't wake up no matter how they shook. After checking his breath, they found that the man had died. The companions were shocked. This situation happened simultaneously on the entire battlefield. The weaker the strength and the weaker the will, the easier it is to close your eyes and fall asleep. But the monks' army became stronger and stronger as they listened, and all the fatigue and hardship on their bodies disappeared. A large number of soldiers fell one after another on the battlefield. These people did not die in the life and death battle with the monks. They did not die in the world-shaking vision. They were not affected by the aftermath of the battle. They just heard a piece of music. Horror. These two words appeared in the minds of many armies of the 100 worlds at the same time. Just a wisp of piano music can make people imagine, distract their minds, fall into a dream, and then die. Killing people invisibly. Without bloodshed. Who dares to despise? This is, the astral projection realm strongman. So terrifying. Quick, everyone, cover your ears. Don't listen to this piano music, there is something wrong with the piano music. Quickly cover your ears. Many players notified their soldiers and asked them not to stop the young man in white from playing. But the music played by the young man in white seemed to be directly implanted in the brain. Even with helpless ears, it can still be heard clearly. Even if they resisted, it would not work. Some people were furious and slashed themselves with a sword. They wanted to use extreme pain to keep themselves from falling asleep. But they could only hold on for 1 or 2 breaths. Then, their eyelids would become heavy and they would feel drowsy. Everyone looked at the young man in white sitting in the void in the sky with awe. For the first time, they didn't know how to break the situation. Compared with the army of hundreds of worlds on the battlefield. Even more surprised were the Myriad Worlds players who were watching the battlefield live broadcast through the live broadcast room. Myriad Worlds chat. Heavenly World. Ghost World, my goodness, is this the strength of Immortal Cultivation World? Fortunately, I didn't get involved in this matter, otherwise I wouldn't even know how it ended. Journey to the West World, don't mention it, the combat power of this Immortal Cultivation World is really strong. Primordial World, hi. Sundara.jpg. Forbidden Technique World, without using the Great Forbidden Technique, I don't think I have a chance to fight the enemy. Even if I use the Great Forbidden Technique, I can only fight with difficulty. This Immortal Cultivation World is too strong. Marvel World, I think only Dormammu, Odin, Hela, and Purple Sweet Potato can fight against it. It is really strong. Zangdi World, this young man in white is not weak. I must bring out the Lord of the Forbidden Land to try. Puppet World, I feel that even if I use all my strength, all the puppets will turn into ashes in front of this young man in white. Ancient Clan World, I used to think that the anger of the ancient gods was the most terrible thing in the world. Now I find that in front of the Immortal Cultivation World, the ancient gods have to think twice. Honghuang World, look at you one by one, aren't you just the Immortal Cultivation World? Gong Huang, can suppress him steadily. Zhangdi World, hehe, let me put it this way, unless I send out Saint and Great Emperor, I dare not say that I can suppress the other party. I don't know where your blind confidence comes from. Honghuang World, at Zhangdi World, you should understand that my Honghuang World is the origin of the myriad worlds. Even if you cultivate immortals, you are just the afterimage of Honghuang World. Marvel World, at Honghuang World. At most, your combat ceiling is higher and your potential is greater. But with the same resources, you may not be the opponent of Immortal Cultivation World. Zhangdi World, I know Honghuang is indeed not weak, but you don't need to practice. Don't need resources. Under the same conditions, can you really suppress Immortal Cultivation World? Honghuang World, how can this be? I'm leaving, you guys chat slowly. Warm reminder, Honghuang World has left the group chat. Emperor Burial World, this guy is too self-righteous. Puppet World, Immortal Cultivation World feels really strong, this army of 100 worlds seems to be about to overturn. Forbidden Technique World, someone wanted to pick up the leak before, go now, pick up the leak. I will beat you into a fool if I don't beat you into a fool. Ancient Clan World, I guess those who pick up the leak will be beaten into slag before they get close. That young man in white can sweep the whole world by himself. Journey to the West World, this Immortal Cultivation World will definitely have a place in the 100,000 quota in the future. And it's the front one. Try to make friends with this kind of world, don't offend it. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Myriad Worlds player in the live broadcast room, most players gave Immortal Cultivation World a high evaluation. And at this moment in the battlefield, Lu Yunggong's face was gloomy. He never thought the army of hundreds of worlds that he had finally gathered together could not gain the upper hand in Immortal Cultivation World. It was suppressed by the opponent again and again. It has not raised its head until now. Damn, this group of FW. Lu Yunggong was furious. He was pulling the army of 100 worlds to consume the combat power of the Immortal Cultivation World. But until now, the Immortal Cultivation World has not consumed much. The army of 100 worlds has consumed a lot. This is undoubtedly a slap in his face. What a slap in the face! He was so aggressive before. Now he is beaten like this. He was about to make a strong move. But after thinking about it, he decided to wait and see for a while. Wait until all these cannon fodders are dead, then I will use the big killing weapon. Lu Yunggong hesitated for a moment, but still endured it. On the battlefield sky, the thunder field released by Zeus was shaken by the sound of the piano, and it exploded in the air. The thunder dragon and the black thunder ghost approached the bright moon phenomenon barrier on the sea. It shattered directly and dissipated between heaven and earth. Not only that, the music played by the young man in white made Zeus even more confused. The whole person was impatient and restless, like a mad baboon, and looked completely lacking the majesty of the divine king, which was very funny. Zeus didn't know why this happened, and his mood seemed to be controlled by the sound of the piano. Get out! Zeus shook his head and shouted angrily. He blocked the sound of the piano. But just after blocking the sound of the piano in his mind, the sound of the piano in reality turned into silk threads and released. The sound of the piano turned into silk. This can only be achieved by the supreme understanding of the Tao. The young man in white understood the Tao of music. Between heaven and earth, the Tao of music is extremely unpopular. The Tao of the five elements, the king of gold, wood, water, and fire. It is the most common Tao. The second is thunder, yin and yang, and so on. Music, rarely seen. There are few predecessors in this Tao, and there is little information. If you want to practice, you have to rely on talent. You can comprehend the Tao of music to a very deep level. The power is no less than that of thunder and fire. It can even be said that these elemental laws can be easily crushed. The white-clothed young man has mastered the rhythm of the law. He has mastered all kinds of attack methods. This rhythm of the law condenses into a solid body and turns into a thread, which is one of its wonderful uses. The law thread is sharp and unmatched, like a sword from the sky. It falls all over the sky. The void is directly cut into pieces. The billions of thunders around Zeus are cut one by one. It seems that this rhythm of the law thread is the sharpest existence in the world. Don't even think about it. Zeus shouted softly, and waved the thunder sword repeatedly. A thunder field was unfolded again. Infinite thunder power annihilated everything. The space and time of heaven and earth stopped. Destroy it all for me. Zeus shouted softly. The thunder sword slashed on the silk thread of the rhythm of the law. But he felt his mouth was numb. The thunder was almost out of control and fell out of his hand. Fortunately, Zeus quickly came to his senses, otherwise his life weapon would be gone. Thump, thump, thump. The white-clothed young man's 10 fingers moved wildly. The rhythm became violent one by one. It was as if thousands of troops were roaring in the battlefield. There were endless beasts furious. It was as if billions of god fiends were roaring and screaming. The whole rhythm became extremely murderous. The white-clothed young man's face became solemn. The whole person changed from being gentle before to being extremely stern. There seemed to be endless corpses in his eyes. Corpse/mountain/blood/sea, Azura purgatory. Endless skeletons spread throughout the world. The young man in white became the master of this sky, controlling life and death, controlling God-fiend, and controlling everything. Zeus just accidentally caught a glimpse of the scene in the young man's eyes. The firm heart of the Divine King began to waver. No, this is not true. Zeus shook his head, trying not to look at the young man's eyes. But he had no choice. The young man in white directly reflected the scene in his eyes on the sky. As long as Zeus was here, he could only see the scene. For a time, the sky was stained with blood, corpses were everywhere, and the ruthless blood/sea waves rolled. The world/hell is just like this. Zeus has experienced countless battles, once destroyed his Titan fathers, and ascended to become the Divine King. He has a strong mind. Countless demons and monsters are exposed and unstoppable in front of him. But now, facing this young man in white, he was confused. In the confusion, there was a trace of doubt. Questioning his yearning heart, questioning everything about himself. No, I am Divine King, the undefeated Divine King, I am Zeus, Lord of Radar. Zeus roared, and the thunder sword surged. Zeus turned into a thunder giant, standing in the thunder. He was crazy. Reason, constantly disappearing. Being eroded by the corpses/mountains of blood/seas in front of him. Not only waving with the giant's sword. It seems to be extremely cruel, but in fact there is no method, and the combat power has dropped greatly. Now Zeus is no longer as extraordinary as before. He is down and out, looking like a wild goose, crazy. Oh no, I've lost my mind. The sea god Poseidon and Hades, the god of the underworld, looked at the sky at the same time on the battlefield, knowing that Zeus was going to lose. The gods of the mythical world rushed to the sky in a hurry. At the same time, they attacked the young man in white. The gods left the battlefield, and the monks were relieved of their pressure. Fighting against the armies of the 100 worlds was easier and more enjoyable. Above the sky, the 12 main gods attacked at the same time, trying to break the terrifying scene reflected in the sky. The young man in white, calm and composed, still sat in the void and played the piano. He faced the 12 main gods alone. And many other gods. But his expression did not change. He fought back and forth with these people, and was not at a disadvantage at all. One person blocked a mythical world with explosive combat power. If this is not considered strong, what is strong? Chapter 64. Core Formation Monks, with one palm strike, tore a Decepticon in two. Megatron carried a big knife and roamed the battlefield. A nascent soul monk descended, and the infant fire spewed out. The tall mechanical statement, Megatron was directly burned. In a minute, it was burned into a pile of rotten shells. Bumblebee turned into a Chevrolet car and tried to escape. A flying sword from the back came first and cut the entire car in half with one sword. Cut it in two with one sword, and the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. Optimus Prime, as the leader of the Autobots, was touched by the aftermath of a soul formation monk's battle. Directly turned into a pile of scrap metal. The so-called mechanical life, in front of the cultivation civilization, is just a pile of walking scrap metal. Many machines in the Autobot world were beaten to pieces. They didn't die, but only had half their lives left. The world of Akame. One by one, the Imperial equipment users holding Imperial equipment advanced on the battlefield. The Lion King transformed into Leon with a lion's head. Although he has strong repair, defense, and attack power. A core formation monk slapped Leon and sent him flying. Tatsumai, who was wearing the armor of the devil, saw Leon being slapped and sent flying. His body rioted, and the armor evolved again. His strength soared. The core formation monk took a closer look. He seems to be very powerful. A slap sent him flying. Asteth, the Ice Imperial tool, sealed the eastern space-time. Everyone within a radius of 100 feet was frozen. The Zombie King rushed from a distance and directly broke the space-time domain. Asteth was also unable to resist. Many Imperial tool users in the Akame/world were also sent to the monk. 30 worlds of the Heroic Spirit World. Type Moon World. Guardian Spirit World. Dragon Ball World. Toaru Meijutsu World. Giant World. Kurumi World. Qin World. Lighthouse Cage World. Zerg World. Alien World. Anaconda World. Titan World. Predator World. Under the suppression of the monks, most of them can only flee for their lives. The military power of these worlds is not high. In front of the world of cultivation, they can only be beaten. A few worlds can barely fight with the monks for a few rounds. Such as the Dragon Ball world. A transcendent level scion in full power form. One punch smashed the entire battlefield. There are several such scions. The full power of the transcendent level scion cost me a lot of money, so now it's my turn to be in the limelight. The players of the Dragon Ball world laughed. The gods are carrying it in the sky. Without the interference of the young man in white. He was confident that his transcendent level scion could sweep the entire battlefield. Super Scion, crush them. The player gave the order confidently. The 4 transcendent level scions broke the sound barrier and easily reached 5 times the speed of sound. With a flash, they disappeared from the spot. One of the super scions came to a core formation monk. He punched down with a force of 10,000 kilograms. The core formation monk hurriedly held a talisman in front of him. The talisman turned into a shield. This was his trump card that he had been specially refining for many years. The super scion punched through the shield law weapon directly. The core formation monk was also penetrated. Another super scion came to the nascent soul monk. Ha! The super scion punched out with a swift posture. The pupils of the nascent soul monk suddenly shrank into needles. This punch was too fast. The nascent soul monk shook his hand and scattered talismans all over the sky. Flames, swords, thunder, giant axes, and hammers. All kinds of talismans turned into various attacks, trying to stop the super scion. It's useless. The super scion laughed wildly. He punched the nascent soul monk away. A huge hole was broken in the body of the nascent soul monk, and nascent soul was also injured. Various attacks fell on the super scions, causing injuries. But in front of the super scions' terrifying physical fitness, it was difficult to seriously injure them. Wherever the four super scions passed, core formation and nascent soul were defeated. How dare a few hairy monsters commit crimes? A soul formation master came on a spirit boat. He specialized in the art of body refining. The body was very strong. Not only did Qi refining reach the soul formation realm, body refining also reached the soul formation realm. He raised his hand and punched the super scion. The super scion did not dodge. The two punched each other fiercely in the air. The air was directly blown up. Wherever the two passed, the land of 100 miles was broken one after another. Each punch was enough to crush an entire mountain range. The two gradually moved into the depths of the world. The other three transcendent level scions also arrived, wanting to unite to encircle and suppress the nearby nascent soul and core formation. Are you bullying me that there is no one in the Immortal Cultivation World? Several soul formation realm masters came from afar. Soul formation vs Super Scion. The three Super Scions have extremely strong combat power. They are not inferior to soul formation in the duel, but have certain advantages. In terms of speed, they can easily reach 10 times the speed of sound. In terms of strength, they can crush stars with one punch. In terms of agility, they can dodge hundreds of attacks in the air. In terms of defense, they can recover even if they are beaten half to death, and they will become stronger. Several super scions give the soul formation realm a headache. The dense Zerg, alien, and undead have gathered into a legion of tens of millions, moving forward to the front of the world. In addition, the world bridge behind them is still gathering Zerg, alien, and undead armies. They are constantly rushing forward. The combat power of these races is not very good. They are just a little stronger than ordinary people. But they can't stand the large number. You are strong, but there are few. I will drown you with numbers. Someone once said that the Zerg failed not because they were too weak, but because there were not enough bugs. The densely packed bugs occupied the entire nearby world. Wherever you look, there are bugs. People with trypophobia would probably be scared/neeb when they see this. A ball of fire burned hundreds of them to death. The earth just revealed a blank space. The next second, densely packed bugs covered it and filled the gap. The key is that these bugs, aliens, and undead don't know what fear is. They are fearless and continue to fall one after another, covering the sky and the earth. It is hard to defend against, and it is impossible to beat them and destroy them completely. If you retreat, they will chase you. If you fight, they will consume you with numbers. I have seen people who spend money, but I have never seen people who spend their lives. The body crawled by the bugs will immediately turn into a forest of white bones. Then, join the army of undead and become an undead. At this moment, the happiest person is Cai Dingnan, a player in the world of undead. When soldiers from other worlds fall, they are lost. And he is in the world of the dead. There is a great necromancer. As long as the great necromancer casts a spell, all the characters from other worlds who fall will become members of the army of the dead. Now, in the army of the dead, Autobots, the four emperors of the sea, bugs, ninjas, imperial tools, pythons, iron-blooded warriors, titans. Those who die will become undead after the great necromancer casts a spell. As long as there are dead lives on the battlefield, I can continue to expand my troops. Cai Dingnan smiled sinisterly. He came to join the war, not to defeat the Immortal Cultivation World. If he can really defeat it, that would be the best. If he can't defeat it, then he can achieve his goal. Because he came here to expand his troops. The army of 100 worlds attacked the Immortal Cultivation World at the same time. It will inevitably cause a large number of casualties. These dead soldiers can all become his soldiers, Cai Dingnan. With the strength of both sides constantly weakening, Cai Dingnan basically made a profit. Moreover, even if the undead were transformed into undead, they would carry with them some of their previous experiences. For example, a nascent soul monk died. After being transformed into an undead by a necromancer, the strength of the nascent soul monk could be retained by 70% of that in his previous life. It was about the peak of core formation. At the beginning, when he joined the war, the undead army had only 30,000 people. Now it has expanded to 100,000, and the number is still expanding. Most of the newly transformed undead soldiers are even stronger than his original undead army. A huge profit. Hey, Lu Yunggong, you still want to use me? Do you really think you are the smartest in the entire myriad worlds? Cai Dingnan sneered. He had long seen Lu Yunggong's plan to pull people as cannon fodder. It's just that he had never pierced Lu Yunggong's disguise. He also took advantage of the situation and joined the army of the 100 Worlds to recruit undead. Hehe, let's see who can take advantage and who will suffer now. Cai Dingnan was very proud. He and Lu Yunggong are the same kind of people. They are good at calculating, meticulous, and very cunning. It is impossible to let people like them suffer. 647 Watching the undead army grow more and more. In order to protect the undead army, Cai Dingnan chose to slow down the army's march. Let the soldiers from other worlds rush to the front first, and he kept transforming in the back. The battlefield strangulation fell into a white hot. Every minute and every second, people from various worlds died. Both sides suffered heavy losses. More than 100 World Alliance armies, more than a dozen were completely destroyed. There are more than 20 worlds that have been crippled. Only more than 70 worlds are left with the power to fight. It has only been a few hours since the beginning. This speed makes the people watching the live broadcast in the live broadcast room scalp numb. There are people constantly brushing messages on the barrage. FK, if it were me, I would probably just go in and be cannon fodder. I admire the boss of Immortal Cultivation World. He has been besieged by so many worlds and has been able to withstand it. He has not collapsed at all. He is so awesome. It's really awesome. I suddenly realized that I can only be a horse with the boss of Immortal Cultivation World. Brother in front, if you go to work as a lackey for the boss, he may not accept you. It hurts. That's right. Look at his dreamy combat power. Do you think he needs lack of lackeys? I want to be a flatterer for the boss, just hoping that the boss can defeat me. I feel that the army of the 100 Worlds is too weak. So many people can't do anything to the Immortal Cultivation World. So what if there are many people? Haven't you heard that there is another saying in the Immortal Cultivation World, one person is a section? I know. One person is a powerful section. One person can suppress a group of people. The monks of the Immortal Cultivation World are really powerful. Look at the young man in white. He fights a group of gods by himself. Isn't one person a sect? Oh, if I had known, I would have chosen the Immortal Cultivation World. It's hard to say. Choosing a strong great world depends on each person's opportunity. Anyway, the boss is the boss. I must remember to never provoke this big guy. In the barrage, almost all of them praised Immortal Cultivation World. This is the praise of Myriad Worlds player for Immortal Cultivation World. Chapter 65. The battlefield has been torn apart. The people kept moving the battlefield, and the fighting became more and more fierce. Everyone was bloodthirsty. If they evacuated at this time, the previous attack would be completely in vain. All the efforts were completely wasted. It looks like it's almost my turn to take action. Lu Yunggong looked at the time. 6 hours have already passed. 6 hours is neither long nor short. There are more than 100 worlds in total. Up to now, 1/3 of the army of the 100 worlds has lost its combat history. 1/3 of the remaining worlds have also suffered heavy losses. Only less than 30 worlds have relatively intact combat power. If it continues, when more of the army of the 100 worlds dies, the Immortal Cultivation World may turn around and crush them. Lu Yunggong pondered in his heart. He wanted to use these worlds as cannon fodder. But he was also afraid of going too far. If he went too far, it would not only be a slap in the face. There would be no chance to destroy the Immortal Cultivation World in the future. The Immortal Cultivation World is indeed very strong. The more so, the more I, Lu Yunggong, will devour you. Lu Yunggong pushed the black-framed glasses on his nose and showed a crazy and cruel smile. Well, now it's my showtime. Lu Yunggong's fingers swiped quickly on the system. In the technological world, AI robots are being built on the assembly line in huge factories. As Lu Yunggong gave the order, all the busy robots stopped their work and gathered in the open space outside the factory. The earth opened the lid. The ground had been hollowed out to form an underground warehouse. Advanced stealth bombers slowly drove out of the underground warehouse. These stealth bombers are extremely beautiful, the kind that a tough guy will fall in love with at first sight. There is no redundancy. Every design is just right. A little more is too much, and a little less is too little. The entire shell design uses the most advanced technology. The surface is coated with special materials. It has achieved true invisibility. That is, in front of you, it will not be seen unless it launches an attack to expose itself. It is much more powerful than those stealth bombers on the blue planet that can only be invisible on radar. Really invisible. There are too many black technologies hidden inside. For Blue Star, it is the real future technology, alien technology. It is at least 300 years ahead of Blue Star's most advanced stealth bomber B/2. It can be said that it perfectly combines combat power and appearance. Some people say that for airplanes, the combat power of an airplane with high appearance will not be too bad. That's right. It is simply too perfect to use it on these stealth bombers. Each one is like an elf in the night. In addition to stealth bombers, there are also air combat aircraft. And, 1,000-meter-long interstellar spaceship. Beautiful spaceships, more advanced technology than fighter planes. It contains many functions such as combat, life, training, research and development, warehousing, and transportation. The combat power of an interstellar spaceship is comparable to that of a planet. If it is against Blue Star, it basically kills Blue Star in seconds. In addition, rows of robots are neatly arranged. Their bodies integrate knowledge from various disciplines, such as bionic technology, AI technology, metal manufacturing technology, mixed martial arts, gun skills, driving, repair, medical treatment, psychology, religion, social behavior, etc. Every discipline mastered by the combat robots has reached the Great Master or even Grand Master level. It can be said that a robot contains more information and knowledge than a university professor on the Blue Star. Compared with combat power, it perfectly crushes the top human race special forces. Even the best fighting masters, such as gold belt winners of MMA and UFC, such as boxing champion Tyson. In front of the combat robots, they are completely scum, and almost one move can kill several. These combat robots have also been carefully modified by Lu Yunggong. Each combat robot is equipped with a small nuclear fusion reactor. Yes, that's right, the kind installed on Iron Man's chest. In this way, each combat robot can have unlimited battery life. The number of such robots is as high as 100,000. And they are still being manufactured in the factory. In addition, the mushroom delivery vehicle was tested. Intercontinental missiles, mobile head delivery vehicles and micro-launchers were all manufactured and upgraded. They all have stealth capabilities. Imagine a mushroom egg with great destructive power, invisible in front of the enemy, and then detonated at close range. That scene. It's so beautiful that I dare not watch it. In the technological world, a large number of weapons are ready. Lu Yunggong transported a large number of weapons to the World Bridge, and was ready to take action at any time when the opportunity arose. The 1,000-meter warship came to the sky above the World Bridge, ready to go. A row of mushroom launchers were lined up side by side, reaching tens of thousands. The mushrooms themselves have also been modified. The smaller size greatly reduces the possibility of exposure. The wind resistance they face will also be greatly reduced, and the speed can be faster. At the same time, the equivalent is greatly increased. A mushroom of the same size. Lu Yunggong's mushroom is at least 10 times stronger than the mushroom on the blue planet. This is still weak. The strongest ones were even dozens of times more powerful than the most insane ones. It wasn't that Lu Yunggong didn't want to improve. But the upper limit of ordinary mushroom eggs can only be increased to this level. Lu Yunggong is a madman. Any weapon is designed according to the maximum destructive power. Hehe, you have fought enough, it's my turn now. The crazy and morbid smile on Lu Yunggong's face appeared again. All units, pay attention, the first wave, the big Yvonne mushrooms, are released at the same time. Lu Yunggong gave an order. All movable launch vehicles unfolded their brackets. One by one, huge mushrooms began to enter the release state. 10 minutes later, all units were ready. Release. As Lu Yunggong gave the order, tens of thousands of launch vehicles were released at the same time. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. The first batch, a full 10,000 enhanced version of the Big Yvonne mushroom. Fly to the Immortal Cultivation World. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. The invisible mushroom egg, along with a huge tail flame, was cleverly designed to be translucent. It was hard for the people in the battle to tell the difference. When they entered the Immortal Cultivation World, the core formation monks could hardly detect it. The nascent soul monks were slightly more sensitive and could sense that something was flying. The faces of the soul formation monks changed wildly. Only a few worlds with special abilities could detect these attacks in some armies of the 100 worlds. But when everyone wanted to stop it, it was too late. The heavenly fire reigned. It was like a blooming lotus. It was like mushrooms planted in the sky. 3,864 times. This is the data of the weakened version of Big Yvonne. This data is based on the data of the Fat Man mushroom on Sakura Island. The mushroom used for the first time in human history that year. It caused 80,000 deaths. This is the data officially recognized by Sakura. Those data that are buried in the dust of history and not recognized are estimated to be even more horrifying. The experiment at that time. The radius of the fireball produced at the time of the explosion reached 4,600 meters, which exceeded the height of the detonation. The fireball quickly swept the ground. It can be seen from nearly 1,000 kilometers away. The mushroom cloud produced was nearly 40 kilometers wide and about 64 kilometers high, which is more than 7 times the altitude of Mount Everest. The hot wind produced caused severe burns to people 51 kilometers away, and the flash of the explosion could cause severe pain and burns to the eyes of people 43 kilometers away. It even caused cataracts and blindness. The storm pressure was as high as 300 pounds per square inch, pressure equivalent to 210,920.86 kg/m2, just below the detonation point, and it blew outward for nearly 100 kilometers. The test explosion was carried out in the air, but the shock wave transmitted to the blue planet was detected by the Star Country Geological Survey instrument as causing an earthquake of magnitude 5 to 5.25 on the Richter scale. The electromagnetic pulse wave generated caused a 1-hour radio communication window. The atmospheric disturbance caused by it circled the blue planet 3 times. And the most exaggerated thing is, the subplate moved 9 millimeters. The real mushroom egg, in addition to the power of the moment of blooming. There are also a large number of shock waves, air waves, sound waves, infrared rays, and lines, which will form high radiation rain. Pollution of the entire Earth. For hundreds of years, it cannot be lived in or planted. The power is extremely strong. and Lu Yunggong strengthened each big mushroom by at least 10 times. In other words, at least 38,640 times the power of the mushroom that bloomed on Sakura Island that year, nearly 4 times. The stronger ones can reach an astonishing 50,000 times, 60,000 times, or even a crazy 100,000 times. Bloom, lotus. The crazy expression on Lu Yunggong's face appeared on his face. It seems that seeing this big mushroom explode, there is a twisted satisfaction. All the big mushrooms bloomed. Each one of them easily collapsed, crushed, melted, vaporized, and finally dissipated into clouds and smoke. Yes, that's right. More than a dozen towering mountains were vaporized and disappeared. Okay, Zhao. More than 20 rivers were instantly evaporated by the intense temperature of tens of thousands of degrees. All the fish and shrimp in the river turned into ashes. The earth was directly cracked by the scorching heat. The violent shock wave spread tens of thousands of miles away. Anyone attacked by the shock wave would have his internal organs shattered in an instant, and his entire body would be turned into mud. Then, all kinds of extremely penetrating and radiating rays rushed in all directions thousands of miles away. Anyone infected by the rays, even if they were not killed at the moment the mushrooms bloomed, they would instantly break their DNA chains and die. Even the army of monks could not withstand such a terrifying attack. Ordinary mushrooms are fine. But these big /I/1, which have been transformed madly, are simply killer weapons. And they are indiscriminate and full coverage attacks. Tens of thousands of mushrooms, crisscrossing and crisscrossing. The power brought will be doubled. Even monks can't stop it. The entire battlefield. A large number of world armies were directly cleared. In some worlds, all the members in the center of the battlefield were directly ascended to heaven. Even the players didn't see clearly how their people were gone. They only felt a flash of extremely dazzling light that almost blinded people. All their powerful soldiers were gone. Those who were slightly better off and far away from the center of the battlefield. They couldn't escape the radiation of various rays. In the sky, dense black rain fell. Chapter 66. After the bloom, it was a long time. The mushroom cloud dissipated. On the ground, there were huge pits with no end in sight. Each pit was hundreds of miles wide and dozens of miles deep. In the place where the pit was, let alone charcoal, even ashes, there was no definite spot. Not to mention any corpses left. There were huge trenches on the edge of the pit. It was like an abyss, bottomless. The towering mountains that had stood there were broken into pieces because of the war. But at least they were only broken. But now there was no trace of the mountains and rivers. There were only huge pits. This power was not as brutal as a magnitude 10 earthquake. At the scene, the shouting and killing stopped. The fierce strangulation before had disappeared now. Silence. Deathly silence. Whether it was the army of the 100 worlds or the survivors of the monks, they were all shocked by this scene. The previous strangulation, at most, swept across a large area. But how could it be as fierce as this saturation, all-round, indiscriminate, and covering attack? Not only these people, but also other Myriad Worlds players who were watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded. The barrage quickly refreshed the screen. FK, this part-time job is crazy. It's so crazy. How much B/T does it take to make so many mushrooms? And it's still. Woo-woo, the boss is awesome. I just realized that these bosses are more powerful than each other, and I'm really a loser. I feel that I can't achieve such ability in my next life. No, I can't achieve such ability in my 10 lives. Why is the boss so awesome, and I'm so bad? If I had such an awesome back, I would definitely walk sideways like a crab. No wonder the boss of the technology world is so arrogant. It turns out that he is really capable. Excuse me, goodbye. Myriad Worlds chat. Heavenly World is also refreshing the screen. Forbidden Technique World, I always thought my forbidden technique was awesome, but now I've taken a look and found that my forbidden technique is nothing compared to these big mushrooms. Puppet world, this one mushroom is enough to make many worlds suffer. But this guy got tens of thousands of them? Even Tima is not that awesome. Journey to the West world, ahem, I suddenly realized that without sending out gods, these big mushrooms can't be defeated at all. Primordial world, it's just barely good enough. Sundara.jpg. Faith world, those who believe in me will have eternal life. Do you believe in me? Marvel world, I don't believe you, you charlatan. Ancient God world, it's really strong. It shouldn't be difficult for this technological world to be in the top 100,000. Ghost world, it's not just easy. It should be able to be firmly ranked among the top. Marvel world, do you think that the technological world can destroy the Immortal Cultivation World? Ancient God world, it seems that the Immortal Cultivation World has been hit hard this time. You can see that so many Qi refining warriors have been killed. I guess the players of the Immortal Cultivation World are cursing behind their backs. Journey to the West world, to be honest, I think the Immortal Cultivation World is really going to be finished this time. Puppet world, I agree with the above. Forbidden Technique world, it's a pity that such a powerful world, if it hadn't been caught by the technological world, it should have been able to get a good ranking in this assessment. This is getting deep. Whether it's talking about Heavenly World or live broadcast barrage, almost all of them are praising the technology world. When it comes to Immortal Cultivation World, they all feel it's a pity and are not optimistic about Immortal Cultivation World. In the center of the battlefield, in silence, the players behind the Alliance army began to curse. Damn, that BD, he even killed us too. This guy must have done it on purpose. Why didn't he notify us before? There was no news at all. Definitely on purpose. Damn, the family fortune I accumulated with great difficulty was all destroyed in this wave. Damn, I'm going to chop him up. Forget it, I can't beat him, I'll let you go this time. Players from all over the world of the Alliance cursed. But what can they do in the face of the powerful Lu Yunggong? Who knows what tricks Lu Yunggong has behind the scenes? Angry and cowardly is the true portrayal of most players. Most players still cherish their lives very much. But there are also a few players who directly ordered the characters in their own world to rush to the camp where Lu Yunggong is. Lu Yunggong, I know you are listening and can see all this, why are you doing this? Give me an explanation. Aren't we an alliance? The player is from the rubber world. Because the distance from the battlefield very far away, only some characters survived. At this moment, they all rushed to Lu Yunggong's camp. Players talk to Lu Yunggong through these characters. Technological World Camp. A combat robot came out. A humanized smile appeared on the face of the machine. Explain? What kind of person are you, and you are worthy of explaining to me? Lu Yunggong projected his expression on the robot's face through technological sensors. Don't say that I only killed some of you, even if I killed all of you, what can you do to me? Angry? Impotent rage? What's wrong with you, shit tooth? A disdainful smile appeared on the robot's face. As for the so-called allies, of course I treat you as allies, but if you can't even block my most ordinary attacks, what qualifications do you have to become my Lu Yunggong's allies? The robot said quickly, with an extremely arrogant expression. The players of the rubber world were so angry that they almost fainted. Knock I'm going to get you, UGB thing. The players of the rubber world directly attacked Lu Yunggong. But these rubber people are just a bunch of food in front of the technological world. Teams of advanced combat robots rushed out. A huge high-frequency vibration laser knife slid out from the body and cut it easily. The high-temperature and high-frequency laser knife easily cut the flexible and strong rubber into pieces. There were no survivors in the entire rubber world. Facing the siege of thousands of combat robots. In less than 3 minutes, all the rubber people survivors were wiped out. The players in the rubber world held their heads in their hands and were already stunned. He never thought of it. Although the technological world is strong, it is not so strong. His rubber man could not even hold on for 3 minutes. This is undoubtedly a huge humiliation. This scene was also broadcast live. It's cruel. Lu Yunggong even counted his allies. He is really a hero. Dach, Tisk, these alliance armies are completely used as guns by the technological world. So cruel. With strength, scheming, and luck, this technological world is really going to take off. Fortunately, I have no grudges against this technological world, otherwise I would die ugly. Hehe, this guy even counted his allies. You are a stranger, will he let you go? Ah, this kind of person will sell everything for profit, and will not care about friends or not. Hiss, it's really scary to have this kind of person around. Seeing the end of the rubber world, the Alliance army was directly shocked. A world was easily destroyed by the technological army. Until now, I finally know. The technological world did not consider them as allies at all. They were completely used as cannon fodder. And they did it so decisively and cruelly. For a time, the Alliance armies stopped the war. They would not die for Lu Yunggong again. One by one, the worlds began to withdraw from the battlefield and return to their own worlds. Want to leave? Did I agree? Lu Yunggong's voice came through the robots. Tens of thousands of combat robots rushed towards each camp. Anyone who dares to withdraw from the battlefield will be killed. Lu Yunggong gave the order. This made many players who originally wanted to return to their own worlds hesitate. If they really retreated, with Lu Yunggong's crazy style, he would definitely do it. But if they did not retreat, they would only be cannon fodder if they stayed here. Stay, you still have a chance of survival. If you want to leave, I will kill you right now, make your own choice. Lu Yunggong knew what these people were thinking. Just say it out loud. It has come to this anyway. It doesn't matter if we have to show our cards. Now, he just needs these people to stay and be cannon fodder. Lu Yunggong, don't go too far. A player in a world spoke through a character. As soon as he finished speaking, he was chopped to pieces by a robot of the tech core. Immediately afterwards, all the characters in the world who survived the mushroom bloom were strangulation by the tech core. After doing all this, Lu Yunggong's relaxed and calm expression appeared on the robot. Everyone, who has any opinions? Who agrees? Who opposes? The robot looked at the many characters in the world present in an anthropomorphic way, with a cold chill in his eyes. If anyone dares to oppose, he will definitely kill the other party directly. For a while, everyone was very unhappy. But people under the eaves have to bow their heads. In their heyday, they might have a chance to fight. Now they and Immortal Cultivation Worlds consumed each other for more than 6 hours. Basically, they didn't have much energy left. Being attacked by a saturation coverage again. They didn't have much power to resist. Under the coercion of Lu Yunggong, these worlds didn't dare to withdraw from the battlefield and were forced to return to the battlefield. On the side of the monk army, except for the white-clothed young man who suppressed the sky, most of the Soul Formation Realm masters were not dead. When they arrived in the Soul Formation Realm, their 5 senses were sharp. Before the mushrooms came, they had already noticed it. And they used their own divine ability to take away most of the nascent soul and core formation monks. 10,000 miles away, they opened a powerful spiritual barrier. In this way, Soul Formation Realm monks basically did not die because of the mushrooms. A very small number of nascent soul and core formation monks were at the forefront of the battlefield. There was also a small number of nascent soul and core formation monks. The moment formation monk was covered by the mushroom egg, he opened the powerful talisman and formation diagram. He helped himself resist most of the power of the mushroom explosion. He barely escaped death. But he was also seriously injured. Come here, send these injured back for treatment. A Soul Formation Realm Peak monk commanded. Although these monks were seriously injured, their vitality was tenacious. With treatment, they will recover soon. Their life level has long surpassed that of ordinary races. This is one of the benefits of cultivating immortals. Compared to the armies of the 100 realms, their losses are not that great. Some monks looked unhappy. Facing such a large-scale, all-round, indiscriminate, saturated mushroom, ordinary monks can no longer resist. At least the peak of nascent soul can play a role in such a war. Core formation monks are no longer meaningful. In the past, they unilaterally beat other worlds. Rarely encounter such a tough character. But this time, this technological world is more bloody than the world they encountered before. It is the most powerful enemy they have ever encountered. At this moment, a voice sounded in their minds. All the monks were stunned. Chapter 67. Everyone retreat, no lingering battle. This was the order that all the monks on the ground received at the same time. The monk army all drove the law treasure and flew to the depths of the world. On the battlefield, only the young man in white on the sky was still in a stalemate with the gods of Zilla. And the entire battlefield of tens of thousands of miles was in ruins. In the live broadcast barrage, the screen was refreshed quickly. Damn, Immortal Cultivation World finally gave up. It seems that the technology world is still very powerful, although it is a bit cruel. I don't know if the technology world has any backup. The first wave of attack was so fierce. This should be the most powerful means. I really can't imagine that there is an attack more powerful than tens of thousands of enhanced versions of the giant/I/Wan. It's hard to say. Look, those technology legions in the technology world feel like they are shocked by the future black technology. It feels that the technology world is hidden deep, and the immortal cultivation world should not be able to hold on. Sure enough, the poor rely on mutations, and the rich rely on technology. It turns out that technology is so awesome. If I had known, I would have chosen technology. The man in front, you choose cultivation one moment and technology the next, which one do you choose? Choose whoever is stronger. Forget it, I won't watch it anymore. I feel like the next step will be a one-sided crush by the technology army. It's a pity for Immortal Cultivation World. What a pity. This Immortal Cultivation World is too ostentatious. If it had been more low-key before, it wouldn't have been so badly attacked by the joint attack. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. A pile that stands out on the shore will be swept away by the current. It's too dazzling and is destined to die. Disperse everyone, the solution is already doomed. Whether it is live broadcast barrage or chatting Heavenly World. Now they are not optimistic about Immortal Cultivation World. The players watching shook their heads and sighed. On the battlefield, teams of elite super-intelligent AI mechanical legions quickly rushed towards the depths of Immortal Cultivation World. The flying super-intelligent robots were like a group of locusts, sweeping across the earth. Below, it was part of the 100 Worlds army left after the mushroom explosion. The 100 Worlds army was taken to the front to serve as the pioneers of the Pathfinder. If there are any traps, these 100 Worlds army will be the first to die. The players behind the 100 Worlds army were dissatisfied and cursed secretly. But the situation is stronger than people. I can't do anything to Lu Yunggong, so I can only be the Pathfinder cannon fodder. Hwala hwala hwa. A wisp of majestic wind came, making people a little intoxicated. But the next moment, the bodies of these intoxicated people quickly disintegrated and turned into ashes. Everyone be careful, it's the formation of Qi refining soldiers. This formation must have the function of illusion and attack. It must be the effect of the illusion formation that made people intoxicated just now. Be careful, these Qi refining warriors are too cunning. This damn Immortal Cultivation World, at this time, they still use the formation to attack us. The army of the 100 realms kept cursing. The formation continued to operate. One after another, illusions appeared in front of them. Some people saw their dead comrades. Some people heard the calls of their families. Some people saw what they had dreamed of. A large number of soldiers from the 100 realms faced the illusions released by the illusion formation. It was simply difficult to resist, even if they had good combat power. But most of them were simply powerful. Few people were good at the spiritual field. The attack of the illusion formation was mainly mental invasion and control. People with strong mental power would not be controlled. But those with weaker mental power could not even realize that they were in an illusion. The illusion formation lured these people and made them walk to the center of the formation. Puff, puff, puff. A wisp of murderous intent emerged. Each attack easily pierced through these people and crushed them. The people in the illusion array didn't even notice the approach of danger, and they all walked forward stupidly. To others, it was as if they were hit by a mansion. Beauty, I'm here, wait for brother. Put down your weapons? No problem, when you're with a beauty, of course you can't fight. Hey, wake up, don't go forward, there's a formation ahead, it's very dangerous. What a beautiful view, I want to see it. I've never seen such a beautiful view in my life. Brother, you're risking your life, there's a trap ahead, it must be an ambush set by those cunning chi refining soldiers. Are you crazy? Can't you see that there's an attack coming? Hey, I'm talking to you. The war is finally over, I can lie down and rest, take a nap first. Why are you lying there grinning? Still grinning on the battlefield? You're not dreaming. What happened to these guys? Why are they all so weird? This is the illusion that has a spiritual impact on them, which will make them let down their guard. Wake up, we can't go any further. A large number of armies from the 100 worlds encountered array attacks on the way forward. If the previous battle between the monks was just an appetizer, now, these arrays are the main course. The powerful arrays arouse the laws of heaven and earth and absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth. It operates on its own and is endless. Unless the array is broken. Otherwise, the array will block the way ahead, making it impossible for the great country to move forward forever. Some people tried to break through the array or break it with brute force, but not only did they fail. On the contrary, many people were killed and injured. After trying for a long time, they still couldn't break a few arrays. What's so great about it, isn't it just an array? Some people were angry and soared into the sky. He has wings on his back and is a member of the mutant world. He is good at flying and has a very fast speed. Bang! The double-winged mutant crashed into an opaque barrier with a loud noise. Oops! Formation! The two-winged mutant secretly cried out in his heart, and wanted to escape. It was too late. A trace of restriction was activated, like a millstone. The two-winged mutant was directly killed in the air. Only a ball of blood/mist was left. A breeze blew, and the mist dispersed. The two-winged mutant was gone. It was just a matter of a moment. There is also a formation in the air. How can the formation of this immortal cultivation world be set up in the air? Damn it! Woo, what should we do? We are going to die. There is a cultivation formation in front, and the technological army is coercing us from behind. Alas, how can this immortal cultivation world be so strong? We have been fighting for so long, and there is still such a brutal formation. The army of the 100 worlds was talking about it. Some people lost confidence. Facing such an immortal cultivation world, they simply couldn't move forward. Some people were very surprised at the various developments of the immortal cultivation world. It seemed that there was only one world, but in fact, the fields were fully divided. Some people knelt down and cried. Everyone, find a way to break the formation. If you dare to stay, kill me. Lu Yunggong's voice came from behind. He didn't care about the formation. He didn't care about the life and death of the army of the 100 worlds. All he needed was a pioneer. "You tyrant, you will die a miserable death!" someone cursed. The next second, a super-intelligent robot came out, and a high-frequency laser knife cut across. The soldier of the 100 worlds who scolded Lu Yunggong was killed directly. "You can choose to move forward, or I will let you die now." The robot waved the laser knife, and Lu Yunggong said coldly. Everyone was scared at this moment. Even if they were extremely angry, they had no way to deal with it. Going forward, although there are many dangers, at least there is still a glimmer of hope. The army of the 100 realms can only continue to rush forward. Bang, bang, bang. The people of the 100 realms army hit the formation, were bounced, crushed, blown up, and cut. For a moment, the scene was horrible. In order to survive, these people used all their strength to break the formation. After paying thousands of soldiers from the 100 realms, they barely broke a formation. But after breaking it, they were stupid again. All they saw in front of them was fog. The range of this fog covered the entire world in front, and it was very thick, the kind that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. If you take 2 steps forward, you will be disconnected from the people behind. In the fog, there are various formations, and some people are just touched by the formation and they are gone directly. At the same time, there are various flying swords that appear and disappear. Every attack will harvest one. The entire army of the 100 realms can only passively take the beating, and they don't even know where the people are. Humph, playing tricks. Seeing the slow progress and the repeated obstructions in the advancement plan, Lu Yunggong couldn't stand it anymore. "Hidden Bomber Squadron, listen to the order, take off, and clear this foggy area for me, I'll let you pretend for me." The squadron of stealth bombers in the rear took off. Swoosh! The futuristic stealth bomber easily broke the sound barrier and reached 10 times the speed of sound. At 10 times the speed of sound, it rushed into the fog and bombed wildly. Hidden bombers all carry the mother of bombs. The power is stronger than that of small mushrooms. One bomb can destroy any object within a square mile. Each hidden bomber can carry 5 of these big guys. There are thousands of them, which means 5,000 mother of bombs. Boom 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 boom. Huge clouds of fire lit up in the fog. The huge clouds of fire rushed straight into the sky. Under such a saturation attack, the fog finally dissipated. But everyone was stunned when they saw it. They saw that a large number of broken wreckages of soldiers from the 100 worlds were lying on the ground. Because the mother of bombs only has the power of a small tactical mushroom. Although some powerful soldiers from the 100 worlds died, they were able to leave wreckage. But looking at the monks, there was not a single one. Damn it, this wave didn't hit these chi refining warriors at all, but we who strayed into the fog were wiped out. The people in the technological world are really crazy, and they completely sacrificed us as Pathfinder cannon fodder. I hate that we are not strong enough and are used like this by the technological world. The soldiers of the 100 worlds gnashed their teeth. If possible, no one wanted to be used as cannon fodder. Humph, if they die, they die. What can they do to me? Lu Yunggong sneered. He didn't care about these soldiers from other worlds at all. The dead were not from his world anyway. Where did these chi refining warriors hide? Why can't we see anyone? Lu Yunggong sent a super-intelligent robot to check and found that there was not even a single remains of a cultivator in the place where the entire fog array was located. Playing hide and seek with me? I want to see how long you can hide. He completely lost his patience. Opening a command interface, a red button popped up with a picture of lightning and wind and rain on it. Next to it, there were reminder and warning signs. Let's see who is better at cultivating immortals or at science and technology. A cruel smile appeared on Lu Yunggong's face again. He was about to start a crazy scientific baptism. Then, he pressed the red button. A transcendent-level robot soldier flew from a distance, holding a black box with a line of numbers counting down on it. He rushed into the world ahead and dropped the box. 10 seconds later, the numbers on the box returned to 0. Crack! Above the sky, purple, blue, and red lightning struck down. The mountains, rocks, and earth in front were all smashed to pieces. With it, clouds gathered quickly. A storm was generated. The hurricane swept across, and the armies of the 100 worlds could not withstand such a hurricane. Some people were blown away directly, and even the heavy armored vehicles flew directly to the ground. The rain was pouring, and the ground was soon filled with rainwater higher than the knees. What was even more outrageous was that hailstones fell from the sky, and each hailstone had a diameter of 10 meters. It smashed down and directly created a big pit. Weather weapons. One of the powerful future technologies. At the same time, huge cannons were transported from the rear. Powerful laser cannons, loaded and released at the same time. The blazing laser transmigrates a long distance and easily smashes the mountain in front. At the same time, a 1,000-meter-long aerospace warship flew in. A huge AI prompt sounded inside the warship. The power system is normal. The weapon system is normal. The weapon system is opening. Prepare to charge. 10, 9, 4 zones. Charge completed. Railgun release. Laser cannon release. Electromagnetic pulse release. Super plasma cannon release. Particle cannon release. Sonic cannon release. Microwave cannon release. The huge aerospace warships launched attacks at the same time. Each weapon inside is a mature technology that far exceeds the level of Blue Star technology by 100 years. Now they appear at the same time, just to break the formation of Immortal Cultivation World. Boom 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 boom. The violent explosion was accompanied by various sounds of tearing the air. And then there was a flash of light that blinded people's eyes. The formation in front was breached, and the attack inside stopped. Did these Qi refining warriors die this time? With so many terrible weapons, they should be dead. The formation was breached, and the Qi refining warriors inside must be dead. Finally, we don't have to face these terrible formations and Qi refining warriors. The army of the 100 worlds was shocked and felt a sense of surviving a disaster. At least they didn't have to be cannon fodder in vain. The live broadcast interface was filled with barrages. It's over, Immortal Cultivation World is gone. Such a brutal future technology saturation attack, no matter how powerful Immortal Cultivation World is, it can't withstand it. Let's go, everyone, the show is over. Alas, poor Immortal Cultivation World, it can't do anything when it encounters a more evil technology world. Let's go, let's go. The technology world is bullish, I'm going to be his lackey. In the barrage, almost everyone believed that Immortal Cultivation World was gone. Many people sent private messages to Lu Yunggong. Boss, do you need a girlfriend? I don't ask for too much, I just want you to protect me. I'm me. Boss, what do you think of me? I used to be a first-line female internet celebrity in Blue Star, and I have very good skills. Boss, I'm hardworking and willing to work hard, let me hang out with you. Boss, can you add me as a friend? Boss, I'm giving you this thing as a token of my appreciation, it looks familiar. Brother Yunggong, do you still remember me? I'm a distant relative of the third uncle of the nephew of the uncle of Wang Erzha's family next door to your village. In fact, we are cousins. Sitting in the back, Lu Yunggong looked at these barrages and private messages, and a smile of enjoyment appeared on his lips. Everyone has desires. Although Lu Yunggong is very scheming. But he is very vain. Hehe, as expected, my technological world is stronger. Lu Yunggong was lying on the chair proudly while chatting with other players in Myriad Worlds and Heavenly World. Technology World, I've said it before, this Immortal Cultivation World is not worth mentioning. Now look, it's been less than a day and it's already gone. Calm down and drink tea.jpg. Puppet World, Big Brother is awesome, give Big Brother a back massage.jpg. Forbidden Technique World, Big Brother, please look familiar, Big Brother. Ancient God World, awesome, this wave of assessment should be stable. Primordial World, pick your nose.jpg, pick your nose.jpg, pick your nose.jpg. Technology World, these worlds are all scum. I personally take action, and they have no choice but to kneel down. Technology World, I'm not bragging, I can beat 10 of this Immortal Cultivation World, proud.jpg. Group. Forbidden Technique World, Bull Nose, Bull Nose. Puppet World, no, is there something in the live broadcast? Primordial World, could it be that Immortal Cultivation World has not been destroyed yet? Technology World, impossible, my super intelligent robot has searched ahead, and there is no one. Even if there is, it is just a few cats and dogs. I will just clean them up later. Forbidden World, but the style of painting seems a little wrong, brother, you can see for yourself. Technology World, wait a minute. Lu Yunggong thought the players from other worlds were joking with him. Turning his head to connect to the vision of a super-intelligent robot, he saw the battlefield scene again. I saw a lotus quietly emerging from the sky. What is this? Lu Yunggong was a little puzzled. Weren't most of the Qi refining warriors in the Immortal Cultivation World destroyed? Boom! A Daoist figure slowly walked in the depths of the distant world, causing waves of space distortion and disillusionment. Above his head, an azure lotus was shaking gently, as if rooted in the chaos. Heaven and Earth Vision, Chaos Azure Lotus. Is this person in the same realm as the young man in white on the sky? Almost at the same time, everyone looked up at the sky. There, the Hera, led by Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, were still in a stalemate with the young man in white. The deepest impression left by the young man in white on everyone was the vision of heaven and earth with a bright moon on the sea. Now this azure lotus above his head, the middle-aged man with the lotus, can also stir up strange phenomena in the world. Even if everyone is slow, they can figure out what's going on. Another king-level Qi refining warrior has appeared. Chaos is hazy and connected. Strands of chaotic air hang low and linger, dancing gently with the azure lotus. Azure lotus brushes lightly. The void explodes inch by inch. Some super-intelligent soldiers that appeared in the sky ahead contain technology that surpasses Blue Star by hundreds of years. But they were gently brushed by the azure lotus. Hundreds of advanced super-intelligent soldiers were easily shattered and turned into dust all over the sky. The audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. The players chatting on the Heavenly World side were stunned. Lu Yunggong's eyes were red and full of bloodshot. This is impossible! He roared, unwilling to believe it. The second astral projection realm appeared.